recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
That's a great video. That's a great intro right there. You gotta shout out to Portia J for that intro right there. Let me put the banners up. How do I put the banners? Where the fuck are the banners? I can never find the banners. What the fuck are they? I'm terrible at doing this shit. Give me 1 second here. What the fuck do I do that? Is that it?
Oh, hey, Stanley.
Hey, what's up, Lily? Stanley?
What's up, John?
Hey.
I like that intro of Portia.
Y'all can hear you, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I like that techno music thing. That is pretty good.
You talking about the one, the one that they devote? I think that was for you.
Yeah, the one. I've been meaning to ask her about the what those soldiers were doing.
I wonder how they made that. I'm really curious how they clip all that shit together. I don't know how to do all that.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't get her to teach me.
I have faith in you, Stanley.
Well, thank you.
On the other. Thank you, Stanley. And you know, me being, I don't know, Aboriginal, quote unquote. You know, I come from Legba. You know, he claimed my head, and when you can't rely on, I feel like you can't rely on any other human being to relate who you are on this earth, because we're different spiritual beings. We're not humans, you know. We have reptilians, we have, you know, our president. They're different species of existence. We're not the same species, because how can you integrate on our land and take control over it and not know what is truly meant to be? Because we're Mother Nature is everything to us, and how, the Asians, they're putting poison in our oceans. There's only 2 white rhinos in existence. It's like,
Actually,
it,
I thought we were down to one white rhino.
that's crazy, Stanley. And it's like, how did existence come to this? Because who are the enemies of us? We are the existence of Mother Nature. We are the existence of life.
Well, that's a very pagan, very Earth Mother point of view. How'd you get it?
Because at the end of the day, it's like, if I have no existence with Mother Nature, who am I, Stanley? For real.
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
I'm nothing.
How did you come to this this system of belief?
When she loved me more than I love myself, when I had an existence, because in Revelation, and I was anointed by the Bible. So when she allowed me to love, when she saw her existence in myself more than I did me, because I never wanted to exist because I never knew love, but she existed in love in my reality. And it's like, if I can't live with Mother Nature, who am I, Stanley? You know what I mean? Real shit. And John too, because what do you think about that though? Am I crazy? Like, for real? Like, am I just insane? Like, like you're a crazy ass bitch. Like, I don't know.
Well, the last time I know I've seen you turned on your camera for a little while. I think the last time I saw you. Are you into what, magic, sorcery? What sort of stuff are you into?
I'm into anybody who loves me.
I see.
And I'm into anybody who exists with me. We are a reality in our own concept of existence. We are each other's. We build each other up. Don't you think?
I hope.
We can't live without we can't live without each other's consciousness. Or are we just living for nothing? I believe. I believe that we need each other.
I believe so. But, the needs are different for everyone.
What do you mean by that, Sam? So, okay, I exist for another reality, and it's like, but I love myself too, and whoever adopted me, because my family never loved me, I love myself more than anybody. You are your own reality. You are accepted to love yourself before anybody else, because you are your own God, I believe. What you think, Sam and John?
Well, I think I believe the same thing. I just use a slightly different language. And what I mean by everyone has different needs. I guess if you substitute needs for relationships, there are romantic relationships, there are, friend relationships, there are parent-child relationships. Everyone relates to everyone else, at least in different categories. So, that's what I mean. A child-parent relationship is different than, a husband-wife or a, boyfriend-girlfriend.
Yeah. I feel where you're coming from, Stanley, and it's like, if I want to be okay, so I'm healing myself, right? And if I want to be in a relationship with somebody who's been fighting for me for years, it's like, Stanley, I feel like you ain't shit, because at the end of the day, it's like nobody had my back but me and God. Who is God to you, Stanley? Who is the definition of God to you, Stanley?
Oh, to me? Well, somewhere out in the middle of a lake that I'm fishing in.
So what is the definition of God?
I could go with nature.
Mm,
If basically it's the undefinable. If you can define God, then he's not God.
thank you.
By definition, it's supposed to be something that you have faith in, but don't necessarily understand. And, you know,
Mm.
I think I think I can safely say you're not supposed to understand. If
That's
you did,
beautiful.
you'd be God.
That's beautiful. And it's like, I feel like in John too, I feel like something is higher than me that loves me more than myself, And I don't know. It's just like, just people, just like us and you, and just listening to me. It's just like you, both of you, you're a form of reality in my consciousness that is a reflection of God to me because you understand my reality, you answer my questions, and you are a form of existence, and that is God to me. And that's beautiful to me. And it's like, I don't understand how somebody can love me when I don't allow myself to love myself. And it's just like, John and Stanley, I just have to work on myself, facts. But
Well, it sounds like you're on the right track.
thank you. Facts.
How's Atlanta, Miller? I'm sorry, Lily.
Hmm.
I said, how is Atlanta?
Hot. It was hot today.
Really?
Yeah, it was hot as hell.
You only got up to
And
81.
man, it was hot as fuck. I'm like, what the hell?
Well, I'm out.
Ew.
I'm a ways from Atlanta, not that far, but I thought it was pretty nice. It's supposed to get a couple degrees hotter today, but I think our 90-degree days are over, so that's a good thing.
I know, right? Heck yeah.
I see innate ways is waxing poetic this morning. Treat it like a fat booty and give it a slap.
Is
I love y'all so much. And this is my last question. I swear to God, I'm gonna get off after this. So, okay, let's say that, you have a interrelationship with, okay, your significant other, but the person, so what do you think about open relationships and how do you believe that, okay, I'm just like me personally, I have my other half, he is the better half of me because I don't judge. I have no judgment. But it's like he has a baby mama, right? And she tried to kill me, through just her own insecurities. And it's like, how can you judge me? You don't even know me, bitch. I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how can you judge me? And it's like, I should judge him for allowing that shit. And it's like, what do y'all think about that, Stanley and John? It's just like, why are you allowing somebody else to do? Like determine my reality in just a negative way. That it really bothers me. That's crazy. That's crazy as hell.
Well,
Crazy as
I,
hell.
I, I think that when you talk reality, that is your reality. If your boyfriend has a baby mama, y'all are all kind of in the same orbit, at least around your boyfriend. That is your reality.
Yeah.
Now, the good thing is you not being the baby mama, you have the option to keep orbiting or not.
I like that. I like that term, orbiting. That's beautiful. Like abandoned ship, right? That's beautiful. But yeah, you're right. It's like, why would you try to sacrifice my life? I don't even know you, hoe. Like, I don't mean to curse, but for real, on some real shit, like this how I live my reality. Like, bitch, I don't even know you, and then you trying to sacrifice me for somebody that you love more than I do. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, this shit is crazy, Stanley.
Well,
I don't
I
know.
think you're answering your own question if you listen to yourself. Remember, you love you. Make sure you listen to you.
That's true. Oh, I love you so much, Stanley. I love you, John, too. Y'all have
Oh,
a great, beautiful morning. And,
maybe you let
I love y'all.
I'm sitting there watching something on Twitter.
Well, that's a nice way to begin my morning. I'm
Yeah,
loved.
indeed. Mm. Yeah, I was about to say, you want to show some of this Kamala on Call Me Daddy podcast?
No, I missed it, so I'm eager to watch it. Hopefully, she wasn't too goofy.
Uh-huh.
You know, I like Kamala, but I'm actually kind of impressed. I watched a rally of hers of maybe 3 days ago, and she was actually fairly poised. You know, she wasn't flighty or anything like that. She had some gravitas,
Mm.
but I I don't know. I think she's doing okay, or at least good enough.
You know, the Call
I
Your Daddy lady asked her a question that, you could take it whatever way you like, but she basically asked her, why, you haven't been doing much long form interviews, and why did you choose to come here? Basically, like, because it's not necessarily a serious place, where you might expect her to come, considering like the topics that they talk about on this show. But I think here's one video. I haven't seen this clip, but see what she said.
What made you want to do Call Her Daddy today?
Well, I think you and your listeners have really got this thing right, which is one of the best ways to communicate with people is to be real, and to talk about the things that people really care about. I mean, what I love about what you do is that your voice and your show is really about your listeners. And I think especially now, this is a moment in the country and in life where people really want to know they're seen and heard and that they're part of a community, that they're not out there alone. And so I'm really glad to be with you.
What made you want to do Call
That's the question. And it is kind of interesting, like, someone on her team would have gone and looked and see, well, what have they been talking about on the podcast? And then you see blowjobs, maybe I don't want to go in there. Maybe you do, I don't know. But it's kind of interesting that the venues that she chooses to appear on, it's just kind of, not very serious. I'll just say it, leave it at that.
well, it seems like she's trying to maybe recreate some of Obama's magic with young people. That's the only thing I can think of. In 2007, 2008 is not 2024.
Yeah.
So I don't know that, I don't know that. I mean, you're not going to capture that Obama lightning. And, Ticketmaster did the ticketing for his first campaign. I can tell you right now, it was lightning in a bottle,
Yeah.
even on the tech side, However, I think that when Trump ran, he did some unconventional things. Why can't she?
Yeah, I think that she's just maybe she's just not very serious, in my opinion. She's not very
Well,
serious.
I don't think Trump when he ran was serious.
I mean, he's been a serious guy. He's always been in business. It's a different point of view. A lot of these politicians, they're used to saying, the company line, not really answering any questions. They go and meet the press and we're gonna work on it. Da, da, da. And so, I don't think she's very skilled at giving concrete answers. And so, it's just a lot of fluff. That's just the way I take it.
I think that I think Trump wasn't particularly serious when he ran. He gave a lot of fluff. The "I grabbed the pussy" interview, or grab their pussy stuff.
Well, that wasn't an interview. I think it was.
Oh no, it was in an interview. I don't think he was running for president at the time. But
Yeah, I think it was a hot mic or something, if I'm not
but
mistaken.
what I'm saying is that I don't think Trump was any more serious than Kamala was, especially with the nicknames he would give the politicians during debates and all that stuff. I just didn't see him as that serious. But I also thought, as a matter of fact, a buddy of mine and I basically agreed that Trump was going to win. I never thought Hillary was going to win because Trump is the most American president we've had probably since Andrew Jackson.
But you look at, I know a lot of people don't like the way. Go ahead.
He has a way of talking to common people, and I don't necessarily approve of it. But the way he talks to people, he's relatable, and I think people actually go, "Hey, you know what? If I worked hard and got good at business, I could be Donald Trump."
Yeah, I think that I forget what I was about to say. Something. Kamala, she I forget what I was going to say, but Kamala, she just is not a criticism of her. Because I haven't heard much of her speak. But I think all that laughing, either it's a nervous laugh or it's a filler for not having something to say, something meaningful to say, and it comes off like silly or not serious, And then when you when you add on to the fact that she goes on, call me your daddy or whatever. I never heard of the podcast before, where they're talking about topics like that. Maybe if she hadn't been the VP and she was coming in fresh, you could kind of just paint whatever you want to paint, paint the picture like Obama. But she's had some authority. You kind of, you can judge her authority over the border, however you like it. But she seems a little flighty, always giggling.
Yeah, but she's actually had some serious jobs and arguably as serious as Trump, being a DA and attorney general. So you know what? You may not like the way she does things, but I think she has as much gravitas as Trump did and
Yeah.
does. I don't think if you've ever heard a Trump rally speech, I don't. I still don't see Trump is having that much gravitas.
I remember reading about when Trump was running the first time, and he really put labels on people that kind of stuck.
Yep, that's true.
And from a marketing standpoint, how hard it would be for someone to come up with a name that would fit you and stick. That would be very difficult, right? And Crooked Hillary, Mac,
Sorry.
was it Sleepy Joe? Was it Low Energy Jeb or whatever? What do you call it, Jeb? Low Energy?
Something like that.
I mean, like, he put labels on, he branded them.
Mm-hmm.
And, I was reading a marketing article. It wasn't even about politics. And the guy was talking about, like that's a hell of a run of branding anything, right? And to brand something, you know, it takes skill to do it. And I'm not talking about politics now. And you look at his brand, the Trump brand, the hotels. You may or may not stay there, may not like them, but it's been there 50 years and at a high level, you know, in terms of the price point. And from a business standpoint, I think there's something to learn there, you know, from him maintaining his own brand to him kind of branding people in a negative fashion in this way to achieve his goals. But you know, I think it was very effective. Business cases would probably be written about that.
Right. And again, I don't think that's a serious political skill. I mean, it is a useful thing. It's worked for him. He's probably the only one. I've never seen another politician do it. I don't think it's something that can be learned.
They can't. Like that shit is like when he talks about, you know, genetics and, you know, some people just have that marketing gift.
Well,
you know,
I think it's, you know, a positive. It's the silver lining of being a bully.
Well, I don't think all bullies are good at marketing though. I've worked in marketing firms, right?
Right.
And some of them come up with shit you be like, yeah, I never would have thought of that. Others don't, right? And you'll see some marketing firms like the company that made the Nike go, just do it. You know, there's, you know, there was an element of genius, and he hit the right point at the right time with the right slogan. And, you know, for whatever reason, Trump was able to brand 3 or 4 people, you know, as an outsider coming into politics. You know, I think, you know, I'm just strictly talking business from a business standpoint. Man, you got to tip your hat to that. Like, to brand anything is very, very, very difficult. And to make it stick, that's even more difficult. You know, it's interesting. I think it's interesting. It'll be an interesting case study, I think, in business school, like marketing program or something, like how to brand a product or a person, you know, very interesting. But yeah, that doesn't apply to politics, though. You know, I can't really comment on the politics of it.
Well, his ghetto. Why don't you come up here?
Ghetto may be getting ready for work. I'll put the link in the chat, though.
Okay. Yeah. Ghetto. I don't take BRICS that seriously. China's economy, and China has some problems coming up. Without China, there is no BRICS. I don't take it as seriously as you do. So I'm not sure I can give you an answer that would satisfy you. I don't think BRICS is going to be a superpower. You know what? BRICS has yet. I think Bitcoin is a bigger challenge to the American dollar than BRICS will be. And maybe they're going to go the Bitcoin route. So maybe that's something I should consider. But I don't think the BRICS countries are any immediate threat. Maybe there'll be once she's done her 4 or 8 years. But I think she can afford to not be that serious. No ghetto in my see. This is funny. You bring up I'm a military man. That's why I don't take it seriously, because I don't think China is up to it. I don't think Brazil is up to it. So that's my point.
Someone named False. I don't know who the hell is False.
You know what? That person was up here the other day, and damn it. Well, I'll put up a thing right quick. I think he's been on the show before.
Yeah, I think I've seen that name before. Yeah. Putin making BRICS bigger, powerful than NATO? ? Russia's bold rule for new members ahead of summit. Let's see what Russia's trying to do with this.
Hey, what's up, False?
Hey, buddy, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you've been up before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been the one that
Oh
not Germany will say Switzerland. Yeah,
yeah, I
over there.
thought I remembered you.
Yeah,
So what's been
I'm at
going
work
on?
right now.
Have you come up
Nothing
here
much.
to fuss at me about bricks?
No, today I'm getting busy working right now, and just thought I'd spare some time and be up here. Are you guys talking about politicians? I would say that anybody that has the money can kind of learn how to speak in front of somebody. You know, it's like a trait that anybody can learn.
So I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, so you guys are talking about like I guess like Kamala, like how good she is and stuff like that, or if she's better, or just politicians in general. I believe that any politician, if they have the right lobbying or the right money, because that's the first step is having enough money. And if they have enough money, anybody can learn how to talk.
Right.
So I believe that a lot of us, like a lot of the dream of us believing that we'll ever be able to become president, it's just fallacies. You have to have the right connections and everything.
Oh yeah,
and if
yeah.
you have the lobbyist, anybody can learn how to speak. I don't really trust anybody in that kind of, especially me being part of the business that I'm part of. I've met the CEO, and I'm telling you right now, these people they're not nice. So I can tell you right now that a lot of none of us are ever become president.
Well, presidents
and a lot of it's connections.
Right. Presidents are made, not born. The only person to ever be born into it was George Washington. Yeah,
that's a good point. That's a good point. It's sad too because, like, you know, I'm taught in school because I'm only 24, so I graduated around 2018. And what's so sad is, like, when you kind of get into the real world, they don't prepare us for any of this BS at all. It's quite saddening.
Well, no, but they can't. That is a total, like, a fantasy. I mean, when you come out of college, your employer will train you how they want you to do your job.
Well,
no one walks into a job day one able to do it, you know, at a high level.
What did you
I'm
feel?
talking about more like tax things. So, like, I own land, so I was able to write off this. I didn't find this out till like 2 or 3 years ago. I found out I can write off my land if I live there a year in the U.S. Over here, I'm still learning the laws over here. But like when I was in the U.S., I could write off the homestead tax or something like that. I also could have made charities and could have gotten tax reductions a lot more. Like, this is the stuff I'm talking about, like actually how to make money or at least get ahead.
Where are you located now?
I'm in Gothenburg, Sweden.
Yeah, Sweden. And so you feel unprepared to know how to make money? And
no, I'm just talking about like what needs to change. Obviously now, I mean, I probably about 1/30 of acres, and I make about 6 figures a year, so I'm doing okay for myself.
And you're 24, so what didn't you learn?
I learned it all myself. I learned it all myself, but it's still something that the world should prepare you for.
Yeah, but I mean, you said your employer trained you to do what he needed you to do, right?
Well, I think he's talking about.
I'm talking about like taxes and stuff like that, my dude. Yeah, like the little loopholes you can use and stuff like that. And then I heard from my attorney that I have in the U.S.
That's why you get an accountant.
Yeah. And then oh no. I like saving money as much as I can. No. So one of the things I heard, I don't know if my attorney told me I can do this. So if I pass away, I could put my body on one of the lands I own, like one of the acreages that I own, and I could get a tax evasion from there of not being taxed on my land because it's considered like a burial ground or something like that. I heard there's a loop. He told me about that loophole. I have to look into it more.
Well, this is my personal opinion, and you know, my father either had or has an accountant, and he wasn't like, you know, a high level, like, you know, super rich or anything. I think a good accountant will pay for him or herself, his or herself, especially if you're in a high tax bracket. I think that sort of thing.
I've been doing it myself since I've been an adult, and so I've been learning. But coming to find out from my attorney over in the U.S. that I'm making so much now where I'm in a higher tax bracket and I own land now, I own assets that I probably need to hire somebody this year for taxes. Is what he's telling me.
Yeah, that sounds like Good advice.
Yeah, because I don't want to be, in 5 years and the IRS, their little interest they put on every day. But yeah, that's what's going to have to probably happen this year with all the assets I've acquired. And then over here in Sweden, I get my work, like I could get my citizenship through the work if I've been here like a year to 5 years. It depends on, I think, the time frame or something like that. So I have to be here about a year. I've only been here since the beginning of this year, so that'll be good too. But I'm a little bit worried about the whole tax BS. But I'm sure if I hire somebody, it'll get figured out.
Right. So how is life over there? It's getting cold yet?
I originally lived in Arkansas over there, so like I'm used to like decent like weather. So like cold is not really cold. I can check right now. Like we're about to be at. It's kind of crazy because I think over there where you guys are, it's dark. It's 1 o'clock over here. We're in the afternoon already.
Oh yeah. What are you, like 5 or 6 hours, maybe even more?
About 6. I don't know what time it is over there.
It is almost 7, 6:56 a.m.
So yeah, you're about 6 hours. You have about 6 hours. Yeah, right now it's 50. At least on my local weather station, it says 54, and then the high is going to be 60. So it's not really cold.
Okay. Yeah, that's not bad.
No. And then I'm learning that I have to make a will because I think I'm the person where you can die at any moment. So I have to make a will so my kids can inherit my money. I guess if it doesn't, it goes into probate, I guess, or something like that. And it can be a little stingency. So I have to get that settled out already. I know I'm young, but I still, I live every day like it's my last. So I can get that figured out too. Just a lot of legal shit I have to get through as I start maturing. And it's not just like the top percentage of brackets. I'm starting to learn that my taxes are going to be a lot more, which I knew, but I didn't know it'd be such a big jump. And then the land assets, I need to make sure I write those off.
Well, we expect young people to live every day like it's their last. They know no risk. They think they'll
most people my age are in a house or moving off parents or getting they're having some kind of handout. So a lot of them are kind of sheltered and I don't think they're living every day like it's last.
I actually wouldn't say most. Not handouts anyway. You say
handout could be considered living with mama's house. I consider that a handout.
Well, you know what? I think I better not say anything because I keep being told that, you know what, you're old and you really don't know what's going on. So I'm going to take all that back and just say,
Well, I mean, one thing anybody can learn is from the older generation. A lot of older people I've talked with or debated, they're kind of redundant, but but you can still learn. You can tell if the person's going to be worth hearing from or not.
Right. Well, I don't talk to my son. He will give me a thumbs down.
How many kids you have?
Just one.
Okay.
And he's just starting college, so he hasn't had enough time to miss me yet. But he keeps coming home, so that's a good thing.
I couldn't wait to move out. That's the thing about me is like I could not wait. And my life wasn't horrible. I just couldn't wait to move out and be on my own. I don't know what it is.
That's normal.
Okay. Yeah, I just couldn't wait. I was ready to leave, be gone out of there.
Were you scared? Did you have any moments of doubt, or were you pretty confident?
I mean, no days like guaranteed for us. So I don't really I don't care if I end up homeless. I'll still make it up to livable wage again. I'm not scared about ever. I'm not scared of death to a certain degree. My kids, as long as they're taken care of, I'll be good to go.
Interesting. Well, you sound like a natural born entrepreneur.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. I don't own a business. I work for a high multi-billion-dollar tech company over here in Sweden, but I don't own a business. I should, but
I mean, the thing is that what people don't understand is, if you have a new idea and you go to your boss and you have to sell it, I mean, that's entrepreneurship. You may not be an entrepreneur, but you still have to, You are a product that you have to sell, say, in a job interview. You know, you put
Yeah, I
your
mean, I'm marketing manager over here, so I kind of know quite a bit about marketing. Right now, I'm doing a few things, and I have to book a venue for one of the new showcases they're trying to do. So
right. So I mean, your talent, you know, or your skills are your product.
you know what's kind of blasphemy, to be fair with you, is like I can work on a computer and make this kind of money while people work on like oil rigs and make like 60 grand a year. It's quite devastating. That's why I didn't go that route.
Well, what do you feel guilty?
No, not at all. I feel it's you should I should no. It's the old phrase "work smarter, not harder," but still, I would still think they would get something. I don't think 60 grand is fair for what they're doing.
Well, I mean, that could be true. Advocate for it, but that's welcome to capitalism. You know, that's what the
Yeah.
market. That's what the market thinks they're worth. Plus, they do. It's a hard life. I know. You know, working out on an oil rig, but you know what can you do? It's it's what the market will pay them for. You know, whatever.
What's sad though is like if they stopped doing what they're doing, a lot of our electricity would be done. A lot of things that run electricity would be done. There's a lot that would happen. So I think it's more of like how hard the job is compared to like. I mean, even like it's not really hard, but it's demanding. You know, it's like it's physically demanding. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I mean, like it's like they're trying to. One second. It's like they're trying to saying, "Hey, it's not hard, so we won't pay you a lot," even though it's physically demanding, and most people would collapse on their ass or complain about it.
Interesting. I'm looking at this Hindustan Times article that John put up. I still, you know, with BRICS growing, now compromising 46 point, excuse me, 46% of the global population, but only 36% of the GDP. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I should feel, you know, that I don't know that America needs to worry about them just yet. His ghetto. There's a guy out in the chat who brought up BRICS. I understand that, you know, they are up and comers. I just don't think that they're an immediate threat. And I think Russia in a war, China having, you know, some issues, economic issues, and they are suffering, you know, what their one-child policy did. I think China's going to have bigger issues than economic problems. And I know they're providing like an internal stimulus, but that's kind of a, you know, when you start getting to stimulus, you know, providing a stimulus suggests that there are, you know, some form of emergency, even if it's just a mild emergency. So
I don't believe that we're going to go to war at all, especially with China. We have too many exports and too much money coming in from both sides. I just don't believe we'll ever go to war with them, at least.
Yeah, you know what? You make a good point there. Ghetto point of view.
Yeah, it's just redundant. Now, Russia might be a different thing, but I mean, if Russia has allies with China, I just don't see it. And a lot of them are atheists, so a lot of them don't have a.
Russia, China is basically in that partnership. I think China is kind of the dominant partner.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So you know, Russia. I don't know. I'm still of the mind that, you know, I think America's best asset is its creativity.
Say it again.
I think America's best asset is its creativeness, creativity.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think, well, just think of the culture. We export culture. I have been,
I think
you
it's
know,
dumb. I mean, like, you mean like the 13-year-olds twerking and stuff? I think that's a dumb culture.
no, I mean things like Coca-Cola and Levi's. I can remember walking through the souk in Abu Dhabi, with Levi's jeans on, just like shit. J.C. Penney used to sell Levi's, just some J.C. Penney Levi's thing. And you go walking and people will. I mean, I've had people offer to buy my Levi's. So, when I say creativity, I mean like culture. And I think we're good problem solvers too. Now we may be losing some of it, but I think up till now we've actually been fairly good. Creative problem solving, thinking outside of the box. Those are all things we do well.
Nah, I think we're redundant. I think the world would be fine without the U.S. To be fair, I think we make nothing but dumb cultures. We start wars that we shouldn't be involved in, and
Well, no
our
culture or no person, is essential.
yeah, well, we breed dumb people. I believe most of the population is pretty redundant.
Okay. I have American history behind me, though.
I'm not saying you, Stanley, don't feel offended if that's for you. I'm just saying I'm tired of, dude. I'm not tired of seeing these 40 and 50-year-olds on YouTube, anywhere I go, any kind of app, Instagram, anywhere, and you talk to them and they act like children. I'm like, it's
Okay,
embarrassing.
well, I'm gonna have people rise up from the chat and say, "Damn it, Stanley." I get that a lot. Stanley, you're an elder. Why are you acting this way? So I have to shrink back, and I better not comment too much.
I understand people have their own coping mechanisms, like trolling or. I see some grown man with like action figures, or Legos. I can understand it, man. So be it. I don't hate on it, but it gets to a point where like my grandfather, he didn't act like this, and like and I mean other people's grandfathers or the girls that would date grandfathers, they didn't act like how the adults do nowadays.
Well, wait, hold it. You lived in Arkansas. There weren't any moonshiners.
Oh, there was, yeah, there was. But I didn't date those. That's white trash.
I would imagine. I'm from Georgia, and I live in Georgia now, and I've lived in Northern Virginia, and every now and again up on the mountain, they have a hoot nanny. So, and granddad might be there cutting a rug.
Who do you guys believe is going to win the election?
I think Kamala is going to eke it out.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to make predictions. But I think that, I'm not going to go deep into it. I do it almost daily on this channel. But I think that Trump is a uniquely bad candidate. In that, for reasons which, I don't want to elaborate. It's a nice morning, and I don't want the chat to rise up and pitchfork me. But
Right.
that someone, and I admit Kamala has a little bit of a gravitas problem, but that she can be neck to neck, with Donald Trump. I think that's more a reflection on Donald Trump than anything. And he's a former president, so he's kind of like an incumbent. That she is this competitive speaks volumes to me, at least.
Does Give Crack still do his stock predictions?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he's got a body of work now. He did one overnight. He's basically doing classes. If you go and you look, go to
I sold the Bitcoin thing, but for what I understand it, I wasn't one of the first people at like under 5K, or like now getting into it is just redundant because I just don't. I feel like the majority of it would have been at like under, what did it start at, like $50, something like that, and then you would have made your big money. I feel like now it's just kind of redundant to go on to it. But you might know more about it than me. That's why I asked.
Oh, I don't. You know what? Rashu and those guys, they know Bitcoin like infinitely better than I do. So, because if I don't really understand Bitcoin, and it could be that I'm too old to learn about Bitcoin. Everybody has their own thing, if they're going to invest. They're traders, they're investors. Everybody has to kind of find their niche. And I'm a stock and bonds guy or mutual fund guy. I don't really, I don't like going too esoteric. One of these days, maybe if I get extra money, I'll do, short selling and, something a little bit more exotic. But I don't do options or anything that esoteric. Because sometimes you have to actually keep up with it, and I'm kind of I don't want to spend all my time, watching the stock market. I had a friend of mine who was an older gentleman at the time. He was a retired lawyer, and he made $100,000 a year in retirement because he was a named partner on the law firm, and they paid him $100,000 a year just to keep his name on the masthead or whatever they call it. So on the letterhead. So he literally, his retirement hobby was, he would go meet the other old guys at the McDonald's and drink coffee for a couple hours. Then he'd come back home, turn on the TV, and watch, all the CNBC and all the financial channels. Investing, trading, that sort of thing was just his hobby.
Yeah, my understanding is just so much at a basic level. I just know you go in when it's like $5 or $6 and you try to make some money. Now I had a good week last week. I made about 150 just putting into random stocks, to be fair. So that's good, but I just know you need to diversify it and make sure it's low.
Yep. I put last night's Get Cracked. He calls his show Charting the Course. I put a link in your back chat there. I didn't watch it. I watched the one before that, but if you'll be able to figure, he's done 2 or 3 of these. So he's off and running, and enjoy. You can tell he's got you can tell he's done teaching before. He's got a PhD, and obviously he's done some undergrad teaching, before. He's actually really good at it. And Master Kim, have you ever watched or of Master Kim?
No.
Okay, well he's our other. He's actually in business. He basically, one of his ventures is wholesale. He sells like wholesale gas or petroleum to gas stations. So he's like a I don't know what the technical term is, but he's kind of a heavy duty.
Yeah, that's pretty. Is he in that link you sent?
What, he would have to tell, but the reason I bring him up is he's got a show with his business partner. I think it's at 9:30 Eastern, so it's roughly 2.5 two and a half hours from now. If you're interested, you might want to tune in and see what he's got going on.
Yeah, if you could send the link up, appreciated.
Let's see. It hasn't happened yet, so I'll send you. I think they've already created the show for it. Maybe. Let me see, can I find it? See, that's 12:30. You know what? It's as a matter of fact, it's going to be this show, I think. So you're already. They'll be back. They'll be on this show later.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys for having me. I appreciate the link. We'll go check it out.
Yeah, it's good talking to you. Don't be a stranger.
Bye, buddy.
Take it easy. Oh no, where's everybody gone? Well, I'll just read what's in the chat, I guess. So you've been watching the Get Cracks show, huh? Yep. Well, hey, American man. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Stanley. How are you?
Pretty good.
How's your night been?
You're breaking up a little bit.
I said, how's your night been?
Pretty good. There was a New York Times article about Kamala Harris's father, so I learned about him a little bit. That was my highlight, and then apparently in the Washington Times, there's an article about Elon Musk's trans daughter, I think, basically saying that he's a cruel parent, uncaring. So I made the most of that.
Oh, yeah.
So basically, I've by connection have pretty much asserted that Donald Trump is pro-trans.
You said you've asserted that Donald Trump is pro-trans
Yes.
based on Elon Musk's daughter being trans?
Yeah. And well, Donald Trump basically has a bromance with Elon. So basically, I'm asserting by association that he is pro-trans. And the whole reason I'm making this assertion is I was accused of supporting being pro-trans just because I'm voting for Kamala. So that was my response.
Well,
You have trained 12th man well.
listen, 12th man been here before me.
Well, he was basically, what did I tell him? I told him he was the white American man.
Why do I got to be involved in that?
Oh, he was talking just like you. You have influenced him.
Well, I would have to hear it for myself to believe it.
Well, you know what? He'll be back on tonight. You don't even need to go back and watch the show. Let's see. Stanley, you want to learn about Kamala family? Check Candace Owens' 6-episode breakdown. Really? I'm going to go I'm going to listen to Candace Owens over the New York Times? Not hardly.
Well, you know, I think Candace Owens' gripe, to be honest, I think it started when all those soft guys started coming after Janet Jackson.
Well, apparently Janet Jackson has a beef with Kamala, and I guess a legitimate beef. So,
Well, yeah. I was gonna say it's righteous, Stanley.
yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? I actually don't have a problem with Janet Jackson having a beef. Why would I? Kamala jailed someone that was near and dear, so of course she has a beef. I will when she swings by. If I were a concert goer, I would go see her. I'm still in love with her, like every other black man of a certain age.
Oh, I get it. But yeah, I think that was, I think the problem with that is all this asserting that Kamala's black over other black people. I think that's starting to rub people the wrong way.
What? I'm sorry, what will rub people the wrong way?
All this asserting that like Kamala's black over actual black people. I think that's starting to rub people the wrong way.
Nah, I doubt it. Kamala is black.
I mean, it's too early to have that debate. I don't know. Let's talk about bacon, egg, and
It's
cheese.
never too. And remember, I've been up all night. It's never too early to have the debate. Now, John and I actually talked about this about half an hour ago. There are Caribbeans who do not identify as black. I understand that, but Kamala happens to. So I have no problem with her calling herself black.
Well, many Caribbeans actually don't identify as black.
Right. So I don't have. See, I'm not that wrapped up in race. I don't care if she calls herself black. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of just becoming transracial. If you want to be black, have at it.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if we're gonna pretend like men can be women, then I don't see why we can't do transracial.
Well, I mean, if our goal is to basically like defang racism and produce fewer racists, I think the perfect way to do it is just let you be any race you want to be.
I can't say that I disagree with that. Let people do their thing.
Yeah, it could be fun.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm actually half serious about that. Why not?
Yeah, no, I kind of wasn't joking either. Let's just get on with it so that honestly everyone can shut up. But I think the problem is that Kamala's not black, and there's a lot of cosplaying.
Okay, I understand your.
And I just don't understand why she just can't be Indian. That's the part that's bothering me.
Why not? Why is what? If she went to Howard and she felt comfortable pledging AKA, I think she should be anything she wants to be. She could pass. You know what? She can pass for black. Would you agree with that?
I mean, if she says it, yeah, she can pass.
America. In American history, there have been black people who passed for white. Why can't she pass for black?
Well, I think the way it's being done is kind of diabolical. It's being used as a no, for real. It's being used as a bludgeon politically for black people. And I think that's some of the problem people.
I don't. You know what? Well, what if it is? Except she has been calling herself black for decades.
Well, I don't know about decades.
How much blacker can a woman be? She dated Willie Brown.
Well, stand the man. Here's the thing. I don't know about for decades because we can pretend like it's not valid, but everyone has always ever known her to speak about Indian. and then you know
Okay,
at the snap
no,
of a
no, no.
finger,
Yeah, you know, that's
black.
just that's how, can you address this point though? How much of, I mean, she got her black card stamped by Willie Brown.
I don't know what that means, Stanley.
You don't know who Willie Brown is?
No, no, no. I know who Willie Brown is. I don't know
Okay,
what it
well,
means to
you know
say.
what? She has Willie Brown's stamp of approval. She is black. Willie
I
Brown
mean, if
is a
that,
Willie Brown's a rainmaker.
I mean, if that's the metric, right?
That's the metric.
If penis is the metric, then that's the metric.
Oh, no, no, no. It goes beyond penis. He is a kingmaker.
I mean, if that's the metric, man, I'm not going to argue with your metric, Stanley. If that's what you accept, then that's your thing, man. I'm not here to change your mind.
His ghetto point of view says tons of white people. Now, actually, back in my day, I have to claim old age. You know, I'm kind of out of touch. When I knew of one guy at the University of Georgia who pledged, I think he pledged Kappa, but it wasn't a lot of crossover back when I was in college. So, you know, I have to admit I'm out of touch here. However, tons of white people pledge HBCU frats and sorors each year, Stanley. Doesn't change their lineage? No, it doesn't change their lineage, but race is not necessarily lineage, his ghetto point of view. So lineage has nothing to do with race if you want to separate the two, and it's perfectly okay to separate the two.
Well, Stanley, that's where it starts to get convoluted, right? Because
see, I don't think it does. If you are
hold
truly,
on, Stanley, let me finish. Hold on, right? That's where it starts to get convoluted because we're willing to accept anyone brown as black, and we'll use all these markers. Oh well, AKA and this and that. And then when white people do it, all of a sudden we want to start putting up these dividers. Well, no, we have to be consistent on something.
I personally don't. I think Rachel Dolezal is as black as I am. If we truly want to transcend race, then let's be transracial.
Like I said,
I actually admire someone who is brave enough to defy their lineage and American history and be who they want to be. I don't have a problem with that. As a matter of fact, I think it's inspiring.
Listen, Stanley, I'm with you. I'm kind of half serious about the transracial thing too. I mean, you know, it'll have kinks that got to be worked out, but I'm kind of half serious about it too. I mean, it is what it is. Let's get on with it. Plus, I personally don't really have any interest in the moniker black at this juncture in society.
And to me, it's racist. If you're that worried about what she is racially, that's racism. It's all the questions about what her race is are literally an example of systemic racism.
Well, they brought the questions in, Stanley. That's
Trump indulged in it. Donald Trump literally. Donald Trump literally. No, it's on camera.
Stanley, it was long before Donald Trump.
He's talking about race at his rallies. I don't care if it was before Trump or not.
I know.
Partaking.
You made it highly clear that truth doesn't matter. I know.
He is partaking. Wait, so you're saying there's a racial truth?
No, Stanley. What I'm saying is that this whole Kamala being black came up long before Donald Trump.
It is an example of racism.
It came up long before Donald Trump.
Okay, that doesn't make it any less racist, does it?
Well, I mean, listen, this is something that's been going on for years.
It's been going on for centuries.
For centuries. But
racist Racist behavior and the system of race has been in America for centuries.
But we all of a sudden want to be hyperbolic when Donald Trump says something.
Oh, I
A
don't
lot
want
of
to be
it,
hyperbolic. I'm not being hyperbolic. Donald Trump did it for me.
to be honest, a lot of it is theater from a lot of people.
He literally brought it up in a black journalist, interview.
They brought it up. They brought it up. But I understand, Stanley, you made it perfectly clear that when it comes to Donald Trump, truth be damned.
Well, see, you've halfway agreed that, we need to move beyond this race stuff and worrying about Kamala's race. She needs to be any race that she wants to be, even if it's for political reasons. We need to be transracial.
Well, that's fine, right? That's fine, but don't. Well, and you know what? I'm not going to lay this at the feet of Kamala, right? Right? I'm not going to lay it at the feet of Kamala. The problem
Well, that's
is
mighty white of you.
Right? The problem is, well, no, I'm just in transparency and fairness, right? Because I can't call you Trump deranged and then I be Kamala deranged, right? Like that's not going to work.
Yeah, that's true.
And so, in all fairness, right? Kamala didn't do the "I'm black, you gotta vote for me," right? That society did that for her.
Yeah, it was a white man who said it.
Well, no, it's actually black people.
Wait,
right?
if you don't vote for me, you ain't black?
Oh well, yeah.
Now that was that was racist too.
And he got your vote. You proved your blackness.
Well, I didn't vote for him because I'm black. I voted for him because I liked him better than Trump. And let me make one point to Above the Trees. The Brown that is in Kamala's family was a white man who founded a town in Jamaica. So I don't think Willie Brown's a relative.
I would hope Willie Brown wasn't a relative.
Man, Above the Trees is just killing me in the chat, man. What did I do to you, ma'am?
Listen, Stanley, I'm telling you, this entire Kamala Harris thing being black has kind of created a problem. And again, right, I just don't understand why she can't be Indian. That part to me
because she wants to be
weird.
black. And by the way, Tyrone Sly, she said she's Asian. I've heard her say on camera that she's part Asian and part black. So that's not going to work, sir. You need to listen to the full sentence, not just half of it. So you automatically assume Willie doesn't have any white in him? Oh, come on. Above the Trees. I just said it's a white man who founded a town in Jamaica. The chances of them being related are fairly slim. And most African Americans have white in them. We have European heritage too. So Willie Brown probably has some European heritage.
Stanley.
Just not connected to that Brown.
Stanley, you just spoke the cardinal sin of black, boy.
What's that?
Saying that blacks got European in them, boy. They coming for you.
Well, you know what? I'm simply gonna hand them a 23andMe like voucher, I'll give a $10 coupon for their 23andMe.
But you said you didn't want the pitchforks this morning, Stanley.
Oh, you know what? I was just kidding. I revel in the pitchforks. And Tyrone, you know what? She's done tons of interviews. Maybe we didn't watch the same interview. I don't need to pull up another Kamala interview.
Yeah. Please don't.
Who's in the chat? Mr. Killer, Lasagna Killer, telling me I'm old.
I want to start my day without feeling dumber. It's not play Kamala Harris videos.
Hey, do you happen to know what migging is? What's migging?
I don't know what these young kids made up.
Huh.
I have no clue. I would have to ask my 25-year-old nephew.
Well, you know what? I'm going to text my 18-year-old.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey,
the best way to do it.
Hey, son, what's migging? And most blacks don't mog. What is mog?
I don't know.
What is
Listen,
mog?
if he's not willing to tell you the definition, I mean, it's probably something sketchy.
Play the clip where she says she's Asian and black. Oh my goodness, Tyrone. Why is he got Kamala derangement syndrome? I never thought to use that until you brought it up. So Tyrone, thank American man, he's given me more ammunition.
Have I?
Kamala Asian and black.
You sure ain't no blazing. Not by that skin hanging underneath her chinny chin chin.
I remember it was an interview with Mindy Kaling that she brought up both Kamala and Mindy Kaling.
I don't remember her bringing up both. I do remember.
Well, no, I remember the interview because, and I saw it maybe in the last few months because it struck me, that she brought up both, and it struck me so I could use it for ammunition for conversations like this.
Well,
let's see. Since we are on color this morning, what color is Maya? I have no idea who she is. Do you know who MYA?
Maya the singer. I don't know. Maya's a very fair-skinned woman.
Cute. You know what? Maya is my girlfriend. That's what color she is.
Maya. Oh, did you look her up, Stanley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now she's got some sort of accent over the Y. You know what? I don't know what she is. I'll wait for her to tell me tonight.
Stanley, you gotta chill.
Because I'm gonna ask her. Ooh, and she's 44. She's 44, so she's age appropriate.
Yeah, Stanley. All the young guys had a crush on her when she was doing music.
She's not now? Oh,
no.
She's in DC. I wonder if John knows her. Oh, she's from DC.
Yeah, no.
She's a cutie.
Yeah, dude, Maya's hot.
So, Chris, hopefully she'll tell me tonight. I'm going to invite her over for dinner. Maybe I'll ask her to come up on the show.
Maya no black papi. Me no black papi.
Is she Hispanic?
I don't know. I was just saying that. I don't.
Well, I thank you, Chris. I learned so much on this show, and I damn sure will listen to some of her music.
Yeah, Maya was a big thing back in the day, boy. She was hot. She still is. Oh my God. Go ahead.
Here's a clip. Indian women react to Kamala and Mindy. I tell you what, let's see. No, I'll play the clip later on overnight. I'm not going to do it now because I don't want I don't want to get into it this morning. And I also need to remember this is drive time because Master Kim's going to be on, and I don't want him to be disappointed in me.
This is drive time, huh? Well, I got in trouble for staying up till 5:30 in the morning the other night.
Oh, did you?
Sure did.
It was a week. It was the weekend.
Stanley, my daughters don't care about that.
Oh, I thought it was with your wife.
Oh no, she's fine. It's the kids. Listen, right? Especially my.
Why would they be mad?
Dude, you think I know? Apparently, I'm doing something I ain't supposed to be doing.
Were you loud?
No, they were just like, "Why you staying up?" Blah 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 blah. You know, especially my 13-year-old. Well, sorry. Wow.
You know
My
what?
15-year-old.
Actually, kids do things like that. They'll go. They'll go. I guess they have expectations of their parents or something.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, especially my 15-year-old. She don't play. Like, you know, she thinks she's the boss. You know? And I'll never say out loud that she's not, but I'll say it here. You know what I mean?
You know, his ghetto point of view, I had no clue you had Korean heritage. I don't usually ask people what their heritage are. It usually comes out eventually. You know, there's really no need to, be so forward. Stanley, as long as you acknowledge my South Korean heritage, we good. Well, cool. You've got South Korean heritage. That's awesome. So, what have you got going on? It's Monday. Are you having Monday blues?
No. I don't listen. I am a professional. I hate every day of the week, not just Monday.
Well, I can tell you there were some Mondays when my son was young. I'd actually be looking forward to going to work just to get out of the house.
You answered a question that I always wondered the other night. You answered it because you said you've been raising him alone since he was 7. So your wife died when he was fairly young.
Yeah. He was he had just finished first grade.
Yeah, just finished first grade.
And I can tell you right now, I was scared as a motherfucker.
I'm sure.
Well, the thing is, it is so, well, I actually just wondered if I was up to the task. So, it took me a few months to kind of get my footing, maybe even a few years now that I think about it, but it all turned out right.
Well, I don't even think it's a matter of being up to the task, right? I think it's actually just a matter of like adjusting life because you don't have that other person there that gives you the freedom to maybe work as much or this and that. I think it's more about adjusting life.
Oh, that's exactly what it was. But the added bonus is my sister-in-law, her brother's wife, for some reason or another, they thought that my son was gonna go live with them or something. And I looked at her, I'm like, what? And her response was, Stanley, you don't even know where his bus stop is. And you know what? She was absolutely right. But my response was, you know what? He's 7 years old. He can tell me where the bus stop is.
Well,
all I have to do is ask him.
Well, I'll tell you what's even more disappointing about that. That it wasn't said, hey, Stanley, let me show you where the bus stop is. Let me tell you. No, for real, right? it's just automatically, see, you're a fuck up, aren't you? I mean, I don't know.
Well, you have to understand that my online persona isn't very different than my actual like day-to-day persona. So, she wasn't my biggest fan, because you know what? I'm not shy about telling her what's on my mind. So, in any case, it was in front of her husband, my brother-in-law, and in front of my father-in-law that I basically told her, to butt out. If I need you, I'll call you. So, and they sure as shit didn't say anything because I would have unloaded on them too. She is just like 2 points shy of low IQ. And apparently they knew better and she didn't. So,
Wow. So I'll take given that statement, I take it you and Huddle get along.
no. We haven't talked in years.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I have no need to talk to her.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And her poor husband is like, he doesn't like getting in the middle of it, because he's obligated to defend her inanity.
Right.
And I don't like putting him in that position. So
I get it. Hey, Stanley, I gotta run into the
my
shop.
father-in-law and I get along famously.
Stanley, I gotta run into the shop here. I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
I can talk to Mavid while you're gone. Well, Mavid, Stanley thinks everyone's low IQ but him. Yeah. No, not everyone. Just the ones that are low IQ. And as a matter of fact, I don't even think IQ's that important. I don't ever bring up anybody's IQ until just a minute ago. I very rarely talk about IQ because I think it's fool's gold. Most people don't even understand that it's general intelligence that's either high or low, not, the IQ is just the measurement of general intelligence. White John Galt, come on up, let's talk. Now, let's see. Above the trees, I hope one day you'll come up and fuss at me. I would love to talk to you. Well, let's see. I have no one to bring up to the panel. I guess I should drop the link. How about let's do that. Yeah, if anyone wants to come up, American Man will be back in a few minutes. Or just type in the chat. I can react to any interesting comments. And let's go back to Above the Trees. Let's see. What does she have to say? Okay. Chris, what I meant is that I think Donald Trump is the president we've had in my lifetime. He is the most, like, if a plain old person who was unaccomplished, wasn't very academic, and has a man on the street attitude and demeanor. Donald Trump is more like your average American, at least in intellect, than any other president. We've had probably, I would argue, since either Andrew Johnson and Andrew Jackson are the two presidents that are kind of like, everyday Americans, even though they were rich. Well, actually, Andrew Johnson wasn't rich. He grew up very poor, as a matter of fact. But, most of the other presidents have been very accomplished in life, at least in government. And I'm not one who thinks that, inherited wealth in, becoming more wealthy. You have to work hard to do it. You have to have some talent to do it. But I would argue that someone like, say, George Bush Sr., who was a war veteran, ambassador, head of the CIA, he had a lot more like relevant accomplishments to being president than Donald Trump does. So when I say he is the most American president, he is the most reflective of average American culture, or average, the everyday American man. He's just not. Oh, that's interesting. He's just not as smart as he thinks he should be, which is infinite intelligence. Now, see, you get me, White John Galt. I'm not as smart as I want to be or should be. I just have to work with what I have. It would be awesome to know more. And that is being a lifelong student. You should never stop learning stuff. So you kind of get me. I appreciate that. Stanley, what are some of your areas of expertise? I am a good problem solver. That's basically my only expertise. Thank you for asking, Above the Trees. Lasagna Killer, he's not so much in his fifis as he is trolling young white passing guys who poke at him. He hates that more than anything. I think he pushed you purposely. Purposefully. I like using purposefully. Poke at him. He hates that more than anything. I think he pushed. Hey, BeBrave.
Hey there.
Purposefully. Wait. Are you echoing?
Yes. Hold on. I got this.
I'm glad to see you.
How's that?
Good.
There you go, Stanley.
Yes,
boy,
sir.
I tell you, boy, you pissed me off just a minute ago, not long ago.
Uh-oh.
No, not really. But no, come on, man. When you're talking about the solution to the race problem is to
be transracial.
Yeah, no, that's not the solution.
Well, hold on. Let me address this. What are your hobbies? What do you enjoy? I like cooking, reading, and fishing currently. And apparently I like being on this show. So those are really, and I do other stuff, but those are my three, like, kind of passions. So go ahead, BeBrave.
I think people underrate the value of of having a hobby.
Absolutely, they do.
Yeah, no, this type of hobby. I think people underrate having a hobby that you spoke of as like being on a show, when really it's a matter of like you're in the public eye. Even if you're not making changes, you're in the public eye, adding to the confusion, adding to the not the confusion, adding to the discussion that needs to be taking place among the herd. That's a very valuable hobby. It really is. If you got that much spunk and energy just to jump on and be a part of shows that add to the a discussion of the herd. The herd needs straightened out. It's not the outliers that are screwing everything up. It's the herd. So it's a very valuable hobby. People don't look at it as a hobby, but it's a very valuable hobby to be a person that wants to get in on discussions of life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you're good at it.
Oh, thank you.
So tell me what your solution is.
Well,
now I was half joking, but I'm kind of
all right.
It's a spur of the moment thing, but I might just flesh it out.
Well,
why can't people just be what they want to be?
Well, because for this reason, there's this little thing called, and I'm kind of more sensitive than you to this, Stanley, than you are, because you paid attention in life and did better for yourself in life materially than I did. Okay.
Right.
Now, so what I am is a bottom feeder. I've always said it since the day I've graduated high school. I said, I ain't worried about money. I ain't worried about anything. It's a life. I'm going to have a good time in it. Okay. And I did, and I have, and I still do.
Well, good.
But it's not something where in retirement you're going to go cruising the Caribbean every other week. So, but however, Stanley,
yeah,
in my life, now I've been around white trash all my life, but in my life, because of my earnings and where my lack of desires are, in other words, I'm not saying lack of abilities, but my lack of desires to earn money, I would end up, if I was in a large city, I could easily end up in a black trash neighborhood. You understand me? Because of my income. Do you get that? Can we establish that?
You established it. I don't know one way or the other. I have to take your word for it.
Yeah, not me. Just an individual with low income earnings in a large city could end up in where there's a lot of blacks living, also low income blacks. Okay, as housing projects, whatever. Now, I wonder why I keep freezing. Anyway, is my computer going out?
No, you're fine.
But anyway, so I'm kind of sensitive to this transracial thing, because there's one particular group of people, Stanley, that if you're low income, nobody wants to live around. Stanley, you don't get to wipe that out of. You don't get to take that out of the racial occurrence, out of the racial.
I get
category.
you.
Yeah, you can't do that. Not because it's so intense. It's not this little difference where if you live around low income trash whites, it's about the same thing as when you're living around low income trash blacks. It's not at all.
What I'm basically advocating is rugged individuality. It's transracial is essentially a form of being a rugged individual, rugged individuality, which is an American value.
My position on that matter would be this. Rugged individualism is certainly an American value, and it's what makes the USA great. But Stanley, we should be able to get over racial tensions and get past race. We shouldn't have to joke ourselves by saying, no, we do. We shouldn't have to joke ourselves by saying, well, I'm a black man. Well, I'm a white man. That's not an advancement of our species, Stanley.
Okay, all right.
No, hold on.
You're
Just like
me for being flippant.
No, hold on. Hold on. If you're flipping, fine. I'm just saying there's people that believe what you're believing. And with the transgender, everybody knows that transgender people, I don't care who says what, there's something going on in your noggin. I don't care if you call it right or if any number of people want to call it right.
Well, nobody's saying they're normal.
Well, that's all I'm saying. Thank you for using that word. Thank you, because I should have used that word. Normal, because I'm not, because I don't want to put transgender people as completely dingbat crazy.
Right.
But they're not normal.
Yeah.
If you're going around transracialing, you're not normal. And as a species,
they might agree. Next time Melanie comes on, I'll ask. It's obvious that they're not normal.
What has Melanie said that you would ask her? What is she? Oh, Melanie. Oh, okay. That I was thinking Mela. I'm sorry.
No, no,
Melanie.
no.
Melanie. Okay, okay. It just sunk in who Melanie is. No, that's not that. No, he's not going to give you an answer. It's going to no. So I mean, you can ask that all you want. You think he's going to be honest? Do you think
Come
he's going to
on
be
now.
honest? No, no, no. I am. I'm serious. You think he's going to be? You think he's going to
I
be
think,
honest?
I think that. Well, I'll ask. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask.
It doesn't. You're right. But I'm just saying, since they're not normal, as a species, we can get past this trans thing. I think as a species, we want to hang on to what you call this little world, this little word called reality. That's how
Right.
you advance as a species, okay? Nobody needs to say I'm not black. Nobody needs to say I'm not white. Nobody needs to go transracial. But right now, the racial strife that's occurring, Stanley, is because nobody can live around the low-income blacks. That's the racial problem in this country.
Okay. Well, no, I actually disagree with you.
Oh, hold on, though. Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
I'll finish in a minute.
All right.
Just a minute. Back to my example of me being a bottom feeder. I'm more sensitive than you, Stanley. I would have had to live around them. So you're not going to tell me it's my imagination why I don't want to live around them. I don't want random bullets. I don't want robbing. I don't want to have to work behind glass cases. If I work at a gas station, I don't want a bulletproof shield in front of me. That's why, to me, I'm more sensitive than you because I would have lived there. I would have lived there. It's not my imagination. I hold too much confidence in my thinking to write that off as my imagination, why I don't want to live there, or somebody trying to convince me that I'm a racist, why I don't want to live there. I don't want to live there because of statistics.
Okay. Well,
Now, hold on. Let me say this on a polygraph and I'll wrap it up. Hook me up to a polygraph and tell me I can live around black people where there's just as little crime in the streets as there are around white trash. I'm saying I would rather live around black people. Go ahead, Stanley.
Well,
if it could be done.
I don't think anyone or most people move, if they're able to. So black people don't necessarily want to live in the ghetto. I've never lived in the ghetto. So, I mean, there are black people who don't live in the ghetto.
I know that. That's my point exactly. I'm saying it as a white person. I know damn well why I don't want to live there. Black people don't even want to live there. So since this
But it's not because there are other blacks. It's because
you're right.
Poverty stricken.
You're right. No, it's not poverty. It's violence stricken, Stanley.
Well, you know what?
Violence. Listen, Stanley.
Okay,
Stanley.
Poverty and violence.
No, okay, no. The poverty don't exist. There's no real poverty in them areas. I've been poor all my life. I've never experienced. I mean, I've been low income all my life. I've never experienced anything close to poverty. Nothing. I've always had running water, heat, flush my toilet, housing, no matter where I went. I mean, I've supplied it with, I've never been on the government dole ever in my life. Don't get me wrong. But as a bottom feeder in a large city, I still could have ended up in the bottom of the city's demographics. And I'm saying if black people don't want to live around them, it's not because of poverty or the color.
Black people don't want to live around the violence.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
I would add poverty. I mean, you know what? If you're living in, you've been to New York City. I mean, there's some high rise like ghettos. Okay. Do you want to live in a place that's roach infested? The plumbing sucks, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't care. There's whites that live like that.
There's whites,
Stanley. There's whites that live like that by the millions in this country.
I've lived near Appalachia.
Yeah,
I've been in those shotgun shacks.
Oh yeah, but shotgun shack is still better living than an apartment complex.
Yeah, I've called Appalachia a fresh air, a ghetto with fresh air.
Very good terminology. But hold on, let me finish this. There's millions and millions of whites living in them ghettos. They're not shooting up the streets. That's what the blacks. No, there's not. There's no white people shooting up the streets that live in those ghettos. There are very few of them. What you got, what's going on here, Stanley, is the blacks are going to be held back. Nobody wants to be around them. You're going to be racialized until the bottom, until you get control of your black trash in the same In the same manner that white people have gotten control of
CK,
their white,
hold on one sec.
white people have gotten control of their white trash. That's what blacks need.
Let me respond. You know
That's
what?
how we get past race. Go ahead.
There is a book called Black Like Me. It was written, damn it, I can't remember. The author will come to me. He's a black author. It was written during the Harlem Renaissance, I think. And the transracial thing, you've got to read the book. It is a very short book. And I'm not going to even give away the plot, but it's they didn't have the term transracial back then, but it is about transracialism essentially. And this was written back in like the 1920s, I think.
Transracialism, as in we're getting past the race problem, or people are trying to
No,
call
I mean
themselves something.
transracial as in choose your own race.
Yeah, get the hell out of
If
here.
you want to be like
Yeah.
Rachel Dolezal, if she says she's black, then by golly, she's black.
The human species is in self-preservation is
No,
wired.
if race, now
human species,
are
the
you
human
a racist?
species.
Are you a racist?
Hold on. The human species is wired to hang on to reality for everything it's worth.
Okay, and the
As a survivor.
reality,
Yes.
if you like, the reality is race doesn't exist except in our heads.
No, it exists at the color of your skin, which is connected to culture. That's what it is.
Okay,
Forget
then
the word race.
You're being ahistorical, basically. The origin of race actually was an economic system.
I got you. I understand that. What I'm saying is, even when there was no problem with race 500 years ago, you know, when they first came over here, they made laws. They made laws that
hold on one sec. Hold on.
They made laws
There
for blacks.
has always been discrimination based on skin color.
That's it.
Except race wasn't what the discrimination was.
Correct. I said skin color.
So race is basically, hold on. Race is basically a Western concept.
Yes.
As a social structure.
Yes.
Therefore, it is not real. The reality, the actual reality is we could live without race and be perfectly fine.
I agree. I said
except we would have to find another way to exploit people economically.
Stanley, I said just minutes ago, I said, forget race. It's your skin color that people went 500 years ago. They didn't worry about race, and they got along, and they even got along. They had to make laws to keep white and black apart.
Exactly. Now you're saying we survive on reality?
Yeah.
Well, the reality is it's constructed via law.
Right.
Or was. It's not now, but it was.
Some designation, some naming of things is proper to do given the circumstance. I don't know where race came up. I don't even care. I'm saying if this skin color does this behavior in these areas, I don't want to live around that people with that skin color.
Universal, that's not the book. This book was a work of fiction by George. I have to look it up because I actually own the book. I can't remember the author. This was written back in the 20s. Black Like Me isn't fiction. It's nonfiction. So go ahead. CK, if you could, if you let CKJ, go ahead, CK. You there? Well, he's on mute.
No, Stanley, I'm game to declare and describe all realities. Where'd race come from? How'd we use it? Who brought it into reality? Who made it? I'm not. I didn't ask you the question. I'm stating it as like, you know, I know who did. I don't know who did it, but I'm sure it may have been put in for political reasons and purposes of domination. Okay, whatever. Here's how this goes. I don't care about the word race. I'm saying that if there's a particular group of people behaving a particular sort of way with a particular skin color, you can't get past that with just saying, let's everybody just be the same color as that particular group of people that are tearing up the damn culture. Or vice versa, or male, female gender, whatever. Nobody gets to do that. And if we go to that direction, that's further away from anything called advancement in the human species. And it's such decay that I would say immediately it's such decay that we don't deserve to get past these woes if we're so stupid to run from realities with trans bullshit, whether it's trans race or transgender. The reason right. And transracial.
Hey,
and I'm just saying, let me say this to wrap up my point. Race isn't an imagination when I know damn well there's a group of people in the inner cities that my poor ass might have lived around where I would have moved from at all costs. And it's not my imagination why I wanted to move. It wasn't their skin color, Stanley. It was their behavior. Got it.
Let me, Universal, let me apologize to you. You're right. I'm wrong. The book, I got the book title wrong because it's been a while since I've read it. The book is called Black No More by George Schuyler. And essentially it's about transracialism. It was written, let me see. It was written in, I wanted to say in the 1920s. Apparently it's written in the 1930s. But so anyway, again, I apologize. Wrong book, wrong author.
Well, 1930s makes it even more interesting of a book. Not that I'm going to read the trash, but it makes it more interesting.
It's a satire.
I don't care what it is. I'm not going into anybody's silly, putrid sandbox solutions for life and trans anything.
Come on, it was the 1930s.
That's what I'm saying. I don't care what I'm saying. It was probably, for the times, it was probably written out of desperation. He's wishing.
No. It's a comedy.
Whatever. It was written in the 1930s when the races were not together much at all.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about this.
They were. It was probably down south and very.
No, he lived his.
No, I'm not talking about the author. I'm just saying the author. I'm not talking about the author.
Oh, well, see, I'd rather talk about the author. But anyway,
well, I got you.
Let CK go ahead. What you got to say?
Accent. What's the topic? Like, what's the discussion about?
Well, I was me and American Man were talking Kamala Harris, and basically, why can't she be Indian was what his ghetto point of view asked. And my point is that, you know what? We need to just let people be whatever race they want to be. And, we can finally solve the race issue by just letting people be who they want to be. And I'm half serious.
Well, CK, what?
You know how we can just solve that problem? Just say you're American.
Well, but we can't. We've known this for like 230 some odd years.
Yeah,
I think my solution is relevant. It's topical, timely, and I think Rachel Dolezal is cute.
I'm just saying, if you just say you're American, you don't have to divide and say like, well, I'm black or I'm Indian.
You know what? We have had 230 years to do that, and we haven't yet.
There's a reason for it.
Why is that?
Because you want to keep people divided.
Because we're a racist country?
Nope.
I mean, yeah, that's
because the cultures are so vastly different.
That's true.
The cultures are so vastly different. CK3.
No. See, now you're not facing reality.
I believe it's just American culture.
I know.
Yeah.
Never mind. I've lived around. Never mind. I've lived around white people all my life. To hell with that.
There
be brave. But be
hold
brave.
on, man. Y'all are. Oh my goodness! Be brave. There are so many books you should be reading.
For what?
You know what? They might help you out of
No. I've
out of
taken my
your.
own notes.
They
No,
might help your
I have,
grasp of reality.
I have an extraordinary confidence in my own thinking, Stanley. I don't need to read
You know
other
what?
people's books. I've
I'm
taken good
sure.
notes through life.
I'm sure your confidence is well founded in that in the room you're in. However,
That's what you have to resort to. See what I mean? No, come on, man. Come on. No matter how often I admit I'm a bottom feeder, and this is an 800 square foot home, paid off, mortgage free for the last 6
hey,
years.
you know what? I like your confidence in your opinion. I'd like to share that confidence.
No, I have confidence in my statement that the cultures are different, and what's
And I do
and
not.
what's dragging blacks down.
I
is the
do
black,
not.
is
And
your
I
black,
can
your
literally.
black
Culture.
trash. Your
All I'm
black
saying,
trash.
The
Your
culture.
black
see,
trash.
I
you,
think
Your black
you're
trash.
you're,
is what is
you're talking
destroying the black
fast.
culture.
I'm saying
Oh, you're not
white
letting me
culture,
finish.
white culture and black culture are
Are they
not the only cultures. It's American culture, and then there's subcultures underneath
exactly.
Got
American
it.
culture.
Got it. It's called
Thank you,
subculture.
Stanley.
Exactly.
And look at the subcultures that are not black, how they have their own culture, and still there's no violent street crime where they live.
You know what? That crime is a doozy. You mean violent crime?
I said
Because
violent street crime. I said violent
okay,
street
all
crime.
right, all right. Well, you know what? I think there's a solution, and we are in no hurry to solve it
Well, of
because
course.
it's not a. It is not a. It's an American problem. I think
No,
if
it's not.
I
Not
think if
anymore.
we approach
No,
it as an
no,
American problem,
It's
no.
an
it
American
will be
problem.
solved.
Nope, it's not an American problem. It's a black
Yep,
problem.
it's an
It's
American
an American
problem.
I'm a white man up here stepping into black
Well,
man.
wait, hold it. Are you
Man, it's a goddamn black,
you
it's a goddamn black
doing?
problem.
Wait, did you bring up that you're a white man? Is that some appeal to authority?
No, I'm saying that I've lived around whites
That
all my
sounds
damn
like
life. I've lived around whites all my damn life. I know there's no damn violent street crime where where white trash lives. It's
okay.
very safe
And
communities.
I'm saying that you're doing some weird form of an appeal to authority defense.
Oh, come
So
on.
what? So what if there's no crime in your neighborhood? There
There ain't
is
no
crime. There is crime in America, and it needs to be solved as an American problem.
where
Now,
all whites live. No,
don't
where
be
all
like
whites live.
Robert E. Lee.
No,
Don't be like Robert E. Lee and claim you're fighting for your country
I'm
or your
not.
neighborhood.
I'm not. I
Don't
told you.
be
I told you.
un-American like
I told
Robert
you.
E. Lee.
I told you if you could actually live around blacks, I would rather live around blacks than
Okay,
whites.
that I don't care what you've told me.
Well, I'm not making that up.
I'm actually presenting my reality to you, and
Well,
my reality is that you are defending your own little pied a terre and not thinking. You're not thinking holistically.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
not thinking of your country. You're thinking of your neighborhood.
You know, I'm thinking of my country because right now the
No,
black
you're thinking of your neighborhood where there's
Stanley,
no crime.
Stanley, when you say something, can I respond? I'll make it quick.
Oh, please do.
I'm thinking of my country in that the black trash is the very most scourge taking place in these large cities.
And
That's
my
what's going on.
response to that is I beg to differ. You're thinking of your own crime.
I got stats, baby.
You're thinking of your own. Wait, hold it. Can I talk now?
Okay, I got stats. I'm just saying.
Well, the stats mean nothing. The stats in your neighborhood are low, and you're proud. You don't care about the rest of the country. You care that there's no crime outside your window.
I don't know where you're getting that, Stanley. Why do
I'm
you
listening to
why
you.
why do you think I'm willing to bring up black trash behavior?
Why do you think I'm willing to point out the fallacy of your statement?
Because it's not a fallacy. Everything I'm saying is very provable.
Oh no!
Very easily
Oh
provable.
no! I
Yes,
know it's provable. I agree that it's provable. I'm saying you like proving it.
When somebody says that the answer to racism
I think you
is
get enjoyment out of this.
No, when somebody says the solution to racism is transracial delusions, I'm going, wait a minute. No, the solution to racism is moving forward in reality, and blacks need to take care of their black trash.
Be brave. Your question.
Go ahead.
How does this so-called black trash affect you right now?
Because if they move into my area, I know it's going to be decay.
Answer the question. How does this black trash?
I said if they move into my area,
an easy target.
It's an easy target. Yeah, it's an easy target.
How
it's all
does
my
it affect
imagination.
you?
It doesn't
How does
right
it affect
now.
you right now?
It doesn't right now.
In
But
your
if they
everyday
move
life?
in, if black trash moves in,
what are we
your
talking
area is done. Is it a stat or not? When black trash
Oh
move
no,
in, decay occurs. Is
it's
that
a
a stat or
stat.
not?
It's a stat. It's a provable stat, and I think you're bragging.
But why would black trash move in your area?
I'm hoping they don't. But if they do, I can't
I'm
stop
saying,
it.
why would they? Why would they be
He's
brave?
pro
Why would they?
segregation
Because
too.
my area is still crime free in the streets. This is still a very crime free area where I live. There's no violent street crime.
get that.
None.
But why?
Again.
But why
Again.
would they move in your area, brave?
To get around the safety. That's why blacks move around whites, to be around safe,
So
safe neighborhoods.
black trash is gonna move in your area because they want to be safe.
No,
Is that what
because they get Section 8 housing and they move in like a cancer. Section 8 housing brings them in like a cancer. Housing project. Did you see?
CKJ, that like you're not going to get any logic. This is just EV targeting. Like
American, but you get
there's
what
no
I'm saying, though,
logic
right?
that's going to
You
come
get what
into
I'm saying.
this.
How would they move in?
Yes, yes, but there's no logic.
And let me say back, there's no logic
black
coming
trash wanna be safe,
from American
but they
man
trash.
either. But go ahead.
That makes no sense.
It makes all the sense. I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why the racial thing can't be taken care of. Look at you guys denying black trash destruction of the black
No,
community.
I'm not denying nothing, be brave.
Sure you are.
Sure
you are.
not black
Like
trash.
hell, you're not.
It's
You are
It's
denying.
an American
You're asking me
problem.
why. You're asking me why I want to be around it. I'm
It's
going.
an
Why? What do you
American
mean?
problem.
No, you're asking me why I want to
Hold
worry
on
about it. You're asking me why I worry about it. What do you mean? Why do I worry about it?
I said, how does
what?
it affect you right now? It doesn't affect you.
You're right.
You're
Because
complaining about
I had.
something that doesn't affect
It did. That's why I moved and lost money on my property.
You used to live around blacks?
Where they were moving in. I seen sagging pants, 3 at a time walking up and down the dead end street. I said, I'm out of here.
And why did they move in that area, be brave?
Section 8 housing across. It was a dead end road. There was
who allowed it, be brave?
I don't care who allowed it. At the bottom, I don't care who allowed it. I'll get into that with you too if you want. It's white people that allowed it. I'm saying it doesn't matter.
That's why I say, be brave. It's an American thing.
No,
you keep blaming something on just one set of the people, and it's an American problem. Like that.
Well, you can say that all you want. I notice you don't live around them. I bet you live around whites, fella. That means you're playing the game, huh?
You say I don't live around who?
You don't live around in black trash.
I live around American people, be brave.
I know.
That's so
noble and
patriotic.
Yeah. I don't. I've been thinking this way before I knew CT, fella.
Okay, well, all I have to say.
Okay, be brave. You call yourself a bottom feeder, right?
What's that?
You call yourself a bottom feeder. I heard you say that, right?
Yes.
Why are you a bottom feeder?
Because I chose to be. Because I don't want the stress of being anything other than that.
And that was
I've lived a very stress-free life.
And you made that choice, right?
Yes.
Just like everybody else in America makes a choice.
Got it. So okay, where are we at with
that? So
it's
an American problem.
No, it's not an American problem. You didn't go anywhere with that statement, sir.
I did.
This is another thing. No, blacks speak something and they think they've translated into real. I don't. That's a white thing too. But please, for God's sakes, man. No, I'm not. No, you just said something that went nowhere.
I think
you said it in a profound.
I'm going to declare myself white.
Dang. It's an American problem.
I've got some European heritage.
Dream on while you move around white. Dream on, CK, while you move around. While you maniacally move around white people. Keep saying that.
Well, people keep telling me that they're blacker. I have white people saying they're blacker than me.
And they're nuts.
I think I'm going to start agreeing with them.
You think there are no white people?
I think I'm going to start agreeing with them and declare my whititude. Proudly.
I don't blame you for making this into something silly, because what I came on with was reality.
I'm afraid This one time, be brave. Usually you are on target.
No, I'm on target
I'm
now.
gonna have to call you out on this one.
No, you didn't call me out.
You
You didn't
are
disprove
being
it.
un-American.
You didn't disprove anything I said.
All the stats you quote are 100% correct.
I didn't quote any stats. I said I can show you where to get them.
Okay, I know the stats almost as well as you do. I bet you're better at the stats than me, but by the way. But I want to declare right at the outset that you are 100% right about the stats, the crime stats, etc. I need you to understand that I know you know this stuff. Now, my assessment, however, is that knowing the stats and bragging about them and being proud of your neighborhood, that's great.
It's not my neighborhood, Stanley. It's anywhere I've ever lived around white. Stanley, wherever
let me finish my statement.
I will, but you keep saying neighborhood. Anywhere I've lived around white people, it was safe in the streets.
You are being like a Robert E. Lee. You're being un-American, and you're defending your territory.
White
That's
territory,
all I have to say.
Wherever all whites live, if it's all
that's
white,
that's the reality you're actually
white,
demonstrating.
If it's all whites, there's no violent street crime. If it's all
Hey,
white,
you know what? And I know you're proud of that.
I'm not proud of it. I'm just saying it's what makes it so
well,
I got to live.
Like you're proud
it makes
of
it. No, it may. How many times do I got? You think I'm lying? You think I'm lying when I say
I
I'd
literally just said I believe you, and you're 100%.
No. You think I'm lying?
Then
when I say
wait, hold it. Did
Stanley,
I not say you're 100%
No,
right?
I'm not talking about that stat. I'm saying you think I'm lying when I say I'd rather live around black people than white people.
No, I believe
you. Think I'm lying. All right, then what the hell are you talking about?
I believe
I'm just talking about the reality of each race.
I'm steel manning
if
your
I would
argument.
rather live around blacks than whites, what makes you think that I'm sitting here off into some delusion about white pride?
You don't want to be around the violence, right? You don't want to be around the violence, right, BeBrave?
Right. Because I just think, CK, I think they have a better lighthearted outlook on life. I think even when things go bad for blacks, they're better at not kind of taking it out on people around them.
Do you believe?
Yeah, whites are grumpy people.
Do you believe that blacks are inherently violent?
No, I don't believe blacks are inherently violent.
Okay.
Well, come on. What are you trying to assign to me?
You should find some non-violent blacks to live around.
I can't afford it. The non-violent blacks live in $600,000, $700,000 homes.
You do know that very statement right there, reveals a lot about you. What you're really complaining about is you can't afford to live around blacks.
No, I'm not complaining.
That's literally what you're saying.
I'm not complaining about it.
You can't afford to live around blacks who aren't violent.
Stanley,
okay, this is a BeBrave problem.
No, Stanley,
this is a BeBrave problem, not a black problem.
There's a difference
if you can't afford to live around the blacks who aren't violent, that's a BeBrave problem.
There's a difference between
no, BeBrave. I'm done.
Okay, there's a difference between
you have proven your problem.
It's
that you're poor and can't afford to live around the good blacks.
Hang on.
Only afford to live around the violent blacks.
There's a difference.
This is a BeBrave problem, not an American problem, not a black problem. It's a BeBrave problem.
There's a difference between complaining and stating.
You have given me the solution. I don't actually have anything else to say on the topic.
Then stop talking and let me finish. Then
No. Let CK or American Man. We've done all the talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Now that they know what your problem is, they can help. Maybe they can help.
It's not my problem.
It is. You can't afford to live around. You can't afford to live around me.
I can't afford to live around. I can't afford to live. I can't afford. How much is? That's a good point, Stanley. I can't afford to live around rich whites either. I'm not complaining about it.
You could live next door to me, your buddy, but you can't afford it. That's not.
I don't know.
That's not a black problem.
What are the houses in your neighborhood at?
That's not a black problem.
I didn't call that a black problem. I said the black problem is your black trash.
The blacks need to fix their problem.
somehow they got to get a hold of their black
Okay,
trash
but not all
the
blacks
same
have
way
the
that whites have
problem.
gotten a hold of our white trash. We don't let
No,
them act
dude,
up.
you have just shit on your own argument.
No.
Yeah,
You
you did.
can
You
think
kind
that
of
out of
did.
you're desperate. That's why.
If
Don't worry.
you don't,
Don't
I'm
worry,
not
Stanley.
desperate.
Stanley,
If
I kick
you admit,
Stanley. I kick ass so thoroughly. A
not
lot of
all
people lie about what they're thinking.
it is
A lot
so,
of
it
people
is
distort.
sweet the way I just peeled your onion.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No.
Can you afford to live next to John?
I'm telling you, all I can afford is living next to my white trash. That's where I can afford it.
Okay. What I have gotten from this,
And there's
what
no
I have
violent
gotten
street
from
crime.
this conversation
Mhm.
is that not all blacks are violent, and
Right.
you can't afford to live next door to the blacks that are not violent.
That's true. Very
Okay.
good. Thank
That's
you.
a Be Brave problem, not a black problem.
No, it's the problem is no. I'm telling you, you blacks are being judged because of your black trash.
That could be true.
That's why you don't get the transracial out of it. Your black
But you know
trash,
what?
and there's no need to transracial if
You
your
know
black
what?
if your black trash wasn't
If
acting like
we
animals.
are being judged, if we are being judged on a false premise, that's a white problem, not a
false
black
premise.
problem.
If most of the violent street
If
crime is done
white
by blacks,
people
that's not a false
cannot
premise.
figure out how to judge,
It's not a fault. No, you can't.
no, then you're
They
saying
did.
white people.
They have. They have. White people have. They've said, look, if this if this dominates, if where black trash moves in, it's decay without fail. That's an empirical evidence.
Okay.
We don't want
all I have to say, if white people can't figure out that not all black people are violent, then that's not a black problem.
white people are done figuring out which ones aren't. We're done with
I
it.
don't,
It's like,
you know what?
go
If
away.
white people are done, that's a white problem too.
Yeah, it is. No, it's a black problem too. Because
No, it's not.
No, because blacks when
See,
they move
I don't
around
believe
white,
that
when
bullshit.
blacks claw
I
and
don't
scratch,
believe.
when blacks claw and scratch their way into white neighborhoods like scrounges, that's disgusting. They should be
I
able to live around
I
their
don't
own
think
people.
Oprah Winfrey is clawing shit.
Jesus Christ. Stanley, I'm talking about
All I
people,
have to say,
working day black people claw their way into white neighborhoods out of desperation.
I didn't claw my way into this neighborhood.
I'm just saying it happens though.
I did.
You don't see whites looking for black inner city areas unless it's
you know what? Who gives a fuck?
That's my point. So leave us alone. Go fix your own. Quit talking about
next door to you is not bothering you, is it?
Quit talking about trans.
If I moved next door to you tomorrow, would you have a problem with it?
Because I know you. If I didn't know you, I would worry. Yes.
Well, I might be violent.
I said I don't. If I know you. If I didn't know you, I'd be going great. Just fucking.
You know what? I think. Okay. At least you're nice to me. I think what
civil.
you need to do.
I'm always civil.
You think white live in urban areas?
CK3, you're breaking up, buddy.
I said you don't think whites want to go move in urban areas?
If for gentrification and investment, no, whites don't want to find out where blacks live, like blacks want to find out where whites live and move around them. No, whites don't do that.
Wait, black people? You think black people like white people that much? They just
no. I think they want around in safe neighborhoods. Duh.
No. There are some people like Thomas Sowell types who seek white people, but normal black people who aren't Thomas Sowell, we just like
you had to do it, huh, Stanley?
We're not moving
you had to
we're
do
not
it.
moving in because Whitey's next door.
Anyway, I'd actually like to parse out
We're
this.
not all, sir. We're not all, sir.
I'd actually like to parse out this. Blacks have a lighthearted look on life. I'd like to know what that means.
God is my witness. I've worked around blacks. I didn't live around them, but I've worked around them, and I'm telling you, the blacks that are well reasoned, they have a way to keep in a good, not a happy-go-lucky silly mood. They just have a way not to be grumpy. They have that ability. I think it's a racial cultural thing. They just are not grumpy people. Whites can very easily, even if whites are civil, even if whites are harmless, a lot of them are grumpy, and they make you want to say, man, get your grumpy ass mouth away from me. Take your negative ass away from me. A lot of whites are like that. I've rarely been around a black in the workplace where I had to say, get your negative ass away from me.
They're always showing. Those blacks are always showing teeth and whatnot, right?
You want to talk, black? What's your new name, American? You want to talk, or you want to play insult, and I'll say fuck you? Which one? What do you want?
What the fuck are you talking about, you dumb poor fuck?
There you go.
A question. I said, are they showing teeth? That's what I asked you.
It's a stupid question.
Are they showing teeth?
It's a stupid question.
That's what the fuck I asked you.
And it's a stupid question. It doesn't surprise me coming from you.
The fuck is that a stupid question? I asked, are they always the type of blacks that's showing teeth?
What do you mean by showing teeth? Maybe I don't know the cultural reference.
The type of blacks you like to hang around.
What's that?
I know the type of blacks you like to be around.
What type is it, American man? What type of blacks do I like to be around? You said it. Be a man.
The ones where you get to make stupid comments like, "Oh, you're a good little colored nigger boy." Those are the type of blacks you like to be around.
The blacks that I was around in the workplace always made it clear to me first that they wanted to partake in that. I never did it without assuming or getting permission. American man. I've never ever said anything racially like that without getting permission. I don't do that. I think it can be very damaging to some people. I don't wish to cause anybody any angst over thinking I can just use the word nigga. So you're wrong.
But you come online and do it.
I don't do it. I do it. There's two places I do it. John Galt's and over there. And I won't mention it. That's because they said have fun with it. I have fun with it.
And those are the type of blacks you like to live around.
Yeah, I like to live around John Galt's and chaotic truths. I do. Yeah, I do.
Well, listen, I'm okay with you admitting the truth. I'm cool with that.
I just didn't know what you meant by the showing teeth.
Yeah, I think it is actually kind of like a euphemism that's kind of restricted to the black community. Hey, let me answer this from Mavid. Let's see, somewhere up here. Never in my whole life have I heard a white person say they wanted to move to the hood. And Mavid, my response to that is up until I got into black conservative YouTube, never had I ever heard a black person say they wanted to move to a white neighborhood.
Well, sure, they don't admit it. You dipshit.
Well, you know what? The thing is if that is the response, then Mavid's statement, maybe whites want to move to the hood and they're not saying it.
I'm telling you, if in the hood, the majority of people are fun-loving people. They're not out to do anything to anybody. They're not out to hurt anybody.
Oh, I don't have. I know.
What I'm saying is, if you could take care of the 3% that are tearing the shit out of the black culture, I'm telling you, you would have a lot of whites moving into the hood.
Okay, and my very calm response to that,
not to mention,
you know what? If we are being judged on 3% of the population,
you are. Yes,
that is a white problem.
No, it's not. It's
it
statistical
is
reality, and it's not the 3%.
If they are not bright enough to know that 3% does not make a culture, then
you're right. If that 3% was isolated, you got 70% of blacks that apologize and make excuses for them.
Let me go.
Thank you very much.
Let me go one step farther.
Go ahead.
I don't want to live around white people that's stupid.
Good. I don't blame you. I don't want to live around stupid
I would
white
not.
people either.
People who can't figure out that 3% don't define 97%.
It's the 70%.
I don't need to live around white people that dumb. They probably burn crosses and do weenie roasts.
It's the 70% that apologize and make excuses for the 3% that you don't want to be around.
Whoa! I'm not apologizing for it.
You're among the 30%. Great.
I'm literally saying it's not my problem.
Good for you. You're among the 30%. Rah rah.
It is an American problem. and it
No, it's
needs an
not an American
American
problem.
approach.
No,
Yes, it
no.
is.
It's a
Yes,
black
it
problem.
is.
It's a
Well,
black
I'd like to
problem.
know. I
Anyone
would like to
saying
know.
anyone
Well,
saying it's not an American problem
You
is
don't have
un-American.
well,
you don't
You
have
are
whites
not
living in
a
the
good
ghettos.
American.
well, Stanley, hold on. I would like to know why is it that there's 50% of whites that's apologizing for that 3%, right along with the 70%. Why is that a thing?
Because it's not 50% either, but it's sick because they're sick. American man, they're sick people. But when they come into white neighborhoods, they know better than to bring.
So
Hold
why
it.
don't you
Well,
go?
let me
So
finish.
why don't you go to that
Let me-
50% of whites who's apologizing and tell them that they need to stop apologizing and stop creating these so-called black problems by apologizing? Why? Why is it that you seem to ignore that continuously?
Because they don't own the black race. The black race are in a race of adults. You don't need to look to whitey for your instruction. Do it yourself.
Hold on.
You can't blame white people for black culture.
Now you're trying to conflate things.
No, I'm
I
not.
never said anything about blaming white people. All I said was the 50% of white people that makes complaints for the 3% along with the 70%. Why don't you address them?
Okay,
Right?
I'm answering.
You're trying to address. No, hold on. You're trying to address black people and tell them you need to go take care of your 3%. All right, fair enough. Now, why don't you go address the 50% of whites that make excuses? Right? It's not black people's job to tell 50% of whites don't make excuses.
You're gonna let me answer?
When you let me finish. It's not black people's job to go to 50% of whites. It's your job to go to them and tell them stop making excuses. But you conveniently ignore them constantly and just say, oh, you black people, 70% of you black people. Why don't you go address the 50% of whites that make excuses? Why don't you get up and go ask Robin DiAngelo to stop her stupidity?
Okay, can I answer now? Okay. Because blacks are adults. I don't care. Nobody tells adults what to do. They make up their own minds. Whites don't tell blacks what to do. Blacks follow whites, their idiocy. So I'm saying, blacks, your skin color is the same as that 3%. You have a lot more to lose than that white skin colored, blue-haired liberal. You have a lot more to lose if you don't say something to your 3%, because it's your children that are getting hit by random bullets, and your children that are getting out of graduations.
That's not true either.
If everything I say is not true,
Okay, you're off on the numbers. If it's 3% of the population, all our kids, the 97% has to worry about it.
Stanley, hold on, right? Hold on.
You're breaking up, American man. You're breaking up.
Still not addressing. Just because you say I'm not addressing it doesn't mean I didn't. I addressed it. I addressed it perfectly. The whites don't
telling
own
us
you.
to address the black people, which is fine. Which is fine.
They're
but
the ones
why
killing.
are you not addressing the white people?
Because the white people aren't killing. The blacks are. That's your problem. That's your number one step. Stop the bullets from flying so people can live around you. And them blue-haired liberals aren't shooting bullets.
Bullshit. Okay, you keep flipping back and forth. Okay, 3% does not make a whole population.
I know it. That's the
okay. Then why do you keep generalizing
because
like
it's
this?
the 70% that apologize and makes excuses for them. That
Okay,
also
no, that's not true either. And what are the consequences if the 70% keep defending them in your scenario? What is it? What are the consequences?
The consequences are just that people get more and more sick, or get more and more sick of black people.
Okay, and what is the ultimate once they get over sick or they get tired of it, what's going to happen?
Oh, nothing. Whites are going to go off into the
sunset. I didn't think so.
Nothing. So whites are going to go off into the sunset quietly. They're not. No.
People, well, hopefully they go with Elon Musk to Mars.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
The good ones can stay.
If the whites go off quietly, and that 50% of whites ain't constantly talking shit to black people that's agreeing with the stupidness, that would work for everyone.
Yeah, it would. That's why I say
That would work for
maybe
everyone. Go off quietly.
it's whites'
That would
time.
work
Maybe
for everyone.
I've always said maybe whites are supposed to go extinct. It may be the historical epic. It might be.
Well,
See what
I
we
never
got.
said anything about extinct.
I didn't say that.
I never
said
said anything
I'm
about
saying
go
it.
extinct.
I said not extinct, but just powerless, absolutely powerless, worthless, and low in numbers.
Hey,
That's what I
is
said.
Mavid
No,
is Mavid G a neighbor of yours?
No, why?
Because he says blacks here say what Brave's saying, then Brave says it, and those exact blacks flip out. I don't know who the hell he's talking about. I don't say what Brave says.
He's not talking about you. He's saying there's a lot of
know,
blacks.
that's
that say what I'm
one.
saying. There are a lot of blacks that say what I'm saying is what he's talking about.
Gotcha. And two
And
above
the reason
Yeah,
a white man can't
I
get
just
it,
don't.
and a reason a white man can't say it is because not enough whites will say it. The punk ass pussies won't say it. Because it's what they're thinking, but they won't say it.
My gripe is the 50% of white liberals. That's my gripe.
Well, I agree. They're a problem.
and above the tree.
I think that they're dangerous because they show their hatred and.
So I agree. They're a problem. But the point is you see, I give blacks credit for being adults. You don't have to listen to them white idiots, but they are. I'm blaming the people that are listening to those idiots and then making excuses for violent gun shooting behavior.
I don't think black people listen to white liberals that much, do they?
I'm thinking that they're just naturally pissed off, so it's easy. American man seems to think they're taking script from the whites. I guess he's implying. I'm saying I give blacks more credit than that. I'm blaming them for what they're doing. To hell with Whitey. Whitey ain't shooting up the streets, no matter where you add it up, no matter how you add it up.
Well, I really need to, re-emphasize that 3% of the population is not the population.
I know it. It's the 70% that apologize for them, that people don't want to be around.
I don't think
you don't see whites
70% of whites.
You don't know 70% of the black community apologizes for the 3% of the black psychopaths. You don't see whites apologizing and saying it's because the whites are poor because he's a mass shooter. We want him dead. We just want the son of a bitch dead.
But I do hear. But hold on, no, hold on, Stanley, hold on, Stanley. But I do hear whites apologizing for the young black shooter, and they're saying stupid things like it's white supremacy. I do hear that. When are you going to address that population?
They're not the problem. You got a black adults that are defending their black skinned brethren,
and you have white liberals defending the black degenerate. And saying, it's okay. It's because of white supremacy. It's because I'm supreme to you. That's why you're like that.
If you're assigning that much power to white liberals, that's your problem, America.
Well, I don't know. Be brave.
Is that really assigning power, or is that just pointing out something obvious?
It's not obvious. I give blacks credit for being adults myself. When they're grown,
I hear a lot of people blaming like identity politics and all that. There are a lot of people who are blaming white liberals as a problem, or identifying white liberals as a problem.
Yes, not the problem.
Identity politics problem, etc. Be brave. What do you?
No, I think they're nuts. I think that's why I said I think they're dragging down the white race. They may be the fall of the white race. I'm not denying that.
So, thus, they are a problem.
Yes.
You literally just said they weren't a problem.
No, I said that blacks don't have a right to blame them. Blacks are adults. You can't blame Whitey for your thinking. My God. That's what I said. And I don't let them blame whites for their thinking. You're an adult. You just seen that kid shoot up his neighborhood. How dare you make excuses for a kid that just shot 2 people and wounded 4 others?
Well, again, right? It's not blaming Whitey. It's just pointing something out. When you have a whole bunch of white people, when you have 50% of white people that does this stupid virtue signaling thing, right? Mm-hmm. When when they just need to stay out of blacks' business, to be honest. That's what they need to do. Stay out of blacks' business and allow because right here's the problem. Now I'm gonna get into the real of it, right? You got too many blacks that listen to white liberals when white liberals tell them that they should not address this so-called 3%. That this 3% is the problem, that this 3% is this way because of white supremacy. Well, how about the white liberals just stay out of it? Concern themselves with their criminal elements of whites, and that's it. That's all. End it right there.
Wait, who's saying that the violence is because of white supremacy?
I agree. The white, blue-haired liberals, Stanley, listen to the man.
No, I think both of y'all are wrong on that account.
I didn't say that.
I'm going to
I
get a
don't
coffee,
care
Stanley.
about
I'll be
white,
right
blue-haired.
back.
I don't care about white, blue-haired liberals. American man's bringing them up. I'm saying no. I give blacks credit for having their own mind.
I mean, who specifically American man is listening to white liberals in the black community?
It's a popular meme. White liberals are the problem with black communities. What they blame a lot of black community on white liberals. You've never heard that before.
I've heard it. I've never seen an example. Well, hold on. I've never seen an example. Therefore, I'm asking American man.
I've never seen it either. I just know blue-haired liberals are weird, and I wouldn't put it past them for saying the stuff that American man says they're saying. It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, he might be the only black man listening to him.
No, he's not listening to him. He's pointing out that they're a problem, and they are.
Well, no. He just said that black people are listening to them.
Right. He said, but he didn't say it as if it's anything that's positive or anything. He's saying that.
No. I'm saying I've never heard of any black person taking them seriously.
No. I don't know if they are, Stanley. I don't either. I would go along with American man's point of view on that. I think a lot of blacks listen to whites. I don't care. I don't. Okay, I'm just saying I'm agreeing with American man. Okay, what you think? Let me finish. I'm just saying I don't care. Unlike American man, I do this thing. You're an adult. Stop listening to anybody.
I mean, it's fine.
Look at what's in front of you.
Bring up an example.
What?
I mean, I doubt the veracity of that statement.
No, you could. You may be right. I don't.
No, I mean, American man statement.
I said that. Yeah, I don't doubt the veracity. I've heard too much of white liberals the way I have heard them talk. I don't pay attention to them, but you do hear them. You do hear them talking like poor little black puppy dog. That's how they talk.
Well, I have a friend of mine who lives out in San Francisco who says just that. However, California has like a 5% black population. They have no choice but to listen. Back out in the real America, I don't know of too many people in Georgia, for instance, listening to what white people are saying.
Back to the issue. There's reality is how we get past problems within the race. Reality.
Well, I doubt your grasp on reality, quite frankly.
Okay, but I'm okay. So then my grasp is wrong, but I'm saying reality. We don't need trans anything. Trans nothing. That's not reality.
I kind of like the idea.
I know you do because it's an easy way out. I'm saying if we don't.
Well, it is an easy way out. Now solutions.
But it's not logical.
Always have to be like you clawing.
No. If the solution gets you to where you're further subdued by the powers that be, that's not a good solution.
Well, see now what
trans does is it takes away humans' ability to govern themselves.
Well, see, I don't.
In other words, the power structure gets to tell you what to think. In case that's
right, and I don't have your degree of belief in power structures like that.
I know.
So maybe that's where we're different.
I know you still think Kamala has power and she's making policies out of
I don't think Kamala has power. I just know I'd rather her pretend to have power than Trump.
Well, at least you're saying pretend.
Well, I did it just to appease you. I didn't want to. I didn't want you to yell.
Thank you so much. No, do you think she's creating policies out of her own noggin?
I don't think Trump is creating policies.
I don't either. I said they're both pieces of shit puppets.
Right. I mean, to a certain extent, presidents are figureheads because
There you go. Now you get it.
well, no, but I knew that before.
Well, then what else? That's why I don't understand where you are
Well,
disagreeing with
see,
me.
I don't think it's on a world scale.
Okay, forget it. If it's then do it country by country. If the president's a figurehead, that means he's taking orders from somebody, Stanley.
Well, I don't know that he's taking orders from a somebody. I think he's taking orders from several somebodies.
So do I. There's about probably 300
But
of them.
that part I can grasp. I just don't think the world government thing is real.
I don't care. Look at what's going on in the world. How smooth the world runs.
Well, I don't think it runs smooth.
Oh yes, it does.
I think I think there's some Hezbollah fighters.
I didn't say that. I didn't say they don't create skirmishes for purposes of strategic strategy intent.
You did say smooth.
It is, because in all relativity, the world is running very smooth, considering how complex it is. Look at the shipping, look at the refining processes, look at the mining operations, look at the operations where they process raw minerals. It's all running like clockwork, Stanley. The world over. Look at where they make semiconductors and chips, the new oil semiconductors. Look where they make them. It's all running like a smooth oil machine, Stanley.
You know what? I was in the Navy. Mm-hmm. And when you see that ship, sailing, smoothly and firing rockets and all that, it looks smooth from the outside looking in. There's a lot of things, a lot of problems that need to be ironed out to get that missile fired smoothly. So it's not as smooth as it looks from the outside.
I didn't say it was. I said it's smooth. It's running smooth. We're the beneficiaries. We live like God here.
I say that it looks like it.
It can't. Okay, looks are deceiving. You're correct, but you can only have so much chaos and hide it. That means the chaos that you are speaking of doesn't exist, and the smoothness that I'm speaking of does exist. You can't hide chaos.
I think it's the opposite. I'm the opposite. A lot of work to get that missile fired.
Yeah, I know. I didn't say there wasn't a lot of work. I was impressed by the cooperation to get it fired, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
there's a cooperation to this world system, and it's over. It is impressive to the point to when there's nothing else to say but a one world governing
body. What you're saying is
it.
Impressive. I'm going to substitute the word lulled. You are lulled into thinking it's smooth.
I didn't say that there weren't rough spots. I didn't say that. I said that for the most part, it's running smooth. Look how we live like that.
You are lulled into, for the most part, it's running smooth.
No, it's running smooth.
Someone put a little.
You can't hide chaos. You can't hide chaos. You can't hide chaos. You can't hide chaos.
I think
you can't hide chaos. You can't hide chaos. You cannot hide chaos. If you're going to interrupt me, you cannot hide chaos, Stanley. This world does not operate chaotically.
If you are smart enough and your audience is dumb enough, you can hide chaos.
No, you can't.
You can call chaos. No. You can call chaos smooth, and people will believe.
Well, sure, if your audience is completely, IQ of 50. I'm pretty sure that you've got a lot of very high IQ people thinking this is all pretty smooth, all things considered. This is smooth, all things considered.
All I'm saying is I'm thinking some people are calling chaos smooth, and there's some folks buying off on that.
You can do all you want, but I'm saying that there's chaos, and you can point it out, but you can't hide.
And I'm saying be brave is lulled to sleep.
Well, you can call it that if you need to get comfort, but
I think you're the comfortable one.
No, I am. I don't worry about things. I just point out realities for the entertainment purposes.
I think they're handing you a pair of furry bunny slippers and a cup of tea.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. Go ahead and belittle me. I don't blame you.
I'm just teasing you. I'm not belittling you.
No, you're belittling me because I wouldn't tease you like that. I wouldn't tease you like that. Not on and on. And
all right. On. Well, you know what? I mean it with fondness and respect. I don't mean to I don't mean
And
to offend.
you're not offending me.
Okay.
Don't give yourself that much credit. To me, I feel sorry for you. When you do this, Stanley, I feel sorry for you because you're too smart for this. I do. You're not offending me. I'm a man of pity. I give pity where it's duly needed.
Well, I appreciate it.
You do.
I like this comment here. Grumpy old man story hour is back.
Grumpy old. Well, bring your ass up here, black man, and see what comes out of your mouth. That's what kills me. People criticize. Yeah, people criticize shit. Yeah, people criticize shit, and yet you won't. It's like somebody criticizing Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson can't box. Mike Tyson can't box. Okay, get up in the ring and show him how to do it.
Black Manta is just teasing. He's got a good sense of humor.
I don't care. I'm just saying, get the hell up. I've never seen Black Manta up here. Has he ever been up here?
Not that I know
He's
of.
He's a chat worm. I call him chat worm. You wormy ass bastard. Get the hell up and speak your mind.
Well, you know that grumpy might be truer than you know, Black Manta.
Well, the point is my grumpiness, no matter where I'm at, people are laughing and smiling.
Hey, I'm enjoying it.
I know it. That's what I'm saying. So be careful with the grumpy. If I can bring out smiles and laughter and goodwill,
talking about me.
No matter where I go. No, it ain't. No, he said old white man, didn't he? Old white man.
No, he did not.
Oh,
he said grumpy old man story hour is back.
Okay, who's giving the stories? I've heard him say that about me before. Hey, if he didn't say about me and he's including both of us, I'm sorry, Black Manta.
No, I think he thinks I'm grumpy and old too.
I think
compared to him.
Well, then I didn't mean to take it.
He's teased me like this before. I think he's being inclusive.
Well, I think he needs to get the hell up here and run his damn mouth and let's hear what he's got to say about life.
Come share the grump.
Yeah, get up here. Get it off your chest. No, I'm just saying that it's reality. If we don't hang on to reality, we're nothing as a species, and I don't think we will. I think, Stanley, yours will come way truer than mine. I don't think the blacks will ever confront their psychopaths, and I think people will trans out of insanity. I think that's how crazy we're going.
Speaking of reality, though, I mean, you're familiar with parallax. You know that everybody's reality can be a little bit different.
Yes, providing it's within reasonable boundaries. You don't get to go clear out of here and go, oh, but that's my reality. Yeah, no. Like a murderer says, well, my reality says I have a right to murder people. Yeah, well, no, we're not buying that one, bub.
Well, so, Marcus Clay says, the ones that sound the craziest tend to be correct. So I'll give BeBrave credit.
That's true. As many a people before Marcus have said the exact same thing. They said first people think you're crazy, then they say okay, and then that next thing you know, it's all true. And I've always been 10 years ahead of the curve. Always.
My response to Marcus Clay is that's an old wives' tale.
No, it ain't. You know how many people sounded crazy in the beginning?
Well, you're comparing yourself to like.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm saying there are people that sounded crazy in the beginning. There are people that sounded
beginning
crazy.
Of what?
In the beginning, with their statement, their initial observation, they sound crazy. Throughout history, there's been people that sound crazy and have people think of them as crazy. It has nothing to do with me.
I would frame it a little bit differently.
Okay, good.
There are people.
I'm just going along with Marcus.
There are people who thought these men were crazy. They were the sane ones. The crazy ones were the ones who thought they were crazy.
No, there's people that thinking that a man's initial observations are crazy.
Right, and those people are the crazy ones.
That's why I said they're the ones that I said the initial observation, meaning probably as it goes on, the observation is correct.
Right, and the people who call the correct observation people crazy are actually the crazy ones.
Right. That's what Marcus was saying. He's saying, why do people think somebody's crazy when they're speaking the truth? Because people don't like the truth, so they would rather sign crazy.
He doesn't think you're crazy, therefore he isn't crazy.
I didn't say he thought I was crazy. I said
he literally said the craziest.
He said right. Craziest means craziest things. He said they say the craziest things. That means that what they're saying is crazy, not that they are crazy.
Now, who's going to be Walter Matthau in this grumpy old man story hour? I think Be Brave is Walter.
I want clarification with this guy. You talking about me, or you talking about the two of us? Black Manta. Oh, you brought that up again. He didn't say that. You brought that up again.
I like grumpy. You want the original?
No, I want Black Manta to say who, if he's talking about the two
Oh,
of
wait,
us or
hold
one
it.
of us.
Okay, Black Manta, Be Brave wants to know if he's crazy or not.
Stanley, see, that's what I was
just kidding.
No, I don't care. I don't care. I wouldn't do that to you. I ain't going to completely distort what another motherfucking man says. I want to know what he. No, I want to think.
Here's the answer.
Both. Thank you. That's all I asked, Stanley. I didn't ask him if he thought I was crazy.
Now it's. Oh, damn.
Well, we're buddies. We're across. You think across the fence yard in the backyard, I wouldn't call you a fucking bastard if you had it coming?
I don't think you would.
Oh,
I'd hose you down.
Well, whatever. I'd call you the name and then take off running. How's that? But God damn it, I'd call you a son of a bitch if you had it coming.
You wouldn't be calling me that if I'm holding my hose nozzle.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'd trust me. Across the backyard, I'm me. This is what you get. And I would apologize for it. And if it came to a fight, I would say we can't fight.
It would never come to a fight.
I know that. That's why I wouldn't call it to somebody unless I know that they're going to be okay with it. I'm not going to call it to somebody that would fight. People ask me, Stanley, they say, you wouldn't say nigga in front of a black man. I'd say, you're right. Golly gee willikers. Why would I? I don't know him from Adam.
Do you think I'm crazy?
Yeah. I'm saying crazy things, but I'm not crazy. No, I just, you just don't, you don't push buttons where they don't need to be pushed. But where there's a gentlemanly agreement on buttons allowed to be pushed, that's where you push them.
Well, you know what? I think this is the funniest comment of the day.
What is it?
Stanley is just trying to run Be Brave crazy to the point of death to lower the white population and fulfill the elite's wish. Wow.
I don't think the elites want to get rid of whites, but they're knocking the shit out of our culture. They are. They're making a mockery of our culture. Everything to do with it. Everything to do with it. So I mean,
they definitely want depopulation.
Well, yeah, about all people.
Well, why would we
but they got to keep a certain amount of white people around for administrative.
Hold on now. I think white people are doing it themselves with this low birth rate.
Yes, they are. You're right. I said
now
we're buying it. I said we're killing ourselves.
Controlling that now.
No, they're not. They're just setting things in motion for idiot whites to glom onto. You're right. I'm not giving whites any credit for having.
Well, don't worry. There are enough black males. There are enough mixed race couples to maybe we can offset.
Whitey's on his way out. They're keeping Whitey around for administrative purposes.
You know what? I don't see Whitey getting any. They're going to stay 60% of the population.
I could see him going
the American population.
I could see him going down to 40 within a couple of decades.
The elites trying to mix it all up, have a bunch of mixed race people, no more purity.
Yeah. So.
Well, what's so great about purity?
I'm okay with purity. I have no problem with it.
I'll take my mutt any day.
Oh, hold on, Stanley. I'm not calling anyone a mutt. I don't like those terms.
I use the word. I'm thinking I was going to bring up, the pure breed AKC dog, with inbred health problems, that sort of thing.
Yeah, look, I don't have no issue with purity. Purity is fine with me. If whites want to stay within whites, let them be pure.
I think the AKC purebred example is salient.
Which house is it? Oh, yeah, there's this one right here.
You know what? I would rather have a mutt than spend, $1,000 on a dog with, hip dysplasia. A purebred, I mean. Hey, Antoine.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Pretty good.
Real quick, Stanley, I'm gonna jump out of here. This contractor's here waiting on me, so
all right.
Chat with him. I'll talk to you guys later. All right.
What's going on, Antoine?
Hey, I was just coming in and listen to see what y'all was talking about first and see if I can get some input. That's all.
Well, all I can say is you should be glad you missed this.
He didn't. How much of it did you catch, Antoine? Do you get the initial gist of what the what was said? He said
I'm saying I support transracials. People should be whatever race they want to be.
And I said, Antoine, that at any time, and you said that as something that would help society. I'm saying there's nothing that helps society if it's not based in reality. It's all negative if it's not based in reality. Transracialism, transgender, it's not reality. That means it's going to turn out to be negative.
I might have to agree with
Pro Shop hat?
What was that again?
Is that a Bass Pro Shops hat? All right.
Yes, you know I'm from the South like you, Stanley.
Yeah, yeah.
You know I like fishing and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like fishing. I usually agree with Stanley, but I gotta agree with you, BeBrave, this time.
Oh, damn it.
Because I'm deep in the church. You know, I was raised in the church and all that. So, you know, the principles of the church that, you know, man, woman. So I don't agree with that, with the trans and all that.
No. Transracial.
He's saying he's including transracial, or are you not, Antoine?
Trans.
No, I mean, you know, like Rachel Dolezal wants to be black. Well, let her be black. I don't have a problem with her I don't have a problem if a black man wants to be white, or if a white woman wants to be a black woman. I don't have a problem with that. Let me state my position. Who they want to be.
Okay, Antoine didn't get that part of it. Let me state my position on that part of it. I'm saying anything is not reality. That's what I'm saying, Antoine. Transracial is not reality. You can't sit there as a society and move forward with people pretending there's something they're not. That's not a healthy society. Whether it's transracial or transsexual or trans anything. Trans means you're confused.
Okay, I split that down the middle. So it's crazy. I kind of agree with both of y'all.
You can't. We're too far apart. We're too far apart, buddy. We're too far apart. I think what you're agreeing with, Antoine, is that we're not going to stop the race mixing, and we're not. But I'm saying for a man, for a black man to say, or a white man to say he's black, or a black man to say he's white, is a sign of insanity.
No, I'm afraid it is the most sane thing I've thought of in a while.
Well, go ahead, Antoine. We're real far apart. Which one, Antoine? Are they sane when a black man says he's white? Do you take him serious, Antoine?
Okay, when you put it like that, okay, yeah. When you put it like that, no, I don't believe when when you put it like that.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I think
that's what I do as a grumpy old man. I break it down. I've had young men tell me all my life they've never heard an old man break things down the way I do. That's what I do.
Look at Mr. Confident here.
Well, I'm just saying that's what I do.
All I'm saying is that if Rachel Dolezal wants to be black, who's it hurting?
Look, I'm saying I'm not stopping her from it. What I'm saying it's hurting is the collective. It's like making us all accept an insane person.
All of a sudden you're a collectivist?
I've always been.
Oh, that's right.
I've always been a collectivist.
I'm used to dealing with these MAGA fools.
No. I've always been a collectivist. I love entrepreneurial spirit, and I love rugged individualism. But no, I'm a collectivist because that's what we all are. We're born that. Nobody gets around that. I think
you know what? Here is who we transracialists have to battle. This fool thinks race is biological. It's phenotypical. That's about it's skin deep is basically what race is.
The biological process creates your fucking skin. The physiological biological process.
You know what? But it is called black, and it's not even black. We can't even get our racism right.
You're correct.
So if I want to be white, you know what? They're not getting my skin color right
He
anyway.
didn't say anything about black. He said fucking biology. He said fucking biology.
They're not getting it right anyway. I'm just gonna be who I want to be.
I tell people that no matter how sick they are, just as if my own son was gay, I would say, son, I don't know what happened. I don't know how you turn your back on the beauty of a fucking woman on her hands and knees with all that beauty looking you in the face. I don't know. But if
But
you come, I'm saying I would tell him, if you come in my house and you act like a woman, you'll never come in my house again.
Would you say the same thing if your son told you he was black?
No, because
you wouldn't let your black son in your house.
No, I said I would, because that's an illness that I can deal with. The homosexuality thing, a man acting like a woman, I don't want that. I don't want to be around that. If a man's sick enough to think, if a white man is sick enough to think he's black, I'll help him out there and he can live in my house while I'm helping him. A gay man, if you're acting like a woman, I'm not helping you out. If you're my son and you're acting feminine and like a woman or any trace of gay, you're gone. Just go figure it out. I love you. I wish the best for you, but you can't be in my house. This is my sanctuary. We're not going to pull the world into my sanctuary. This is the place where I can call my shots.
So if I say I'm white, am I mentally ill?
I'd say you got something going on up in that noggin you need therapy for.
I would say what's going on up in my noggin is a good idea.
Well, I don't blame you for wanting to be right. I mean, I can't blame you for that. My God, considering white privilege that whites deny.
Hey, you know what? You know what? All I have to say is if I call myself white, I expect the privilege.
You're not going to get it.
I bet you.
there's this hardcore reality, Stanley. Whites know other whites by this one little physical characteristic. We're white.
All I have to say is I think you should not limit yourself to, what people. You're not white, so we're not getting your color right either.
I don't care. I'm going by what.
Well, see, I do care. You ought to leave these problems.
You can try to empty the ocean. You can try to empty the ocean with a cup all you want. I'm going by what it is.
Leave these problems to the people who care about solving them. BeBrave.
No. Well, I do. No, you can't,
because you said you don't care. You said you don't care. I'm going to hold you to that.
I don't care, but I'm not going to sit here and listen to people that are insane without saying you need help.
I do care, and I think transracial is the solution.
I think race mixing is helping. I do agree with that, but that's not.
Hey, you don't have to mix race. I can be.
No, I got you. I made it, Stanley. I made it clear. Quit responding like I'm being obscure. I said if mixed racing is a good thing. Mad. No, I'm not mad. I'm saying mixed. I'm just assertive, man. I'm saying if mixed race. I'm saying mixed race is as part of the solution. That's not transracial.
I personally think
if you got a black white father or a white black mother, that's not transracial. That's mixed race.
I married a white woman, and you know what? I should have told her I was white. Damn it! It wouldn't be a mixed marriage if I said I was white.
Somebody's calling me a pink supremacist. Yeah, I'm old and pink, but I'll tell you what. When I was young, I'll bet you I got prettier women than you did, buddy.
Who, me?
No, the idiot calling me a pink supremacist.
Oh, he's just teasing.
I don't care. I'm not on those terms. I don't haul up and call somebody a pink supremacist.
Well, you know what? We're going to have to call you Grumpy again.
I'd rather be called Grumpy than that. No, look, you can call me a pink supremacist. Most of the time it does. I don't say anything, but it's like I'm old. And it's a.
Oh, you're not that old.
I'm 70 years old. You can be pink when you're 70 and on your way out. You can be a lot of raggedy teeth. Still work, You can
He's going to stick that Doberman on you. You better look at that picture and look at it hard. That Doberman looks like. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's not a Doberman.
Goofy, and I highly doubt it.
That's a pit bull.
It's a joke, Goofy, and I highly doubt it. Synthetic Future Entertainment. Get up here, you chicken shit bitch.
Ooh,
get up here and say something.
Man. Oh.
Did I mince words there? Did I mince words?
That sounds like Pink and Supreme.
I don't care. I'm calling him a goddamn idiot.
I bet you're Crimson and Supreme now. You get a little color in them cheeks.
Goddamn right. goddamn right. No, but no, I know that's what people go on. They go on my 800 square foot home. I'm poor and dumb, like American Man said. I'm poor and dumb. Would you say dumb?
American Man
poor
thinks everybody's poor and dumb.
Nah, I don't. I get the. You can call me poor. I am. Well, I'm not poor. I'm bottom feeding, but I'm not dumb. That I take offense to. I don't call American Man dumb.
I would.
I don't call anybody dumb.
And it's even better when I do it to his face. Or
if I
while
call
he's on
somebody
the
that, I use the word low IQ.
I'm not.
I get real.
I don't believe in IQ like that.
Yeah, well, you don't need to. It's a fact too. I know there's a lot of things.
No, you know what? It's a fact.
I understand. I understand. It's not the end all, Stanley. Don't give me your spew.
Well, it's a fact that general intelligence is what it measures.
And I got you. I'm a living tale of that. You think I've got a few extra IQ points. I don't have that many. Do you realize how easy my life's been because of my general intelligence? Do you realize I've lived like a god and got beautiful women all my life because of my general intelligence?
Oh, you know what? Intelligence is sexy. Granddad?
No shit. Gee, that never occurred to me. It never occurred to me when I had a little girl giggling that the next move was mine. Yeah, go ahead. But anyway, so it's just a matter of when I came up, it was like trans anything is not the solution. It's not.
Oh, this is funny.
But I do think that whites are on their way out, and we're in big trouble because of that. I think when the whites are completely finished as far as their culture is concerned, you're going to see a third world America.
White culture.
You'll see a third world USA closer to what is a third world USA.
I think in that scenario, America will be better off
with whites being disempowered.
With whites assimilated. We'll just call it assimilated.
Yeah, let's say they're not going to assimilate. You can't assimilate into trash. Right now, the black American,
you know what?
The black American culture is nothing.
We all think we're white.
The black American culture is trash. You can't assimilate into trash.
I think that everyone who wants to be white, declaring themselves white, will solve that whites are going away problem. Eventually, we'll all be white.
And all of us white people will want you declaring whites to move in.
You won't be able to tell the difference because everybody's going to call themselves white.
It doesn't matter. I got eyes, unless I'm blind. You know, I guess if I lose my sight in my old age, I won't. But if I'm seeing it, I'm going, yeah, I don't think you're white there, bub.
You know what? And that is a very sad thing and not good for America.
What? Because I don't buy transracial bullshit.
I think that's the solution. You'll see it. You think on it a little bit.
No. I said I said mixed race is part of the solution, not trans. No, you're not leaving me out of that. I'm saying mixed racing is going to help things out.
Okay.
It will help things out. Yes, mixed
race.
It
wouldn't help. Like, you do know that there's been race mixing all throughout American history, and it hasn't helped.
Right. No, there has not, like there's going to be.
As a matter of fact, it's made it worse.
Yeah, not like there's going to be. No, there's going to be a lot more race mixing as whites dwindle away, and more white trash women just are sitting there and getting into black female behavior. The whites will dwindle. Yeah, the whites will dwindle.
I don't think that history's going to bear you out, and that's why it's good to like study history sometimes.
Yeah, no.
You don't come up with these crazy ideas.
Ain't no crazy ideas to it. I don't do much future forecasting. I'm talking about what exists empirically in front of my face, and I do
empirically. Really?
Yes, empirical evidence.
I haven't heard an empirical argument other than the stats you.
Say what you want. Say what you want. Antoine, you live around Whitey? Antoine, you live around Whitey?
Yeah, I do.
Why did you move around Whitey, Antoine?
Antoine is white.
No, let Antoine answer it. Antoine, why did you move around Whitey? Why? And let him answer it, Stanley.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but living around people that look like me is kind of dangerous for me.
Hello.
Oh, wait, hold it. He didn't say color. He might have been talking criminality or violence. Look at him getting all racial.
You just had a black man tell you the truth, and now you discount his truth.
You know what?
Win.
I
You
just
can't
heard
win.
him say like him. I'm not judging.
What did you say, Antoine?
I'm thinking when he said him, he was talking about character, not color.
He said people that look like him. Hold it. He said people that look like him. What does that mean?
Look?
Antoine, since you said people that look like me, would you use the word black in that statement and say it again? Please.
No, look at
Come on.
you.
No, please do it. Because you said people that look like you. That means you can use the word black because you're considered black. Please use the word and straighten Stanley out, Antoine. Would you please?
Yes. It's unfortunate me living around people that's black, Latino. It's kind of dangerous because I lived in those neighborhoods before and I had problems. So I moved out to
okay. Well,
wider neighborhood, and I have no problem.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Say white. God damn it, Antoine. Say a white. I want to hear
you. He's making a point. What he doesn't realize is that not all black people live in that type of hood.
He didn't say that. And what, Antoine? He's implying that you're a half-wit moron.
No, that's not what I'm implying.
Sure is. No, that's what you're implying.
I'm implying that
Antoine
your
knows
analysis
not everybody lives
is
in those
not
neighborhoods.
deep.
He knows that, Stanley. You don't need to say it.
I don't think you know it. He knows it. Do you know it?
Oh my God. You think I think all blacks are just pieces of shit trash, Stanley?
You tell me you don't. But your analysis is belying your real beliefs.
When I say 70% versus 30% of
when you say blacks,
when I say my best friends in the workplaces, my best friends in the workplaces have been the black co-workers.
Every white man says that.
I don't care. I mean it, and I can prove it. I can give you their names.
Okay, I don't need proof. What I'm saying,
I understand that.
What I'm saying is when you say blacks, meaning all blacks, it's just too general.
I didn't say all. I said 70% of blacks are out of their goddamn mind.
I don't think it's 70%.
70. Well, whatever.
Where are you getting that number from?
I said 70. That means if I said 70, that's not all. Is my point.
Okay. Where are you getting that 70%?
I don't care if it's too high. It's not all.
No. I asked where. Are you getting the number?
Oh, because no matter what, no matter where you see them, no matter what you do, and blacks are pissing and moaning about whitey.
Okay, hold on. Where are you getting the 70% number?
It's the 70%. It's everywhere you look.
Okay, that's not empiricism.
No, yes, it is. You can add that up. You can add that up. You can add that up.
You can't look everywhere.
You can. You can. All everything on the internet, everything on the
Fox News or whatever your news
anytime you hear a black mayor, anytime you hear a black councilwoman, anytime you hear black, it's always whitey. That's 70%. That's 70% of
you
things.
You can't fake the empiricism.
No, yeah, I can. It's you.
Okay, well, you're faking then. Gotcha.
Got it. I am. Okay. Don't call it empirical. Say it's a very
that 70% number just isn't holding water.
Yeah, oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Oh, I'm afraid it does, buddy.
It only holds water because you're saying it is.
No, it holds water to black people too, Stanley. I hate to break it to you. They won't admit it.
Black people.
There's well-reasoned black people that are sick of their own goddamn race.
You do know that low IQ is raceless.
We're not talking about IQ. We're talking about
the only thing that does not respect color is obtuseness.
70% of blacks are out of their mind insane.
That's a BeBrave statistic.
They're dangerous.
It's not a real statistic.
No, that's not a statistic. It is. It's a BeBrave opinion that I can back up.
Okay. Well, you do know the minute you say opinion, it's not empirical anymore.
I didn't mean. I'm sorry for using the word empirical as next to that. Didn't mean to.
Gotcha.
It's not true. It's my opinion, but I can back it up so well that it is. It would be empirical if I had to back it up for any length of time. It would turn to be empirical. But at this time, I haven't, and I'm not going to do it at this time. I will say it's an opinion that I can back up very well. And I hate to break it to you, blacks know I ain't fucking lying.
What blacks? You don't live near any.
Blacks, no. Blacks, I see them.
Oh, you mean blacks on YouTube?
No, blacks, period. Blacks, period. The blacks I hung around with in the workplace, they knew their damn people were fucking ain't shit. They knew their people
That's
were.
the
They
no
knew they didn't know
snitching rule, right? You mean like the no snitching rule, BeBrave? You could be
No,
a working man, not in the streets, and still no snitching. I don't
no.
understand that.
Yeah. No, there's no snitching rule. I would be a no snitcher, Antoine. If I lived in those neighborhoods, you think I'm going to the cops and saying, "I know he's the one that shot him," when I had no protection from his fellows. And now we got to answer this, because this no snitching shit gets on my nerves. Don't get me riled, goddammit. No, I'm just kidding. No, the no snitching thing. We have to answer this. I don't hold that against blacks. I never would. And if they're living among people that will shoot you in the fucking head for a word, you can't snitch on them people. That's up to the official presence to take care of that in no uncertain terms. You can't snitch on that. You can't. If my black wife, if I had a black wife and she thought snitching was rightful, I'd say, you're not saying anything. We got to live here. Are they going to put 24-hour guards around our house for the next 3 years? No. You're not saying anything, my dear. You're not going to get yourself or me killed. There's no snitching is not a, it's come to mean something negative, when in reality it should be a very sought after social phenomenon. Why can't you snitch? Because there's psychopaths that will kill you, that's why. And they'll hunt you up and they'll blow your goddamn house up with bullets. That's why no snitching exists. This isn't blacks saying no snitch because we're loyal. It has come to mean that, which is a shame. It's horrible that it means that.
Wait.
No snitching come about because of the reality of they'll kill
When
you.
did no snitching become a sign of loyalty?
In the last...
it's a sign of not wanting your ass beat or killed.
I think it's become a sign of loyalty in the last 20 years.
I think it's become a method of survival.
You're right. That's my point
okay,
exactly.
So where does the loyalty to your life? Is that what you mean?
No, loyalty to the black race. I think there's a lot of people.
You know what?
The no snitching, when people say no snitch and that people should snitch, they're implying that if you don't snitch, you're being loyal to your race. They're not implying that you're not snitching because you're smart and you want to live.
No, they're not. Wait, are they implying or are people inferring? Because
I'm saying what the people doing.
No snitching is a survival thing. It's not a loyalty thing.
I know it. That's what I said.
Okay, so what are they being loyal to? The black race?
I'm telling you, when blacks say no snitching, they're implying that the no snitching is due to loyalty, and they're saying that's why no snitching is bad. You shouldn't be loyal.
Doing the implying?
Stanley, you gotta goddamn let me finish.
You gotta goddamn make sense.
I am making sense, but you don't get to interrupt it. I'm saying if blacks saying no snitching, they're implying that the no snitching is bad because you shouldn't be loyal to a criminal. That's not why the no snitching. The no snitching is you want to live. That's my point.
Right. Exactly.
So the point is no snitching is a good thing.
Right.
Antoine just said no snitching is a bad thing. I'm saying no. Blacks have to stop saying that because it deters too much from reality.
Morally it's bad, but practically it's not.
Morally it's bad to save your own life?
Okay, no, I'm afraid if someone
morally
does something,
it's bad to save your own life?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not even.
You know what?
That's your little mindset there.
Whoa. Let me flesh this out. If you know somebody murdered somebody and you don't let the authorities know, well, morally that's bad.
No, it's not. It's living.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, saving your life is not a matter of morality.
You don't have to be a martyr.
Okay,
if there's nothing that's going to protect you.
You're confusing morality with, is survival instinct moral?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It's beyond morality.
Go ahead. Dream on.
No.
Dream on. Dream on.
Okay. See, I'm a stickler for words.
That's okay. So am I.
The survival instinct.
We're equal, Stanley. You don't have me on being a stickler for words. You don't have me on that one.
No,
Antoine,
the survival instinct predates
Antoine.
morality.
Okay, no, okay, yeah, I'm not. Who cares about what? Would you say? Would you say again? You brought up the Bible.
The survival instinct predates morality.
No, morality.
Okay, morality is a man-made concept.
No, it's not. Well,
Yes,
yes, it was. Everything's a man-made concept.
Okay,
Because
survival instinct is not a man-made concept.
Sure, it is. It was labeled that. Of course, we have the instinct.
Really?
Moral instinct.
Really?
You have moral instincts. You have instincts that make you act correctly.
Now you're being funny. You know what I mean.
I know. No, never mind. Antoine, I don't mean to pick on you, man. But you
ain't picking on me. I'm good.
Okay, I'm not. I don't.
No, he's ignoring these two old fools.
No, he ain't. Speak for yourself.
We're keeping him awake. We're his coffee this morning.
Ain't nobody ignoring you old fools. Antoine, I'm asking you this. Antoine, when you said no snitching is bad, were you implying that they were being loyal to their race? I took it as you were, and that's why it's bad.
Yeah, it's bad when you in situations where you can go to jail, and if you don't snitch, you go to jail. So that's why I don't like it. Like, for example, like if you younger and you hanging out with friends, back in the day, like the police would jump out, somebody throw something down, and most of the times they'll just take it and won't take nobody to jail, but sometimes they'll take everybody to jail. The person needs to say who that is, but a lot of times they won't, and they'll just let you go to jail. You know what I'm saying? That's when it's bad.
In that circumstance.
That's when in the situation, yeah. And they be like, don't snitch.
I would even snitch in that circumstance. I'm not going to jail directly. You ain't going to affect me directly and take me to jail. I'm going to snitch. That's not what I meant, and that's not what my statement is about. The no snitching statement, when blacks say other blacks need to stop snitching, tell me if I'm yes or no on this. No, tell me if I'm correct. I'm saying that now when blacks say the no snitch is bad, they're saying stop being loyal to your race to the extent of protecting criminals. They're talking about loyalty as opposed to the reality of the danger. They're talking about don't be loyal to your race. I probably worded. In other words, that's what no snitching implies, that somebody's being insanely loyal to their race. That's why you should snitch. As opposed to Stanley and I agreeing that snitching will get you killed. If somebody said no snitching is bad, and they followed that up with, even though it gets you killed, the statement would not stand on its own very well.
Okay, the implication.
Okay. That's where my safe implication is at, because nobody says snitching is bad, and you have to risk your life to do it. That's not what people are saying. They're saying snitching is bad because it's your brother that you're snitching on.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Totally disagree with
Stanley. Sorry, Stanley.
I think you're both white.
I know. Well, Antoine's fed up with black culture. I don't blame him. I don't blame. If I was black, I'd move among whites.
You do realize.
You better damn well believe.
You do realize that
I'd move right in among whites. Although I'd make them comfortable with my presence in media.
You do realize that black culture is a generalization too, right?
It's a safe generalization. Very safe. Very safe.
It's only a safe generalization if you think like BeBrave.
No, it's safe
And
because
don't
whites don't want you in their neighborhood.
Really know so-called black culture.
Whites don't want you in their neighborhoods because of that.
You know what? Then if whites think that there's only one facet to black culture, then that's why they have low birth rate.
Stupid. We run the world. We're not stupid. What we do is we take into real consideration what happens if the black decay.
No, what you're doing is you're taking broad generalizations and making them truths.
They are truths. Whites don't want blacks around you. Why do you think blacks?
They are not.
Why do you think whites don't want blacks living in your neighborhoods?
See, now I can't remember if you were a part of this conversation because John dressed me down on this. I don't give a shit if whites don't want to live
Oh,
next
I
to
don't
them.
either. If I was black, I wouldn't either. I'd move in.
Well, that's right. You were there, so we've covered that ground.
I'd move in with Whitey if I was black. I don't care what they think. I'm moving in with Whitey. I'm getting where it's safe.
No.
But I would be man enough to tell them, please allow me to live around you because white people are out of their goddamn minds. That'd be the black guy I am.
I was saying I don't care if I move next to Whitey and he moves away.
No,
I don't care.
Fine, I don't care either. You're assigning concerns to me I don't have. I don't care.
No, we covered the ground and we agreed on that. You got my point.
Yes, I did. I'm the one that got your point, as I recall. I'm the one that got your
point. So I don't have. That's not. We've covered the ground.
Yes. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
Snitching. I'm saying, Antoine, that was the first thing he let out with. I don't mean to jump on you, Antoine, but that when I hear blacks talking about what needs to be taken care of in the black community, it's not start snitching. That's the last thing you need to do. You're going to get a bunch of people killed if that's what happens.
Well, I know I'm personally touched by your concern for black communities.
You think I'm lying anyway.
I think I agree.
I'd say this shit
agree with your advice, but you're right for the wrong reasons.
No,
I think
I'm right.
that's what I mean.
There's no being right for any wrong reasons. If you're right, it's just a
you
rough
can
truth.
be right for the wrong reasons.
It's just a kick-ass truth that you could that is what it is. You can hook me up on a polygraph. Everything I say.
No, I think you know what? Hooking you up. I know you think you're right. I know you think.
No, I'll say something
of your own opinion.
You think I'm lying
You're
on a
not
polygraph?
lying about that.
You think I'm lying on a polygraph when I say I'd rather live around blacks? You think I'd be lying on a polygraph when I say I'd rather live around blacks and whites? You think that polygraph would catch a lie?
Oh no, you would prefer to live around blacks.
Thank you. All right then. That's why I'm concerned about blacks.
Remember, you can't afford to.
Not the ones that aren't causing problems. The ones I would move around are shooting up the streets.
Right. So you can't afford to live with the good blacks.
I can't afford to live with the rich whites. So?
Well, the rich blacks can afford to live with the rich whites. You can't afford to live around either of us.
Right.
Would you move to the holler?
Oh, if I had to get away from blacks, yeah.
Oh, well, all I'm saying is I know from like experience that there's a lot of crime in that holler.
There ain't no street now. They ain't street fight. They ain't shooting up. They ain't three
kids
looking
no.
There ain't 3 kids roaming the streets looking for ops and shooting through houses and random bullets hitting little white kids.
I think
nice try, Stanley.
That might not be quite true.
Nice try, Stanley. You're crazy.
Oh, I'm not.
No snitching is for people who commit crimes and
I'm not going to even go any farther because I'm running out of steam. I'm running out of steam trying to educate you.
Oh no, get out of here, man! I've lived around trash. I've lived around trash whites all my life, man. It ain't been nothing but tranquil, quiet summer nights. You're crazy, Stanley. I know blacks like to think that because they can't fathom.
Wait, hold it. You think all blacks are like me?
No, I didn't say all blacks are like you. What's this all word? What's with the goddamn all words, Stanley?
Well, blacks implies all.
No, blacks doesn't imply all. I said blacks.
It does.
If I said all, I'd mean all. I'm saying a lot of.
You need to put a qualifier before a word that implies.
I gotta say a lot of blacks. I do say quite often 70% of blacks. I do say that quite often.
You do say that quite often.
For anybody that knows what I'm saying, to know I'm not concluding.
Well, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that that 70%. I don't even. That's just ridiculous.
Well, you can pull it up all. You can disagree all you want.
Oh, I can't pull it up. I can't pull it out of your head.
No, it's okay. I got you, Stanley. I just feel sorry for you when you don't see the 70% decay among black intellect. It's sad. It's disgusting. They're pissing about things. They're pissing about things. They're pissing and moaning about things that don't even exist.
All I'm saying,
does exist. There's nothing to be done about them. Stop pissing and moaning. Turn around and look at your black psychopaths that are shooting up your inner city neighborhoods. Deal with that, and the black race will be much better off.
I think that it is a bigger problem than a community problem, and I think it's going to take a village.
I think it takes the National Guards now at this time, or military.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
They
won't hire enough police to do it.
I think you and I see America in two different ways.
Yes, we do. We do. We do. And I will agree with that.
And I see Portia has pulled up probably to fumigate the place so Master Kim can come on, and
Oh, it's time.
she'll probably let us know.
Oh, okay.
So we'll just do filler until is that what you want, Portia?
Is it time to hit it, Portia? Time to say goodnight, ladies and gentlemen.
No, she'll let us know.
Okay. Yeah. So
So
no.
Antoine, are you going fishing?
You know the hurricane about to hit down here, and everybody going crazy about
okay.
that stuff. Yeah, so I'm about to get some stuff for my mama and for my girlfriend.
Gotcha.
So they ain't got to
Are
deal
you
with
going to
all
hunker down with him?
Yes, I am. Not with my mother, but with my girl. Yeah, we gonna hunker down. Yep, yeah. We used to this. We used to it.
Yeah, I figured as much.
I just hate she don't know how to swim, so she be nervous every time we get a hurricane.
You need to buy a John boat.
What was that?
You need to get a John boat.
John boat. I ain't heard that.
You know they don't even make small John boats anymore. It's hard to find them.
Is that
which
right?
Is a shame. That's right. I tried to find one. I wanted an 8-footer. Ain't out there. 10-footer. Nope.
A John boat. My granddad used to say that. John boat. Ain't heard that in a long time.
So they don't even make.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm probably old enough to be your granddaddy.
That's funny. That's funny. Hey, BeBrave, I had to ask you something.
What's that?
BeBrave, isn't it funny that we can be around a female that acts like a man, but we can't be around a male that acts like a female? Don't you know that?
Yes, because it's repulsive. The female you look at as, oh, you poor little thing. If you were naked, I'd still fuck you. You know.
Yes,
the man
acting
like a woman. The man act. I don't care. Then that's sick. I'm saying the man acting like a woman is repulsive. That's why men can handle the female acting like a man. Because in the final analysis, you take them clothes off, baby. I'll tear that ass up. So see, that's the nature comes back into it. But with a man acting like a female, maybe a woman could be around a man acting like a female easier than she could be around a woman acting like a female.
Yeah.
For that exact. No, I'm saying women could be. I think Antoine's got a point. People in general
they
can
don't feel threatened by males who act like females.
Yeah, people in general are easier around females that act like and the ones that act like a man generally look like a man. So don't let me say I just do any of them. But there are pretty ones that, you know, they want to act rough and tough and get tattoos and shit. I've seen them. Nice, curvy.
Yeah, they be too pretty to act like a man.
Yeah, I know, and it's sad when they try. It's almost you want to make them go, you know, you still got that certain something that a man wants to slap that ass. You do know that, don't you, honey? I know you got tattoos, and you think you're the man in the relationship.
You better watch it, BeBrave. Master Kim might come up here and fuss at you.
Yeah, no, but that's why men can be around women that act like men, and nobody wants to be around a man that acts like. I don't want to. Nah, I shouldn't say nobody. That did imply all. People don't want to be around a man that acts like a woman. If my son acted like a woman, he wouldn't come in my house. I'd say no. If you're gay, if you're gay, my son, you're not coming in my house. And certainly,
well, at least you'll let him in when he says he's blind.
No, I'll let because that isn't as repulsive as being gay. You see how I'm consistent like that?
Oh yeah, I like that consistency.
Yeah. No, if you're acting gay in my house, you're out. I don't care if family member or not.
I think if he thinks he's black, he's going
to
think
if my daughter wanted to be a butch in my house, I would constantly make her aware that she's got a mental illness, but I would let her in my house because the females
Double standards.
No, it's not. The females are the helpless sex. I'm saying, Mr. Man, if you want to act like that, it's a man's world. Go out there and make your way. Yeah, Mr. Man, it's a man's world. Go out there and make your way. A little frail little female that wants to act butch. I'm going, no, you don't know what you're thinking, and you're going to get yourself hurt. Get to the protection of Dad's house.
Wow. Them some Andy Griffith values.
That's right. That's right. Goddamn right.
Yeah. Mayberry RFD.
Not nary a lie in that statement.
Ain't nary a John boat either.
So Antoine, what were you? Why do you think people can stomach women acting
Hey,
like that?
here's our other Floridian scrounging around for
Hey,
hurricane
Virgo better make it
supply.
quick. It's closing down, ain't it?
No, it's not going to close down. It's going to transition,
At
much
10:30.
like those transracials.
Yeah. Hey Virgo, what you got?
Hey, BeBrave, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. My whole life has
Hey,
been a long
Antoine.
holiday.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. And Stanley, of course.
What's up? Oh, nothing much. Just explaining how transracialism will solve all our American race problems.
What the? You see, this is why I need to listen before I join in. I just get up thinking it's just lovely, and I just come up on here. You know what?
I'm looking for allies.
What's y'all take on it?
What I said, Virgo, is that trans anything is a lie, and the human species does not move forward unless it's in reality, based in reality. So if we do transgender or we do transracial, doesn't matter. We're moving forward with lies, and in the end, we will suffer greatly because of it.
At the end, we'll become trans species too. What's stopping us?
No, I can't support trans species.
Why not?
Well,
you want to agree with people living a delusional life.
I don't want to be a lizard. I don't want to act like a lizard or think
well,
I'm
what if I think I'm a lizard?
Well, you know what?
If you can think you're a woman, why can't I think I'm a lizard?
Hold it. I said transracial.
Well, if I could think I'm a white woman, why can't I be a lizard?
Well, I mean, I shudder that you.
I mean, they're right next to each other.
Are white women like lizards?
They're whores.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm saying in large numbers. There's no good for nothing whores in large numbers. Even the ones that protest and did.
I just can't imagine calling a lizard Karen.
Okay, well, anyway, I got your point though, Virgo. You're correct. It's trans is crazy, and all you got to do is carry it out to its furthest logical conclusion to see how crazy
it's delusional.
trans is.
Yeah, it's delusional.
No, I'm afraid. Like Black Manta said, I might sound crazy. That means I'm probably right.
Not on this one, Bob. Not on this one. Oh, daddy-o. So what else, Virgo? What do you got? You're a pretty opinionated female.
You know damn right I am. I ain't got nothing else. I'm just on this topic, I'm straightforward, and there's no need for me to.
Oh, let me ask you. Let me, did you hear? Because I think it's a very worthwhile. In fact, I may even do a short stint on my stream next Sunday on what no snitching has come to me, because I'm saying that no snitching has come to be something that a very unreasonable expectation that people should snitch on murderers that live next door to them. I think that's unreasonable. No. I'm saying they shouldn't. I'm saying they shouldn't.
Oh, they shouldn't.
They shouldn't because they'll kill you.
Next to you,
they'll kill you. In the black trash neighborhoods, they're not. That's not what happens. If you snitch on somebody and they get to one person, he's got 3 other friends that are going to shoot your house up. Now we know that to be a fact. Correct?
Well, I can't disagree with you.
Okay, that's why I'm saying snitching is. I would never hold a black person in a black trash neighborhood accountable for not snitching. I would tell them, don't snitch. If you want to live, don't snitch.
I get that. I get that. But when you
that's all I'm saying. Yeah, no.
A nice white neighborhood, you know.
Yeah. You can snitch all you want. Shit, I'll snitch on a white man in a minute. I'll snitch like hell. He ain't got no friends that come shoot my house up. Let me catch a child molester or a murderer. I'll scream bloody murder. We got him. He's right next door, officer. I'll take the stand. He ain't gonna He ain't got no friends that are gonna come and shoot your house up. Hell no. Whites don't hang out like that. We don't play that. Ain't happening.
No, y'all don't.
No, we don't. And so that's why I'm saying snitching has come to mean something that it just gets under my craw because it's an unreasonable, unsafe, very dangerous expectation for blacks to go through. And I don't like that blacks are the ones that are always said, you got to start snitching. I'm going, leave blacks alone on that. I'll criticize blacks till the cows come home, but not the fact that they're not snitching. I'm saying leave blacks alone on that. All they're doing is they want to live. Leave them alone.
Be brave. Would you let me move into your neighborhood?
How dark are you?
Oh,
No,
shit.
Virgo. Number one, I would never try to stop anybody.
I can't
But
with you.
if I knew you, of course I would. But I'd tell the other neighbors, I'm sponsoring her. She's okay.
Oh Lord, you'll vouch for me.
You think I'm lying?
Hey, but
when
it's
I
a
say
plus. I have a white husband, so that
I'm
gives me
telling
some
you.
kind of points.
I know it. It would go a
Well,
long
you
way.
know what? You need to join him by being transracial.
Oh Lord, Stanley, I am just.
You'll-
This is satire. Stop it.
You'll have even more in common.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, folks, in the future, when you hear somebody expecting a black person to snitch, think of that person as not thinking it all the way through. They're not. That's what I do to a fault. I think things all the way through. If I lived around black trash that are shooting up my neighborhood, I'm not snitching on no damn buddy. And
Nah,
stop
if I lived in the hood, I definitely keep my mouth shut.
That's right. That's all I'm saying. So the no snitching has to stop because that's what people are saying is going to clean up the black hood. They're not saying snitch on the black guy in the $1 million home. They're saying in the black hood, snitching needs to happen. And I'm going, I've never heard more ridiculous statements than that in my life.
Hey, but be
Snitching is
brave.
not
One
what we do.
thing. Hey, be brave. One thing though, if a white person move to the hood, we're like he one of us. Like it's no problem for him. We ain't gonna ask him no questions. We more friendly if he
Well,
move
let
to
me
the
tell you.
hood.
Well,
But
okay, Virgo, you want to follow me on this one? See if you can agree on this. Antoine, I'm going to tell you why that is. Because where white trash goes, street violence does not follow. Do you understand that, Antoine?
yeah, I understand that.
I'm not saying that lightly. They know that white guy ain't going to do nothing to their neighborhood. It's already in the pits anyway if it's in a hood. But they know that white guy isn't going to do anything.
Yeah, he's not going to burn a crossing.
When we're white, they wouldn't even worry about that. They'd kick his white ass. Most white men are punks.
And you know what? I'll even take it further. Be
Go ahead.
brave. I'll even take it further.
All right. Oh.
Where I live is a excuse me, very decent neighborhood.
Uh-huh.
But not too far is a trailer park.
Mm-hmm.
With lots of whites there.
Mostly
I don't
whites, all
mind
white.
it at all, 'cause
What's the most number? Is it like 90, 95, 60, 40? What's the percentage of whites in that trailer park?
Oh, it's basically all whites.
Okay, carry on.
Maybe a few Mexicans.
Very good. Carry on now. Say what you were going to say. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
I just wanted.
No, you're good.
Okay.
And I'm not afraid. I don't care at all. But Lord have mercy, if not far away was a black hood, man, I'd be moving.
Stanley, I'm sorry, buddy. you ain't looking good today, Stanley. Stanley, you ain't looking good today, buddy. I'm not making shit up. I don't make stuff
Well,
up.
wait, hold on.
And
What?
I know people.
I'm sorry,
I know people want to say I'm a sellout because my husband's white. Nope, that's how I always thought before I met him.
Actually, Tyrone Sly asks a question. If we he makes a statement. If we never switch, then how do the hood gets cleaned up?
They move official presence in and they do what they're supposed to do instead of the global white power structure keeping police away from black hoods like they on purpose so that the black psychopath can destroy entire sections of the city, which then reverberates out to a lot of destructions in many other areas, which serves the global power structure well, because if they tear the hell out of a good portion of the American culture, that means they stay in power with no questions asked. They don't want people thinking. That's why you don't snitch. If the white official president won't do it, too bad it's the hood. It's upon no man to take it upon himself to give his life up, or his wife, or his children's life, because they snitched on an 18-year-old and 3 other 18-year-olds decided his wife needed to be shot in her car in her head. Are we crazy? Like Fred Sanford asked. Are you crazy? And by the way, Virgo, I said I've always hooked me up to a polygraph. I'd be a white man to marry a black woman too if she was my girl. I'm not racist.
Oh, I knew you liked chocolate.
You damn right. If I met me a black girl that was supposed to be, she's gonna be my girl.
I could tell a mile away.
Mm-hmm. Damn right. That's why I always say, just because I'm speaking about blacks, don't get me wrong. A pretty little black thing come my way, and when I was a young man, I wasn't around them. Although I did have a beautiful black woman try to, get with me, but she was too gangster. And I said, no, honey, I'm sorry, but you're on the rough side of life. And I did have a little black girl that I asked out for a date, and she was feeling me and touching me and on my arms. And she said, God damn, you age, because I was about 45. She said, you age like a black man, firm and strong. And I said, yes. I said, I'd like to take you out. She said, and she gave me her number. She moved in on the house across the street. First black in the neighborhood, first one. And she was a cute little black girl. And I got to thinking, now I'm too old. This ain't going anywhere. And I didn't take her out. But it was just because of age difference. But you know what happened? Drug dealers moved in with that little girl. I'm thinking she was on a good path. And if I'd have dated her, she may have stayed on that path. Drug dealers moved in with her. The whole house was busted. Detroit drug dealing. And I'm telling you, that little girl met somebody that moved in on her. She didn't bring them to that neighborhood. She was just too well reasoned and everything. She might have been down with them. You don't know. But I mean,
yeah, I don't respect men that move in with women. I don't do that. You got to get your own place. You don't move in with a woman, man. I tell my sons, you got to get your own place. Don't move in with no woman. You can't do that.
It can be very dangerous, Antoine. You're absolutely correct, but that's not a rock solid rule. If a woman's very responsible and she's got a nice house going, and you guys are getting along fabulously, and she's the one with the house, come on, Antoine. There's no harm in a man.
Yeah. You can do that. She respects.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of variables. Like Stanley, the stickler for the word all. You can't say that all the time. By far, I'll say 50% of the time, a woman can be moved in with. 50% of the time. Not that I've ever done it. I don't think. Yeah, not that I've ever done it.
Stanley, you gotta highlight some of these comments. You got people really hating on me on here. What people really don't understand, what you eat don't make me shit. So I really don't give two fucks if you like me or not.
Wait a minute, who's Witchy Bishy speaking here?
Oh,
and I thought she was cool.
She's just ripping me a new one.
I never attacked her.
She's not saying anybody.
No, she feels that I mistreated Difficult Dennison overnight. So she is chastising me for cutting him off and just generally not letting him be how he is on I didn't realize that I was insulting her. I was expecting Dennison to complain. I wasn't expecting her to complain.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, name who you're talking about.
Some people just want to find
no,
you got four.
No, it's me. It's me.
Is it?
Somewhere up there, she mentions me by name.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, she did. It's just one of those things where,
Oh, I got it. A continuation. Okay, I get it. I wasn't in on it.
We have different people that come here from different spaces, and of course, we're trying to grow our channel, right? And we don't want to create a precedence where folks that come on a regular basis,
okay,
they stop, or we have people striking, or stuff like that. And I'm not saying this to you, specifically, Stanley. I just don't know what happened last night up until
nothing
after
out
I
of
went
the
to
ordinary.
sleep. Okay, so I imagine
Dennison and I sometimes clash.
Yeah, like Dennison and Virgo last night, they were arguing over lasagna again, and I think it's hilarious. So,
well, I mean, I understand Wishy's concerns.
Yeah, and of course she is definitely a huge fan and supporter of Dennis, and so that's just something I would do if it was one of y'all.
Well,
like, hey,
one thing I
on?
do want to address, I don't hate Dennison at all. So I don't hate him. I don't know why you think that.
Stanley, I don't know who you think you're kidding. We know you don't hate anybody. You're just a damn asshole. That's all. It's no big thing. It's no big thing. We know you don't hate anybody. Nobody thinks you hate people. Not a person anywhere in this universe thinks you hate people.
Well, I guess it was just a question. I don't hate Dennison. As a matter of fact, I actually like Dennison.
I like Dennison too. He's pretty great.
I don't love him like you do, but I like him.
Yeah, I mean, I love a lot. I love a lot of personalities. He
has his purpose. Apparently, it's not lasagna making, but he has his purpose.
That's
the
all.
Best recipe. I gotta say for lasagna. I made the recipe that's on the goddamn lasagna noodle box, and it turned out fabulous. I'm telling you, that lasagna recipe on the lasagna noodle box that I did, and I followed it to a T. I'm telling you, that could have been restaurateur $30 a meal with a good tip following it. And it's not because I cooked it. I'm just saying that recipe is right on the money. If you've ever looked into it.
Hey, Witchy, I was going to respond, but now that there's a pause, as far as your point about like it's intentional, sometimes it is intentional. So, you might be right at least sometimes.
Sometimes you just want to be a bigger jerk than at other times, right, Stanley?
No, I think usually it's for a reason. Now, sometimes it's not, but most times
if they're calling you a jerk, I'm just saying, going by what they're calling
Witchy. Well, you know what? I gotta address Witchy.
What's she saying?
Witchy, I don't think you being white is a crime. Come on now, I'm married to a white man. Jesus Christ.
Witchy.
Witchy, do you want to come up? You're allowed. Let me drop the link for you.
Virgo
she's been up before. Yeah.
Virgo does not strike me as anybody that hates Whitey. Not even a little bit. Witchy. Not even a little bit.
Now, if you say that I hate certain niggas, I'd agree, but
wait, hold it. Who said? Oh, did you say you were taking her to court? Virgo?
No, I'm taking Dennison to court.
Okay, does she
what, for libel?
Does she think you mean? No, it's jungle justice
for insulting my lasagna.
We have a mock court.
What? Well, I'm saying some people say things that they need to be in court for libel.
Go back if you ever get a chance. There's a jungle justice thing. We did like a mock comedy trial thing.
Okay, Witchy, no. It wasn't you. I thought I made the exclusion because you, Witchy, was on there, and I forgot who else.
You came up really mad, and my feelers were hurt, Virgo. I care more about
sorry, Witchy,
than Stanley, so I really want to work this out with you. I thought we were friends. I've talked to you for a while now. We got along.
Yeah, I didn't mean anything towards you, Witchy.
Friends, but we talk about bullshit friends. And then you came.
I don't want you to feel that way, Witchy.
Stanley, you want to take all us white people to court, and then you wouldn't even tell us what for.
Well, wait, it's a jungle justice court. It's a mock court.
Yes, and I was trying to understand. This is a friendly court, and we're supposed to be like friendly. Like, why the fuck does my supposed friend want to take me to court?
It's a bit.
Yes, I get that. And it's a bit participated in by people who are having a beef, and I did not think I had a beef with her. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, the last time we did the court, it was kind of a beef, but nobody takes it seriously.
No, what I took seriously was her throwing me in with some idea without even telling me what the idea was.
No, Witchy.
About court, but she never would tell us what charges, and I was like, "Well, fuck, that hurts my feelings."
No, Witchy, it wasn't you. It was Dennison and the other people he had on there that were talking a lot of degenerate stuff. It wasn't you.
About
And I'm
lasagna?
sorry if you didn't hear when I excluded you from that bunch. I'm sorry you did not hear that. And if I didn't exclude you, I also apologize because it wasn't you at all.
Sweet. Then we're still buddies, and I don't have to worry about that.
Well,
And we
let me
can
get this
Oh,
straight.
we've
You
never
guys,
not been
let it
buddies.
go.
oh, so let me get
We've
this
never
straight.
not been buddies.
You guys got this riled up over a recipe disagreement?
No. No, Den's mad at her over lasagna. I was mad because I thought she was throwing me to the wolves.
No, Witchy.
But why would
And
somebody, whether it's Dennison or whoever, how do you get mad over a recipe? That's like getting mad over somebody's religion. It's like, okay, fine.
It's a joke, BeBrave. It's
Okay,
a joke.
well, you guys are talking pretty serious here. Looks like it was some problems. It sounded like. Okay, I got you.
the
Jungle
lasagna
Court
came
is
after the
serious.
problem. The lasagna was a joke made to lighten
Okay.
up the mood about the argument in the first place.
Oh, what was the main argument is my curiosity here.
That's none of us knows. Portia came up really mad and would never tell us what was wrong with the situation, only that we were all fucked up for being in it. We never got it clear from her why she was mad. She just came up fucking going. And I think it was that crispy.
No, I think
I don't
Portia's
really like
pretty much
crispy
clear
treat at
on what
all.
she's.
I don't really like crispy treat at all, but I think that's who Portia was coming at because that's what it seemed like. Because she was talking sexual to the guys instead of holding the conversation. She was distracting with her womanly wiles.
Hold on, wait. What are y'all talking about? What
I'm not Portia. I don't know.
I don't even know what this conversation is.
I'm like a black person in the hood. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I don't think
you know what?
We had a little bit.
Damn
We had
thing.
a little bit of a takeover, Portia, on Galt's panel here. It was Stanley, Joe Cool, and the rest of us were whites. And I'm not.
Are you talking about the gentrification of John's
Yes.
channel? That was
Yes.
hilarious.
I thought I made up the title. I thought it was hilarious because all us white people came up on Galt's panel with Den. But one of the young ladies, well, I say young, but she's probably closer to my age than young. Crispy Treat is somebody I've never really cared for his personality because she's kind of a pick-me. She sorts with the guys instead of joining the conversation. And I think that pissed Virgo off because she came up talking about degenerates and nastiness and went after Crispy.
Oh,
And
it
then
was
people
Virgo. Because I was about to say, I wasn't there for that.
No, you wasn't there, Portia. It was Virgo, but that was what it all started about. And then she came up saying how we were degenerates and needed to be taken to court, and she was mad. I mean, unless that was all an act, and if it is Virgo, you are a fucking good actress because I was convinced you were pissed.
Yeah, no, I came in on the tail end of that, like super late at night. And I think his name is Andrew. Andrew was there and he was talking about California.
Yeah,
And-
Andrew came up and me and Miss Cat and Megan the Fox.
Yeah, that night. I wasn't
woman.
up that night. I came on later, but then like later on, whenever everybody left, Andrew left too, but then he came back and then all the black people came back. And so then it got really black. So it was pretty funny. It was pretty hilarious because I was like, Andrew.
Listen,
Meg,
but y'all know
Meg
we
the
go
Fox
20, gets us all our feathers riled up.
We go
ruffled.
24 hours. So, you know, it whatever the emotions, the highs, the lows, you know, whatever it is, 24 hours, some of us get delirious. So, but, you know, it's all good. It's all good.
And Stanley, as to your comment about Den sending his mommy, let me make it perfectly clear. Den knew I was here telling you how I feel about it. He'd be pissed.
Can you
Because
turn up
his
your
feelings and
volume,
my
or do I
feelings-
need to?
You will never get it any louder.
I'll do it,
I
Stanley.
have had
Okay,
several
dude.
headsets.
I'm sorry.
I've
I'm trying to figure out what your problem is.
It's with you, the way that every time Den comes up on panel, you seem to intentionally talk over him. And I don't
So
understand why
what?
you don't like him. And it's not my
So
problem. I'm
what?
asking you what your problem
Well,
with him is.
I'm asking you if Den has a problem with it. He can talk to me about it. I don't
This isn't
understand why
about
it's
Den's
really
problem
your
with it.
business
This is
at
about
all.
my problem with it.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to try. I'm going to endeavor to be polite. If Den has a problem, he can come up here and talk to me about it. Now, is there something that you have a problem with me, like on your part?
It's the disrespect of when people are trying to watch the show and you particularly single out one person to talk over throughout the entire
Okay,
show.
I'm just going to have
disturbing
to
as a
interrupt
viewer.
here. Ma'am, when I come on your panel, when I come on your panel, I will play by your rules.
So you're avoiding the question as usual.
No, I'm not going to answer the question. I am literally going to tell you how it will be. When I come on your panel, I will play by your rules.
Again, you're avoiding the question entirely.
No, ma'am, I'm not playing by your rules.
I think he answered it, which he said he's going to keep doing it. I mean, you know.
No, my question was why be brave. I don't care that he keeps
I
doing
don't
it.
feel
wanna
that I have
understand
to
why.
explain
I'm
myself
asking
to
him
you,
for my
Witchy.
personal
Why do I have
knowledge.
to explain
Why
myself
is
to
it
you?
him in particular that you go after? It
You
has nothing to do with
okay?
him.
You
It
know
has
what?
nothing to do with
I feel that I am not
rules.
being treated like a man here.
Here we go.
I don't have to explain myself to you, Witchy. Now, do I?
No one ever has said you have
Ask you a
to.
question,
I
though,
asked.
Stanley. I mean,
You
damn.
avoided the question. That's it.
I will say it one more time because maybe you're not reading between the lines. I don't have to explain why I do anything to you or Dennison.
There's your answer.
No one ever said you had to explain. I asked the question. You avoided it. It's over. Move on.
I not only that, I shit on it.
Oh,
all right. So
it's
we're gonna take a quick
provocative.
music break, and we'll be right back in just one
Who's this
moment.
dude?
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was Put It On Me. I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
And we are back. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today?
Man, what's this new young lady here on the panel? What she got to say?
Hey, San Jose.
Hey, San Jose.
It's me. Hi, Portia. Hi, Virgo. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to jump on and say I wish everybody a wonderful week.
Thank you.
And I miss you guys. Good to see you all.
Yeah,
Good
you
to see
too.
you too, San Jose.
Big old virtual hugs to each of you.
Thank you. I need one.
Aw.
Well, first, let me ask you.
I got y'all.
Let me ask you: are you single or are you married? Because I want to know how to take that virtual hug. Whether I can, like, enjoy it, give you a polite hug.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, San Jose. Uh-oh.
You guys are funny. I am undecided right now. It's just I'm doing me and putting my kids and my priorities first. But
Amen. You're interested in
Jesus take the wheel,
Yeah. Do you have
I
a man
want
you're
whatever
interested
God
in?
wants for me. Pardon?
Who's playing the spooky music?
San Jose, do you have a man you're interested in?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a man that you are interested in at least or not?
previously. I'm off previously.
Oh, she threw his ass out. See how nice women are. They don't know.
Okay, we're doing some
Threw his ass
matchmaking.
out.
Some matchmaking this morning.
Listen, I'm not mad at San Jose. San Jose is a
I'm
sweet
not trying to
woman.
hate on you, San Jose.
Oh,
I'm just nosy about people's business.
And,
I
and trust
love
me,
you
San
guys.
Jose, I'll put on my sneakers, grab my Vaseline and my sock with a can of corn in it, and I'll come fight for you.
Hey, me too, because I was like, wait, nobody better be messing with Stanley or Virgo, is all I know.
Oh. No, it was just a misunderstanding.
I'll pop out.
I think me and Witchy, I think we're cool. I hope we're cool.
Actually,
because I do
Virgo,
like her.
I wanna address a comment made to me about you in the comment section, Virgo. It says, to be careful, you'll stab me in the back because you snitched on an ex after cheating on you. And what I want to say to him is bitch, she didn't stab nobody in the back. He stabbed her in the back and she turned around and stabbed him in the face for it. He knew what was coming.
Uh-oh. That's right, girl. And he must be cheating on his wife or his girl for him to even say that.
I'm just
because
saying,
what if
once
the
you
tables were
cheated, all
turning? I
bets
was
were
the one
off,
cheating.
man.
What if I was the one cheating? Then I'd still be the bitch. You know, you can't win with some of these nickels.
But I mean, that's just the facts. Once they cheat on you, they're the ones who broke the contract. It ain't your fault. You got to pay them what they're owed.
In this day and age of STDs, I wouldn't hold it against a human if somebody cheated on them and they shot their motherfucker.
Thank you. Oh, God, thank you, BeBrave. I didn't want to say it, but thank you.
This day and age is so dangerous, I'll blow your goddamn brains out.
A very informational
on everything. So
or
be
educational
loyal.
thing that we can talk about, Brave. Let's see.
We don't provoke violence, kids.
Don't try this at home.
I didn't say I'm going to do it. I'm saying I wouldn't hold it against another human for doing it. I'd say, even though they're going to go to prison, you got to go to prison. You did it. You got caught. But I understand.
Yeah, if you don't want me, leave. That's it. Walk away.
Chris Rock had a joke. But I understand.
Ain't gonna hurt my feelings. Walk the fuck away.
That's right. Don't bring that. Don't fucking get no damn disease. Jesus Christ. God damn.
Hey, but be brave. They gonna have to share. It's more of them than us. They gonna have to share us, man. It's too many of them.
I don't think it's the best, but as a solution and to keep women off the streets, if polygamy is the solution, we'll do that.
We could always choose the bear.
What's the bear?
You never heard that? You never heard that one?
I've never heard it either.
I was proud that I just learned what that is because I'm so out of touch with like modern day what's going on in modern day.
What does that mean?
Very white meme, choose the bear. They're all white women. They went up to
What's
a bunch
the
of
bear? Choosing the bear means they
went up
rather
to a bunch of white women in public, be brave, and asked them if they would choose a bear or a man, and they chose the bear.
Oh, that thing.
Which one they feared more was the man.
Oh, wait, what are we talking about? Lesbianism? Oh, okay. Yeah, they can always choose the bear.
Like men, like they think men are so dangerous.
If you got lost in the forest, would you rather come across a bear or a man while you're alone lost in the forest? And most women said a bear, like idiots.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was joking, but I guess you guys didn't know the context, the premise of the joke.
Yeah, and it is a funny joke, Virgo. They could always choose the bear. Like, I mean, it would certainly cut down the population problem if we just let them choose the bear more.
Well, I tell you what, Witchy, I choose the gator.
Yeah, same difference.
I could wrestle a gator. I don't think I can wrestle a bear.
Women are charting the course, though. They are. So and men are saying, forget it. Men don't know what to do with it. So, Lord help us. May the corporate machine have mercy upon our souls.
Yeah, this is why I feel sorry for my children, and I'm kind of glad that at least one of my children has a steady girlfriend that he met in college. So let's see where that goes. Nice, pretty young lady. You'd be proud, BeBrave. She's a red-headed Irish girl.
Ooh, boy, I tell you, that's my girl. This should be my granddaughter.
All right, so for people that do not know, like myself, I just found a clip that I thought would be very educational for all of us to see what this thing is here.
I'd like, before we do that, I'd like to address this comment from Mavid.
Okay.
Oh, he's a fool.
Yeah, well, I'll try and work with him, but for some reason or another, if I do it more, I apologize. I'll fuss at old white guys more. I think I fuss at BeBrave enough.
Yeah, y'all fuss pretty good. Mhm.
So anyway, maybe I just have high expectations. So do better.
Yeah, I don't.
Expectations are just pre-planned disappointments.
That's a good point. But I try and be a little bit more optimistic.
Stanley. I just answered my own question too, because I had expectations of you and you let me down, and it's my own fault for having the expectations in the first place.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I'll sleep okay tonight, and I don't hate you or Dennison.
Well, there was an answer. Fine.
All right, so bear versus man. Who would a woman, or what would a, you know what? I can't even talk. It's too early. Let's see.
Wow. In an insanely viral video, random women are asked, if you were alone in the woods, would you rather encounter a bear or a man? Well, here's how they answered.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
Bear. Man is scary. With a bear. Depends what man, but probably a bear.
Oh, 100% a bear, which is like terrifying to say, but definitely a bear. Some men are very scary out there. A bear.
I
would say a man.
1 vote out of 7 for a man.
Wow.
And while some people initially laughed at, first of all, the question and then the answer, saying, wow, how crazy is this? Who would want to be in the woods with a bear? Well, it opened up a huge and critical discussion about women's safety. I don't know if they intended this, but this is what happened. Why do women fear men more than potentially deadly bears? Comments have been coming in from all over the world, and they include, quote, I know a bear's intention. I don't know a man's intentions, no matter how nice they are. One woman said, no one's going to ask me if I led the bear on or give me a pamphlet on bear attack prevention tips.
Ouch.
And wow, this is a big one. Quote, if the bear attacks me and I make it out of the woods, everyone's going to believe me and have sympathy for me. But if a man attacks me and I make it out, I'm going to spend my whole life trying to get people to believe me and have sympathy for me. This says a lot. Wow. Many men, as you can imagine, are flabbergasted by this, and a lot of them got really defensive. Well, this guy stepped in and he said, look, men, stand down and actually listen to what these women are truly trying to say here.
The bottom line here is that women are terrified of men. And that's not up for debate. That is how they feel about men. The answer to their question has nothing to do with the bear and everything to do with how they feel around men.
Now, this woman, yeah, it's powerful, right? This woman says she posted her thoughts on this, like she'd rather encounter a bear. And one man proceeded to harass this woman on social media. He followed her to every single one of her platforms, trying to prove that men are safe. He even posted a bunch of statistics. And when she kindly asked him to stop and please leave her alone with her thoughts and feelings, he found her at work.
What?
She says, if this doesn't prove the point that these women are trying to make about how it feels sometimes to be in a scenario you don't want to be in and continue to get kind of followed down the path, let's compare it to the woods, then I guess this is where we are. I think it was a harmless question, but it really turned into a big
It
debate.
did. I mean, that really opened a can of worms, right? When we're talking about women and how they deal and process with sexual assault and the disbelief that comes with that. Like, if I'm attacked by a bear, everyone's gonna have sympathy. If I'm attacked by a man, everyone's gonna question whether it actually happened. It's awful, and that speaks volumes. I will say, when I first heard the question, men or bear, or man or bear, I would rather come across a man than a bear. I'm not trying to be chased down by a bear.
Yeah, and me too. I think there are so many great men out there. We all know them.
Oh, yes,
we
yes,
all love
we're
them
married to
out
them.
there.
Yes, for
Some of
sure.
us birthed them.
Correct.
But I can understand the fear of some people who had different experiences, and they're worried about that. It surprised me to see that so many. Was that 6 out of 7 said bear? That one was kind of surprising.
I think that's where this then got legs, you know,
yeah.
and went viral. And a lot of women were like, wow, the more I think about it. But look, we're also raising daughters and sons. So let's
strong and compassionate and think the best in people and be prepared for the worst. Maybe.
Yes.
Keep the bear spray and the mace, one in each hand, then you're good.
First of all, every single one of those women that said the bear are not aware of bear realities, or they wouldn't have said the bear. So basically, they were lying for effect. So why are we taking them serious?
I would have
basically what could have been said by that panel of poopy.
I would have said the bear be brave.
No, listen, I know, but you're wrong, and you know you're wrong. You know that.
There's a chance you can outrun the man.
No, the bear. You know, if a bear is going to do something like that, but those 3 women at that table, whoever they were, could have said, wouldn't the question have been better phrased some way else than to make women talk like goddamn fools? See, that's what we do. That's what they're going.
I
Women
would pick
hate
the bear
men.
be brave because I can eat the bear and wear his skin after I kill him. I can't do that with the man.
Yeah.
I mean, you could. I mean,
I'm not walking out in the
None of those women. What are you
I'm kidding.
going to shoot the? What are you going to shoot the bear with, Witchy?
The gun I carry. I live in
I
the
know.
woods.
I know.
don't go out
Yeah,
without a
okay.
gun.
Well,
I'm
you know
asking.
what?
Is it a 357, a 44, a 38? What is it? A 9mm? What is it? A shotgun? What is it? What's the gun you're going to shoot the bear with?
Well, my
Bears are not that hard to
Well,
are hard to
I
kill.
carry is a 9mm, but when I go deep into the woods, I carry the 357.
Okay. Now,
I'm a hunter.
those
I
women,
hunt
those
deer,
women,
I kill
weren't-
rabbits.
yeah,
I'm not
I get
afraid
you.
of eating
I know.
meat.
I got you. So you're an exception. The rule is those women were lying out of their asses and they were stupid. So I'm saying that's
lying.
That's how women are charting the courses and taking us into hell because they have no problem at all talking like goddamn.
Or maybe maybe the media has convinced them so much.
Yeah,
to be
whatever.
afraid
Yeah,
of
yeah. But
Yeah,
the women
blame the media.
on the media, but the women are still charting the course with the media using them as a tool. They're still the tool that's charting the course.
Witchy, what was that about high expectations?
Expectations lead to disappointments. They're
Okay,
pre-planned.
well, the high expectations of these 3 women, you know, choosing the bear.
well, I wanted to show you guys this. This one is 2 minutes long about a girl who I don't know if y'all have heard about this. Who actually said, "Hey, I'm gonna go see for myself." You know?
Yeah, let's take this as a lesson.
Yeah. So let's see.
There's nothing like coming face to face with a grizzly bent on attack and surviving. A woman in Yukon now recounting a frightening encounter and how she survived. CTV's Sarah Plowman is here. And Sarah, what an experience that must have been.
Sandy, you never know when a hair clip will come in handy. The woman who survived this attack on June 30th thinks that's what helped her.
It was along this trail where Vanessa Chaput and her dog Luna faced 3 grizzly bears.
I was right beside them, and it was just, it was too close. There was no.
She tried to give them space as Luna chased off 2. One bear attacked her.
When the bear had taken me down with my head in its mouth, my first thought was just kind of protect your vitals. So I went straight into the fetal position. My saving grace was from Walmart.
A plastic hair clip like this atop her head that she says snapped in the bear's mouth. That's when the bear let her go. Shapu believes the bear was stunned.
And I was able.
She hid behind a tree. The bear charged again. Luna distracted it.
If it wasn't for my dog barking, the bear was going to come finish the job.
She headed to the highway, called her husband and 911, bloodied and injured.
So I had puncture wounds all up in my.
Who did she call when the bear attacked?
Her husband.
A man. A man. She called a man.
She called another bear.
My arm. I have a broken bone. I have a lot of nerve damage in that area. And then my tricep was torn into places.
Shapu spent weeks in hospital but holds no hard feelings.
Like, I don't blame the bears for what happened. I don't blame my dog or myself. It was wrong place, wrong time, and
Hey, Witchy, I got a question for you. Witchy, if you were in the woods and you had your 357 because you went deep into the woods and you seen a man, would you get your hands on your 357? I would advise you to do so, but what would you do?
I would probably already have my hand on my holster on my 9mm for a man. The 357 is for distance, and 9mm is for close quarters. And I'm going to give a man a chance to get close. I'm not going to give a bear a chance to get close. I'm going to give a man a chance to explain himself, maybe ask for help. Because if I'm out in the woods, I'm on private property.
But you would get a gun and you would get a gun in your hand. That's why I'm saying.
Oh, I would definitely.
Yeah.
But whether it was a man or a woman, though.
Right.
Whether it was a man or a woman.
Gotcha. I agree.
I come upon
In the deep,
in
in the deep woods, I'm with you.
On my gut.
I'm with you. In the deep woods, I'm with you. But my point is I still think you're not being quite honest. I still think you'd rather encounter a man with your hand on that gun than a bear.
Now, if I have no food, no water, no weapon, and I'm one of these city girls who went for a hike and I ain't got shit with me but maybe a fucking little dog.
I'm not. I didn't give that. No. My question was you.
If that was the case, I'd rather run into a man.
Yeah.
If that was the case, BeBrave, I would rather run into a man.
Talking to a bear right now.
I think with your gun, I still think you'd rather run into the man. I still do. That bear, buddy, a 357 will get him. But boy, you got to be on the money and stuff like that. 9mm, you got to be right where it counts. I still say you'd rather encounter a man, even with your 357. I think you're pulling our leg a little bit with you on that one. The bears, if they go crazy, it's over.
I'm a hunter.
I know.
I'm a hunter, though, and I see bear as medicine. It's full of fat. Dude. It will carry you through the winter.
Yeah, I got you. I'm just saying, I think you'd rather, you got a 357 in your hand, I think you'd rather see a man than a bear.
BeBrave?
Yeah.
I think you'd rather be talking to a bear right now.
Oh, Jesus, Stanley.
I thought I was.
I'm pretty rough and tumble. I'm not to be messed with, but I never attack.
It's Yogi the bear.
For those who didn't get that, that was a gay joke.
And actually, in her defense,
I didn't get it. Hold it.
Bears are more aggressive.
I didn't get the
than
gay
black
joke.
Bears.
I didn't get the gay joke. You said you thought you were talking to a gay man?
No, you're the kind of man that young men who like bears go after. A straight, somewhat bulky, woodsy, outdoorsy, strong men. You're the kind of straight guy that gay guys fall in love with.
Oh, but we're in the understanding I'd fucking knock them on their ass if they got too silly, right? Okay, I got you.
Man, that was way too deep a joke.
Way a little too deep for me. I'm saying, wait, hold on. But thank you for the compliment.
What was the age range?
Virgo?
Yeah, you go Virgo.
What were you asking?
Wasn't that you, Virgo, saying something about black bears, or was that Portia?
No, that was me. Yeah, black bears are less aggressive than grizzlies. Definitely. I think the other most aggressive bear are polar bears, but we're not over there with 12th man, so we won't run into them.
They say a grizzly, it don't matter. They're just if you're out there, you're a human, you're meat. A black bear has to be like thinking.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But at least
a black bear has to think.
If I did have to run into a bear, if I had food in my backpack or something, I'd probably throw the food far away from me and let it go eat it and kind of like, you know, get the hell out of there.
Black bear in the I was just looking on the internet and seen that a couple of days ago where it's the polar grizzly and the black bear as far as aggression.
What was the age range on these females they was asking? They had to be young.
They
Because
were.
any person that's logical would say they'll want to be out there with
This
a
is a
man.
Gen Z thing. This is a Gen Z thing.
Well, the other question is, has any of them ever seen a bear in person outside of the zoo?
Probably not. I'm willing to bet you probably not.
It's just not like they look in the zoo.
No, these women were lying. That's what women do now, and 80% of women now are liars. They're whores. They're shot to hell. We're done.
I remember taking a picture with a tiger. I took a picture with a tiger and an orangutan, but does it mean I'm gonna go out in the wild and go willy-nilly all touching an orangutan or a tiger? Hell to the hell no.
I think the question proves where women are at. Insane, large numbers. Insane.
Well, I think the news report kind of touched on the idea that it's not about the bear or the man, really. It's about women's victim state. We've allowed women and a lot of young men to put themselves into a state of victimhood instead of being the victor. They want to always be the victim, so they never win, and that means we all lose.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. But even if somebody's leading you, you're supposed to have a frame of mind where you can't be led. The one lady answered correctly. She wasn't led. They tried the same thing with her. She said, yeah, I'll take him in. That's because she thought about it just for a second, is that all it took of reality, and said, I'll take the man. Those other women, I'm saying, that's the case, that's the state of females in America today. They're liars. They think about their own selves. They think about destruction of anything that disagrees with them. And they act like goddamn whores. That's 80% of women in this society today. That's what that clip proves. Goddamn idiots is who's out there in large numbers. 7 out of the 8 said, I'll take the bear. Yeah, you stupid. Yes.
But okay.
And not only that, you notice the one woman had her cleavage showing. I'm going way out in the woods. Yeah, you probably don't. If a man's crazy, yeah, you probably don't want to be wearing that way out in the woods. Jeez.
Okay, BeBrave. I'm gonna agree with you, but then kind of like give you a little bit of resistance too. So, yes, a lot of these women now has lost their morality. You know, they're not marriage minded, although they say that they are, but this doesn't usually come until they notice that their biological clock is ticking and they got to hurry up and get a husband and get married and have kids. But what makes these women become whores? Is it because these guys are buying into the OnlyFans and stuff like that? Because if nobody was paying attention to it, they wouldn't do it.
Men have always been pigs. We have. I use the word whore a little too roughly. Women are now pigs. They've joined the man in the pig mentality. The women.
We were not meant to be pigs.
I know. No, you're not. That's what's sad about it. Not only that, but men know how to put the pig away for a woman that he loves. These women don't know how to put the pig away for the man they love by the way they dress. Yoga pants up the crack of their ass, tits hanging out, everything crazy. It's just like too much revealing shit. Thong bikinis everywhere you look. Women don't know how to. Women don't think they have to put the pig away. Men have always understood. I'm a pig. Guess what? If I meet this is right, the pig goes in the closet for good. Because now I'm a man. I'm her man.
Because as women, we like affirmation. That's the problem. We like affirmation too much. So it's like whatever got us our husband, we want it from every other guy.
No, you can see it. I understand. No, it's not right. And that's why I'm gonna say it's not about affirmation. We understand women have to attract a mate. We get that.
Have you ever been married?
Well, yes. Once they attract a man, then it's over. But they're not letting it be over. They still got to attract everybody else around them. And a lot of times you can tell the punk ass male is the one that is too afraid to ask them, put some more clothes on. So basically the women are having free reign with their need for affirmation outside of their marriage, which is a destruction to marriage. Any man that puts up with it is doing nothing but destroying his own very soul.
So
A man
BeBrave,
isn't there to control. A man isn't there to control a woman. A man is there though to suggest to women things that he should, and they're not doing it anymore.
What's your marriage
BeBrave,
status now?
in that video, BeBrave, one of the responses women gave as to why they would choose the bear is because nobody's going to hand me a pamphlet about how to avoid bear attack when I come back. And what you just did was exactly that. You put it onto her clothes and how she was dressed and what she might attract.
I'm still saying the rapist male needs to be dealt with harshly. Okay, don't get me wrong. Okay, he needs to be dealt with very harshly. The point is if there's a crazy man out there, you don't want to attract that crazy man. Okay, that's my point. Now, past this.
That's why I don't do all this work husband shit.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah, no, it's not good. Because I've been the work husband. Trust me.
So kind of like I live in the mountains. I live in the woods. One of the things we do is we bungee tie our trash cans closed and keep them inside the fence until trash day. So the bears, we don't attract the bears. We don't put out food so that we don't attract the bears. You know, you don't leave a big old fucking pile of food sitting right on the edge of your you know, by your house to draw the bears in. We keep dogs to scare them away. So you're saying that women should do the same thing in defense from the animals that some men are.
Yes, cover up. Cover up. There are crazy men out there. And you're so beautiful. Did you see that woman's breast? Them babies were probably nice looking. And then you get a crazy man, he wants to see them all. If you show a woman, look, let me tell you something. And I'm not going to get vulgar here, okay? I'm not. I'm going to say it very clinically, in perfect terms. Women are so naked in public these days, so often. Certainly thong bikinis on the beach. Don't get me started on that. But even in the store with yoga pants, low cut, everything tight. If a man could pleasure himself while looking at you, that means you don't have enough clothes on. And I'm telling you, these women are naked, and it ain't me.
Well, no, if he's a creep, I don't think it matters what you have on.
You're right. I gave credit to the men as being gentlemen. I'm saying if a gentleman would look at you, but he could pleasure himself if he was allowed to, then you've got too few clothes on. You got too few clothes on.
And it's not just the women. What's appalling is that these young little girls too, at like 12 and 13, are wearing these little, what's those jeans called, the little booty shorts from Hollister.
Jeez.
That just shows off all their little butt cheeks. And like, why would parents even allow their kids to wear that?
I do want to say something uplifting into what you just said, Virgo. Is I have children aged 11 and 13, both girls. And in peer group, what I'm seeing is a move towards modesty in the young girls. They're wearing the high-waisted jeans. They're wearing shirts that cover their entire cleavage area. And they're looking at those other girls and going, I don't want to be like that. And maybe it's because I homeschool my kids, so their peer group is different. But there is a movement in the younger generation to try and combat that immodesty.
Witchy, it's a personal question, Witchy. You don't have to answer it. But have you ever told your daughters the reason you dress conservatively is so you don't attract an insane male? Haven't you ever? Have you said that's what I would tell my daughter? I'd say you're out in the world.
I'll give you an example, BeBrave.
Okay.
I'll go very personal for you, BeBrave, and give you my own personal life example. I have a daughter who is 24 years old, and I have two daughters who are 11 and 13. I've raised them essentially the same as a fairly modest woman in the way I dress. And yet my older daughter, who went to public schools by her choice, because I homeschooled her two brothers that are also adults, she still to this day dresses quite provocatively, where my two younger girls dress more modestly. So like I said, it may be because I homeschool them. They're not as exposed to the pressures of society.
The peer pressure, yeah.
Do you try to talk to the one that dresses provocatively at all, or do you just leave her to her own devices?
We've had quite a few conversations. We've of course had quite a few conversations about it, but she's a grown woman. She pays her own bills. I'm not in a place to tell her what to do anymore.
I got you. I don't
when she lived in my house, she would wear modest clothes out of the house and change with her friends in the car to something less modest.
We
which
all
I
did
found
that.
That's why. That's why.
displeasing. I found displeasing for the lying, so we had a discussion about it and agreed that I would not overrule her fashion choices, but she wouldn't hide them from me anymore.
That's why I took
In
the
her
word
team.
whore. That's why I took the word whore out of it, because for the sake of women that have daughters that are dressing provocatively. But I feel
Well,
safe.
and just so you know,
I'm
just so you know, my
saying
daughter's
that
had the
women
same
have
boyfriend for 4 years now. They're
very good.
engaged. They
Very
own a home. They go on vacations. They have no children. You
I
know,
got you.
she
I
just
see it.
dresses immodestly. She doesn't act immodestly.
I got you. Well, if you're dressing immodestly, you're acting immodestly. But I got you. I understand that. I've always said it's obvious that these men are doing everything right. It's obvious this woman is in a good relationship due to their house, their standard, their kids, their SUVs, everything. They're living the life. Why does this woman have to dress like a pig? That's what I'm saying. Is such a shame.
In some of their minds, that's how they got their man. So they want to keep him. They don't want to lose him.
Right. I understand that. I get that. My point is if that loses a man, you got a man that's a pervert. Most men want their wives to stop being a pig when they marry them. Trust me on that. They don't need this stuff. They don't need it. They don't want it. They just can't say anything. Most men now.
And there's ways to still give your man those visual pleasures, but you know, when you're alone and in the house, yeah.
I guess so. If a girl I was with,
the fear is
we're going from the bedroom to the
nobody
shower,
else
love
wants
pulling
it.
the panties up in the crack of their ass for me to look at. That's in the house.
Men are competitive by nature, and I think the fear in these women is that if the men don't feel like they have to continue to compete for this woman, that they will lose interest.
You know what?
Someone else, they do have to compete.
Well, that's misplaced. That's misplaced. The reality is if a man loves a woman, men are pigs, but when a man falls in love with a woman, many times the man is more in love with the woman than she is with him, many times. So I'm telling you this, that is not an excuse for hauling off and keep dressing like a damn pig when you're married. And there's no reason to do it. There's no need to do it. If you got a good man, he isn't gonna. If you got a man that you got to act like a whore for, I would advise, if it was my daughter, I'd say you got to get rid of him, because somewhere your beauty's gonna wane and he's still gonna leave you. So just get rid of him now. If you got a man that needs you to dress like a whore in public or a pig in public, get rid of him. There's something wrong with it. Most men, I'm telling you, I've been around too many of them all my life, not to mention have been one. They don't want their women being pigs after the ring is on. It's like, stop the pig shit. Let's just be married.
Brave, if they respect you, they're not gonna dress like that anyway, Brave. If they respect you, they ain't gonna dress like that.
That's what I'm saying. No, hold on, Antoine. Hold on. Because of the acceptance of it, a man might have to suggest that it's time. And I wouldn't hold that against the woman for needing the suggestion. It's how quick she takes on the suggestion that counts. Now, if a man's fussing with a woman, I've asked 2 of my girls. I said, you got to loosen up. They did it immediately. If it would have been if I had to ask them twice, I would have left. It's just we're 2 different people. But you're right. Yeah. So I would give a woman a little bit of leeway. At least the man has to step up and request it because of the fashion acceptance of it. And the woman may be misthinking things. But if the man's willing to step up and straighten her out, that's when the woman gets to choose. No, I want to look like a pig in public, or you are my man, and I understand what you're saying. All a man has to do is be honest and say, it hurts me for you to show your body to other men. This ain't rocket science. That's what I told my girl. I said, it hurts me. I said, it would hurt me. Why don't you just take your pants down and show that man your ass? I'm okay with that. No, I'd probably cry. Leave you, but I'd go, oh, goddamn. She just showed that man everything she got.
But one thing, BeBrave, you know why they do that? BeBrave, why they do that? A lot of men don't leave women. I can count on one hand how many women I broke up with, but all of the females I was with, they usually break up with me, BeBrave.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us, we stay with them, no matter what they do sometimes.
I know. My one and only wife divorced me. I told her I don't even give a damn if she goes and gets another man, just let me stay around my kids. I didn't care, but no. She had to go because I was a 2-bit loser. And she had a point. I was not ever going to set the world on I was not ever going to set the world on fire, and she did meet a very successful young man from a very well-to-do background. So I understand it. But the point is, is women are leaving men. But the point is when a man asks a woman to stop dressing like a pig, if the woman refuses, the man has to understand you don't have yourself a wife. You just don't.
Yeah, it's time to go. If she refuses, it's time to go.
It's time to go. That's why I've never fussed. I've had women ask me, "You don't argue, do you?" I said, "No, I leave."
My husband had a funny way of telling me I didn't need to dress up anymore. So when we started dating, I would go see him and make sure I look cute. Nothing overly trashy, but the low cut tops, the shorts, and I go see him. And one day he's just looking at me. He goes, "You don't need to dress all up for me. You already got me." So I in my mind I was like, "Oh, okay." Then now all I do is wear t-shirts and shorts.
It's not
regular shorts.
It's not complicated. It's not complicated. Love is a very wonderful thing. If there's love involved, it's not complicated. Who wants to destroy that love is the fool. I tell the women I'm with, those are my tits. That's my ass. I'm not sharing them, my dear.
Be brave by your measures. And I'm not saying by my measures, because I love myself just the way I am, but by your measures, I am a slut.
Why do you call
my late husband and I were swingers.
No, I don't. No, I've always said, forget swinging. I don't criticize that. That's none of my business.
Let me finish.
Okay.
And so he would buy me very sexy outfits to wear. Those are not things I would wear on my own. I'm kind of fashion senseless. I will wear like a green pair of leggings with a blue long t-shirt to cover my ass over it and not care that they have two different patterns on them. I'm like fashion senseless. If anything, I have kind of a witchy fashion sense because most of my clothing is black. But I'm never looking to attract people because even when I don't try, I get enough.
I was going to say,
point of view, enough male attention.
I was going to say, nice try on that one. You're so damn good looking. That doesn't mean that you didn't try. That just means you're accustomed to attracting the attention. I'm kind of the same thing here. I never tried to look. I never tried to attract women.
Hair and I've always been trim. I've never been overweight. I've always had a large bust. So getting male attention has never been anything I had to work.
Right. Doesn't matter. You're still enhancing what you got. Listen, I don't criticize swingers. I say that's not love. It can't be. It can be a good business deal that's very flourishing. I understand it, but I do not criticize swingers. And that he wanted you to dress like a pig is something completely out of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when two people love each other. That's when something has to change and get simple. And men are not able to do it anymore. All they got to do is tell the woman, those are my tits. That's my ass. I don't want to share it. In fact, it hurts my feelings that you want to share it with other men. If a man would be honest like that,
is what I'm saying. Not all men feel that. Not all.
No, you're right. Not all. I didn't say all. I said decent men that are involved in a monogamous relationship. I said that. Decent men that are involved in a monogamous relationship, that they want to stay monogamous. Forget all the swinging in there. They want it to stay monogamous. Marriage, single, just boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. In a monogamous, loving relationship, damn near all men would say that they had the nerve. That's my tits. Those are my tits, and that's my ass. And I get hurt when you show them to other men. But they can't say that. Number one, they can't show themselves to be that insecure because that's what it looks like. Me, I'm saying I'm kind of being secure and saying what I'll take and what I ain't. And number two, it makes them look like the woman saying you're trying to tell me what to do. When in reality, I'm going, no, I'm suggesting what to do if you want to stay with me. That's not me telling you what to do. It's not. It's just like I'm not going to share you with other men. If you need to have other men's attention, I understand that. Go be single or find a man that is in agreement with you. It's not complicated. It isn't. We make love like a goddamn some scientific experiment, and it's so ridiculous. If men would stand up and say, honey, don't dress like that because it hurts my feelings, You realize a lot, you know how many men wouldn't think of saying that because they're afraid of looking insecure? Do you know how many men won't say, honey, don't wear that because you look like a pig and you're attracting a lot of attention and I don't like other men, you looking like a pig in public. Oh, that would be them being bossy. So either the man's insecure or he's trying to be too dominant. When in reality, the man's just going, no, I'm trying to be a husband and I want my wife to be my wife. Now, marriage is few and far between. I get it. I say if you lined up 100 people, probably 5 of them know how to do a marriage. That's what we're up against. But that doesn't erase the reality of what simplicity is inside of a loving relationship. It doesn't.
Can I ask what date you converted to Islam, BeBrave?
I don't do religion. If I'm anything, I praise the Lord a little bit, you know, and do that.
Hallelujah.
But it's not even a matter of religion, Witchy. See, you're reducing the species to something that needs to be treated like a child.
I was making a joke about the point of covering women up.
I got you. I know where your joke was at. I'm not stupid. But I'm still saying a lot of people think that stuff revolves from religion. It's not. It's just basic man stuff. A man don't want to share his damn woman if he loves her. That's
Where do you
all.
think religion got it from?
I don't look into I don't concern myself much with religion.
Well, I'm just saying it comes from that same basic man stuff that you're claiming.
Well, of course, we're all moral. We're born moral. We're born moral. We're born knowing right and wrong. We're born psychologists. We're all born psychiatrists. We're all born psychologists. We're all born moral philosophers. It's just that we give it up because of external forces that we're intimidated by. Everybody's born with the sense of right and wrong. Every goddamn man and woman is born. They learn very quickly by the time they're 2 what's right and wrong, and then they refine that into 5 right and wrong, and then it jumps to another level at 10 and 8 what's right and wrong. But we're all born knowing right and wrong. Even the youngest, the first things babies learn is right from wrong, in that they know they get hurt, so they don't want to hurt another person with doing something. So they immediately learn the golden rule. The first thing a baby learns is the golden rule, and we talk like religion is needed to teach us that. That's what gets under my craw with that statement. I got you.
Yeah, I was about to say, even as a kid, you know, when you did what my mom used to call a oopsie, you know when you're done and you have that guilty look. I mean, even animals, man, my dog, when he gets into the trash, he likes coffee grinds. So even when he gets into the trash and tips it over and chews the coffee grinds, and we walk into the kitchen and we see him, he goes straight, run into his bed and just gives us the sad eyes.
Oh my God. That's an
like,
excellent.
Don't yell at me, mommy.
That is an excellent quiver or arrow in my quiver, and I'm going to use it in the future. We're talking about people who are born with morality. Dogs know right.
Guilty?
Dogs know right from wrong. Dogs know right from wrong.
Is he guilty?
I'm pretty
or
sure
afraid
he's
that you're going to yell at him?
It doesn't matter. He says there's consequences. That's what the dog understands. Humans, if dogs can figure that out, I'm pretty sure humans can, minus religion. Thank you for that story, Virgo, because I'm going to use that story many times.
Okay.
I'm going to use that story.
The issue is humans.
Because I've had dogs, and I've never noticed it. But you are correct. They immediately know when they've done something wrong.
But humans, it's not that we don't know right from wrong. Is a lot of times we don't give a damn about the consequences.
That's what I'm saying. My point is that we don't need the religion to teach us right from wrong. That was my point. And your story about the dog helps to prove that. Dogs can figure it out. I'm pretty sure humans are born figuring it out without religion. I'm not saying anything against religion. Please don't mistake that. I love saying praise the Lord. It just feels good. I tell people,
well,
just
you know
say
what, be brave.
It just feels
You know
good.
what, be brave. What? This goes down in history. This is the first time that me and you have been on a panel that I mostly agreed with you.
Well, I'm wondering if you just weren't listening the previous times, Virgo. I'm not so sure of that, my dearest. I know you're married, my dearest. That's in my young daughter.
Trust me, I don't take offense.
No, I respect married women, though. I'm saying I don't. When I say my dearest, I'm making very clear this isn't anything other than.
I know.
young
I
girls.
know.
Yeah, I respect men's wives and their loving relationships. That's why I ask women when they say stuff to me, "Are you single or married?" Because I want to take them. I can take it two ways. If you're single, I want to enjoy it. If you're married, I
Yeah, I
want to
bet.
yeah, I just know, but yeah, no. I just think you weren't. I think you weren't honest. I'm pretty consistent. I think you just weren't listening.
So you have your own channel, you said?
Yes, I do. Sunday morning.
If you drop,
every Sunday morning at 11 o'clock. It's easy. I don't know how to drop shit. Here, do this. Tap in YouTube where they give you the scroll of all the YouTubes. Type in the search bar, Be Brave and Think. It'll take you to my channel. It's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. I'm getting a whopping. I got a whopping 8 views with my last one. I don't care. I call it the To Whom It May Concern stream. I don't care if I get any views. Because I know what I'm saying and I say it well. It's my moral duty to speak what I know, and it's just supposed to be. That's why people say, "Well, nobody's listening." It doesn't matter. Just say it. Just still say it. You know, if you know what, if you get, it's just a good thing to say it. So no, I've had 70 views, 50 views, 45 views. This last one was 8 views. So I mean, this is nothing special. If you come over, Virgo, trust me. You can bring up any topic you want. I don't stick to any single topic. You can bring up any topic. Okay. If I'm on a topic, you can jump in on it, or you can say, "I want something stuck in your craw," and you want to run it by somebody to see. Think I'm a good test to see if you're full of shit or not. I'm not bragging. I just am. Okay. I think things through. I think things through, and I always say, if you think you're right, try an old man. Not me. Try an old man.
I'd like to make a totally unrelated comment.
Go ahead.
I noticed that there's 4 women up here and Stanley disappeared.
Did he? I didn't even notice that.
You probably need some sleep.
Where is Stanley? Oh Lord, Stanley.
Well, he's been up like since like 2 or 3 o'clock.
Probably need some sleep.
Oh yeah, that is true. He took over last night when John left, right? And when you went to sleep.
Yeah.
How did the run to the store go, Portia? Did you get your orange juice and stuff?
Yeah, I did.
What did the doctors tell you happened?
Oh goodness gracious! You see, I'm gonna have to call him because Lolo. John, I tell you what. Okay, I guess whatever happens, it'll work itself out. Yeah, I got everything. I have like an upper respiratory and a sinus infection, plus my allergies and everything. So, but I'm getting better one day at a time. One day at a time.
Have you ever been this kicked down before?
It's been a long time since I have been. And I usually like go to work anyways and like I push through it, but it's like not today or not last week.
Might be that didn't Texas humid as hell?
Like our allergies, like we've been having like our AQI, like our air quality has been really high. Like it's always so much stuff blowing in the wind around here, and your allergies will start to get to you, and then
like tumbleweeds
stir up other stuff. Listen, I feel like it's everything up under the sun.
But isn't there a lot of humidity there?
See, where I'm at, it's really dry, but like in Houston, it's really humid.
Oh, Texas is that large of a state where the air.
Yes. Wow. Yes, it's different in different places.
Where I'm at, it's humid here. It's humid here, but the humidity, I know,
is huge.
Humidity is very unhealthy for people. I don't care what anybody
Texas
says.
is huge.
Yes, I think I heard.
Do you use?
You could fit a couple of states in Texas.
Yeah.
Do I use?
I know it's large, but
a neti pot.
Oh yes! Oh my gosh! Yes, I've been using my neti pot.
Amen. If you really want that neti pot to help, if you have like, do you use essential oils?
Don't use essential oils.
I just use the neti pot, like with like the salt.
Yeah, if you want to
And
really
warm
feel
water.
relief in your sinuses, a little bit of lavender essential oil makes a big difference in the nitty pot.
But the reason that
Ooh,
is
yeah.
because of the chemicals in it. If
And
there's any way to
lavender helps you
relieve your
sleep
sinus,
too.
if there's any way to get around essential oils, do it. Look at what's in that stuff. Trust me, I did. It's not good. You don't want to be using that shit. It tells right on there. Don't get it around small, tiny children because it can be damaging to the concentration of such small anatomy. I mean, come on.
I suppose it matters where you get your essential oils because I personally make a lot of essential oils and there's no chemicals in them and they're easy enough to purchase completely just a substrate and the oil that the plant matter that you want.
I would certainly, if I was advising anybody to use essential oils, I would certainly make that very clear in your advice. Because the stuff,
I suspect
the
that
stuff that's
Portia,
chemical
anything
ridden.
she puts in her body, she's going to read everything on the label.
It doesn't hurt if you suggest that essential oils, it doesn't hurt to make sure they're natural and, as you say, the substrate is what it is, as opposed to like a chemical essential oil. A lot of essential oils, that's not lavender you're smelling, that's chemicals that attach to the air and bond to the air molecules, and you breathe them in. I did a stream just last week on mothers poisoning their families with fragrance products. They're literally poisoning their families with fragrance products. They are. Dryer sheets, softener sheets, the plug-in on the walls, the spray, the Febreze. Are we crazy? I would divorce a woman for that shit. I would. I'm not lying. I say you're crazy. You're poisoning our children. Of course, I wouldn't leave her if we had children. But
do you use the detergent? It's all clean and free. That one has no scent.
Tide is unscented. Tide unscented.
Oh, they have a Tide one too. Okay.
Yeah. I don't even because I'm a laborer, okay, and I take baths every day. I don't even use deodorant. This ain't happening. I'm not putting no aluminum on my underarms. You're supposed to sweat from that part in your body. You're supposed to.
You know what? Be brave. I haven't used deodorant in years.
Bless your heart.
And when I say this, I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, you must stink," blah blah blah. No, I don't, because I've used deodorant since I was a teen. You know, when you're going through puberty as a teen, hair doesn't even grow under my arms anymore.
Yeah. No,
it doesn't. So there's no need for me to.
It's unhealthy anyway. I get deodorant if you're going to some social thing.
Yeah. Now, if I'm going hiking or something, and I'm gonna be sweating,
working in a factory. No, there's no deodorant needed. I've never smelled. The women I've all been with, all of them, were very clean women. I've never even smelled a bad odor on them anywhere, ever, nowhere. And they didn't do.
I think we condition our bodies to stink.
I think people look for it. I mean, okay, my dear, at the end of getting this little lovey-dovey after a work day, it doesn't smell as fresh, but it's like it's not offensive. It's like that's just my lovey-dovey girl. Let me in there. I don't get it when people are worried about the females. Just stop it. My God.
May I ask a question, Be Brave?
Go ahead.
Have you stayed with a woman through menopause yet?
Yes.
Well, because those night sweats, the smell of it it bothers myself. I have to get up and shower, but I'm not a deodorant user.
You know what? I'm telling you, I don't recall anything offensive though, even during their periods.
You know what? I haven't gotten night sweats, Witchy. I haven't gotten night sweats. Now, does my mood change? Yeah.
Hardcore menopause.
Oh yeah, I think I was premenopausal before I had the hysterectomy.
Only one woman I was with during that. Actually, more than that, 2 or 3 maybe. The one I was actually involved with.
I get hot flashes and night sweats pretty bad. Not often, because I do my black cohosh, which I'm not recommending that to anybody else. It's just what works for me. But every so often, the night sweats, especially, I'll wake up just drenched, and I don't like the smell of it myself.
Well, if you were my wife, I'd say, don't you worry about that smell if you're going to use chemicals. Don't worry about it. I got.
Oh no, I get up and shower and then I wash.
Whatever. I'm saying it's not offending me as your man. I don't want a woman to put chemicals on her, in her, or on her, or around her. No fragrance products. My God, they got garbage trash cans for the kitchen that are scented now. They got everything.
That is true. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Look into how they do that. They don't even have to list the chemicals that are on these products. Moms, you've got 3-year-old children. Mothers that are 5 feet away from that wall squirt of chemicals. Mothers. It's like, dads, you could easily talk them out of it. It's these, pardon my French, it's these goddamn marketable women. They're out of their minds. Dryer sheets? How soft do your clothes need to be that you poison everything in your house with dryer fragrance, softener fragrance?
Well, you know why that is, BeBrave?
Yeah, because they're
back in the 50s, when it was more common for women to stay at home.
Yeah, fall from art.
They were the ones that handled all of the buying for the products for the houses, and that's why they called those shows they used to watch soap operas, because it was basically advertisement. The commercials were advertisement for women to buy all of this unnecessary things.
But not just the commercial, the entire shows were full of product placement.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
And salesmen, door-to-door salesmen. Who do you think is at home back in those days? It's going to be women, and they'll impulse buy, and probably when the husbands got home, they were like, "Why did you get this?"
I would. I don't know. It's just it doesn't take rocket science. I remember the first girl I lived with. I was probably 25. 26, used up softener shoes. I said I can't. I told her very nicely. I said, please don't do that. I said, I don't know how soft you need your clothes. Do the like if you got jeans and use a softener shoe. Are the jeans that much softer? I don't know. Are they? Because I don't get the softening. Considering the chemicals you go through breathing and
I live a different lifestyle than what you're talking about. Like, we have a clothesline, and I mean,
Yeah.
use the dryer, but we have a clothesline, and like.
Well, I notice people with clotheslines, Witchy, use
Who the hell is knocking on my door?
I know people that use softener in their wash, and then their clothes stink on the clothesline. I'm going, my God, if it's smelling that bad in the fresh air, or that strongly, I should say, because it smells nice, but it's chemicals. If it smells that strongly, don't you understand what you're doing in your house around your children? I'm flabbergasted. I don't get it. That's why I say I think women don't understand. They need to be called out for it. Like men just say, hey,
Americans
stop dressing like a pig.
understand-
Hey, stop poisoning my children with fragrance products.
Americans don't understand that they vote with their dollars, not at the polling booths. We vote with our dollars. What you buy determines what's going to keep getting sold. So, like you said, we need to, as Americans, just stop buying the shit.
Well, that's true, but women, I think, women are mistakenly thinking because of their desire to be soft and pretty or something. They're mistakenly not understanding what fragrance products, what they're about. It's raw chemicals. They don't list the chemicals on the product for a reason. They don't. You gotta add chemicals to attach to air molecules. That's a bonding that takes place chemically. It's like, just, if women would look into it, it's like, what slays me is the children they got around me. Febreze all over my couch. I thought my 4-year-old child likes to take a nap on that couch. I would be beside myself. It just would. I don't, and it's not even, it's, if I'm 25 and I get it, where doesn't it sink into women after their 34th year of life that this is probably not something you want to do? I know damn well women, for the most part, can be very intelligent, but I think their desire or their fear of some sort of femininity that they're pursuing, because
I just want to counter that. I just want to counter that. I grew up without any of that stuff. I grew up with hippie bikers for parents. My mom was a bartender. My dad was a truck driver. They were very in touch with being less is more. You know, we had dirt floors. We only had running water in the kitchen sink. We boiled water for baths. We had a solar shower in the summer. And when I married my second husband,
Did you have an outhouse?
We did. There wasn't running water in the house. You had, we had a basin in the winter where you poop in the bucket and dump it in the outhouse in the morning because you didn't want to go out in the middle of the night in the snow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I had an outhouse until I was 7 years old. We had an outhouse. And up in the kitchen, boiled it on the stove for bath.
I did laundry with an old ringer washer with a crank. It was pre-electric. So we didn't have electricity in the house.
Well, we had electricity. We had electricity.
When I married my second husband and I moved into his home, he required those things. Fabric softener.
Your husband did.
Dryer sheets. His mother did them in his home, and that's what he knew to be a clean home, and it was expected of him.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have.
I was a good wife, BeBrave. I was the type who adapted my lifestyle to his.
Well, you had to have been. Your man wanted you to have sex with other men, and you did it because he told you to.
I went to
unless you suggested it to him.
And spent 2 weeks living with a mother-in-law who hated me to learn how to cook from her, so I could cook the way he liked. Like that was how I was raised to be a good wife. And he was very materialistic and modern, and he required of me to learn these modern ways of adding fragrances to everything and cooking things that were in a box as opposed to making it from scratch. Like his mom always used this certain gravy mix. So I used gravy mix, even though I prefer to make my own.
You got rid of him, didn't you?
He passed away. BeBrave. I'm a widow. Both of my husbands passed away.
How old was he when he passed away?
37.
Wow.
He had a stroke at home.
Okay, please. Okay, your husband and you aside. Probably he was poisoned all through his life.
Oh, I don't disagree. But I'm just saying it's not just the women who do it. Some men who are raised that way are used to it too, and they need to break the cycle as well. That's what I was getting at.
My mom would occasionally throw a dryer sheet in the dryer. We cooked from scratch. Grew up very rough, but no, I get you. I mean, I understand it. I'm just saying that I hold it more against women than I do men, because I think most men, maybe your husband not included, if you talk to them and you show them the stats and you show them what fragrance products are about, the chemicals involved, men would go, okay, that's enough. Where the women are still going, I don't know, I want to chance it because I like my house to smell like roses. It's like it's not smelling like roses, though. It's not rose. That's petroleum. It's petroleum chemicals that's made it smell like roses, you silly woman. But no, it's way out of hand now. But they couldn't sell trash bags. Scented.
You think that, but so many men often will come up in their mind with the illogical, but they consider it logical reasoning of, well, there's already so many fucking chemicals in the air, and there's already all this. What's a little more? Do you know what I mean?
And back to my analogy, a man ain't got the nerve to tell a woman to dress conservatively, and he ain't got the nerve to tell her to stop buying stupid goddamn chemicals in no uncertain terms. Men are afraid of women these days. This ain't a little thing. This is not some little cute little thing that culture's been involved in. No, it's bad. It's not good at all. Men are now afraid of women. And I get men were no good for nothing pieces of shit for 400 years. Don't get me wrong, I get it. But now we went just completely the other way. It's like, to make up for that, it's like, whoa.
Well,
yikes.
That's how a pendulum swings, isn't it? If you have a pendulum and it's way up on one side and you let it go.
If you're dealing with gravity and inanimate, if you're dealing with gravity and inanimate objects, yes, a pendulum swings that way very logically. Human consciousness, yeah, you're supposed to stop the pendulum. It's like, okay, let's get this in the good zone and then stop it. That's what we're capable of. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. Just the same as like the 50s, the door to the 50s needed kicked in, trying to tell a man how to wear his hair, trying to tell him how short his hair has to be, everything like that. now I know men are crazy now with spike hair and stuff, which is crazy. But in the 50s, they tried to tell everybody what to do. That door needed kicked down. They kicked the door down. Fine. Okay, now we're free. We dress how we want. You know, we don't have these stringent things. We can relax. Guess what we did? We just kept on going into stupid land. It's what the global corporate machine pushes us to do. There's no, if you ever notice, there's no gray areas allowed in anything.
An object
Politics,
in motion will
product,
continue
everything.
motion until it faces resistance.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's where the logic comes into the human species.
And be brave and witchy. It's like, okay, so when you have a man that you want
I'm
to
sorry, give me 1
supposedly,
second, Lily. Jayson,
Yes, how you doing? Hello,
Jayson,
Washington. Hello.
Washington. Have you been on the panel before?
Yes, I'm the guy from Germany, but from Oklahoma.
From Germany,
I,
but from Oklahoma?
yeah, I was last time I was on the show was maybe 6 days ago. Yeah.
Are you the teacher?
No, I'm the career bartender.
Okay, I'll have to remember you. All right, because I just don't recognize your name. All right, y'all carry on. Hey, Lily.
hey, where's the names so I can? So okay, there we go. So be brave and witchy. You know, when you fall in love with a man, be brave. It's like, and what do you believe in witchy? What do you believe in witchcraft? You know, because the bitch she done did witchcraft on me. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, if I want, you know, I just want to be free. You know what I'm saying? Because you know we're not human. You know, we're there's source and there's people that create source, and there are like it's a whole lot of shit going on. Earth is everybody is on Earth. We have reptilians, you know what I'm saying?
No,
Huh?
no, I don't. You're
Yeah.
making things too complex. That's what we do in modern times. We make everything complex so we don't have to just say we're acting like goddamn fools.
I feel you.
So are you
And
asking for my interpretation of why I call myself a witch, or are you asking
no,
if I
no,
have
I'm
some ability to cure you of magic that was done on you?
no, I'm asking Witchy, what is the point of witchcraft and why you know, like, okay, so my husband's first baby mama or whatever, she did witchcraft on me, but she tried to kill me through witchcraft. It's like, what is the point of witchcraft? You know, I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying with you? What is the point of
What's the point of
how
Christianity? I mean, our elders have been practicing hoodoo and witchcraft longer than they've been practicing the ideas of Christianity. So, I
So
mean,
for
just
me,
because
witch,
maybe witchcraft has been perverted and turned into what we think is dark magic, and maybe it's been used as dark magic against you, and I'm sorry for that because it's a real thing. But her having that name doesn't negate or say that she's like a positive witch or a negative witch or whatever it is. But there's important information that could actually heal our community, especially some of the herbs that they use, some of the potions, some of the medications that they use. I think it would be actually a great investment for a lot of the Black people to learn more about what they think is witchcraft and hoodoo.
so witchcraft, it says it in the word, is craft. I craft things. I make potions and tinctures. Like I cured my cancer with a cannabis tincture. I treat my cough with often with tinctures that I make. I pick wild herbs. I dry them. I grow things. I make things using the magic that's within me, given to me by the spirit, I guess is what I would call it. I don't own anything and nothing owns me. I live a life of meager means with a happy fulfillment in the things around me. Like in a little while, I'll be going to pick pinon from the trees on my property and living off of what the land provides as much as I can. It's a craft. As far as what you're talking about with your ex, The only person who has the power to break it is you, if you believe in it, and you certainly have the power.
Thank you so much. And I heard that we're living through karma because the first enslavements, we aren't the first slaves. The first we black, quote unquote, black people enslaved white people. So we're living through our karma, And I believe that, it's just that I believe witchcraft comes from we have to have people in the esoteric realm to protect us because on earth, we don't have anybody because when somebody put when somebody put a 4 or 5 towards your head and they pull the trigger, you will die. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have to have people in the esoteric realm that will protect us. What do you think about that, Wishy? And it's like, I feel like, witchcraft, I hate that term witch because it's not being a witch, it's about being yourself,
Okay, really quick. We have a comment for you in the chat, Lilly. It says Lilly is a witch. I remember when she turned her cam on. So are you a witch, Lilly, or I know you
I
said you
hate
don't
that
like
term.
so like
Yeah,
what do you call it?
I call it just being in existence within your reality, like how you want to live your life, am I not accepted in life because I want to live the life that I want to? And is it just like, and I love just living
You're
with
making
other
it.
people.
Wait, stop. You're making it too complicated. You could say you're an alchemist. You could say a lot of
Right.
different things. You could say you're a Christian. You could say you're a more. All she's asking is the label. And since you said you didn't like the term witch, then what
Right.
would be a term that you would call like-minded women like yourself? And it can't be something that long. When people ask me, "What am I?" I say I was raised on a reservation and I study alchemy and Tao. I keep it that simple. That's my base foundation, alchemy. What I do right and wrong, I base on alchemy, not from Christianity. I study Christianity, other religions, and put it all into a part of me. But what I hold myself accountable to is alchemy. And most women who are in witch type mentalities or into the stars, playing potions, understanding the power of psychedelics and mushrooms, they usually say the same thing. They're alchemists.
I would also like to get Brave's input on this from what you're hearing. Brave, what are you taking away? Like, what are you hearing? What are your thoughts?
I think alchemy is a nice word for concoctions, which can work. There's concoctions that work, but for the most part, anybody that's thinking that something esoteric or something in the movie is going to save you, it's like I have pity for you. People that think witchcraft is like you can cast a spell on somebody, I feel sorry for you. I mean, I'm not saying you can't try, but I'm saying, yeah, come on. No, it's again, as I said, life is too simple. We're gifted with simplicities of life, and witchcraft and the casting spells and all that stuff isn't part of it. I don't care who says what. I'm never gonna.
I mean, that's
Think that
fine,
it
sir. It's not
is.
really speaking to your DNA. I mean, not many people who are.
Jason, what is your definition of alchemy? What is alchemy?
Hold on a second,
you,
Lily. I think it's my name that
Alchemy
triggered you
is
on the witchcraft because this wasn't the conversation. I think it's my name that triggered you, and perhaps explaining the name is more important than all of us getting into our religious beliefs, which is not a conversation BeBrave likes to be in. The name is the
I
name comes from
apologize.
my
I need
channel
to
name,
offer.
which used to be Witchy Bitchy, because everywhere I went, they either called me a witch or a bitch, so I just owned it.
Oh yeah, that's true. You did have bitchy at the end of your name, witchy. You did.
My channel
I
does,
remember
yeah.
that.
When I come up here, I was lazy and I just typed witchy instead of bitchy too.
Okay.
But
All right.
you know
Well,
what? I've learned
I
to
don't want to. I don't
master
want
the.
to offend anybody. So I'll get off of here.
You're not
No,
offending
no, don't
anybody.
go.
No. I don't want to be.
I've learned to. I've learned to master the alchemist and D&D, so I'm very intrigued by it, and yeah, I do believe in holistic healing, whatever you want to call it. You know, I think
Yeah, like drink
very
enough water. Drink more water. Duh. But look
stop
up.
it, be brave.
No, I'm just saying.
No,
I'm just
no,
saying. There's a lot
no.
of things that you can do for health that people they think it's a magic thing, and I'm going no.
But you know, we have different realms. So you know, we have the 3D, the 4D, the 5D, and the 10D on Earth.
Right. Okay.
So it's like how can we build a family on a 10D when we can't even build a family on a 3D? You know, I just want.
My dear young lady, if I met you as a woman, I'd say we ain't building nothing. You're crazy. And I say,
wait, sir, stop.
Whatever.
Wait. Again, let's have this conversation logically, okay?
It is. I said that nicely.
You are saying by the standard of what you kind of understand the way that you're saying.
It's nonsense.
I'm sorry, am I muted?
No, we can hear you. Go ahead, Jayson.
All right, I'll be quick. You're operating in a standard that, you know, with Christianity has been kind of in charge for let's say the last 500 years on this planet. Okay, is that fair? 500 years that Christianity has been like the majority. So before that 500 years, what was practiced? What was the still? So you can't say, well, I would tell you that you're crazy. Well, I'll tell you what's being normalized right now seems crazy. What the world seems of making as a norm seems crazy.
You're right.
So there's no point of saying, well, I would just say that you're crazy. Instead, maybe try to hear what she's saying and then enter and digest it. And then if it's not for you, it's not for you. But just to spout off and say, well, I would just say you're crazy, that's showing that you're not. Wait, give me a second. I promise you I'm quick. And I'm almost finished in like 10 seconds. You saying that she's crazy is completely negating the words that she said to you. And that's why people shut down in these types of conversations.
I want to shut that talk down. I don't need it coming at me.
Then you shouldn't be on this panel if you want to shut
No,
down a conversation.
I said it nicely. I call Christians nuts a lot of times. So I mean, I'm equal opportunity. You're crazy. Too many woo-woo shit, and I'm going, excuse me, life ain't that complicated.
So most people are crazy. So you're just pointing out that she's also crazy. Why?
I'm not saying I shouldn't say crazy. I'd say get there.
You did. That's what I'm pointing out. Words matter.
But I said it nicely. I meant nonsense. You're full of nonsense.
You're an asshole, but I said it nicely. That doesn't matter, sir.
What does it?
Words matter.
If you say asshole
It doesn't
nicely,
matter how you say it. You can say nice things in a copper tongue, and it's still a devilish tongue.
No, I meant she needs
therapy.
therapy. I mean, if you think there's a 10D and a 4D and a 5D, I'm saying go get therapy, man. I didn't say that.
Therapy.
What
do you mean therapy? When you go to sleep, when you go to sleep, don't you go into 4D and 5D,
sir.
What's that?
Maybe you haven't taken a potion. Maybe you haven't even had mushrooms more than 3.5 grams.
Well, see, for me,
there's a reason that indigenous cultures had people taking mushrooms at 15. As part
I
of
don't know.
When they reach into puberty.
Could y'all tell us?
Thing.
Could y'all tell us
Right.
what 3D, 5D, 10D, 6D?
Okay, but right quick for his answer, I've taken good doses of hallucinogens, sir. I have.
Okay, so
they were good.
If that's the case, then when you closed your eyes and went into the kaleidoscope of what your brain is, you saw 4D and 3D. If you did the mushrooms in the
you can call it anything
or were you
you
just
want.
taking them and being in a party mode? If you
know
travel
what?
your own
No,
brain and
not
astral
party.
travel,
No,
then you
I-
would see it. You would understand exactly what she's speaking
There was
about
no party.
with brain.
Never. I didn't go to parties. That's
Then
it.
you
When I
didn't
take
do it in the
hallucinogens-
way that she did. So
That's
she
right.
took the
When I take
mushrooms in a different
hallucinogens, I
way.
take very
Therefore, she found a different realm.
I got it. I understand.
And
how
I'm
you
not a
think.
warlock. I'm just an alchemist.
I do think that you can think you found a different realm. What you found is you found a plant that gives the human physiology an entirely different.
Okay, so maybe she can say you're crazy for not experiencing the plant the right way instead of just taking the plant for drug
I
reasons.
wouldn't get offended by that. I wouldn't.
Oh,
I wouldn't. But I'm just saying, just like, yikes. Ooh, yikes.
Yikes. Okay.
Which,
Okay.
yikes. That's what I say to probably people.
Okay, bet. Keep that same energy. All right, so
I
I'm
will say
gonna get off.
this. Go ahead, ladies.
I do call
I really do
hallucinogens.
think.
I do call hallucinogens. I do call hallucinogens the appreciation drugs, because when you do them, after you've done enough of them, you appreciate everything a lot more. So I will give. I do say that. I've always said that it's an appreciation drug that people are terribly overvalued.
I want to be sure that we get Virgo in here too. Virgo, did you have any comments on what you're hearing? Any thoughts? What do you think?
Well, I already said that I do believe in holistic medicine. I'm a firm believer in that, but it doesn't take away from my faith either. I don't think the two should or does clash. You know, because
Not so much,
you're
but
truly
there's not so much alchemy in Christianity, and this is what my papa said is that
yeah,
the idea that you can do something
there's more
just give me
alchemy in Christianity than there is science, if you really think about it.
no. Well, I'll tell you why I disagree. Because again, with Christianity, the idea is taught to a lot of people that as long as you ask for forgiveness and believe in Jesus Christ, that you're always forgiven, and that completely contradicts everything about alchemy. If I do something wrong, I can't just say I'm sorry. I have to go through the works to show that I'm sorry. I have to do something to offset what I've done wrong. If I'm gossiping about somebody, I have to offset that. I have to atone for gossiping and ill things that I speak with my tongue. And for some reason,
God is
those
not
things
that
aren't really
strict. He is not
I
that
didn't say
strict.
God. I said alchemy.
Could we get a definition of alchemy somewhere, please, somebody?
What did you say, Stanley?
I said, call me Stanley, girl.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Stanley. My bad. I'm sorry, BeBrave.
I'm proud to be mistaken for Stanley.
I am so sorry, BeBrave. I did not mean to insult you that way.
I'm lying about being insulted. It pleases me that somebody confuses me for Stanley. I just want to know the definition of alchemy.
Oh, so you got a computer right there. You can go ahead and look it up because now you've heard the things that I've said, and now you want me to define something for you. You have the information right there in front of you. Wait, no, sir. I know how these conversations go.
Computer illiterate. If I tap on something,
you're not computer illiterate, sir. You're the one right now with the camera on. You're the one who has.
I barely got this.
You have a computer. You're not computer illiterate. Okay, fine. Okay, then fine. Is alchemy not in the dictionary that you probably have behind you?
Thank you. Now read it. Now it's too small. I can't read it on my screen.
I'll make it bigger, Brave.
Okay. Or somebody just read it.
It says, hold on, wait.
I'll enlarge
it says the medieval forerunner of chemistry based on the supposed transformation of matter. It was concerned particularly with attempts to convert base metals into gold or to find a universal elixir. It says similar to chemistry, magic, sorcery, witchcraft, and enchantment.
Yeah. That's what I get my definition from.
Read the second one.
Yeah, I think that's the wrong definition of it.
I was about to say, like,
right there.
No, that's the definition. You guys are just using the wrong word.
Magical process.
A power or a process that changes or transforms something in a mysterious or impressive way.
Yeah, think about plastic surgery. Plastic surgery. Alchemy is the precursor to modern medicine. It's where we got the herbs that they extract from to make modern pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, it's a practice of using herbs and natural resources to heal. That's really the base.
That's why I said earlier, alchemy is nothing more than concoctions. Good concoctions. I stand by them. I know there are concoctions that work.
Manipulation, right?
Manipulation.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
if
this
you
one
use
says
palm oil,
chemistry, especially in the Middle Ages, that dealt with trying to find a way to change ordinary metals into gold, and with trying to find a medicine that would cure any disease, a process that is so effective that it seems like magic.
That's why I said it's a nice word for concoction, because there are concoctions that work. I mean,
yeah, it's holistic, you know.
In other words, grind up some vegetables and drink them.
It's also a practice the same way that
exactly.
people practice Buddhism. It's the same way that people practice Tao. It doesn't mean that you manipulate metals. It also means that you look at things on a different level as far as your coding. What I was saying earlier is that my pawpaw, who's native, he said that you can't just ask for forgiveness and think that all is good. You have to atone something. If I did something bad in the neighborhood, or if I did something bad and maybe it was spray painting, I couldn't just say, okay, I'm sorry, Pawpaw. He would say, no, you got to go paint those 4 houses over there for those 3 ladies whose husbands aren't around anymore. Who like, that's how you say you're sorry. And that's what one of the principles of alchemy is. You have to atone for what you do, good or bad. And if you do
About
the
that
good thing, you're
Like
sir.
karma, right?
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. What is your question? Because you wanted
Oh
to
no, never
interrupt.
mind.
What did you
I'm
want to
sorry, I
say?
interrupted you. No, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, it's okay. What did you want
And
to say?
that's why black magic doesn't work because,
Said
like you
I
said, Jordan is. Am I pronouncing your name right? I can't see the screen too well. I don't have my
It's
glasses
Jayson
on.
Virgo.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jayson.
It's all great.
Okay,
It's all good.
so it's just like black magic. It doesn't work. If you put a spell on somebody, you have to pay it 7 times fold.
Exactly.
So it all comes back to you. So
It does.
if you're gonna
Yeah.
use magic, I would say use it for good.
Exactly.
Well, yes, you're supposed to, not for greed. But again, we are sinful people. So sinful people have always perverted any religion, any
Oh
practice.
yeah.
I have no problem with Christianity. I just think that Christians have used it in the wrong way. I have no problem with different religions and how they want to form a foundation of
Some of them
code, which is
do.
what it's
Yeah.
supposed to be. But it's how people have perverted it. Even in this planet, when say, "Oh, well, God's not real because God wouldn't let these kids be getting shot." It's like God has nothing to do with that. God has done
No, we have free
like
will.
his or her part by putting us on the planet. What we've done to the planet and what we do in the name of capitalism has nothing to do with God.
And I'll take it even further. This is why I don't believe in us going out to Mars. I don't believe us, going out to the moon, going out to space. God put us here for a purpose. And if we can't even fix what's wrong here, what makes you think we're going to be any better on another planet?
Let me agree with Jayson here. I also think that humans have used this planet in such a filthy, foul manner that we deserve to be destroyed upon. That's how filthy I say we.
I think I agree with that too.
As humans,
I think we have corrupted this planet so bad.
We have used it in
that
such
yes,
a filthy,
maybe
foul manner that when the planet spits us out, we deserve everything we do.
Yeah, I think
Well-
that Thanos does need to snap his fingers. Honestly.
Well, think about it this way. Which religion, let's say out of all, was probably the one that was the most dedicated to the idea of protection of Earth? I would say that would have been indigenous religions. Now, if black
Paganism.
people in America, you said paganism? Paganism?
Paganism.
You think paganism was more in touch with keep protection of Earth than indigenous religion?
Well, isn't indigenous religion paganism as well?
Yeah, pagan just
No,
means
indigenous religion
non-Christian. Look it up.
is look
Pagan is a
look
word
at
the
what native.
Christians made to label
Okay,
us
I'll go
all
ahead.
together. Pagan is literally a
What
word the
Native
Christians made to
Americans
put us
used
all
to
together,
practice,
and
or what
that's
we
all.
think they practice now, was originally our religion. When we think about indigenous religion and indigenous people, we have to remember those were the 5 civilized tribes. There were hundreds of tribes that were eradicated that were dark-skinned people who had very similar beliefs and religions that you see in indigenous religions now. So that's why I say that the indigenous religion has been eradicated globally, because it was one of the only religions that was talking about perversion and protection of Earth. That's why they were erased in Australia. That's why they were erased in Canada. That's why they were erased in Japan. That's why they were erased in South America. And that's why they're erased in North America. Because those foundations of religion are the ones that were probably the ones that could have offset what capitalism is, and like this industrial society that we built that's destroying the Earth. Now, hypothetically,
Yeah, and that's why
black people had.
that's why the West worships false gods, and we believe in technology and AI. I don't,
Yes.
I'm guilty of it too. We all are guilty of using technology. I'm not gonna lie.
Hell yeah.
but for the long run, it is not good for the Earth. We sit here and we make atomic bombs. We make weapons of destruction that can kill off a whole nation. You think that's good?
Look at the fracking process, Virgo. Look at mining processes. Look at what they're doing in Alberta tar sands. It would blow your mind. It would blow your mind, the filth that we're polluting with. I have always said that, and I've never, I'm arrogant enough without patting myself on the back. I've always said that call me I'm a bottom feeder, and that's okay. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't contribute to mass pollution. I lived a very basic life. If people lived a very basic life and did it rightfully, you can save a lot of nasty stuff. You just can't.
Mm-hmm.
Just can't.
That's why I also don't believe into this high IQ bullshit that we created everything. Well, look at what the high IQs created. They created destruction.
Yeah, I would lay that firmly at the feet of the white humans on the planet, more so than any other race. We're the ones.
I didn't say it.
I did it. We are the ones. We are the ones advanced everything, advanced warfare.
When we were born in the hospital, they put a chip in our ass, right? So when you have the helicopters forming above you, the government has a chip in you. So when they say I have to take your baby away to give them a bath, they're putting a chip in you. So when the helicopters are above you, or if you see a black SUV, you know what I'm saying? And that is the government, you know what I mean? Because the government knows they know our worth more than we do, you know? So we're getting back to our reality. We are getting back to the form of this is it. You know?
Now, I would not disagree with you on
what do you mean this is it?
Disagree with that.
Why you say that?
What do you Wait, were you asking me or were you asking Brave? Sorry.
We are because we were conformed in a reality of slavery, and this is not our reality. Our form of currency was just you can do what I can't do, and I can do what you can't do. So, you know, it's not about having a president that, you know, enslaved our ancestors on a dollar bill. That is not our currency. Our currency is civilization. Our currency is being intact with each other, just forming reality, you know? Or am I just speaking bullshit?
No, you're right.
No, that should be our currency, but it's not anymore. I mean, go ahead, Brave.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, you know, it's nice what you're saying, and it's true. It's the whole of humanity. I said we're all born moral philosophers. We know war ain't good. We know polluting rivers isn't good. We know all that shit, and we just say to hell with it and carry on.
Yeah, you'll sell your soul to be comfortable. I mean, and that's what I think a lot of us have really done.
That's what we're doing.
Now, hold on, Jayson. Hold it, Jayson. By God, you drive a car, don't you?
No, I don't.
Uh-oh. You may have one here.
No, I don't.
Do you have a driver's license?
I do, but I don't use it here in Germany because the rules are all weird, like the UK. So I'm not comfortable driving.
So what do you think about what do you think in Germany, getting around a car? You have excellent mass transportation, correct?
Yeah, they have trains and everything, so you don't really have to have.
So that's still destroying the earth. So you're not clean.
I understand that.
Okay, all right. You're not clean. Don't try to come on.
I never. Wait. I never said I was, sir.
I'm sorry for implying it. I just wanted to.
No, sir. You're not sorry for implying it because you.
I
sure that you did. So it's no problem. But I'm just saying.
No, I got you. I'm just saying you're not as clean. You ain't near as clean as you're saying. And so
Jayson literally said we
sir,
the entire.
When did I say that I was clean? And why are you implying that?
Well, I guess
it seems like you're trying to attack something I'm saying.
No, I did.
I'm not trying to say that I'm on a higher ground than anybody else. I'm not trying to say any of that.
Okay.
We're just having a conversation.
Okay.
So what have I said that's made you think that I'm?
What did you say? It was just a minute ago. You said something about people selling their souls. Oh, selling your souls.
You'll sell your soul to be comfortable.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have too. Yes, you have. No. Right there.
No, you
said many people have.
Sold my soul
you
to
have
be comfortable, sir.
Yes, you have.
I said many people will sell their souls.
That's my point.
It's the same way that a woman might be in a very abusive relationship, but since the person is a millionaire, she'll deal with them because she's comfortable. A lot of people will be in very horrible situations. Look at the black community in America. We're in a very fucked up situation in a lot of really bad areas, but because we're comfortable with weed and marijuana and liquor, we go through it. We're like, I can deal with this horrible place that I'm living in. In fact, I think if we stopped smoking weed and stopped drinking, many of us would wake up and be like, wait a minute, this is not what life should be. But because we're comfortable in that situation, we've
But
gotten
Jayson,
used to it.
what is our purpose on Earth? Why are we here? Why?
But Jayson,
In my opinion, I don't know, but I do know that I saw this in the trip, and I saw that most men, for some reason, end up passing away or dying before they have children. And because I had made two, I found that when I went on a different realm trip, I went to a different level. And my theory is that simply you are here to continue the reproduction of life. And I also realized for some reason that trip that we are not supposed to be getting buried in coffins and being burned. We're supposed to be put on the earth and allowed to regenerate with the earth. But for some reason, the higher powers that be have made that non-existent. And that's why there's a lot of bad energy in the airs.
so Jayson, you're sitting there talking against weed and alcohol, but you're saying that hallucinogens serve a purpose?
I would say they serve a more positive purpose than the other two. I would think that, let's say for one generation, if let's say Black Americans just completely left marijuana and liquor alone and instead chose to do mushrooms, I think it would absolutely, one, open our empathy levels in the way they need to be. We definitely wouldn't be so capitalistic. We definitely wouldn't be killing each other in the name of capitalism for things that we want. And I think that we would actually embrace a more minimalistic lifestyle that would actually improve relationships between Black men and Black women. So I do say that hallucinogens would be a much better positive than alcohol and.
I have always said that you'll never see
one hell of a drug.
I've always said you'll never see gangbangers doing hallucinogens because it's too much.
They should, because they would be.
I know they should. Right,
it's too much. Because they would have bad trips because they've done horrible things.
Right.
When you take mushrooms and have a bad trip, it's because you have demons, you have things in you that you need to get out.
I never even thought about it that
Well, your
way.
thinking is
You're
very-
right, because it does make you look at your inner self, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a truth serum. Yes, hallucinogens are a truth serum in every sense of the
Truth
word,
serum,
and appreciation drug. They'll make you look at a tree and go, "Damn, I never seen that tree like that before." You just create an
This
attachment.
tree is awesome.
Yeah, look at it. You see you can picture the roots going in the ground. You can picture it absorbing water from the ground and sunlight.
Okay, so Brave. So wait, Brave. So you know all this. So why do you think? Why are you questioning me that weed and alcohol is a negative and hallucinogens being a positive?
Because it depends on the.
I feel like it's not what you do, it's how you do it.
No, right. It depends on.
You can't abuse mushrooms. Like it's not
you can't.
something you can just.
I've always said there's no addicts to hallucinogens. Everybody talks about hallucinogens.
I know that.
Yeah, I know
explain
that.
it then, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna say people say, well, drugs, hallucinogens are. I said there's no addicts. There's no people addicted to hallucinogens. You do that once, you're good. You do it twice, 3, 4, 5 times. Do it once a couple of times a year, you're good. There's no addicts. There's no addiction to it. People will do it that are out of their minds ridiculously often, but I'm just saying the reason marijuana and alcohol really can't be condemned if you're going to put up hallucinogens is because it's the user, like Lilly said. If I smoke about 5 tokes a day, drink a couple of cold beers. In my youngest, stupidest days, that was just always served to let me lay back and relax for a little bit, and I was always more appreciative even doing that mild drug.
Okay, but see, marijuana can actually do positive things for your body. What positive thing does alcohol do for your body?
Not very much. That's why I said a couple of beers. I didn't say drink.
So that's why I said
not very much.
Combination. Listen, when we really look at
Yes, I'm opening my
when
next
we think
unit.
about our culture, okay, when we combine hard alcohols, which was pretty much the downfall of a lot of indigenous culture in the first place. When we combine hard alcohol, because when settlers came, they were able to use firepower and alcohol to start more wars among the tribes that really weren't there, or they would kind of use those things to empower one tribe over until all the tribes pretty much eradicated themselves, except for the 5 civilized tribes, which were the whitewashed versions of the indigenous people.
All right.
So in a very strange way, the way that we kill each other, it's a very strange karmic way of us using alcohol. Because as a career bartender, I see when we're partying. I've done a bartender here in Germany. Everyone was drunk as shit. People got into a ring in a fight, and everyone broke it up right away. And I was like, I've never seen that. versus in America, especially when we're drunk, and in that music vibration, it's something that happens. And when we're drunk and in party mode, and also in marijuana mode, it's a very strange concoction that allows us to take each other's lives. And I think that we very much negate the power of that. But I think there's been enough examples of when we are in party mode and it turns into death, that we should maybe take a step back and see what are we ingesting during these party mode moments.
It's the hurts.
No, I don't think it's the drugs as much as it is the culture, Jason.
It's the hurts. It's the level of vibrations. This is scientific.
I know it, but it's the culture in the end that determines it. Because I know too many drunks and marijuana smokers that don't shoot or beat each other up or stab each other. It's just too.
Have you lived in a black community when people are? Have you lived in a black community?
No. I understand blacks are doing it. That's why
I'm strictly speaking about when in a black community, when black people are getting around each other in party mode, those three concoctions lead to death. Lilly speaks about it. Unfortunately, a lot of times where black culture is nothing but a reaction to what white culture has given us. And what black culture in America really is look at me mentality. Look, sir, what did you want to say while I'm speaking? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Because you keep what?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Neely Fuller says that, unfortunately, a lot of black culture is strictly look at me and showing off to other black people. And there is about maybe 15% of great black culture that should be acknowledged and studied. And then a lot of black culture that's buried, like the lady was speaking about witchism and hoodoo. A lot of that culture is buried to a majority of us. And what we are given in supplement is idols and false gods and things that are going to lead to our destruction. And unfortunately, when we think about entertainment and black culture, a lot of it is strictly tied to capitalism, the 7 deadly sins, and look at me mentality of showing off to other black people. And that's why we get the karmas that we get.
Well, it's not my style to just isolate black people and criticize them.
Well,
I know that's why before the conversation I brought up the fact that
I wanted to say about the music before we get off this topic. It's the hertz frequency in music that makes us act differently. Like they've been battling this since the 50s. And I think the current, back then the frequency was like at least like a 400 or something, 430.
It was 520, I believe.
Whatever. Yeah, but now they argued that it has to be specifically 432, and it's very calming. But anything above or below can alter your perception. So
that's good because frequency is language, you know?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, exactly.
Let's make this clear.
Like they did an experiment. You guys know that No Limit song from C Murder that like all the people.
I'm sorry you interrupted me, Jason. I was going to say something.
No, sir, it's all great. We're just having a conversation.
Okay, well, no, you interrupted me. You gave me hell for doing it to you, and I'm giving you hell for doing it to me. Okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. So we're doing a tit for tat because I really didn't know.
Yeah, I know.
And I thought the lady was responding to her.
Gotcha. I accept your apology. So here's how this goes. You can say anything you want. The black culture is acting over and above anything that has to do with any chemicals, frequencies, or anything. It's the culture. You don't have people killing each other where blacks live in those numbers for anything other than cultural reasons. There's no frequencies, there's no drugs, because everybody else is... Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting you again. Damn, Jason, I'm sorry. No, wait a minute. Bullshit. You get to interrupt me, and I get to interrupt you.
You've never lived among us, but you're going to say that, you guys don't do that for this.
Can we let him speak?
Yeah.
Can we
let him speak? Like, you just keep interrupting.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt anybody.
Let you speak, because he keep interrupting me.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry for it.
Go ahead.
Now, look,
Brave.
okay. God damn it. This has nothing to do with frequency. It has nothing to do with drugs. And it has to do with everything to do with culture, because all of the people in the USA are affected by those same frequencies, the same trash rap music, the same drugs, and you don't have whites shooting each other up in the streets.
That's true.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. So it's
All
not
I know is death. All I know is death in the streets. You know, when we gang bang in the streets, all we know is death and selling drugs. And when we don't sell drugs anymore, it's like, how can we live in a society where we're not comfortable with? You know what I mean? All I know is this, and it's like, you know, I don't see any. You know, and a man that tries to put me in a better predicament is like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, all I know is this. And who put the drugs in our community? Who did this? The government. It's bullshit, man. Bullshit.
So the white global power structure runs our government. The white global power structure put those drugs in everybody's community, ma'am. Whites do drugs. They don't shoot up their streets. All white people, no violence in the streets. None. Everybody wants to live around even poor white trash for a reason. It's safe. So it's not about drugs, frequencies, or anything. It's culture.
But why do we kill each other though? Why are we so violent?
Culture. You've got people that are so angry. You got 70% of the black race that apologize for psychopathic behavior of the 3% and literally protect them. How are you going to stop it? 70% of the black population making excuses for the people that's tearing apart
Did you
your
really
community.
say 3%? Okay.
Yes,
No. We have to be honest in this conversation. It is a much higher number than 3%. It is
No,
not like it is.
Violence. About 3%.
Go ahead.
Okay.
And yes, be brave. I do get you saying that it's the culture, but what do you think makes the culture? The music makes the culture.
No, it doesn't, because the music,
the attitude.
Music.
I mean, it all ties in together. And what I'm trying to tell you about frequency and hertz of frequency is that it can make you act a certain way. Why do you think rap music makes you so amped up when you listen to it constantly? Because it's at a certain wavelength of frequency.
I'm saying it. I'm saying, but you can't blame it in the final analysis, because who's the biggest consumer of rap? White people. Where are the safest neighborhoods in the world where whites live?
We do not receive frequency the same way. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's true.
And also, the people who digest that white music are not living in that type of environment, so it's not the same. It'd be one thing if they were living in the neighborhood that we were living and subjected to the hip hop and then seeing it and play out in real time and everyday activities. But in reality, when white people are digesting hip hop, they're doing it from a safe space. They're doing it from a different ideology, and they're doing it with like, oh, I admire that, but they've never exactly lived in it. That's the difference. You can't say that both groups listen to the hip hop, and because white people aren't shooting each other, well, hip hop it can't be the problem. No, white people are they're living in a different area. They're living in suburbs, and the young kids are digesting the hip hop as like a form of rebellion versus black people who are listening to hip hop in these poor, horrible ghetto areas, and they're subjected to the activities of hip hop and gang activity and things like that.
It's like who's our enemies? Who allowed drugs to be in our community? Who allowed our aunties to be drug addicts and just not feed our children? Who put us in this predicament? Who is our enemy and why? Why are we? Why?
Okay, I'm gonna have to put a little
we did it
pushback.
and they did it.
Jayson,
it's a whole thing. We took the poison.
Just because somebody drops a
Jayson,
pound of weed at my front door doesn't mean I have to take it and smoke it.
Right.
That's true. Right.
But it's the same way during the riots when those bricks just showed up out of nowhere. Like, where'd these bricks come from before the riots? And it's the same thing.
Yeah.
People will put the poison. People will put what's supposed to destroy you in front of you, and if you take it, it's your fault. So we have blame in the black community.
I'm gonna listen in the background. I love y'all so much. Y'all are great. Your minds are fantastic. I love y'all.
See you.
Love you too.
I lived around white trash all my life. White trash is no Shangri-La. It's just white trash hillbillies. They ain't shooting each other when they're listening to rap, and their living
you know
conditions
what?
are not that great. All right.
You know what? Be brave. I'm gonna give a little pushback to that. Have you ever met a white dude that grew up in an all-black neighborhood with that same mentality? He's the same thing. He does the same thing as a nickel.
No, he doesn't. I grew up in a black neighborhood for my 11th year.
Yes, he does.
No,
I'm telling you, Brave. I'm telling you.
I'm not saying whites. I'm not saying whites don't occasionally turn into wannabe black dudes. I'm not saying that. I'm saying by and large, it's a cultural thing because whites are exposed to the exact same stimulus. They're not
I'm saying per capita.
Her hypothetical was if a white person grows up in our neighborhood, do they not end up having the same kind of frequency and acting like us? That was her question, and you completely missed it.
No, I said by
and
far
it's just like a black person growing up in an all-white neighborhood. We're more likely to be not a gangbanger and act a different way to it. It's goes vice versa.
Nature versus nurture, absolutely.
There's
that are
testimony
all
on
around black culture. They do not shoot. They do not pick up guns and kill other white people.
Okay, I guess you've never been to the deep parts of Detroit or.
Testimony on this, guys. There's testimony on this from people like Ice Cube and a few others who have come forward and made it clear that they were to glamorize that lifestyle in order to feed a prison pipeline, because the people funding their record labels were the same people who owned for-profit prison companies. They don't actually own the prisons. The prisons are state prisons. But within the prison, everything in there is privatized. The lunch they get, the security, all of those are contracted for-profit companies.
Very true. Even I remember Crazy Bone was speaking about how they had a meeting with different record labels and with the prison people, and they wanted certain lyrics and certain activities to be promoted in hip hop and in music. And he spoke about this. It makes logical sense when you really go back and think about it.
Left the rap industry because of it and went into movies instead because he didn't believe in that sort of behavior.
And if we're being honest, if we think about it in the 1990s when a lot of us were young, and I remember when Maxine Waters was trying to have a whole rebellion against like hip hop, and everyone was laughing at her and calling her a sellout and saying that she's not black. When in actuality, she was absolutely right. We look at how relationships between black men and black women have evolved. Here we are 25 years later, and here we are, we having this crazy culture war because we've not learned how to actually have relationships that lead a lifelong relationship together. Women are always being accused of finessing and lying, and men are always being accused of lying and finessing the same way. Our dating culture is completely warped, and we are always saying, well, bitches, 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 and women are saying niggas, niggas, niggas. And in reality, that's made us less than a man and less than a woman, which is what white supremacy wanted anyway. When you ask somebody, what is the definition of a nigga? Or what exactly is it? When you really think about it logically, and when black people are yelling at each other, it means less than a man. Somebody who's worth robbing, somebody who's able to be killed, somebody who's able to be tricked, somebody who is a lower level than a man. And that's why we speak to each other. And when you hear us having conversations and you see the N-word dropping, know that you're in a vibration where you're not going to be understood. Know that the vibration is a place where you're not going to be empathized, and it's probably going to be a bullshit conversation. So you're better off just leaving it.
Culture. Just describe culture. That's what I said. It ain't drugs, man. Nice try, everybody.
Sir, our culture is so wrapped up in drugs. So how are you telling us that? How are you telling us that black culture
white culture is wrapped up in drugs? There's a lot of white culture wrapped up in drugs. They're not violently shooting up their streets. Babies in cars getting hit with random
bullshit.
Cars
no.
But is it still as detrimental
he's
to
going to the trailer park.
society?
He's going to the trailer park.
Wait, give me a second. And no, I'm not out of desperation. I'm gonna make a point.
No, you're not making a point because in an all-white trailer park,
where did we learn violence from? You think with guns? Aren't white people the most? Wait a minute. Who has the majority of guns in America in the first place?
I can't.
I don't care
who has the majority of guns in the first place.
I don't care. You guys are taking. You guys are killing.
Why are you not answering that question, sir? When you know the answer.
No, I said. Didn't I say earlier, Jayson? Didn't I say, Jayson, earlier that the white man? That the white man is
simple. Who's the largest population in America?
I did make it simple earlier. I said.
Did you not answer that? Who is the largest population in America?
I said white people are bringing in the drugs and doing everything.
Okay, so if white people are the largest population, now who has the most guns in America?
We do.
Okay, who uses the guns the most?
You do.
No, that's not true. You all have you have drone capability. You have different type of weaponry. We use guns in crime aspects, but you all use guns for absolutely everything, for protection, for hunting, and for intimidation. So white people have used guns way more effectively than we have as black people. If black people were started turning their guns onto you, if there was a gun war in America, we would get destroyed because you have way better technology with guns than we do. So really, who has the gun issue? If there's a war on guns,
with them, we got guns. We're not killing each other with them in the streets.
So who are you killing with them then? Why do you have
Wives,
them?
family members, domestic violence.
No, that's
gun
not why
violence.
you guys have them.
No, go ahead to your trailer park.
You guys
nonsense.
have them
I gotta
because
hear
you're
this
afraid of the
trailer park.
government. You
I gotta
guys
hear
have
this trailer
guns to
park.
protect yourself from.
Jason, go to your trailer
No,
park.
you
nonsense.
don't
I
want to.
gotta
No,
hear
you know what, sir? You don't want to hear anything that
Yeah,
I
I do.
say because
Yeah,
it
I
seems
do.
like no,
Yeah.
no.
I want to hear your
you
insane
don't.
rant about all white trailer parks. It's a lie. You're lying.
Wait, okay, so what have I said that's insane? What out my mouth has you?
You
What
were
out my
going
mouth have
to
I
the
said that
trailer
you're
park.
deemed?
I'm sorry.
No,
Am
no,
I
no,
assuming
no. Stop.
brought up
What did I
trailer
say
park?
that's insane?
You brought up trailer parks. I'll
The fact that I
hold my
brought up trailer. Wait, no, stop. So by me just saying trailer park, you're now saying that my point is insane.
Yes, because I know where it always goes. If not,
Then, sir, you're not listening. Then you have a problem listening because you're already calling me insane. No.
Tell us what
Okay,
you're
you know
going to
what,
say about it.
ladies, am I bugging? Because
Yeah, you are
I'll be
bugging.
quiet.
I want you to say about trailer parks. You were going to say something. Say it.
No, I have nothing to say right now. Go
What are you going
ahead.
to say? You
Because
were going to
it seems
claim.
like everything
I
I
have
say.
to agree with Jason. I do. I'm sorry.
What?
I said I'm gonna have to agree with Jason
On what?
this.
What are you agreeing with?
Oh Jesus!
No, on what are you agreeing?
Really?
I'm
Have
saying,
you not been paying attention?
yes. So you think it's frequency in music, and whites that are affected by frequency in music, they don't shoot up their streets. So this is just the blacks are victims of the frequency in music. Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
it's not just that. There's a lot of things. Absolutely. There's a lot of things that come into effect. But if you want to believe that we are all different, then you have to open your mind to say that we receive frequencies differently as individuals.
This is different. I never said we're different. I don't believe we're different. We're all humans. We're all humans. We all
And
have
it's not just that. And like you were saying, it's like,
it's culture.
You said that.
It's nothing to do with drugs or frequency or music.
Absolutely, and it's culture, and anybody could adapt to culture. That's what I'm trying to say. Anybody could adapt to culture.
I'm saying the
Just
white
like
church.
if I adapted to a all white neighborhood that you say that is low crime, high trust society, that's how I'm gonna be. So if a white person adapts to black culture in a high crime society, that's how they're gonna be for the most part. And yes, there are anomalies.
You don't have whites shooting up neighborhoods. You got whites doing a lot of drugs. They're not shooting up neighborhoods.
Well, there are
wrong.
white gangs. I
The
tell you that much.
White bikers don't even shoot shit up. The white bikers don't even lose their minds and shoot up. Go look at the gun memorial of any large.
Society, because the media doesn't show it to you.
Oh,
but I am telling you, if you go to certain parts of this country, the white gangs are just as bad as the black gangs.
That's the silliest statement I've ever heard a person say in my life.
Okay.
Where are you going to find
just
the number
look it
of
up.
whites?
I mean, watch different streams and look it up.
Worry about different streams. The gun memorial.
And these are white people saying
pointless
this.
argument.
This is not black people saying this is white people.
You're right. A lot of white people say that because they're lying. They can't face the fact that guess what? You're white. Guess what? When you were living around your white trash, guess what? It was calm streets. Sorry, no, they don't want to say that. So they bring shit up like, well, there was this one white guy that shot somebody inside of 10 years ago. Now that turns into bad as black kids shooting each other every day all across the country.
You know what, BeBrave? I am going to make it my duty to look up, research this, and then we can bring this up on another chat. And I'll send the links to Portia or Stanley or whoever's moderating that day.
The stats show that we kill each other in the house. We kill our families and our brothers in the house. It's domestic
Does that make it
violence.
any less? Does that
Yes,
make it any
yes,
better?
because in the streets, yes, because you can live around the same murderers. People want to live around whites. You think there's no crazy white people where you want to live? Yes, they just keep it domestic and to themselves and among themselves like family. The blacks are out in the streets involving no matter who, randomly just involving everybody, tearing up the entire neighborhood. Yes, there's a difference.
You know what
Yes.
I don't like, BeBrave? You know what I don't like? Because I'm very open and honest when you want to kick in the backs of the blacks. And you know, I agree. But when it's time to kick in the backs of the whites, it's pushback.
I'm kicking them in. I'm telling you where they kill. They kill their kids. They kill their wives. They kill their brothers. Whites are probably more in the child molestation area. Whites are, but it's inside the house. They're not tearing up the streets where people want to live and go to work and have business.
Well,
They're not doing
all lives matter, if all lives matter, then I think all killing is wrong.
You can think it's wrong. I'm saying what does the most damage to a civilization is street violence, where people can't
All
walk
of
down.
it does damage to a community. All of it.
That's why you got to live around whites, honey. Virgo, you're telling me that you want to live around whites. I know. That's what I'm saying. You want to live around whites. You think there are no crazy whites there? Meaning that proves my point.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is.
We keep it to ourselves. Our craziness is kept to ourselves. We're not taking it in the streets, tearing up communities, Virgo, is my point. That's what's happening in the inner cities. You can't walk down the street without worrying about a stray bullet. You know how many kids were killed in St. Louis last summer? They had to do a public service announcement. There's now 16 kids killed in random shootings in St. Louis.
Look up Sheriff Judd. Look up Sheriff Judd and see how much white pedophiles they find and arrest.
I'm not denying that. I'm not.
That's detrimental too.
It is. But I'm telling you, what's worse? There's nothing to be confused about. If you had to walk down a white neighborhood with all the white crazies because of the way whites keep their crimes in their house, you would walk down that white neighborhood and rather than walk down a black trash neighborhood where they're in the streets shooting. It's not complicated. There's nothing here to be confused about.
Basically, this is Portia. I just unmuted. I was wondering how the witch conversation and the spells and the potions had something to do with white supremacy and black.
Girl, I don't know. I don't know how that conversation went to the number.
They tried to say that they're the ones that enter the black people folks on here. Tried to enter into that the black music and the black frequency, the black music and the frequencies somehow had this effect on blacks. My point was, excuse the hell out of me. Whites are listening to more raps than anybody. They're not shooting each other in the street. That's how we got there. Because I didn't bring it up. I did not bring it up.
And Jayson said because you don't live that kind of life, so it affects you differently. That's what I'm trying to say.
And I'm saying,
and I'm telling you this, BeBrave. You don't have to worry about the blacks living in the suburbs who are, you know, working hard and stuff like that. Maybe their cousins and them may come and cause a ruckus every once in a while, you know. But, you know, anybody that lives in an inner city is susceptible to crime.
Wait, there's no whites living in the inner cities anywhere?
I'm not. Well, that's what I just said. That's what I just said. I said
in the city streets, they live there. They're exposed to the same stimulus, the same negativity. They're not acting out, shooting each other in the streets. They're not shooting up businesses. They're not going into businesses 12 strong. They're not doing street takeovers. Your black culture is fucked. There's something wrong with it. It ain't got nothing to do other than your culture. There's something wrong with it.
I can agree with you. I can agree with you to an extent. I'm not saying that our culture is not fucked. And, you know, I agree with you. But what I'm saying, well, who is Antifa? Is Antifa full of blacks or are they whites?
I don't care.
Because they sure did do damage as well.
Sure set some blacks off on a bad path. You're right. So that's why I say, why do blacks listen to those whites? It's cultural. It has nothing to do with drugs, concoctions, music, frequencies,
And
or
if
nothing.
you adapt to that culture, that's what I'm trying to say. If you adapt to that culture, then you become that culture. You understand what I'm saying?
Such large numbers. Yes, I said the culture is the culture because of so many people taking part in it. Meaning people have adapted to it. That's my point. Stop adapting to insanity. So until that happens, I don't want to hear about what drugs are doing it, or living conditions are doing it, or frequencies are doing it. I said, no, it's fucking people that are out of their damn minds with their culture that are doing it to each other. That's how. Look at the gun memorials in any large city. Look at them, for God's sakes. Look at the National Gun Memorial. The whites that are on the National Gun Memorial, domestic murders. Killed in the house. Killed by
you know what it is about the white bikers, because Manta said something about the white bikers, and I can admit this, when whites do crime, I think they keep it hidden. Like I said, I grew up around a lot of Italians. A lot of people went missing. Blacks are more susceptible to being impulsive and just doing shit sloppy. It doesn't mean that we do it more. It doesn't mean that somebody else does it less. We just get caught more because we're dumb. We just do it sloppy.
All I'm saying, in the streets is where the economy, where life is carried out. Streets. No other race of people tearing up the goddamn.
You know how many bodies they got in the Hudson River? Shit.
Don't care. They did it like you said. They didn't tear up the streets while they were killing them. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying this thing about in the streets where kids get shot, people at McDonald's get shot, people sitting at dinner tables get shot.
I agree.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's something that you can't assign to any other race. And you don't get them to hide behind concoctions or hallucinogens or drugs or weed or marijuana or alcohol. There's something going on in the minds of the black cult, in the black people, that culture is so accepted to them. That's all I'm saying. When people try to bring up whites, I'm going, shit, we'll talk about white crime. I'm game. Let's kick it in. But I'm saying, gee, them same white trash people, why does everybody want to live around them? Because they're not in the streets doing their filthy nonsense. And I'm saying in the streets is where life is conducted. That's why it's so damaging where blacks live. You can't do business around them anymore. You can't go fix up an old house and leave a damn chop saw out in the front yard while you go to lunch. That's what's going on. That's the difference. And it has nothing to do with drugs, alcohol, or anything. It's black people thinking in a particular way. Bring up Antifa. All of them Antifa people go home to their little cozy middle-class neighborhoods as whites. What do you think they're out there shooting up the streets, Antifa? I mean, they're a bunch of trash, I get it. But no, the actual violence that blacks are experiencing in their inner cities has nothing to do with anything other than a good number of blacks have lost their goddamn mind. 70% of the black race apologized for them. Just as Jayson was doing. Well, it's their living conditions. No, whites live in shit conditions. All over the U.S., they're not shooting up their streets as they live in their shit conditions. Oh, nice try. You got to focus it. You got to deduct. Okay, everybody's exposed to this. So not everybody's doing it all this. So that must mean this, and this isn't a cause. So there's something else. And when you look into it, it's just simple, degenerate, filthy-ass mindset of the black culture. And there's nothing else to say about it. You can't live among black trash. You can live among white trash. It's culture. Ain't got nothing to do with anything other than the way people think. And as you say, Virgo, the way they want to adapt, what they want to adapt.
Well, Brave in the chat, Jayson says, we celebrate death and destruction in our culture in a way that destroys us. Well, what I would say in response to that is don't celebrate death and destruction in the culture. And so that way it won't destroy you, because I too am a Negro. I so happen to be a Negro, and I don't indulge and in death and destruction. Now, if you consider Lil Bootsy destructive, I do engage in that whenever I am in the car or getting ready or working out. You know, I like my rap music here and there. Okay. But beyond that, I don't go out and bring harm to the community. I actually stay as far away from it as possible. So
Was that the Jayson that was just up here, Portia?
yes, that's
he said we celebrate death and destruction in our culture in a way that destroys us. I don't know. He says that. Is he coming off with as a reason for it? Or is like you say, Portia, isn't that something where you go, Portia, where you said it very well? Duh, don't do it. Because that's my point. Duh, don't do it.
Right. I mean, Brave, like I'm trying to figure, it's like how he did it. It seems like it's so simple, but like it's like it's kind of complicating it. But then like whenever you mix in like the alchemy and the witch stuff and the 6D, 10D, 40, it's like it's kind of trying to make up too many excuses or something. Like I don't get it. Like I just got lost in it. You know, I don't know. Just don't do it.
All of us
Portia's so cute. Portia's so cute. She said little Bootsy. It's little Bootsy, girl.
You know, we have white people listening, Virgo. You know, you have to pronunciate.
Oh yeah, because they don't like the way I say debauchery. It's debauchery.
I can't say
I can't even say it.
I gotta
Debauchery.
I have to say
it just sounds weird to me. I'm from New York. I have an accent.
Hey, Trackable, long time no see.
Yeah, good to see everybody.
Debauchery sounds like like a game
Oh,
Italians play with a
Lord.
ball.
Is this Dennison?
Bakery to me, the bakery. Go ahead.
Hello,
Hey,
Portia.
Dennison, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Ask him a question.
Oh, I was kidding. I just had to do it. I'm sorry, Jayson. What did you say?
You said there were some things that I said that lost you. So I'll go ahead and recalibrate it, or let's reset it so there's no argument with me, so we can have the conversation. Which part confused you, or which part did I lose you on?
Well, I got lost in because I thought we were talking about like witchcraft and herbs and alchemy and potions and stuff like that, and then it turned into white supremacy and black people.
The point that I was saying is that because we ended up negating that religion or that foundation, is that's why we have the culture that we have now. And that's when Mr. Brave was jumping in and saying that, well, that's not the fault. That's just your culture. Your culture's bad. And I was saying that our culture is nothing now but a reaction to what white supremacy has given us. And we lost our original black culture. That's why we are in the situations that we're in. And then I was also saying that us medicating, because when we think about black people, we don't do medications holistically like that. Most of us do our medication with marijuana and liquor. So that combination with our culture is part of what destroyed us hundreds of years ago, with alcohol being introduced to the indigenous people, and to this day, we still use alcohol to mask and do these murders and have these demonic energies in us. Alcohol and weed numbs us. When you're smoking weed, you internalize your traumas and pain. But when you take hallucinogens, you digest them and then get them out. And that's why I say that psychedelics are way more important for the black people to actually start taking, because we have a lot of toxins in us that we need to get out.
Oh, so you're saying that like, so basically black people need to like fast or detox from?
Absolutely. Yes.
And then the killings will all stop.
No, the killings won't all stop, but I will say absolutely that taking mushrooms would lead to a positive in the culture, leading to most of us not wanting to kill each other so frequently the way that we do now.
I agree. Totally.
You know what, BeBrave? It's all Whitey's fault, and I'm oppressed.
if you were single, Virgo, I'd ask you, is there anything I can do, sweetie, to make it better? Please let me make you feel very unoppressed. In fact, you
visit the
in fact, you can tell me what to do, and I'll do your
heart. Hood, Santa Claus. There's a whole generation of black people who are pissed off that you never visited us. Okay, so why don't you just bring your ass to the hood, Mr. Santa Claus, and give us the presents that we always thought we were going to get from you? Okay, we didn't have fathers, we had you, and then your Santa ass didn't come to the hood no more, and now we're all pissed off.
Well, he can. He'll get robbed.
Yeah, why are you not coming down our chimney?
We ain't got no chimneys. That's why.
Oh, okay.
I got a chimney.
Then do this for me. Make some indication that we're part of the 30% of the blacks, and I'll pop down those chimneys. But as it is, I can't chance it.
Okay.
I just can't chance it because the risk is too high. You go down the wrong black chimney, it's on.
I wanted to give some visuals to what Brave may be talking about. And hopefully you guys in the chat.
Why does he look like an actual ninja?
Hopefully you guys are able to follow us in the chat because we're going to have some breaking Negro news. All right, so here we have on the panel, we have Jayson and we have Brave, and we are talking about the complexities of white people, not so much, but black people so much. Maybe, I don't know. Anyhow, here we have a nice white man putting gas into his car. Looks like he's minding his business. It's a beautiful day. He has on a jacket, so I'm thinking the weather is probably about in the 60s, if we're in Texas, 70s for me. And there's this what looks to be a little black kid. I'm not sure.
A nickel.
Why? It looks like a nickel.
Actual ninja.
But let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens.
Minding his white business.
While this nice white man is minding his white business, trying to put some gas in his car.
Putting money into the economy.
Compare Power is here to unscrew Texas energy customers. If you have a really high bill, if you're moving,
Okay, here we go. All right. We see a car pull up next to this white man. And I see some black ankles. His pants are sagging. I saw some draws.
The dookie draws.
And off he goes. Off they go.
Oh, look at this man. Look at this white man. He's like, God darn it.
And do you see the behavior of this white man? Did we see? Let's run that back. Did he scream and shout?
Poor guy.
Did he lose his mind? Did he go off and say, "Oh, you nickels"?
No. Chad said, "Gosh darn it, they took my car again."
Again.
How do you know that he didn't say that?
It just happened to be.
You're assuming that.
Okay.
You don't know what he said under his breath.
It just happened to be a key.
I mean, we can kind of see he's not saying shit.
This is satire. Come on, lighten up.
And it just happened to be a Kia, and not just any Kia. I believe that's
the point that I made earlier. You guys referring to him as look at that white man, but then look at that nigga, because nigga is less than a man in your guys' eyes, and that's the thing that most of us don't actually break down.
This is just satire.
Why didn't you say
We're
that?
having
Why didn't you say that
fun.
That's fun. Look at that nigga. That's fun to you?
Yeah, it was humorous.
Really?
Oh my God! Is this your first time on this channel?
No. Honestly,
Sorry, Jayson,
that's
sorry.
fun.
Is this your first time in life?
Why is that fun to you? No, I've been on this before. What are you talking about? But it all comes back to my conversation earlier. Why is that entertaining or fun for you? Why is that?
Jayson, I was agreeing with you earlier, but sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes shit just happens so randomly in life. You just gotta freaking laugh about it, or else you'll go crazy.
Why are you laughing at the fact? Why are you laughing at the fact?
Anyway, go ahead, Portia.
You know,
if that's your entertainment, that's your entertainment.
Here's Bradley. And there's Daquan. And he did his
Daquan straws.
Jaquavius.
Yeah, it was so subtle, you know. And who wants to bet he has a license?
I'm gonna say that was well done. Like
That was superior. Yeah. They did great.
yeah. The way they stole that car was smart.
At least he had his wallet, right?
Yep.
At least his
Hey,
wallet was on him.
I'll say this: it wasn't just a Kia, which has been known to be one of the easiestly stealable cars. It was the top model Kia Stinger.
Yeah,
So
it had
at,
a quad exhaust.
at least he made a fun choice of something to steal. You know what I'm saying? He didn't just steal
had-
some Kia; he stole the Kia.
That old man was riding around in dual dupes. Like
RayRay and them took my car again.
Did you really
Like,
just
if
say
they're gonna
RayRay?
it should be nice.
Oh, RayRay. Can't forget about
I'm thinking
him.
RayRay was driving the getaway car, and that was Pookie.
Oh, it's Pookie that. Oh, okay, all right. And Jaquavius was in the back. He was the lookout.
Where was Steven?
At the gas pump.
Yeah, Steven was the gas pump.
Oh God.
All right.
Put it in sport mode.
Closed circuit videos and go across the country on news feeds, and that's all you would see is black men messing with other black men or messing with other people.
All right, so we have another one straight out of Dallas, Texas.
Get a white one, Portia. Find a white one. Give them some thrills.
I haven't found one yet.
It's hard to find.
Oh Lord.
There. It's hard to find.
I'll pull up a white one.
Y'all just making Braves Day.
Well,
No,
no,
you can find them all.
you show me one. It's like one compared to 1,000. That doesn't disprove anything. You got one. There's one. Now let's go to the other 1,000. Okay, go ahead.
I've seen some wild, dumb white people. Don't get it twisted just because of what you look at.
Yeah, but they don't shoot up.
Pookie and RayRay saved the day. I like that. So here we are in Dallas, Texas. I don't live there, although I am a Texan. Let's see what happens when one Negro decides to come home, you know, to the home he pays for and the car he pays for, and what other Negroes do when they see that you have things. Let's go.
This is a house. I would just drive off.
Yeah, why don't he
Yep,
just try?
pretty much.
He did. Oh, okay. Go, white dude.
No, this is a black man, wasn't it, Portia?
That was a black guy.
Yes,
That was a black man.
Oh, yeah, these Negroes don't discriminate.
And did we see the precision of how he pulled out of the driveway? He didn't hit their car. He didn't hit the other car. He didn't even damage his car. Everything was safe. Now, if it were me, I would have shot all three of them. However,
yeah,
they got to live to see another day.
I would have shot all three of them twice.
You don't think they would have shot you back with the guns they had in their hands?
Nah, not faster than me. I'm a quick draw.
Yeah.
The smartest thing was to drive off.
I agree.
you trying to shoot three people.
Like,
you're not You're not Jane Wick, miss. It wouldn't have turned out.
You're not Jane Wick.
Jane Wick.
I'm pretty good.
But dumb.
They kill your dog.
What would have happened if that had been me getting jacked like that? I'd have given them the car. I'd have given them the keys to the house, and then I'd have called India and extended the warranty for them. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus.
Oh no. See, I haven't had to use my weapons in that way, but if
you'll probably freeze up when the thing actually.
No, not me. Not me. Nuh-uh.
Sister,
I wish a nickel. I wish a nickel would. I can't wait to
I'm a
pop off.
diehard, red-blooded. I mean, 2A through and through. I've been shooting guns since I was a little girl, and I shoot
Man.
more. And I've shot and killed a couple of things. So it ain't above me. It ain't above me.
Virgo, were you saying you
And same
can't
thing with
wait
my
to shoot
kids. I
somebody when they
started them
finally
off
test
as
you?
like 6. I made them shoot at like 6, so my kids are trained too. And let me tell you something. I wish a nickel would.
I wish a nickel would.
Jayson, are you sitting down in like a toilet stall when you took that picture?
Will you have that same energy if it's white people who try to do the same thing?
I'd have the same motherfucking energy.
What a question!
Okay, because
Oh no, they're white. You're
it's the same
okay.
thing that a lot of black guys will always like. I'll kill a nigga quick. I'll shoot a nigga. I'm like, you know what? You don't have that same energy for white people. You don't have any same energy for cops. You don't have any same. You're so ready to kill another black person that looks like you, but you have zero animosity for anyone else. So
Whoa.
Why is that,
There's a
Jayson?
difference.
Is that a result
I'm
of
not
black
gonna
culture?
walk out my house.
I'll absolutely answer that.
Hold on,
because in our
Dennison. Give
culture-
me 1 second,
Oh,
Dennison.
go ahead.
I'm not
'Cause,
I'm
yeah.
not gonna walk out my house and just go shoot a random person.
Bang bang.
No, but you said I wish a nickel would. Like
I wish a nickel would. I wish they would. And a nickel doesn't always have to be a black person. You don't get that.
Same energy.
But hold up, you don't get that a nickel doesn't have to
that
be
same
always
energy
a
when it's a
black
police
person.
officer maybe doing something to you. Okay.
Well, that's different.
Because I think
That's
it's easy.
different.
I think it's why is it different? Why is their life more valuable than a random black person?
Equating police
Because
with
I
three
wouldn't
guys
put myself in that
He's
predicament.
equating police. No, let me say this. He's equating police with 3 people that threatened to kill a man for his car. He's equating police to that. You think black culture ain't in trouble? Are you out your
I
goddamn
know
mind?
black culture's in trouble, sir.
You better goddamn well believe it.
Culture's in trouble.
You're equating police with 3 people who would kill you.
Well, I didn't agree with that,
because like I
BeBrave.
said, if you
What's that,
listen to what I said earlier, I said a lot of us
I
in
said
our
I didn't
community
agree
have
with that
zero
because I said
problems
I
killing
wouldn't
people who
come
look
at a
like
cop
us or
like
have-
that.
Oh, good, very good. Very good.
If somebody was attacking me, I don't care what color you are. I don't care what race you are. I don't care what gender you are. If my life
So
is
you
threatened,
you wish a
I'm
white
gone.
person would? So you wish a white person would, right?
I wish
You can't
anybody
wait for it to
would.
happen. No, say it. I wish a white person would, so I can shoot all 3 of them. The same way that you had the same energy. I wish a nigga would.
Okay, then
Jason,
fine. If that's what he
Jason,
wants to hear, I wish a whitey
Virgo,
would.
Virgo,
I
Give it
wish
to
a
him, Virgo.
whitey would.
Hit him with it, Virgo.
Thank you.
Virgo,
That's all I want to hear.
you can bend the
I'll
knee.
say this. I'll say the same thing to all the rappers who always talk about rapping, killing black people.
The
Do the same.
only black man I
I
take
wish you
orders
would.
from
I
is
wish you would
Malone.
switch all those nigga words and put white people instead, and see,
But
and
when
see
we
what
say
happens.
when I say
My
nickel,
man ain't
when I
here
say
right now.
nickel, I'm not
shouting out orders.
specifically targeting black people. A nickel
Who are you
could be
speaking
any
about?
color. A nickel could be any color. A degenerate
Come on.
person. Anybody that tries to freaking rob
So
me
now
or
a
threaten
nickel
my
is now a
life is a
degenerate.
nickel.
Wait, are you really trying to pull that? Okay, so you're saying that the term nickel means a degenerate person?
Yes.
And
Anybody-
what urban? I have never once heard anyone say nickel refers to all people who are degenerate. Has anyone else on the panel heard that?
Yes.
I don't think I've
In
heard
what-
white
in what
We
context,
actually
sir?
use that term quite frequently.
Yeah, for all blacks.
I wish a nickel would come around.
Especially here.
I think it actually sounds like you saying nickel because you don't want to say nigga. I've never heard anyone else use the word
No,
nickel in that term.
Yeah.
or that way.
Wise old black
It's the
man.
same way.
It's an
It's the same way that they do
inside
here in
joke.
Germany, where they
We're
try to use the
copying
word
the wise
nigga
old black
because
man,
white
Jason.
people didn't want to say they don't want to say nigga, but they wanted to have that same sort of like verbiage when like street talk. So they came up with this dumbass term called
What
digger.
did
It
white
is an
people do
inside
to you?
joke.
What did white people do to you?
The same thing they did to you.
Yeah.
No, they ain't did
Show
nothing
me
to
on
me.
the doll.
Okay,
ain't
well they
did
ain't do
nothing
nothing to me either.
They ain't
Okay.
did nothing to me. I owe a
Okay.
lot to white folks. I really
Hey,
do.
just in the way that it's being talked about with the they, black people as a whole have never done anything to me. I can honestly say not even a single black person has ever done anything to me. The same way I don't believe that white people as a whole have done anything to anybody, but there are eras of consistencies where these people were living culturally and evolutionary and up to the point of revolutionary, and things change. But to blame the color rather than the individual that did the things, I think that causes a big divide in my brain.
Too bad. I'm
You
blaming.
get
the
it
color.
wrong too.
I'm blaming the color. I'm going straight for color. Straight
I'm blaming the
goddamn
culture.
color. I'm going
I blame
straight
the
for
culture.
color. I do too, but I'm going for the color of that culture right now at present day. When that culture turns to Asian or turns to white, I'll still go for white or Asians because I'm going color for the sake of discussion. It ain't whitey. It's black folks tearing the shit out of inner cities.
Well, I would like to also explore something else. You know, how might some people act in a neighborhood and how might that impact other people that live in said neighborhood? Why not? Let's just go for it. We're already here. It's Monday.
Are you getting all these videos from World Star? Let's see.
2024, officers responded to a report of 2 individuals pulling weapons on each other at an apartment complex.
I wonder what they look like.
Oh, what's up, dog? Just keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up.
Put your hands on my eyes to see.
Right now. Nothing gonna happen to you, dog. Just keep your hands up.
I hope so, because the world about to end and somebody me.
Well, nobody's gonna do that.
I hope so, because they
on the ground.
Will my fall?
On the ground. All the way to the ground. Just don't reach down to just go to your knees.
What I'm going to do?
Rayshawn, you're not going to jail, bro. Remember me from the car. You know.
Is this just how they say hello? Get down on the ground.
Go down.
All right, I'm going down. I'm listening.
You know, I'm not sure.
He threatened him first, Denizen. That's why he said go down to the ground.
I typically don't speak to other black people that way when I first greet them. I don't say, "Hey, get down on the ground. How you doing?" You know.
He threatened him first, folks. Play it again. He said
What did
that
he say?
after he threatened it. He said somebody's going to go down if this doesn't go a particular way. Somebody's going to go down.
Yeah,
Play it again.
Let's go. Yeah.
On April 26th, 2024, officers responded to a report of 2 individuals pulling weapons on each other at an apartment complex.
Hey, Rayshawn.
Yes, sir. Oh, here we go.
Oh, what's up, dog? Just keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up.
I'm on the phone with the police right now.
Nothing gonna happen to you, dog. Just keep your hands up.
I hope so, because the world about to end and somebody me.
There you go.
Well, nobody's gonna do that.
I hope so, because they
Right there. Stop the video portion right there.
He said the world's about to end and somebody fucked me.
Yeah.
That's a threat?
So he already got
What do
the
you think it is,
mentality
Denizen,
that
if
he's
you were a
about to do
cop?
some abuse.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. What do you think a cop's supposed to do right there? He just said something's going to go down if somebody does something.
No, he said the world's about to end and somebody fucked me.
Good. They were there to check something out. You don't get to talk like that to police. Those are 2 black guys, and he still talked to them like that. There's no end to this. That's my point. You don't sit there and talk to police, tell them the world's going to end when everybody's got guns, including myself. I'm not going to say that.
Can't blame Whitey on this instance.
No, you can't. The guy said the world's going to end. The police said, "Well, I'm not mine." So that at that point, now you got to get down or you're in trouble. And I don't blame the cop one damn bit.
And
I saw he left. Jayson left. I thought
the body cam cop clearly knows this. The body cam cop clearly knows this guy. He's talking to him like a human being.
That's right.
And if he's dealt with him before, then I don't necessarily see what he said as a threat. It's just like, let's continue on that path of kindness and empty hands. You know what I'm saying?
Black culture. Thank you, folks. Black culture. That's black culture. Thank you very much. Ain't no white. If there was a white man standing there, there ain't one white man that would come up and say, he just said the world's going to end, and cuss out a white cop for telling him, now you got to get down on the ground and behave. There's no white person that would say anything about that.
Unless he was on meth.
If that white cop had dealt with this guy before and knew him by name and was willing to talk to him with empty hands, then that's not the culture thing. That's how you deal with an individual type of thing. He knows this dude's name, and he's approaching him with empty hands, and he's getting compliance. If it had been a white cop and he knew his name and he knew him like that, I think you would get the same reaction. Now, the cop coming around from the back, he's the one that gave the order.
And he's the one I'm saying whites would not complain when he gave that order. Blacks complain. That's black culture. Whites wouldn't. They'd say, hey, dumbass, don't threaten cops. That's what whites would say.
I would say
I'm not white.
In this instance, I would say white cop should have just stayed at the corner and let the conversation unfold.
Yep, mind his own business, and they're both approaching him, getting closer and closer. So the idea that they feel threatened, I don't buy it.
I identify as a white woman.
You know what? Maybe he'll come back whenever I cover the because I covered this story a few times already, but there's another update on the sheriff in Kentucky that shot the judge. They're white, but you know what? Judge. Yeah, right in the face.
He shot him 8 times.
Yep. He killed him dead. So
for what reason?
You know,
he dead.
It looks like his partner was having sexual relations with the female inmates in the judge's chambers, and I guess the judge was about to ring the alarm on it, something like that. It's they're still investigating, so they just still have updates here and there. So, but before we go,
that goes in with white shooters and domestic. That's what I'm telling you. It's domestic, and there's something connecting. Somebody's heart is broken or something. That's why white people kill. But I'm saying that's not what's going on in the streets. Go ahead, Portia. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. DiCaprio said, like the sheriff deleted the judge, culture, and race. And then Witchy says, I am white and I don't agree with. I would not just get on the ground. So let's watch some more of this.
Same.
Let's see how crazy this gets, or if it doesn't get crazy. Let's see if it's the officers or the people.
Bro, remember me from the car. You know I'm straight up.
Just hang up on me.
Listen, go down.
All right, I'm going down. I'm listening to y'all.
Just to your knees.
Yeah,
But
please, thank you. So we can take care of that.
Can you go to your belly?
I'm not touching anything, sir.
Go ahead to your belly.
Please, can y'all take the gun off me, please?
We're gonna do that.
See right there, you right there.
Okay. Rashawn, we can't do anything until we get. Listen, go down.
I'm going for my ear.
Go down, brother. Come on, man. You gonna do this to me? Go down, bro.
All right.
Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up.
Just go abs down.
Now turn on your stomach.
Why am I going to jail?
You're not going to jail.
I just told y'all, why you open the door? You called the police, right?
Rashawn, you gonna do this to me?
No, just grab the gun.
Bro, I will once you turn around and go on your stomach.
If I go on my stomach, you won't see the gun.
And then we're gonna listen.
Can I lay on my back?
These cops don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Bro, we can't even take care of
Yeah,
what
they
you
do.
cause.
You're just
They
hating
about to
them.
be gone in a minute.
Can we take care of what you Can we do that?
All right, I was harassed because the police came here.
Can we do that?
Can we do that?
Did she run the rental? Did she run the?
You old lethal.
You please come here and grab. Listen.
No, I'll put my stuff down.
Please don't.
Can you go down?
Please don't.
All right, you want me to do it? You want me to do it? Want me to get it?
Grab it.
Want me to get it?
No, grab the gun. Please don't me because I called the police. Okay. And that gun is registered. Clear. And whoever me, this world about to end right now.
We're not gonna you, bro.
No. Y'all just can't know. What you yeah.
We just
they right there.
We detaining you.
Hey, chill out. Look, you don't wave. My phone's right there. Can I get my phone? Why you grab me like that? For what? We're gonna go this way. Go to your what? Think about that. But why don't go to my stomach? All right, come on. Take me to jail.
Come on, Ray, son.
Y'all take me to jail. I'm gonna show y'all. And if y'all about to die, bro. I ain't no threat. Somebody about to, bro, listen. I ain't threatening y'all.
Ray, son.
They just been in my house.
Chill for a second, okay?
And my manager at the Cheesecake Factory just threatened me.
Okay, we're gonna talk to you here in a second. Just chill.
I was just up there today.
Just chill.
They didn't do nothing about that. Take me to jail, please. Ain't nothing else on me. Nothing else on me. Please. Please. He in there. Right now. That guy right there.
Rashawn, just relax.
Listen.
Let's have you sit up.
Listen.
1, 2, 3.
I don't want to stand up right now. Because I feel like, bro, please. I'll stay right here till y'all. Can they open the door? Because if they don't, trust me. Hey, and then she's sending me pictures. I'm married. My wife and kids on the way to their grandma's house right now.
Serial number for
My ID is right there. My name is. You about to take my ID?
Yeah, dude.
Henry George 100.
I was just threatened this morning by my
Henry
manager.
George 100.
A lot of police at my house.
Sean, can you listen to me?
My name is Rayshard.
Can you look at me and listen to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Reason why we're out here is we're called with a man with a gun. That's why you're detained. We don't know the details just yet. That's why we're figuring it out.
Yes.
So you screaming and yelling at us doesn't help the situation. Do you understand that? Just because we're in handcuffs doesn't mean you're going to jail or anything at this point in time. Does that make sense? So we're just trying to figure it out, just like what you're trying to explain. We're going to talk to you. Let us get the basics down, and then we're going to ask you some questions.
All right. Yes. So look. Yes, sir. That's my bag. So this is what I'm gonna say. I'm about to look at my son, and y'all can ask me whatever y'all want to ask me. The 12-year-old that's in the office or wherever he's at, he just pulled a gun out on me, or tried to, and said, "Let's do it right now." Somebody he in a look, man. Come on. What you want, Lumen, bro? All right.
Was that a 12-year-old white boy?
Okay.
But they need to. Can y'all run the cameras back?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
So I hope it's on police report that the police was called to my house.
Now, who's bothering you? Why did you call? Did you call the police on it, or did somebody else call?
So look, I go to the Cheesecake Factory. You know I work at the Cheesecake Factory, right? So I go up there, right? And I tell my manager, Matt, I think his name Matthew or Nathaniel or whatever. I don't know his real name, but you know how they go by. Can I stand up?
Just give it.
He don't know the manager name. He work at the cheese factory. I guess they have a really close relationship or something. Like he like, hey, what up, dog? Hey, what up, dog? Rayshawn. Hey, what up, dog? You know.
I mean, I've had jobs where I didn't know people's whole names, even the ones in charge. They were just the one that gave me the job, and I gave no fucks about people's names. I just knew that I was going to work.
Cheesecake factories aren't sprawling factories. They're just little restaurants. You probably know the manager's name.
Yeah, it's just, the person, your manager, right?
Not everybody's like that, and some people change jobs every week.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Excuses.
Okay, you worked up. I don't want you to pass out or nothing.
I'm telling you.
Give it a second, now I'll let you stand up. Okay.
I'm not gonna pass out. I just want to see my surroundings. I'm telling you, I didn't.
He
can't a lot of people looking at you.
I know. And can I turn this way?
Go ahead.
I ain't do nothing wrong. That's all I said. The police out here, but she in there.
Is this your lion?
Is that your line, Rayshard?
Is it, I mean, is that
I want to see the person that's about to try to shoot me.
What's he pointing at?
In the building. Real talk. I want to see the eyes. Can I get up? Cause he right there. Why is he not detained? Why is he not detained? I would never come back over here again if I don't have to today. But I know what I saw. And the camera seen the same thing if they worked.
What happened, Rayshard?
Let me be calm. They said what I was doing?
Don't worry about that. We trying to figure out what that person did to you, whatever, while we are here, okay? We figured out the whole thing. All right.
Check the bag. Or take it. But can I stand up?
In a minute, man.
How long? Because I feel what? Can you grab me and pick me up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not going nowhere. I know I'm helping you stand up, bud.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to stand up. No, not. Listen, they're right there.
Come on, Rashad.
They're right there.
Listen.
Yeah, I've been talking.
Hey, look. Can you grab my phone?
Yeah.
Where my phone at? Where? You show me? Yeah.
We got your phone over here.
Why am I being?
Let's walk over here so we can see your phone.
I'm not going in the car.
Come on, man.
All right.
We're not gonna do that.
Hey, they say about bro.
No, we didn't.
Yes, y'all did.
The door open. We didn't say that.
Yes, I'm crazy. They say about me. Don't put me in the car.
Not true at all.
All right, about to catch on fire then.
We trying to get you some help, bro.
Yes. All right. No, don't take my ID off. Hey, yo, don't take my.
You called.
Did he say he finna catch on fire?
He said you're all gonna catch on fire.
Oh, I thought it said he was going to catch on fire, as in erupt. Maybe start being violent. Is that what he said? Play it back. He said,
we're not gonna do that.
Hey, they say about bro.
No, we didn't.
Yes, y'all did.
The door open. We didn't say
yes,
that.
Y'all did. Since I'm crazy. They say about me. Don't put me in the car.
Not true at all.
All right, about to catch on fire then.
We trying to get you some help, bro.
Can't tell.
Give me
said
some
too
help.
fast.
All right. No, don't take my ID off. Hey, yo, don't take my.
You
She
called-
right there.
Causing the scene, bro.
I'm not causing no scene.
Because you get on the other side.
Listen, am I gonna have to carry you like a cat?
All right, listen. Wherever y'all about to take me,
Come on.
y'all make sure y'all do your job. Because I'm not coming back.
Watch your head.
What you doing?
I'm getting you in the car.
Why you take my ID?
Because you're
All
not.
right. What you reaching for?
Hold on his teeth on his.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Hey, y'all. They about to me, bro.
It looks like he's been huffing.
They about to me. Look like I've been huffing. All right.
Oh, no, that's just chat.
Watch this. And they gave me fentanyl at the job. Hey.
I can't see.
All right. What?
All right, so
They gave him fentanyl at the job.
He said, "Watch this," and they gave me fentanyl at the job. You can't just randomly rat out crimes and get out of the back of the car. That's not.
what's going on? Like,
He's having either under the influence or 16B outburst, thinking people are. He menaced everybody in there by pounding on the door with a pistol.
It's actually probably pretty true.
No, what's probably pretty true is he's completely sober. That's the way a lot of blacks act. Jesus.
Is there a third person involved?
Brave, how many fucking black people?
Okay.
No.
I don't care. You see it all the time. They're not on drugs. They're just idiots. My God.
Brave has a point. He might be
I know.
sober.
He is.
And that dude is either crazy or on drugs.
Yes, he's crazy.
He
Talk
might be
crazy.
sober. He could be regular. That could be his
Yeah.
normal self. Or
He's not
be
saying
high.
anything.
I mean, his normal self is literally paranoid schizophrenic, though. Not.
So what? He's sober.
Yeah, so that's he's crazy or on drugs.
So then
It's not how a normal black people
I
act.
didn't say normal blacks. I said a lot of blacks do what he's doing. That means what? Are they paranoid?
Well, sure, a lot of whites, Asians, and everybody else is paranoid schizophrenic
yeah, I know.
too.
You can find all kinds of videos like this of white people. They're all over the place, Denizen.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, no, you can't.
Yes, you literally can
No, you
watch
literally
these
can't.
exact same interactions
Yes, you
between
can.
police and
Yes.
people
Yes.
with crazy white
Yes.
people all the time.
Yes.
It happens every single day. I
Yes,
watch
it does.
hundreds of them all the time.
Not near in the numbers as the blacks are doing it. Sorry.
I even have.
I mean, I
even
wouldn't
have
know.
first
I haven't counted.
family member that.
Yeah,
was
I
very
have.
much-
Thank you very much. I have. It's too
So
many.
what was the total?
Oh, it was like I think it was like 1 to 3,055.
All right, I think you pulled that out of your ass, but
I
I'll
did.
take your word for it for now.
No, that was a lie. No, that was a lie. I'm just saying, no, it's you find one white that's crazy and you'll have 20 blacks that'll do the same thing crazy. The numbers are just off the charts for blacks. It's just off the charts. It is
Off the charts.
off the charts.
Speaking of off the charts, if you guys don't mind, during your free time, we'll do some housekeeping right now. Please make sure that you
Uh-oh.
Get cracked. Wake up, motherfucker.
as you see that Asian man in that video there, that is our great one of our great hosts, Crack charting the course. Make sure you go check out his playlist. He's been popping out videos talking about, stocks and stuff. You can make money in your sleep. Also, we've been streaming for 6, almost 7 hours. If you want to hit the Cash app or the PayPal, check the banner scrolling at the bottom and hit the like if you haven't already. All right, let's get back into this and let's see what the Negroes are up to.
Yeah, we're all three witnesses to this.
Yeah,
1, 2,
I'm
3.
the property manager.
All right, let's go in here. We'll get this done.
I don't know what has gotten into Rayshard because he is absolutely. This is new.
No, something wrong.
I don't know.
Yeah, we found some things on him that
I'm
explain
gonna explain.
some illegal substance.
Oh, he's hard. That's what he's hard. Makes sense now.
And I've been refraining from calling the police on them because I interact with them on a daily. Like I talk to them. I don't never have any issues with them. I don't never.
Do you know where that tenant went?
Shannon, she went home.
Well, they know that too. Whenever you catch a person like that, dehydrated, mouth dry like that, you're hard. You're off of some type of drug. Everything.
Yeah, I don't know what.
And you know,
His
listen,
mouth was
remember I
all
told you this
around.
time, I
Like,
said, listen.
I'm seeing the different side of him. He's been my tenant for.
Oh, he lives here?
Yeah.
Who is he threatening? The other tenant, the other lady or whatever it was?
Oh, no, the lady heard him say.
No, the other lady heard him say.
Something about the little boy. That's why she's like, I'm not calling the police. Take me for
Is that her son or something?
No, it's not her son. It's another kid in the neighborhood. It's actually my neighbor.
Can you?
Came outside and it was just like, okay, well, he kept pointing.
You try and clarify what his address is. 51-3 what?
He's being weird.
Okay.
That's why, I've never seen this
moment I've ever seen. I've been through a lot. Like this.
And I see him every day, every morning. Like this.
Yes, ma'am. What can I do?
Why my baby stuff on the ground? Where the rest of his stuff at?
Come on back here.
Where the rest of his stuff at?
Okay.
Give me the rest of his stuff.
I'm going to ask you to step out so I can talk to you. Okay.
For what?
Because-
It's not nothing you got to talk to me about. You took him to jail already. Can I get the rest of his stuff?
It's
That's
probably
fine.
out there.
Where's that?
Out there.
Why would you call the police on his son?
He literally called the police on himself. The 12-year-old kid out there.
He said, if they don't come right now,
everybody's going to die. He literally started waving his gun out here, and he had.
He had narcotics on him.
What's narcotics? What he have on him?
Drugs.
So we.
No.
What drugs he have on him?
Powder. Why are you giving
You
me
lying? Because my baby they don't even that shit. Why you lying?
That's okay.
What's okay?
I don't need you to believe me.
I don't.
Right.
Stop talking to me. Anyways, where the rest of his stuff at? You can stop talking to me.
It's gonna be-
Where the rest of his stuff at? I said you can stop talking to me.
Okay,
Where the rest of his
you
stuff
can
at?
just leave.
I didn't leave.
Who you talking to? I stay here.
Okay, you can just leave so I can talk
That's
to
the
them.
thing. You don't.
That's
Who
her
don't
baby
stay here?
daddy.
I want to leave.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey. Do you want me to go get it? I know who you're talking to.
You're talking to.
Yes, okay, and that's fine. I know.
So listen.
Okay, listen to what?
14,100.
And I never had no issues with you, but where my baby daddy stuff at?
Where my baby daddy?
I'm not talking. I was talking to the police, but now I'm talking to you. Where's the stuff at?
I have no clue.
That code 3's baby mom's in here. She's
Baby mama's in here. That cool 3's baby mama's in here.
Shut up talking before
Hi.
I show it.
I see ya.
Shut up.
Okay.
She can. Are you going to tell her to get off the property?
Yes, right
She's
now.
not on leave.
Okay. As long as
She can leave too.
Okay.
You leave too. Doesn't she live there?
You live in that
You
apartment?
just want to talk to me when I came in there and try to talk to you. Now you want to come out and talk to me? Don't say shit to me.
Why are you screaming?
Stop talking to me.
Okay. Do you live in that apartment? Like, do you have
Stop
stuff in
talking
there?
to me. Don't talk
Here's
to
the
me
other
like
issue,
that.
which I didn't think of this. If she's not on lease, however, if she
Who
has
lives
stuff
there?
in
Yeah,
there,
that's the thing. Yeah, just go ahead and.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if
Go
she
ahead.
if
So
she
one
stays
thing
there
I'm
with
gonna
him,
tell you is if y'all leave,
yep.
and I hope you're recording this.
Gotcha.
Please do. Y'all leave. That woman says anything to me or does anything, and I feel threatened. I'm beating the.
As long as you're doing in self-defense, if that's the case.
That's what I'm saying. If I
So what I'm trying to
says anything
Better let her
to
hit you
me,
I guess
first,
my whole
ma'am.
point
Let her
is
hit you first.
as long as she, and I didn't think of this, if she's staying there with me in toothbrush, yeah, we can't. It'll be a civil thing.
I know.
As far as
What?
that.
I'm not talking to you.
Okay. You don't have to talk to me.
Now, see, earlier it was said that it's drugs, fentanyl, and frequencies causing this. Yeah, that's right. It has nothing to do with culture. Goddamn people are insane.
This right here.
Well, the two aren't mutually exclusive.
Nah, they are. They are.
They want to go to a thing?
Whites ain't acting like this shit, Dennis. Get out of here.
When they get all fucked up on meth, they are.
Yeah, I don't care. They ain't acting. They're not sober and doing this.
Yeah.
Drugs are drugs.
You wasn't the only one that was.
Yeah. I'm gonna have you go back.
Excuse me.
Come on, y'all. Let's go.
That's black trash ass culture. And no respect for the police. No respect for nothing other than their putrid little self-centered ways.
So she has her 2 kids with her, and then she just said to the manager, she said, "You ain't the only one that's effing him. I was effing him. You ain't the only one effing him." And her kids, those are 2 daughters. What a stand-up mom, you know?
Well, it's drugs, frequency, and alcohol, Portia.
And witchcraft.
Yeah, and witchcraft. I
And
forgot.
alchemy. Yep.
Alchemy. Yep, I forgot that.
Yep.
Yes, that's what they do. Yeah. All right. You wasn't the only one that was.
Yeah. I'm gonna have you go back.
Excuse me. Come on, y'all. Let's go.
You're not normal. I'm gonna get out of here.
So I just told your brother the same.
No,
thing.
no, they're perfectly normal. They're just black.
And if something else were to happen, please just give us a call.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
So yeah,
Ma'am.
That lady
you
forgot to
just
go to
drop it
black
off for me, okay?
class.
My
I know, but
brother over here for my baby daddy.
So,
My baby daddy the only one that's
ma'am,
in jail.
you need to stop yelling, or you're gonna go to jail too, and I don't want to do that, okay?
I'm gonna be out. I'm gonna be out the same day.
So please stop yelling,
What's
okay?
my name good.
Is yelling a misdemeanor or a felony?
Just stop yelling, please. 100. We're gonna have to code 3 the female.
I wonder what code 3 is.
Arrest her ass.
Lock her ass up.
Code 3 means hurry.
Code 3. We about to debo her. We about to debo this bitch. Code 3. Code
Hey,
3.
John.
Code
You need to
3.
come over here. Ma'am, you're under arrest for
Code
menacing
3.
right now.
Code 3.
Okay.
Oh, Dennis,
Come
and they
here.
got it for
Stop.
menacing.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
I need you to stop. Put your hands behind your back. You're
Oh,
under
what'd
arrest.
she say to the
You're
lady?
under arrest. Stop.
No, I'm not.
100. I need more units.
It was
here.
probably one of those
Non-compliant
bleeped
female.
out things. She threatened to hurt her or something.
Brave. Are black people afraid of the police?
It looks like they're terrified. Looks like their whole world caves in when the police come around. It has nothing to do with them talking like they're going to kick somebody's ass or tell the police to go get fucked. That's just our That's our imagination that they're doing that.
Brave, but Black Lives Matter. She's so scared, Brave.
I know. She looks frightened. She looks so afraid. She's trembling.
You just stop walking.
For what?
You're
You're not
under
about to arrest me for nothing. I didn't do nothing. No,
around.
you didn't arrest them for nothing.
Turn around. Put your
No,
hands behind your back.
call somebody that you know. Call
Turn
your
around.
call
Put
your
your hands
boss.
behind your back. You're under arrest.
Call my mama.
Turn around. Put.
Can you wait? Can I get my kids situated?
No. Turn around. Put your.
You better wait. Call my kid. I mean,
Turn
call my
around.
mama.
Put your
Call
hands
my
behind your back.
mama. Call my mama before I
Put
go
your
to
hands
jail.
behind your back.
Can I get my
Older
kids
kids
situated?
are- Your kids are plenty old enough to watch her and learn from her. That's sad.
get to your stomach. Hey, don't fight me. Don't fight me.
There you go. There you go. Give it to her good.
Goddamn right.
How are you fight me? How am I turning around?
Get on your stomach.
You want me? You want me?
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Right in front of her kids too. She has no respect for her own.
Let
kids.
your face slam into the concrete teeth first.
Here, let me help your face slam into the concrete, bitch.
And you punch me in my face.
Yeah, because you bit me.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck, she bit me.
All
That'd
right.
be on. Oh, that'd be on.
I feel like that was a bit much. Okay.
You don't say.
No, it wasn't. Not considering that she was not going to ever do anything to comply. They had to end it. They had to end it.
I mean, they tased her. He punched her in the face. The kids.
She
are
bit it.
Note
She
note
bit
to
him.
self.
Hold it. She bit him.
Note to self. Don't let BeBrave be a cop.
I was hired as a cop. She was bit. She
That
bit
makes perfect sense.
him. I was hired. I turned it down.
That makes perfect fucking sense,
I was
dude.
hired. That's my
I
point.
can't tell you, my universe never felt so much in alignment until you just said that, BeBrave. You made my fucking year with that statement.
I was at 25. He told me I was the youngest cop on the force when he hired me. I turned it down though.
I miss
The
what
world makes sense to me this morning.
I miss what happened. If Dennis is saying that they treated her too rough, or Brave saying they treated her too.
No, you know Brave ain't saying.
Brave, you think they treated her appropriately, Brave?
Not. I think they could have been a little better, but it's like it. Once you cross a certain line, it's like then I go with the cops. Just stop it. The cops
Well,
have to make a living.
And then what? You don't think they treated her fairly?
No. I mean, the menacing, I didn't catch it, what she said. But to say that it's imminent or that it's serious, I don't think so. And then this is excessive force. They didn't even try to use their words and let her at least talk to her mother to make arrangements first. And then when they used force, they used too much. Even if you have to use force, you need to use appropriate force. This was them getting it out of their system. Especially the guy just leaning on her with the fucking taser while the other guy punches her in the face. I mean,
She bit him. She bit him. You're leaving that out, Denizen. She bit him.
She might have had an STD, maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah.
She bite my ass as a cop. I'm busting you upside your fucking head.
And that's excessive force.
I don't care. Good. I'll sleep real well that night. Pow!
I mean, in America, you probably will.
You're right. Goddamn right. Bitch won't bite another cop.
She can't afford an attorney. If she were white, then you'd lose your job.
Yeah.
You got people out here biting people, man. Like, and you think they just because that's their job, they supposed to
not punch them in the face and tase them 4 times while they're already on the ground? Yep. Unfortunately, that's the responsibility of the job. When you're given a monopoly on force, then you should be held to a higher standard than everybody else.
They would.
And you should only be a use force as it's appropriate.
Look how polite they were for a half hour with her.
But just as you say that, Denizen, if you know that just as well as I know that, and assumingly she knows that, Portia, let's watch it again.
Okay.
If you know that they have a monopoly on force, Denizen, then you got.
Well, yeah, you're asking me how I'm going to handle it. That's not.
She should have handled it. Like,
but I'm saying if I were in her place, I'm not a dumb, idiot, ignorant, poor person who doesn't know what's good for them. But she is, and it's their job to respect the rights of those kind of people. They deal with.
How long have the police been talking to her now, Portia? Is this about 15 minutes the police have been talking to her?
I mean, it's been about 15 seconds since they decided to arrest her.
No, they've been talking to her.
She was told she was under arrest a single time, and it's been less than a minute.
They told her that 5 times, and they've been talking to her for a half an hour.
I gotta call my mama.
They've been talking to her for a half an hour.
What did you say, bro? I gotta call my mama.
More units here, non-compliant.
I ain't do nothing.
You just stop walking.
For what? You're not about to arrest me for nothing. I didn't do nothing. No, you didn't arrest them for nothing.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Call somebody that you know. Call your
Put your
boss.
hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
Call my mama.
Turn around.
Can you wait? Can I get my kids situated?
No. Turn around. Put your.
You better wait. Call my kid. Call my mama.
Put your
Call my mama. Call my mama before I go to jail.
Behind your back.
Can I get my kids?
Put your hands.
Knock that bitch out. Knock that bitch out. Bust her upside her fucking head. Bitch. Pow! I tell all the other 4 cops, look at that jet up there. Bam!
She's holding her legs so that he can keep grabbing her.
Get on your stomach. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
They were more delicate with the armed guy on drugs.
They were.
I'm kind of brave.
Thank you.
I'm kind of brave on this.
Stop resisting. I'm in handcuffs. Can you get off me? He's big as.
My guess is they were a little worried to do this to the guy who was armed.
Yeah, there's this thing called a
They
gun
wanted to
area.
do this shit to him.
Yeah,
They had to wait until the unarmed woman gave him an excuse to go hands on.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Get it out of their system.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Hold on.
Yeah, but the armed guy was complying and conversating with them.
Wait a minute, who was armed? Was someone armed in this situation? Someone was armed?
Her baby daddy.
Oh, her baby dad was on. Okay. All
down on his back because he didn't want to conceal the gun that was in his front waist. So he laid down on his back with his hands over his head. They took the gun peacefully. They handcuffed him peacefully because he was compliant.
Well, you remember they told him to lay on his stomach, and he said no because that's retarded, which it was.
But he was maintaining a posture of compliance. He just didn't. He questioned the order, whereas she was never going to comply.
No, she won't.
I understand.
I don't know how you can predict that.
I understand that she's worried about her kid.
She
They
showed
what?
you she wasn't about to comply. You talking about you don't know how you can predict that? Her action showed you that she was not
Yeah, because the police escalated it every second of the situation.
When they say, "Hey, put your hand behind their back," she said, "For what? Call your people." Right? Call
Yeah,
somebody
he should
else.
have. He should have called the supervisor as soon as she said it.
Call your people. Call my mama.
Wait, call your boss.
The judge.
As soon
Let's
as
call
she
the
said
judge.
call your boss, he should have called his supervisor. Kept going with the arrest, but he should have called his supervisor.
Okay. So he called his supervisor. Yeah, I'm just walking you through it. I'm not challenging you. So he said, "Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna call my supervisor." And what does he do with her? Because she's walking away. Does he just let her?
She wasn't walking nowhere. She was standing there telling the kid to call her mama because she's about to get arrested.
And when he told her, "Hey, you about to get arrested, put your hand behind your back," you get a phone call. That's the law. She wouldn't. Yeah, that's the policy. That's the procedure. Nowhere.
No, it's absolutely up to his discretion. He could have let the kid make a phone call. He could have used his words instead of his hands. The other guy runs up to the situation and immediately tries to go hands-on while everybody's in a tense situation yelling at each other, and he doesn't even know what's going on. When he goes to grab her, that's when she shoves him, and that's when he says, "Oh, now you've touched me. That's assault on a police officer. I can do whatever I want to you." So he throws her to the ground. He punches her in the face, and then while she has only one hand to hold up her body weight, they're trying to get her to put it behind her back. I don't know how many times you've been thrown to the ground by grown men and have them scream at you to put your hand behind your back, but it's the hardest thing in the world to do when you've got two guys on top of you, you're being electrocuted, and the only way you can stop your face from face planting into concrete is with your one hand that they're demanding to put behind you. There's a lot of shit going on. They could have used words. They could have tried to de-escalate instead of escalate every single step of the way. And you can't tell me that you can guarantee there's no way it could have turned out any differently if they had used different tactics.
Notice how Dennison left out the fact that she bit him in his description.
She shoved him too. I don't know when she bit him. That's his claim. I didn't see that.
Well, okay, yeah, okay.
That was his claim. So I don't know whether the bite came before or after he punched her in the face and threw her to the ground for shoving.
I'm pretty sure it didn't come while they were talking to her. She didn't.
Well, you're pretty sure. I'm not.
Well,
you're pretty sure of a lot of things that I'm not pretty sure of.
He didn't bite him across a 3-foot span, Dennis, and you can't really bite somebody. She bit him when he was wrestling her.
Yeah, so he had already grabbed her and thrown her to the ground, and potentially it was even after she was being tased or punched in the face. Who knows? Because I didn't see it.
But Dennison, couldn't she have had a weapon or something? Like, this man is trying to get someone to do something that doesn't want to do it.
She could have.
She could be. Not only could she be calling her mama, she could be calling her nigga to come to the scene. Well, she had a nigga there. She could be calling another nigga she fucking. Hey,
she wasn't calling anybody. She was yelling at her daughter to call my mother.
She been wanting to call.
So I guess if you believe that she has a code with her daughter, that when I yell to call my mother because I'm getting arrested, that's code. That's code. That's code for call backup and come shoot the cops.
Do you remember when Michael hands up, don't shoot? When Michael hands up, don't shoot was killed.
Yeah.
It took the police 7 hours to get that nigga's dead body from the scene because all them blacks were coming from everywhere, coming out of the trees.
Yeah, again, John. So if you think, right, John, listen to me for a second, please. John, listen to me for a second, please. So if you believe that she has a secret code with her daughter, that when she's about to get arrested, she says, "Call my mother. I'm about to get arrested." That's code. Bring out the surround the cops. Then sure, you got a point. Otherwise, it's a mother who's about to lose custody of her children, trying to get her mother to the scene so that her kids don't end up in the system. That's what I think it is, because I'm gonna put my reason up against these cops, and I'm gonna say my reason wins every day.
If I'm a cop, and I don't know what kind of neighborhood this is, but I'm assuming she lives in a black neighborhood, and I'm having an interaction with a black woman, I'm trying to get this shit over with clean. Get this motherfucker up off the floor in the car and get back to safety before all these niggas start coming out of their houses, their huts, they lean-tos and shanties and shit, and surrounding me and threatening me like Derek Chauvin. Like Derek Chauvin, George Floyd. I ain't trying to be involved in this shit. All these niggas start coming out their houses. Bitch, get in line. I'm gonna get your ass in line real quick so I get the fuck out of here. I don't want to be here. This motherfucking ghetto ass apartment complex.
So I'm 100% going to use my words instead of escalating it every single step of the way. Every single. I don't know why it is you don't want me to say what I'm about to say.
You got the floor. Go ahead, say it.
All right. He escalated every single step of the way. He didn't use any de-escalation tactics whatsoever. He didn't try to talk to her at all. He just said, "You're under arrest. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. Put your hands behind your back." No conversation, no de-escalation. And if you're worried about a bunch of Negroes around causing a scene or causing a problem, throwing a woman to the ground in front of them and tasing her and escalating the situation physically and using excessive force in order to do so is what is going to make you less safe.
Okay, hold on.
Using your words and trying to de-escalate, even if it ultimately results in force, is going to make you more safe.
John, you didn't see the first part of this video, did you? This lady walked into a lobby and was talking to him like dogs. Then she walked out of the lobby. The guy's following her, trying to talk to her real nice. The others are talking to her real nice. They talked to her very nice for a long time. Now,
Before she was under arrest.
Yes, before she was under arrest. They talked to her very nice for a long time. Then all of a sudden, Dennison, you're implying like they just rolled up on the scene and went right to this.
No, I'm just saying that once they decided they were going to arrest her, they rolled up on her in this. We literally watched it.
Right.
That's exactly what happened.
They said you're under arrest.
So before she ever did anything to get arrested, they were talking to her like nicely. Once she was under arrest, they decided words were no longer necessary, and they went this route.
Comply when you're under arrest.
I think that is the point, Dennison, is that like
he hates cops. Dennison, I didn't know this.
Yeah, I understand.
Of course I do. They're pigs.
Whoa!
I ain't a big fan of cops.
Me neither. Me neither. I think
I got no respect for any man that thinks because he puts on a badge, it gives him sovereignty over every other man.
They need a lot more. They need a lot more cops.
And this is textbook classic excessive force. It's not got nothing to do with Dennison's opinion. They didn't need to punch her in the face or electrocute her to get her under control.
Dennison, I showed some nigger ass cops up here rapping the other day, singing DC's version of drill music. I've criticized the cops that, killed Tyree, what that fucking boy named Nichols. Them guys didn't hardly get any time. But I also deal with these kind of people, man. Like, there's a whole bunch of niggas in their house, wherever this apartment complex is, playing their video game. They hear some bullshit outside, they run outside to protect this black woman they don't give a fuck about. That's the way it works out here.
That's why
these cops, and I'm, I ain't taking up for them, but they don't want to be there, man. They rather be in an alley and backed up to a building somewhere chilling. Their perfect day would be not taking one goddamn call. Not one. Right?
John, can you rewind?
Yeah, I don't think you understand how cops think.
Shit, I guarantee you, the average cop, lazy motherfucker, he just want to sit somewhere in a back alley and nobody fuck with him. He play on his phone all day.
John, can you rewind the video back to about 14 minutes? The 14-minute mark?
Of course you can do it. And so Dennison, what I'm saying is like, when these people have to come in and deal with this bullshit, man, like it's like they knowing that it's a threat could come from outside the building. Niggas might start shooting at them from the. It's possible it's happened. They could get surrounded by 50 niggas.
Yeah, that's not reasonable, John. Sorry.
The fuck it ain't reasonable.
It's not reasonable.
Christ, he thinks that don't happen, John.
I didn't say it doesn't happen. I said it's not reasonable to use excessive force on this woman because something in your fantasies may happen. Jeez. That's not how policing works. That's not what the standards are based on.
You know what?
And that's not my opinion.
let me say this right quick. Dennison, you have a point in that policing is messed up in this country. So now we got to decide as a society. Okay, you got people like this black woman that wants to create chaos and would create chaos everywhere she goes if left undone. So you got
Right,
people
so-
that want. No, let me finish, Dennison. You got people that will create chaos, or you got the cops that are going to overreact. I say, sorry, people that want to create chaos. Right now, we don't have our cops acting perfectly. So understand something, people that want to create chaos. You're going to get treated rough because the rest of society wants you dealt with before we want to deal with them cops that are acting excessively. That's
And
what
these
you
cops
need to be.
and these cops are increasing and exacerbating and creating a lot of the chaos.
Dennison,
when they
I
get
think
out of
everybody
hand,
would agree with
like
you, man.
blacks aren't
Nobody's up here in the back pocket of the cops. Nobody, not me.
No, not me. Not me.
Brave.
I didn't hear you. What?
You know what I'm saying? But I do think that, like, you to deal with these type of people who've been told that they're above the law, they can just talk to the police however the hell they want to, and the police have to go ahead and do their job.
They can talk to the police however they want to.
I'm sorry?
They can talk to the police however they
Well,
want.
if you do that's true. But there are consequences for talking to people the way you want to
And
talk.
I'm just telling you, if I were in charge of, I would reprimand these officers and recommend they be fired. And I would train my police officers to de-escalate even when people are saying mean words to them, or being sassy, or having an attitude, or refusing immediately to comply with orders.
Dennison, they try-
Especially in a heightened, tense situation where someone's partner has just been arrested and she's the only one in guardianship of her children who are right in front of her. All of those things should have been taken into consideration, and de-escalation should have been applied instead of the guy running up, the second cop running up, just like he tried to the first time. He tried to run up and make shit happen. And that run up and make shit happen attitude is what leads to this shit
It was
all
not
the
immediate.
time.
It was not immediate, Dennison.
It's a matter of fucking seconds.
It was not immediate.
A matter of
It was not
fucking
immediate.
seconds.
They talked to that girl for a half an hour right in the video before you
It's got nothing to do with the arrest.
Play it back.
Zero to do with the arrest.
Play the
Brave
shit
Dennis,
back.
Brave Dennis. Hold on for 1 second, guys. I'm gonna let you go. In a way, it says she walked up and the first thing she said is, "Where's my gun?" The gun they took from her, man. Man, listen, shit. Nigga, I woke up on some niggas and they talking about guns. Everybody going to the floor.
Yep. You give him a couple of punches in the face and some tasing too, right, John?
You got a gun on everybody.
I mean, there you go. There's your method of policing, and I made the case for my method.
Me and John would be good patrol partners.
I leave it there. I made my case. There's your two dichotomies. Someone says the word gun, you're getting your fucking ass beat, and I'm gonna electrocute your ass too. Or you can consider the Denizen way. There's your two choices.
You might get it, but I ain't fucking around letting your ass pull that motherfucker. And I think the police have a reasonable point of view when they approach situation with guns and crime and ghetto ass neighborhood, man. Like, this is a job, bro. Like, the fuck you mean? Like, this ain't no fucking.
This isn't a job. They're given sovereignty and a monopoly on force.
Call from God.
This isn't some guy at the fucking 7-Eleven. The way we police has consequences for generations. Our society depends on how these people interact with the public, and they escalated and used excessive force.
Dennis, I ride a bike just to stay out their lane. I got a motherfucking car, but I still ride my bike, stay out their way. Because I know when I get on that road, man, nigga pull me over for anything. One of these ghetto ass cops can do anything, right? So I stay out their way. But if I do encounter them, and a couple times I've been pulled over, yes sir, no sir, yeah, you want to arrest me, nigga? I've been in jail. Okay, put my hands behind the back. Let's go. Let's get it over with. They never had to throw me down on the ground like that. She took it too far, man.
Oh, they'll throw you on the ground whether they have to or not.
Wow, shit, I get down before they throw me down.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
I was arrested.
Yes, they
once.
do.
They didn't throw me on the ground.
Oh, you got arrested once? Oh, well, shit. I guess all the tens of thousands of examples of excessive force don't mean fuck all then.
He was a perfect gentleman. I turned my hands. I missed a. It was a misunderstanding. I went and took care of it. I turned around, put my hands behind my back, said, "Yes, sir." I asked him if he would go in and turn my lights off the house. He did it. I said, "Could you go turn my lights off? You know, I don't need. If I'm going to be gone for a while, I don't. And lock the door behind you." Yeah.
I don't pay whatever her name is.
Hey, Mr. Perfect World Dennison, I don't mean this insultingly. Hey,
It's got nothing to do with the perfect world. I just like to finish what I was about to say.
Well, okay.
I don't pay Shaniqua or Latiqua or whatever her name is to go around armed with a badge enforcing society's rules and regulations. So I hold the guy with the badge and the uniform on, the monopoly on force, and the Supreme Court has given him immunity to break the law. I expect that guy to control himself and use appropriate force, and I also prefer that he attempt to de-escalate every situation he comes in instead of deliberately escalating it and going hands-on as soon as possible, which is what we saw here. So you guys think it's justified, but you don't deny that it happened. Right? We went back and forth on this a few times, and no one's ever denied that it happened. There's just all these excuses and reasons why it makes sense and it's okay and should be accepted. And that's what I'll push back on. A society that lets this type of behavior become accessible from its police is an enslaved society.
Oh, we've been enslaved for 100 years.
But then at the same time, though, if you notice, you've seen the police acting ways that you don't agree with. You should minimize your contact with them. The blacks call the police for every fucking infraction that they have with their brother, sister, mother, cousin.
You know, if you call the police, you deserve what happens.
Well, they
No,
call them.
I definitely agree with Dennison, but I feel like people just know how cops are nowadays, and if you decide to be disobedient and whatever, like, and they do that to you, then hey, by all means, like, that's your fault. So
Stay out of their way. Don't call them.
You know I do. I never would.
Lolo, did you see the first part of this video?
Hey, and I can give.
No, it was they talked to her for 20 minutes trying to calm her down.
And no,
20
that's what I'm
minutes.
saying. Like, I know how people can be, especially towards cops. So that's why, like, I agree with both sides. Like, cops definitely need to have more training and just, like, you know, compassion and understanding people's, like, different points of views and lives and perspectives. But at the same time, people know that, like, police are the police for a reason. You shouldn't fucking be out here saying, like, oh, where's my gun? Or, like, arguing back and forth with them. Like, bitch, if they say you're under arrest, just go be under arrest and go fight that shit. If you really, that's how you feel. Like, you know what I mean?
Quick question for Lo, and I'll make it quick. Lo, if you got your choice, you got the people, the citizens that are acting hard-headed and not complying at all, and you got the police that are acting a little bit aggressively. Now, which one do you want to take care of first? You want to take care of the police acting aggressively and let the people that are acting crazy just have their way, or do you want to take care of the people that are acting
False dichotomy.
No, it's not a false dichotomy.
Yes, it is. That's a false dichotomy.
You got your and let Lo answer. Dennison, let Lo answer.
I'm not stopping it.
Yes, you are. You're interrupting.
And the
Who are you?
aspect that there's more people in the world than there are cops, I would say, yes, we need to fix the, you know, our population first.
Thank you.
But at
And
the
do you
same
think you
time,
fix
like,
them by
No, you don't
smashing them in the
need-
face?
You don't need to say it at the
like-
same time. Your answer was sufficient, Lo. Hang on to it. Be proud of it. You're a smart kid.
Yeah,
We
so,
know-
Lo,
nobody-
may I ask you a question now?
Nobody wants cops to go crazy, Lo, or Dennison.
Yeah, Lo, may I ask you a question now?
You know what I would do? Still continue to hit that bitch. And if you got to arrest me, you got to arrest me. That's just it.
Lo, do you think that the way you fix the population is by bashing them in the face and tasing them?
See, that's why I agree with you, because they need to have more training in just like how you said, de-escalating situations, and they definitely don't. That's not how, even if you weren't a cop, that's like just a regular person on a regular person altercation. You shouldn't be hitting someone. You shouldn't be like beating someone. That's not how things should happen. But I feel like in today's world, that's so normalized, is hitting people and
Right.
resorting to violence as a solution, and it's not. Like,
Sorry, Lo, there's no takebacks. You said we need to take care of the idiot citizens.
no, I agree. That is 100% first. But if we could fix both of the problems,
Yes,
it would be
that would be wonderful.
It would be
Of
more
course.
difficult to fix the.
It'd be wonderful.
It would be more difficult to fix the just the world population because there's so many more people than there are police. So yeah, that would be second. But we still should work on that to go
Well, of
fixing
course.
that.
I've always said there's too few police. That's why these police have to act like thugs. If they would have a lot more police, there would be a lot more time for that officer to do what Dennison says and de-escalate. That officer could sit there with her for 3 hours if she was nuts. That's what
He
I
could have
would
called his
No, when it does,
supervisor.
that's why I agree with you also, BeBrave, because some people really are just that mentally ill inside their head where they won't de-escalate. They won't de-escalate themselves. They won't calm down. They won't cooperate. So those type of people,
True.
I mean, you got to do something with them. I mean,
Something.
is violence the
Yep.
answer?
After you try the de-escalation shit.
He tried to play the video. The video's right before your face, folks. They were
Nothing
talking to him.
before the arrest counts as de-escalation.
Yes, it does. They talked
No,
to
it
her
doesn't.
Dennison, they talked to her for 20 minutes like complete gentlemen.
And it's got nothing to do with anything of that the arrest.
Because
It does. It absolutely does not.
The moment,
Hey, Juan,
Once
go
she
ahead.
becomes non-compliant with the
Juan, jump
orders,
in.
that's when their authority kicks in, and so
Juan,
that's
go.
when they're choosing how to use their authority.
Okay,
They were
Juan,
nice to her until they didn't have to.
Okay, Juan,
the
go.
moment that the officer says you're under arrest, all bets are off. You are no longer a citizen at that moment. You are a prisoner. You have to comply. If you're not, I understand that the arrest might be illegal. If the arrest is illegal, that's where you fight it in court. You call my boss and cha-ching, cha-ching. But the moment that you're acting out, call my kids, call this, call the other. No, that's off the table. We'll call DFACS, or here in Texas, we'll call DFCS or CPS. They'll deal with your kids, or in Georgia, we'll call DFACS. We'll deal with your kids at that particular moment. You should have thought about that before you did what you did. You're under arrest. Now, at that moment, if you're under arrest and the cop effed up, again, that's where we come in. That's where my boss comes in. And at that point, we'll take care of it. You're not going to fight. You're not going to resist. You're damn sure aren't going to bite a cop and let somebody act sympathetic. That's where you and I keep disagreeing, Dennison. I understand where you're coming from. If I'm complying with the officers while I'm being arrested and they throw me down, my hands are behind my back, I'm getting cuffed, I don't slip, I don't bite anybody, and they're like, well, we're going to go ahead and make your face friends with the asphalt. I'm going to smile because at that particular moment, I'm going to laugh all the way to the bank. However, that's not the case here. I'm sorry, that's not the case here.
Yeah, but I mean, you're making comments about nothing. Of course,
Let me finish because I got to jump real quick, Dennison. As such, qualified immunity would apply in that particular situation. Now, again, if I'm being arrested and all of a sudden, just because they want to be dicks, they say, you know what, your face is now friends with the asphalt, there is no qualified immunity at that point. It disappears. And as a result, they've deprived myself of civil rights under color of law. So they're going to face charges, but I don't care about the charges. I care, at that particular moment, I'm going to take money from the city because they acted in a way that they shouldn't. That's not the case here. They said you're under arrest. She decided to not be under arrest. The moment the other officer grabbed her arm, because again, she is a prisoner, and she decided to fight back and bite the officer, all bets are off. She did this to herself. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
there's no argument when no one's complying. When the person's complying, we don't need to have this discussion. The discussion is the appropriate amount of escalation and force to use when someone isn't complying. So we know the law. We know that once they say you're under arrest, then you're under arrest and you have no right to resist. Now, technically, that's not true. Many states and the Supreme Court has held that you can resist an unlawful arrest under certain circumstances. So that's not true across the board. But this whole conversation is how to deal with stupid people who don't know how to act and don't comply. That's what we're talking about. So if you want to live in a society where the lowest people and the most vulnerable people get their fucking teeth smashed in and electrocuted when they don't listen for 40 seconds, that's on you. You can have that society. It's the one we live in. How's it working out for you? My proposition is that we should have compassionate, intelligent people who know how to de-escalate a situation and who attempt to do so first before they go straight to force And most of these motherfuckers got a hard on while they're beating your ass in the ground. So don't tell me about it.
See, I agree with that just because, like, I feel like there should just be that, like, time frame of, like, okay, this person has been acting out of control for this long. Like, okay, then we can use this certain amount of force. Like, to me, that's what it's all about. It's not that she was acting up or that they necessarily had to put, like, their hands on her or do their job, but it was just the amount of force, I guess, for me. And I just feel like there should just be a time frame of, like, okay, this bitch has been acting crazy for 20 minutes, like, or whatever, you know, like, then, okay, let's fucking do what we did. But at the same time,
You go through your techniques.
I don't
You
know.
have a set of de-escalation techniques. You go through them in series, and then you start with the minimal amount of force necessary and escalate from there.
When your job turns into, okay, this person's under arrest and they're clearly non-compliant with orders, and the handcuffs have to go on. That's the next step. So touching somebody's wrist in order to put the handcuffs on created a violent outburst. So at that moment, from the touching of the wrist with the intention of putting handcuffs on and the violent outburst, where do we find that come together of, should this person have let them touch their wrist? Should they have had the violent outburst? Or should another 30 minutes go by while you walk back and forth with this person trying to figure their shit out before they you would maybe hope that they're going to be like, okay, I've handled all my business, I'm going to put my hands behind my back now?
It doesn't take 30 minutes to have
You
a
don't know that.
conversation.
It's speculative.
It doesn't take 30 minutes to have a conversation. It's all speculative, correct? But I'm going to tell you, it doesn't take 30 minutes to have a conversation.
Not speculative is the video that showed her dogging the cops
Right, yeah.
for 20 minutes.
Yeah, dogging. I don't know what that means. Is that a misdemeanor or a felony?
No, I don't care. She was not doing anything to be cooperative while they were trying to be very gentlemanly with her.
Well, can I?
And it's got nothing to do with her arrest.
Okay, well, never mind.
Lolo in here, guys. Go ahead, Lolo.
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, I feel like, because I did kind of forgot that she bit him or whatever, but I feel like just as a man to a woman, there's a certain extent, like, you guys always talk about, oh, men are stronger than women anyways. So, like, the tase gun was definitely unnecessary to me. Like, you already putting your hands on her, you're already tackling her, you're already putting your body weight on her, like, you have to tase her. That's crazy.
Why do you people expect cops to wrestle everybody?
You know, I think
I'm expecting them to avoid. I would avoid the whole wrestling.
I would too, but once it happens, you don't have to wrestle people. Just shock them and submit them.
Hold on,
Yeah,
for
but
one
like
second.
your hands are already like a weapon. Like you
Hold
don't
on,
have
hold on
to
for 1
use-
second.
I don't
man.
know, like just a gun and a taser and like mace and shit like that. Like that's going to the extreme. If we really, really think about it, guys, like we're all just strangers. No matter, like, yeah, you could be a policeman, whatever, but like in reality, like nobody knows anyone. Everyone should have respect for everyone. Like nobody should put their hands on one another. Yeah, someone might disrespect you, but you're gonna really result into like physically harming this person. Like, I don't know. I feel like people think crazy. That's just me. I could never, ever. So
You know, I think men are definitely stronger than women, and that's true.
right.
But trying to put handcuffs on someone, man or woman, that shit's kind of difficult. And this is what
Yeah,
we're
especially if you throw them to the
What
ground
they
for.
go through the training for, like you're training to be a cop. But then that's another thing that is wrong with the problem of them like hiring police. They only hire them, or they only make them train for like what, 6 months to a year or something. Like,
But look at it like this too. When you actually look at bodies, yes, maybe statistically, men are bigger, faster, stronger than women. But if you've ever met like a little dude, or as a man, like you've ever met like a bigger woman, not every matchup, like these interactions, they're not matchups like the UFC where people have to weigh in and go through the, their camps and stuff. This could, just as easily have been a 60-year-old man waiting on retirement as just it could have been a 6'5" woman. These things aren't matched up like you think. It was like, oh, that's not fair. That's not fair. But the police, like, they have that line, and they have a mission as well. Now, I'm a military man, and the thing that they tell us is the mission first. Don't give a fuck about your friends. Don't give a fuck about your own life. The mission is first. So when you place somebody under arrest, yeah, that's why they do what they do with the tools that they are completely strapped with. They have every tool in the book on them. And
their mission is to get home safe. Officer safety comes above everything else, including public safety and including the rule of law.
Yeah, and again, that coincides with war because, yeah, there's rules to war, but hey, you squeeze off because you were scared, they're just gonna write it off as threat was detected and eliminated.
Right.
Not only that, but
I'm not saying that is necessarily right. I do think things can be done, but again, war is war, and calculated professional fights are those. But people, normal people, policing normal people, it's never going to be fair. It's never going to be fair because you can pull up on somebody that's like, oh, I got a flat tire. And you're like, oh, well, I'm a state trooper and I'm going to turn my lights on so we don't get hit. And then I'm going to help you change your flat tire. And while I'm doing that, I get shot in the back of the head. But at the same time, you could just be walking in your neighborhood at 4:30 in the morning because you get up early. And next thing you know, a cop says, hey, why are you out here? This is unusual. Give me your ID. Well, I'm not giving you my ID. This is my neighborhood. And then they throw you to the ground in front of your son. And these are things that are out there. It goes both ways. It's such a hard thing to do.
And I agree with you, and I understand what you're saying, but I don't know. Maybe I personally just don't get it, like, because like I said, like, I just could never put my hands on another person, no matter, like, what it be. Like, you would really have to, like, kill my whole family or something for me to even, like, think about doing
Well, I'd have to feel like I was afraid of my safety, or afraid for my safety, or
right.
danger.
I feel like it's also about assessing the situation. Like, they had already walked up to her, did whatever, blah, 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 took the gun, like, and you guys are bigger than her. So what's the problem? Like, I just feel like sometimes those cops in particular like to use their power just for play. Like,
Yeah, as soon as she shoved him, it was on like Donkey Kong. He knew that legally.
They were waiting for her to mess
Yes.
up and people are fucked up like that. But at the same time, you didn't have to act like that. Just because someone comes at you like that, it's, I don't know. It's just like a.
Oh yeah, she's an idiot, and we don't want people like her in our society. But I don't pay her to uphold the law. The other guy is supposed to be the example we set for society, and he acted like her.
No, he didn't. That's crazy.
I think he did. I agree with that.
You guys are crazy. I understand. Even if he overreacted, he didn't act like her. Jesus.
100% he did.
No,
I mean,
look, even as a white guy, I've been snatched up a few times. I've been roughed up a few times. I've had a gun put to the back of my head by the police. But I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't do what I did to get what I got. But what I am saying is, you know what? When somebody does me wrong, now that I'm living better, I have an option that I'm going to call, and it's going to be them, and I'm going to tell them my side of it. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to deal with it a different way. You know what I'm saying?
take the hands of the police off of the citizens, and you've got people like her that will multiply and create hell on earth.
False dichotomy.
It's not. I didn't say make a choice. I said they're both full of shit. I'm saying you got to make a choice. Which one do you want? You want the police?
You don't have to choose between the police using excessive force and everybody in society running amok. It's a false choice. It's pig talk.
Nope,
It's pig
not-
propaganda.
not
We
that
don't need to brutalize people in order to have a
that
better
it says.
society.
Not
You
that it
don't
says.
have to make that choice.
She made
Don't
it.
let them convince you that it's that simple.
It's that simple. It is.
Did you guys want to watch some more of the video, or are we
Yeah,
good?
sure. I would like it.
Got 10 minutes, yeah.
Hey Jihad.
What's up, peace?
Yeah, I saw it. Thank you. Come on,
Stop resisting.
Stop resisting.
I'm in handcuffs. Can you get off me? He's big as.
Oh, he pronged her and put it to her skin. She got the barb in her back.
Need 2 medics, one for a taser deployment, one for a bite to an officer. DeLuca!
Jesus.
Same location.
I can't put my auntie.
If she was biting when she was getting tased, y'all think that count?
Yeah, that's what happened.
But that's just gonna be like instinct kind of.
No, Jihad.
Stop moving.
The police were all wrong,
Okay, stop.
Jihad. This lady wasn't acting unreasonable. You're right.
That's
You
the
and
choice you
Dennis
need to
are
make.
right.
The
Yeah.
police are either all wrong, right?
Yeah.
No, I
Or
think
they're
he
all
messed
right.
up,
It
but-
can't
No, I
be
didn't
that
say
she's
that.
a dumb
I
fuck who broke the
I didn't
law
say they were all.
and they used excessive force
I
because
know, I
they
said
got out of
exactly that,
control
Dennis. I
and
said
went
both of
emotional
them.
and couldn't handle
I
themselves.
said both of them,
professionally.
Dennison.
Both
I said
things can't be
exactly that.
true.
Yes, they can. She overreacted. They overreacted. Both of them did. I said my choice was this to low. Which one do you want to take care of first?
Stop.
Look at that crazy bitch.
So y'all manhandling me.
Stop.
Y'all
Fucking animal.
I
If
swear to
that was
God.
a white woman, there'd be white women around her calling her a fucking name, you stupid white whore. Shut the fuck up.
I hope y'all ready.
Stupid white bitch. Stupid slimy
So,
ass
no,
fucking
you're
white
under
human
arrest.
being.
Okay, that's fine.
Probably
Take me
going to
to jail.
jail. Okay?
Take me to
This is
jail.
an ex-cop,
Take me to
America.
jail.
I never took the job, Dennis.
Stop.
I turned the job down.
Damn
I was only kidding when I went for it, and I got
You were
hired.
born for it. You were born for it.
I did pass the test, all very high. I did do excellent on all the tests.
No! Y'all not messing with me!
Stop.
Yeah, y'all just beat my ass!
If that was a white woman, there'd be white people around her.
Y'all just beat my
Please, you're fine.
Bro, can you help me out? Because they manhandling me. They manhandling me.
Listen, you just need to calm down for a second, okay? Just calm down for a minute, okay?
I just got my ass beat.
Listen, you've got tasers and everything else in you. Just calm down for a minute, okay? Take a deep breath. Okay, take a deep breath for me, okay? A couple deep breaths. There you go.
Bro, can
Oh,
can y'all take me to jail?
That sounds like de-escalation.
Exactly, yo. Can you pause it real quick, Portia? please?
Well, now that we beat the fuck out of you, electrocuted, you got your hands behind your back. Now let's try using our face hole.
BeBrave had said something that's semi-true, right? Like he was saying, cultural difference. I think he's just wrong on his view on it altogether, but just to hone in on that point, right? Like if you watch the first interaction, it was a black guy that had addressed the first suspect, and he knew how to address him. Like, you know what I mean? So like in my city, for example, our cops are black, and we don't got these same problems I see on these videos and stuff. Like I'm sure a lot of stuff happens, right? But as far as community relations, we don't have a bad community relations with the police because the police is us policing each other. So we know how to talk to each other in these circumstances. Now I can imagine it could have went down a little different if that same black cop that addressed the first suspect was talking to, this sister. He could have de-escalated it, probably handled it a little better than these white cops did. So that's just my opinion on it.
Good.
It's just a cultural thing. You got to understand how to talk to people sometimes.
Yeah. White cops are saying, fuck you, black bastard.
And
Shut up and do what we say.
And I just want to make the point that I'm
You ain't
supposed
children.
to be.
You're a grown adult. Shut your fucking mouth and turn around and put your hands behind your back, you stupid bitch.
And that's not how you talk to people.
I wouldn't say that to her. I wouldn't say that to her. They think it though, and rightfully so.
And yeah, you're right. Then it shows in their actions. You got to show people
Yeah,
the respect.
right.
Get out of here. You guys are fucking crazy.
It does show in their actions.
You guys are out of your minds.
Did you say your name was Jihad?
These cops are wrong, but this woman was is a cultural absolute cancer.
Now the cops are wrong all of a sudden.
No, I said they were overdid it to begin with. I just said, but they only didn't overdo it that bad. I'm saying that there's two things that were overdone.
You've been backpedaling the whole conversation. I'm glad to see we're on the same page.
No.
I go into the skin. I didn't.
Yeah, and that's
your skin.
And then he detached it and used the skin method. When you let go of the barbs and hold it to somebody, you can electrocute them that way.
Yeah,
I just want to make the point
that
too.
bitch and did something even worse to her.
From the very beginning, I said if there were more cops on the force, a lot of this they could have a lot of time to deal with de-escalation. I said that from the very beginning.
Which is a justification of what they did. Now they're wrong all of a sudden.
No, I didn't say
want to make
wrong. I just said both of them are wrong, but I'm
okay,
saying
good.
who's
You never
more
said
wrong? Who's more wrong?
Okay.
The black girl, the stupid bitch, is more wrong.
Supposedly I'm white. Yeah, and I said the guy who's paid to uphold the law and be professional and not act like the stupid black girl, he's the one that we need to worry about more.
In your dream world,
to make the point, I mean, in reality, we're watching it.
In your
to make the
world,
point,
in reality, you're
supposedly I'm white. I'm just gonna keep talking because he's not gonna fucking let me make my point unless I just
go ahead.
talk.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Supposedly I'm been accused of being white. And I think I would know how to talk to this young lady in a way that would have been more productive than what they did, especially once they went hands-on. So I think you make a point about people policing their own and about cultural differences, but I just want to put it out there that it's not impossible for a white person to have enough understanding about the community he works in and enough compassion for other people, even dumb people like this dumb bitch, in order to do their job in a different way.
Great.
Deep breath, you're fine. Look.
Bro, don't talk to me. You just mad on me. No, don't talk me. You just did that shit. Man, I swear to God, bro, I'm calling my auntie. First phone call I get. She a police officer too. You punched me in my face. I'm not about to forget that. You hit me and you had your hand in my shit. I ain't do shit.
Listen, take a couple deep breaths. Okay, the tasers and everything that are in you need to come out, and then
that don't matter. They put their hands on me,
and then I will get you into a car. Okay, but stop being out here screaming and yelling like that. Take a couple deep breaths. I understand you're upset. Take a couple deep breaths.
Y'all some white privilege at its finest. Can I go? Can I go to jail now? Please,
white, so that's
please. I don't give a. You put your hands on me. You put your hands on me in my face. He hit me in my face. I'm suing you.
One of those white guys say they won't wait.
Press.
He said he not white.
Yeah, bro. I'm not doing shit.
All right, take a deep breath. You're cussing for no reason. Just relax for a second.
For no reason, y'all just
relax.
Y'all did me dirty.
Relax. You're good.
They should always get a woman cop as much as they can.
Can
in this
y'all have my
instance,
kids
if
call
they gonna
my
have
phone
women
for me,
as
please?
cops.
Her phone number, her name.
Yeah, you notice how like she actually was willing to talk to
Her
her.
phone number is in my phone under Big Mama. Call my mama, tell her to come get my kids, and tell her that she beat my ass too. I swear to God, my mama call her sister, and I'm gonna call my dad. So I'm gonna call his sister too. Y'all had no business doing me like that. This is my first time going to jail ever. 28, and y'all beat my ass.
For a second. You remember I said, like, she could be calling anybody. This is why they hesitate to let her just make a call. Call my mama, call everybody. I'm getting assaulted.
You gotta let them make a call though, John.
Not right there on the scene.
Yeah, I mean, but eventually.
Yeah,
you
right
gotta
there
let
on the
them make
scene.
that call.
Like the daughter was making the call, and the police have zero right to stop her from calling anybody. She could call the whole neighborhood if she wants, and they can show up too.
Yeah, but you know, man, I mean, you gotta weigh your protection. She could be calling the killers to come out. Call my mama, tell them they're assaulting me.
You know what? She could be calling ninja assassins to come break her out of jail too, John.
Get your phone call in jail when we're all in a safe environment. That's where the phone call gonna come. It ain't gotta be right there on the street.
Or it could be right there on the street with compassion, and they could even wait for the mother to show up to avoid putting these kids in the system at all.
If she had complied, they probably would have let her do it.
If I were in charge,
But it
I'd let her
seemed
do
like
it even
she
now.
did,
After
like,
she bit one of my officers, I'd still let her do it.
It was weird, right? Because the video kind of skipped because she was yelling, right? And then it seemed, and they were like, "Yo, you got to shut up with that yelling." And then the video skipped, and by the time it skipped, I don't hear no more yelling. But then that's when they're talking amongst themselves, like, "Yeah, let's go ahead and just nab her." So I'm
Right.
like, "Damn, that's kind of ironic." Like, right?
Yeah,
when
we're
she
gonna
shuts
have to
up,
go
that's
code
when
3.
you want to go over there and fuck her up. Like, what the hell
Baby
is that?
mama Shaniqua, code 3, baby mama.
As soon as she fucked off and went away, that's when they decided it was time to arrest her.
That's why I said the video skipped. So I really didn't see what the point was to nab her at that point because she wasn't yelling or anything. So I don't know if anything had happened or what was that conclusion that they came.
I mean, initially she walked away, and she walked away, but the manager lady from the apartment had approached them, or they approached the apartment lady, and then she said the manager something about her effing her baby daddy too. And then she walked off to her car, and she walked away, but then the cops came to her from what we saw.
Because the lady was talking like she was going to come back and do some damage to the lady. That's what the cops then walked out and said, "What you aren't." The cops walked out to see that she was going to stay the hell away from the manager. The manager said she's going to come back.
Yeah, so that's all that happened. I mean, that
The
happened.
whole damn thing was wrong. But who's the most wrong? That stupid bitch was
The
crazy.
police.
No,
the police were the most wrong because they're paid to be
Everybody
right.
wrong because it seems like the manager fucking the baby daddy and shit. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I agree.
Please,
I don't know who's saying
out
that,
of the
but
way.
yeah, I agree.
Clean up. That way the medics can get through.
Bro, he had no business tasing me. I wasn't even doing shit for him to tase me.
She's still fucking.
You can tell by looking at these guys. You can tell which one the troublemaker is. Look at him. He's still. Look at him. Look at him. He can't wait. He wants to hit her again.
Probably. I don't blame you.
Yeah, he thinking about it. The guy to the right. He's like, man.
You can say all that, but he ain't doing it, Denzel. He ain't hit her.
All of that in a minute.
Well, he punched her in the face already. He got 20% out of his system.
Yeah, that was the guy too.
He's the other 80.
You can tell just by looking at him which one's gonna get you killed on the job.
Yeah, can y'all run my name? I'm gonna see I'm clean. Ain't never been in jail, arrested, or none of that.
You blacks wonder why I don't want none of you motherfuckers.
Say, run your name. How am I find out who you are?
Crazy. You got your mind.
Oh yeah, he's not even white. That's funny.
You guys are even
I don't
fucking
even wanna come
pretending this shit. And you wonder
Now
why I
that we
don't
get to see him, he's Hispanic.
Hey,
And
can you get this right here?
I mean, you ever see Canelo Alvarez? He's very Hispanic. So he just happens to be a ginger.
That's me. That's me. They take me for no reason. So,
All right.
yes.
The paramedic is already mocking her too. I love it. I love these fucking people we got in these positions of power.
Yeah, no.
And they didn't do shit.
It doesn't have nothing to do with dealing with idiots all day. Man. That has nothing to do with it.
Hey, we're here to help you out, all right?
Then quit your job and go do something else.
Oh, they need to do what they're doing. Take the bitch and smack her upside the fucking head and tell her to shut up.
Nah, we got plenty of people that can just have compassion instead. We hire people like this on purpose because they follow orders.
Yeah, they're all taking the job.
That's why there's an IQ cap on police tests.
We're here to help, all right? So on that, so all you're gonna do is
Just pull it out. Just pull it out. Yeah. Just pull it out already.
That's crazy. Is that real IQ cap on? Like, if you're too smart, they
Yeah.
don't want
Yes. Yes, because you'll think for yourself. You can't have that shit out on the streets. We need you busting heads and following orders.
make sure you don't get stuck with that.
I did not know that those things went into your skin.
Yeah, they're barbed so that you can't get them out. That way they can keep electrocuting you.
That's to my auntie too. I ain't ever got in trouble with the police or nothing. Bro, y'all all bullshit.
I only saw the one.
All bullshit. And I'm telling y'all.
It's a good deal of bullshit, a fair amount.
All right, there. Listen to the medics really quick so they can help you out, okay?
I'm fine. I'm ready to go to jail.
I'm gonna watch
Yeah.
your stomach with this, okay?
That's fine.
Cool, probably burn a little bit.
That's fine. It's better than what they just did.
It's got a little alcohol in it, okay?
It's better than what they just did. And you hit like a.
Hold on.
And you hit like a bitch.
That blew my shit the f out like I was on the streets.
Oh, yeah,
like
you
I
want to
really
hit her
did
now,
something. Like
for
I had a
real.
weapon or something. I didn't have shit. And my kids was right there.
Okay.
I'm about to press charges on you. Perez and what the f is his name? What that say?
That's true. They did fire the barbs too close. Could have hit his other officer.
Y'all did me dirty, bro. Dirty as. There's another lawsuit that I'm about to get too.
I'll take it. All right, we're gonna go this way, okay? You're gonna ride with me.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Like a needle stick. Okay.
We're gonna go to the right.
Car.
To the right. The white and black one, okay?
Yeah. Call my mama. Tell her to come get my kids. Thank you.
All right.
Oh man, why didn't she just throw her to the ground right there?
I don't got shit. I'm naked as.
I see that. Hold on, before you get in there, I just gotta check your bra and all that. I'm not gonna.
I don't got no bra on.
Oh,
them titties.
Okay.
Nothing. Right? They did me like that for no reason. I'm naked as. No.
That's a
Yeah,
head.
those are some titties. She got some big old titties.
It was the first thing I was thinking, Portia, but you know, I kept it to myself for once.
Yeah.
First thing I was thinking is I bet the ugliest.
Thanks, I thought they were gonna bust her down right
Well,
there. I was like, damn.
Understand 2 fingers there, so I can't loosen the cuffs, but I'm gonna keep the seatbelt a little bit loose so you can try to stay as comfortable as possible, okay?
How far is this ride?
Like 3-4 minutes down.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to whoever this officer is, by the way. Thank you for talking to human beings like they're human beings.
Room to kind of maneuver around, okay?
It's not that hard.
All right.
They did it for a half hour, 20 minutes, Denizen.
Assault on an officer and resisting arrest.
Yeah, before she was under arrest.
Charged with aggravated menacing, carrying a concealed weapon, and drug possession. Share your thoughts with us.
So she got 3 charges.
Oh yeah, she resisted.
Yeah.
And assault on a police officer.
Yeah, she got that assault on an officer. That's a felony.
Yeah, you fucked with that one. And she did it. She's guilty.
Was the concealed weapon legal?
Yes, according to his claims, yes. But he did threaten people with it, which is not allowed. According to the manager, he was pointing it around and threatening people.
Oh well, yeah. If you pull out, then
Well, you know, it depends how you're pulling out. If it's a gun, you're going to be in trouble.
What
you know
state
what,
was this?
Dennison?
Otherwise, you're avoiding trouble. Am I right, Virgo? Am I right?
In Ohio.
I'm trying to avoid trouble as much as possible, but I'm telling you right now, the Brooklyn in me, the nickel in me, I'm not thinking twice to pull out.
Yeah, but you're talking about busting gats. I'm talking about busting nuts.
You see, this is why I can't be. You know what? This is why your lasagna is made with sour cream. This is why.
Straight for the throat. You see that, Portia? Straight for the jugular.
You know I'm busting your chops.
Well, in other news, I don't know if y'all heard about this or not. Let's see.
The infamous Russian arms dealer Viktor Bout has reportedly met Houthi militants to broker a potential arms deal. Now, the arms mastermind has spent 12 years in US prisons. So what is the infamous
10,000
arms
rupees.
dealer, also known as Vladimir Putin's confidant, up to now? Is Putin's merchant of death, Viktor Bout, back in business? News 9 Plus decodes. Well, the Wall Street Journal certainly thinks so. Bout, who is known for trading.
Okay, before we get back into that, do y'all remember Viktor Bout from Russia? The guy that we traded for Brittany Griner?
Yes. Yes,
Well,
the supposed arms dealer or whatever he was.
Oh yeah, no, he wasn't supposed. He was the truth. He was
Oh,
real
okay,
deal.
the arms dealer. Okay.
Yeah,
I was trying
yeah.
to make sure. That's why I said that.
And so he's back in business, and now he's doing business with the is it the Houthis? Is that how you say it? The Houthis?
Yeah, in Yemen, Houthis. I think there's a TH in there. Houthis.
Yeah,
I don't
Some
know. I'm not
1,000
sure.
rupees.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Oh no,
Allegedly.
that's why I say. And when they let him out, Portia, I said when they let him out, everybody was talking like, "Oh no, that means they let an arms dealer out. That means there's going to be more war." Like that single person is the one going around starting wars. Jesus Christ, people make me sick to my stomach. That arms dealer wasn't a pimple on a person's ass for
I mean, he
anything.
moved a
When it
lot of
comes,
product though,
it
Brave.
doesn't matter. When it comes to moving product, these goddamn corporations are moving product, Jihad. They're
He was
moving
competing
missiles.
by himself, one man
No, he
army
wasn't
with the
competing.
corporations.
He wasn't competing with nobody. He was nothing but a front
The
face
kind
man.
of the kind of guy this guy was. I can imagine. They say he's working with Yemen. He'll go out there himself and make these contacts to make these deals. Like he's the real deal.
The
That's how he did it
corporations that
before, and
make
that's
the
how he's doing it
weapons,
now.
the corporations that make the
He's
weapons
like
know
a
where they're
agent of
shipping them.
chaos.
The corporations that make the weapons know where they're shipping them. They don't need no damn
Yellow.
arms dealer. The
They
arms
do
dealer
need
is
people
just
to
to
push the
formalize it.
Not
product. They
too
need the
much.
dealers.
No, they
They
don't.
can't.
No,
The
they
product
don't.
don't sell
No, they need
itself.
the people to take the
And
face
he's the
for the
best.
corp. They need the people to take the face for corporate responsibility for selling weapons to people they don't need to be selling them to.
Ooh, I've been busy.
Everybody's falling for it.
Everywhere.
Everybody's
Everywhere.
blaming this single human,
Criticizing me. I said,
not
let
the
me
corporate. Wait a minute,
let
not
me
the
clean up a
corporations
little bit
making the
more.
weapons. They're blaming this single human. That's That's what it's meant to be. These goddamn corporations are selling weapons everywhere, man. Are you crazy? You people crazy? You don't get that? You think one
I
man
mean, I
is
get that,
doing
but you're
this?
trying to undermine his efforts.
No,
in
yeah,
all
I
this.
am. Yes, I'm saying we need to focus on who in the hell's making weapons and then giving them everywhere. It's not this guy.
I agree with that,
It's
but
trillion
you
dollar
can't ignore
corporation.
him.
Yes, you can. You can do it. I'll tell you what you can do. You can say who in the hell's he buying from and arranging with. Find out the corporations who's he's arranging with. Damn it. Focus on this one man. That's crazy. We're a bunch of stupid ass humans. We are. I mean, if you're gonna look at it, look at who's doing it, man. These corporations are what you think it mom and pops making missiles? Jesus. Good God, man, folks. These goddamn corporations are evil.
Well, let's see.
Weapons is believed to be negotiating a deal for the sale of small arms to Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi group. According to reports, Houthi envoys had a secret meeting with Bout when they visited Moscow to iron out the details for the purchase of automatic weapons worth $10 million. Bout met two Houthi representatives who traveled to Moscow under the guise of buying pesticides and vehicles and visited a Lada Automobiles factory. The arms dealer has been in jail for 12 years in the United States and was famously swapped with the basketball player Brittany Griner in a December 2022 prisoner swap.
Which is crazy.
Since his release, Bout joined the far-right Liberal Democratic Party and won a seat in a local assembly in 2023. According to Russia's local media, he also registered a trademark for a beverage brand under his name. So how will Bout's return impact US-Russia ties? Viktor's return to the world of trading weapons may spell trouble for the US. The Biden administration has been worried that Russia might provide the Houthis with advanced weapons to retaliate against Washington's support of Ukraine. So the US might try to oppose their deal. If the deal goes through, it could pose a significant threat to the US military's efforts to protect international shipping from the Houthi attacks. So how did Bout land in a US prison? Bout was extradited to the US from Thailand in 2010 after a sting operation. In 2008, the US Drug Enforcement Agency posed as potential buyers from the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, also known as FARC. Now, FARC had been classified as a terrorist organization by the US. The arms dealer was sentenced to 25 years in prison in April 2012 after being found guilty of conspiracy to kill Americans and US officials. He was also believed to have ties with Al-Qaeda and Taliban by media in West Asia. The US made moves against Bout throughout the 2000s, even froze his assets in 2006. However, they were unable to prosecute him. Many believe that the Hollywood film Lord of War is loosely based on Viktor Bout's life. What's Bout's Putin connection? Bout was reportedly a military translator in the Cold War era. Unconfirmed reports even suggest that he worked in Russian intelligence and peddled weapons for them, furthering Moscow's global objectives. He may have served alongside those close to President Vladimir Putin. Now, President Putin was once a KGB operative himself. So has that helped Bout come back to the business of selling arms?
Well, looks like he's got a job, folks, allegedly.
Yes. No, that's what Jayson was saying earlier, how humans have made a joke of this planet. This is an exact example of it. You got the news media popping this single individual when you got these goddamn corporations popping weapons around the world in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Europe, in Yemen, all over the world, Iran, and Ukraine. You got these corporations popping weapons, and they're putting us onto this one guy as the goddamn culprit. That's how fucking stupid we are. That's how fucking stupid we are. We let this one guy put us off the trail of where these goddamn weapons are coming off the shipping docks off of. Oh, it's him. Get him and everything's fine. We are the stupidest fucking people in the world here in America. We got all the information in the world and we fall for this fucking shit, these hit pieces. This is disgusting.
It is disgusting.
The murder and the mayhem that's going on the planet that these goddamn corporate machine is doing, and they got us looking at one guy. Oh, it's him. There he is. Get him. You stupid fucking humans.
When it's our own government that's selling us out like
government,
bitches.
hell, it's our own major corporations doing it. Our corporations control our government. They know where these weapons are going. They're selling steel to the weapons manufacturers that are making them and then shipping them.
They're bringing in the same weapons. They're bringing in the same weapons that they complain about in communities. They're bringing in the drugs that they complain about in communities.
Yeah. People talk about people carrying cocaine in their asshole in balloons. Oh, well, never mind them tons of barge out there with 50 tons on it of cocaine. Yeah, let's not look at that. Let's look at these. Let's look at the little mules that are carrying cocaine stuff. Oh yeah, it was a 60 Minutes piece. I'll never forget it as long as I live. It was like 25 years ago, 20 years ago. But I said, you got to be kidding me. The drugs are coming in bales.
And then what?
Yeah, the drugs are coming in bales, tonnage bales, and they're sitting here saying these people are carrying them on airplanes stuffed up their ass. That's how all the cocaine's getting in America.
And then you have a busted bag of coke in your ass.
I ain't worried about that. I'm talking about the distortion of who's doing it. There's bales, tons of cocaine off barges off the shores that's coming in. And the 60 Minutes got us chasing down somebody stuffing balloons up their ass. This is the same thing. This arms dealer, he's nothing. He's nothing. These goddamn arms manufacturers are popping weapons around this planet for death and mayhem. We can't focus on this guy. We're crazy for doing that. Okay, if we don't want to focus on you know what? Hold on. If we don't want to focus on who's doing it, let's at least not fall for this stupid shit.
Yeah. And I want to take it a little bit further. Even with the immigrants who are flooding our country, and we're sitting here hooping and hollering about it's the Democrats, it's Kamala, it's Biden. If you don't think these Republicans have some sort of part to play in this, you're stupid.
Oh, you know damn well
because
they do.
Let me tell you something. I don't know what's about to go on, and I guess we'll all find out about it together.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a major corruption that is trying to go down in this country.
It's been gone down. Virgo, it's been existence.
We are
for
going
100
to
years.
corrupt. We're going to break it. I'm telling you, we're going to break it.
Yeah, it does look like they want to bring it. They want to reduce it. It does look bad.
Yeah, I'll go along to get along. You know, Trump says he can get rid of the immigrants the first day he's there. Oh, all right. Whatever.
Sure,
you know, but I'm telling you, they're working together. This whole shit is shenanigans. Okay, shenanigans.
You're not going to get to be a candidate for the presidency of the United States unless you're approved by the global corporate machine. It's not happening.
Oh no, it's
So
definitely
if they're approved, there's a reason they're going to be used for particular reasons. They can use Kamala or Trump, whatever one they put in, they're going to be able to use them. My point is it's one thing not to chase down the villain. I get that. People are too busy. They don't want to think about what corporate America is doing. I get that. But to fall for this stupid shit is what made it in me. That's why I'm a goddamn misanthrope. I can't stand people. This is too stupid. This is a man. This is one man. You got billion-dollar corporations making fantastic weapons and guns that are shipping them all over like candy so people can kill themselves. And we're here focused on this fucking guy. I'm saying at least if you don't want to chase down the villain, don't chase down their goddamn decoy and fall for their decoy. That's
it's
double
the same
trouble.
thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as arresting people selling nickel bags and dime bags of weed when you refuse to go to the head of the snake. And I always say this: you don't fucking attack the snake at the tail. It grows back the tail. You attack it at the head. And we refuse to attack the head. We rather go for the tail to make us compliant, to make us happy, to make us think that they're doing something.
I just say that eventually, even if we can't attack the head, Virgo, we got to stop attacking the tail. Somewhere we got to smarten up on that. Just let's smarten up on that much. Take a step forward and say, nah, we ain't falling for this weapons shit, this weapons guy shit. When he was let out of jail, people were talking like, oh, shit's going to pop off again, like in case they haven't noticed where weapons are going all around the planet while he was in jail, and before him and after him and before and always will. It's like we got to just stop chasing the tail is all I'm. As a misanthrope, people make me sick. I'm just saying, stop chasing the tail. If you don't want to look at the head, I get it. But in Virgo's example, don't go after the tail. It's degrading. It's insulting to our intelligence to go after the tail. It's just insulting to our collective intelligence. But yet we go for it. The conservatives are worse than anybody. Oh, they were just talking about that arms dealer when he was let out like the world was ending. I said, you stupid son of a bitches. These goddamn corporations are popping weapons around that'll blow your goddamn mind if you looked into it. Tanks and everything. Guns, hell, everything. They're popping around. They're popping off.
I believe that all of our presidents has been Manchurian candidates since our forefathers.
They've been. I don't know about that, but they've done what they're told. They're not making policy out of their noggin. They're not doing what they want to do. If they want to do good, they're doing exactly as they're told since the founding. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Virgo. There's always been an elite and there always will be. Point is now they got technology on their side, so they can ramp it up and really subdue us.
Yes, sir.
Well, I found a couple of videos, so I'm only gonna show like the beginning part, like the first few seconds of this first video, and then the second video it's 1 minute, but I thought it was kind of interesting. I was looking it up while y'all were talking. So Brave mentioned the balloons and the buttholes. I couldn't find that. Maybe it's because it's YouTube, but I didn't have enough time to look for it. But there's another way.
60 minutes piece. Go ahead, Portia.
There's another way where they go ahead and hide the drugs too. So let's see.
You may have watched Netflix's new original show, Narcos, which talks about the Pablo Escobar empire. And it features one particularly grisly scene in which a young pregnant woman, a coke mule, dies in an emergency room after accidentally ingesting 12 grams of cocaine after the capsule burst inside. And you may be curious as to whether or not this is actually, how this actually works, how we would be able to transfer this over to real life. What is a deadly amount? Well, we are going to tell you. Let's take a look at one time where this is kind of gross. It's not a real picture, but it is a visualization of a 2011 case in which... Go ahead.
No, this is an actual person who is a drug mule and managed to, how many pieces? It was like 27?
This was a young man who had 72 thumb-sized packets of cocaine hanging out within his digestive system, 830 grams in all. He was detained for nervous behavior and you should be nervous, and taken to a medical imaging machine, which showed this. It should be nervous and taken to a.
Is that not nuts? Like
Yeah,
all
that's
of that
gnarly. He has a whole
cocaine,
kilo in his body. What the fuck?
and it's like it's all wrapped up, and he just swallowed them all. So I'm
That
imagining,
is
like,
insane.
is he gonna poop them out, or is he gonna throw them up, or are they gonna cut him open whenever he gets to his
I think they
destination?
would cut him open.
I mean, God, dog. I mean, it's all inside of him.
And if
And
one
it's
of those popped and he would like be high or something.
Yeah. So that's what happened
If
to
one
the
of them
lady.
popped, he'd OD.
Yeah.
Just off like 2 or
What
3
news
grams.
was this? A news outlet? Was this a news piece, Portia?
Yes, it's a news.
Yeah. Do you ever see that news piece? Picture pallets of barrels of precursor chemicals that go into making meth coming off corporate docks. See, they don't show that. They don't show the barrels on skids of precursor chemicals that goes to these countries to make these drugs. They don't show that. This is what they show, folks. There's a reason for it. There's a reason for it.
And it's crazy too, because this is not in it. This is outside of his stomach. It's like it's everywhere. Like it's everywhere. It's all in his lungs, all around his heart. It's all.
I'm just saying the same news feed could have showed us pallets of barrels full of precursor chemicals if they wanted to really talk about what's going on. But this
Are those
is what
hot
they do.
Cheetos?
They look like it.
No, it's bags of cocaine.
No, I'm joking, Portia.
I didn't know if you stepped away for a minute.
I'm joking.
No, I'm just saying. Again, the news feeds don't show us what's going on. They don't. They just give us what we're supposed to chase around, like the little stupid greyhounds chasing that mechanical rabbit around the track. And like I said, I get it. I don't chase the rabbit, and I don't sit there and go after the people that are destroying the world. I don't give a shit. But I'm not stupid enough to keep chasing that rabbit. That you're not going to get me to do that. Okay, folks?
It's like a dog chasing its tail.
Yeah, it's just silly. It's degrading. It's sickening.
This hair-raising.
And here's another one I thought was pretty gross. I mean, just from the onset, just to look at it, it looks weird. So this is another lady who was smuggling drugs. So we're talking about Viktor Bout, the Russian arms dealer who smuggles weapons, and Brave mentioned smuggling drugs. So I got curious. So here's a lady that's smuggling drugs in her hair.
This hair-raising attempt at concealing drugs was thwarted by authorities in Colombia. They say 2 women tried the same stunt at 2 different airports in the country and were both nabbed. Police say when both women went through airport security, scanners showed foreign objects hidden in their big hairstyles. Authorities say the women were detained and submitted to voluntary scanning, where the images showed irregularities. Video of one of those searches was made public. It shows when airport security officers discovered a vial hidden in the suspect's hair extensions. Its contents were tested on the spot, and police say it was determined to be cocaine. That's when further searching revealed more tubes strategically attached to the woman's head. Colombian police say they seized nearly 2 kilos of cocaine from the women, who were both bound for Madrid, Spain.
Again, while the Colombian police turn their backs while tons of cocaine is made, while the American news pieces turn their backs while tons of cocaine being made makes its way into America, they focus on this. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, folks. Stop chasing the rabbit.
This is by design.
Yes, that's my point. That's my point.
Yeah,
that's my point.
It's by
Exactly.
design.
We got to stop chasing the tail. That's what they put us on. That's my point exactly.
Because a lot of these people who get quote unquote caught are actually sacrificed. So they'll snitch on the low end people carrying, and then they'll grease their hands with some money, or however they do it. They'll catch these people carrying just to say, hey, we're doing our job. We're catching these people. Meanwhile, the big time drug dealers are carrying baggages
Tons of it.
Baggages.
Tons of it. Bales of it.
Did you say baggages?
Baggages. Yeah, baggages. What?
I was just wondering. Is that a word?
No, Portia. I think I just made it up.
Oh, okay. I was just like, I've never heard that one before.
I think it's a cross
Baggages.
between a bag and suitcase.
Yeah, baggages.
Oh, okay.
My guess
I was like,
would
maybe
be.
that's some New York.
Let me tell you something. So let me tell you something, Portia. I study linguistics, so I think I can make my own language. And we're all just gonna have to conform to it, and we're just gonna have to speak it here in Florida, and everybody's just gonna have to conform to it. Okay?
We got it.
Baggages.
It's
baggages.
It's
It's
just
baggages
that's
of it.
where it is. This is why I say we live like gods in this country. Not only do we live like gods, but look what they hand us for purposes of knowledge and information. They look at us like children. That's why we live
Yeah.
like gods, because we let them do everything they want and we shut up. What we are in this country is we're receiving hush money because we won't say anything about any realities. I received that hush money. You think I'd say it if my life was at risk or I was at risk by getting in trouble? I'd say, hell no, let me shut up. So we all taking hush money in this country because we know this is bullshit, but yet we follow it around and we don't actually talk about the real culprits. That's why everything we do in this country revolves around hush money citizens. We live like gods and we shut up and keep living like gods so that they don't take that away from us. Because look at this stupid shit. What's this? Would they do? Catch somebody else, Portia, with an ounce on them?
Oh no! So apparently there was this story was sent in by one of our viewers, Daniel Nixon, about some shooting at some
that
church.
guy.
At some church, and I don't know what happened. So I guess we're about to find out. Let's see.
Gunfire near
was it a
Burnet
whitey?
County Church has
I don't
prompted a multi-agency
find out.
search for two men. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Jennifer Sanders.
I'm Daniel Mudine. Around 10:30 this morning, the sheriff's office says it got a 911 call to check on the church at the epicenter. That's on North US 281. Our Sam Stark talked to the Burnet County Sheriff, who told him when officers arrived on the scene, they learned shots had been fired.
What started off as a normal Sunday service at this Burnet County church turned into an investigation involving local, state, and federal agencies.
About 10:30, we had a 911 call come in communications.
And great camera.
Church in the country, it smacks of whitey.
At the epicenter church.
Burnet County Sheriff Calvin Boyd said a church safety member saw two suspicious men outside the church. When that safety member approached them, he said he saw that one was carrying a long rifle. The safety team member then shot at the two men and they fled in a white minivan. The Burnet County Sheriff's Office tells me that when officers arrived earlier Sunday morning, they found bullet casings. Those were from the shots fired from a church safety member.
We don't have any evidence of anybody being injured or hurt, and we haven't been able to locate the vehicle.
I spoke to the founder of the church earlier who said they are shaken by the incident, but are grateful for the security members'
I don't know what they're shaking for.
Burnet County, Sam Stark, KXAN News.
And if anyone has any information, the sheriff's office wants you to
That's like the
contact
most
them. We have their
relevant
contact info
story
in
I've
this
ever
story
heard.
over at K.
I mean, that was in Texas. So, I mean, I don't know if y'all noticed, the Texas Rangers were there and they brought out the force of Texas to that small little county.
That makes no type of sense.
Somebody in the church would have shot whoever that was. So.
I don't know. Yeah.
Like what?
Was
Like
the church
was
is
was
lit?
it
They
Jayson
got
was
guns
it
out in
white
Texas
shooting?
like that? God damn. They shot
Was
them,
it white
ran
shooting?
away, and they still looking for him. I got the
Was it
whole
white shooting?
I'm sure in that county.
Well,
Well,
shit,
they got away
the
though.
whites behaving badly.
Even
the getaway car
hold on.
was white.
Hold on. They got away. That smacks of blacks. Whites don't get away. Whites will turn them in. Whites will turn them in. No, they will. Whites will turn them in. The blacks got away. That smacks of blacks to me. But I'm saying, if I had to bet, it'd be 50-50. The fact that they got away, now I'm going, oops, this may be black. Because whites will turn white shooters in. White shooters, they'll get turned in, man.
I'm trying to see if there's more to it, but like in Burnet County, it's
That's crazy.
That's
a
not a
damn
place.
Yeah,
shame.
because we don't accept that shit, right? Right, Brave? We don't accept that shit.
That's right.
I'm not saying
My
it
white
don't happen,
sister.
but to suggest like because Brave said this, he
Oh
thinks every
God.
single unknown shooter, you just go ahead and throw that in the black box. And I don't
Not every
agree
single
with
one of
that.
them. 90% of them, Jihad. Come on, man. Quote me
Yeah,
correctly.
they
I
don't
never said every
have.
single one of
They
them.
haven't caught them, but in a place like Burnet, Texas, it's like. Let me just show y'all.
Well, it's in the county. That's what makes me think whitey. There's no urban to it.
I'll show y'all the demographics of Burnet.
Lord have mercy.
It's just one of those.
Blacks do travel though.
They
Yeah,
are.
but
They're getting around now. You're right. You're absolutely correct.
But only Texas, I think you can get away with that because, like, you know what I mean. I know they had a gun, but I don't know. Like in Virginia, I don't know if you could just start popping at somebody, even if they got a gun, unless like maybe they start pointing it at you or something. I'm not sure. I gotta look into it. But I know in Texas they got like you're like if you step on their property type stuff, you could shoot them.
Oh, another reason why I know it's not whitey. If it was, they would have given a description. They would have said
yeah,
white.
they said they don't have a description at all
Yeah.
for anything.
That's black. I gotta go, but that's black. I'm leaving with that, folks. That's black,
Toes
folks.
down.
I'm
10 toes
going.
down, Brave.
Well, I don't know what that means. Does that mean like I'm sure of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you. If there's no description, it's black. It's black.
That's usually true.
Hey, Portia, I lost my whole bar up here. Could you throw me off Streamline? I can't. Oh, there it is.
Okay, see you later,
See you
Brave.
later, folks. All right.
Oh, who just left us?
Brave.
Oh, bye, Brave. Oh,
Yeah, he's been here with us all day. Oh, that's nice of him. I'm trying to pull it up, but these pop-ups. But yeah, it's a small county. It's I would pull it up, but my it's 97% white. So
so chances of it being a black is not.
it's very slim there. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the person isn't black. I'm just saying it's Burnet County. Like, you know, Texas is huge, and we have like a lot of different small pockets here and there, and you know where the black folks at in Texas. So, and that's just where they are.
But like I said, blacks travel.
They're not like.
I heard like a lot of black people don't really live on like the eastern half or western half of Texas. Like they're on the eastern half. Is that true?
Yeah, so you got East Texas. So you got some black folks out there, and then you have like the DFW. So you got Dallas Fort Worth, you got Houston, you got Austin, and you got East Texas. And that's where you'll find the Negro. Beyond that, you are hard pressed to find a black person in the state of Texas. Hard pressed. I mean, you can go for miles and miles, and you know, you can go.
Oh, that's scary.
You can go 8 hours in one direction, and you won't see a Negro for 8 hours. And it don't matter how many times you stop, fuel up. You know, it's just, you know, we are where we are. You know, and I'm all right with that. Let's see.
Great old state of Texas.
Yeah, it's a great state.
God bless Texas.
So let's see, what else did I have for you? Oh yeah, I wanted to do an update on this because apparently, well, you know what? Let's get into his video of it because he might do a better breakdown. We're doing this for all of our people that are in Florida, not just one place of the state, but the whole thing. The whole state.
Lord have mercy.
The whole entire state. All of it. So sometimes they tell you that a hurricane is going to hit some of it, but this one is like, nope, we're just going to hit the whole thing. How bad is it going to hit the whole thing? Well, we can't really say quite yet, but we just know Florida is
I know I'm in zone A, which is going to be at least 5 feet of water.
Well, apparently, God is bringing the reckoning down on Florida because of the fact that they vote Republican. And this is God's way of punishing these Republican voting Floridians.
Man,
I'm seeing some crazy conspiracies on that, man. They're saying that they using the weather to like target the Republican places and stuff. Like how they doing that?
And so because of this, we want to make sure that we talk about it because of the Republicans in Florida. Depending on how this hurricane goes, I guess we'll find out. But if you voted for Trump in the primary, it's your fault. It's your fault. So we're going to watch this video, and then we're going to talk about the Young Turks. We're going to get into the Young Turks and how they did a whole Young Turks episode talking.
Oh, I can't stand them.
With the Cenk Uygur, however you say his name. We're going to get into the details of how they say that the reason that everything is happening in Florida is because of Floridians voting for Republicans. But let's check this out first. Let's get some details. I want to shout out to Anthony Brian Logan, Fair Use YouTube. We are using this video for educational purposes. I'm a huge fan of ABL. I love his content. And we're going to see how he breaks this down for us. So let's get into it.
Hurricane Milton.
I got to subscribe to him.
Storm. By the time it hits the west coast of Florida on Wednesday, let's talk about it. How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about Hurricane Milton hitting Florida on Wednesday, potentially as a Category 5 storm. Now, that is very devastating. That is the most powerful hurricane that there is. You're talking about massive storm surges, massive amounts of rain, wind, everything, possibly tornadoes. It's a lot going on with these hurricanes, and it's poised to hit on Wednesday. Now, there may be some rain in Florida as I speak because you get the outer bands of the hurricane that are far from the center. And today's Monday, October 7th, 2024, right around 12 noon. So as the day progresses, as you get closer to Wednesday, you will see a deterioration in the weather. Now, $1 million question, what should I do? If you're living in Florida, you need to already be evacuating, in my humble opinion. If you know how hurricanes work in your area, if you have dealt with storms like this before, maybe you want to ride it out. I don't recommend that. They're talking about 8 to 12 foot storm surges, a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and you're not really in the mountainous area at all. You don't really have anywhere to go. It's going to go clean across the state, low-lying state with a lot of rain, a lot of wind. That's going to spell a problem, okay? But let's go ahead and look at this right here. You see the storm currently is a Category 5 off the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. Now, this area, you got Cancun, Tulum, Playa del Carmen on the East Coast, but right now the storm is on the West Coast. However, there still may be some of the outer bands from the storm that hit the tourist areas on the East Coast of the Yucatan. All right, but you can see where it is right now. It's a Cat 5, and they're saying it's going to be a Cat 3 by the time it hits Florida, but some say it could remain a Category 5. Now, you see the winds. A Cat 5, when I guess the floor for a Cat 5 is 157. So now you're at 160. That could become a lot worse, and I hope that it doesn't. Now, the good news is that it's not going to go to the north the way it did with Hurricane Helene. You see, with Helene, what happened was started in the Gulf, and then it cut up like right here, Tallahassee, and then Valdosta, South Georgia, through Atlanta, and then up here. You see, where you got South Carolina, Tennessee, North Carolina, it hit right up in there in those mountains, which is the Appalachian, Southern Appalachian, some of the foothill areas, and it devastated it because you pretty much have like a bowl in the city areas, like at Nashville is like a bowl surrounded by higher elevation. So all the water just rushed straight down in the bowl, and there was massive flooding. May all those who were affected get well soon, get better, rebuild, and if you pass away, rest in peace. Prayers out to your family. Now, let's get to a news clip, because this storm could be a lot worse than what some are thinking. If you're living in Florida, you're used to hurricanes. Oh, it's nothing. They always say it's going to be a big one. This one might be the big one, okay? Now, I hope my man right here is just being dramatic and it's not as bad as what he's saying, but listen to what he's talking about. And of course, I will link to everything I'm speaking about right now in the box. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
It's just an incredible hurricane. It has dropped. It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours.
Now, that's bad, what he's talking about. But what I'm seeing right here, it looks like two storm systems combining. Look, I'm no hurricane expert. I'm not a meteorologist or anything like that. I'm being from Virginia Beach, Norfolk, I grew up watching hurricanes. This is kind of what this looks like. But let me let him finish.
I apologize. This is just horrific. Maximum sustained winds are 160 miles per hour, and it is just gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico, where you can imagine the winds. The seas are just so incredibly hot, record hot, as you might imagine. You know what's driving that. I don't need to tell you.
Here we go. Okay. Now I see why you're so dramatic. You're talking about climate change. Okay. That's what's making the hurricanes intense. All right, man. Look, hurricanes have always been a part of living on the East Coast of the United States. You're living in Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, on up to as far as New York sometimes. But they call them nor'easters. Listen, this has always been the fact of life on the East Coast of the USA. Gulf Coast has always been an issue. You could even see how a lot of the land was formed by hurricanes out there over hundreds of thousands of years. This is not anything new, but I digress.
Global warming, climate change leading to this and becoming an increasing threat for the Yucatan, including Mérida and Progreso and other areas there. Let's see if I can show you the latest. There's the Cat 5 information. Winds 160 miles per hour, moving east-southeast at 9 miles per hour. And on that track, you're going to notice that this system is going to come very, very close to the Yucatan. And the dirty side of this hurricane, folks, is on the right-hand side of its progress.
So that means right over here. And again, on the east coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, Cancun, Tulum, Playa del Carmen, all tourist areas, right up in there, right below this 160 Tuesday AM. That's right where all this stuff is at. So if you get any of the outer bands to reach down there, it's a wrap for the tourist areas, or at least there's going to be an issue with the weather. Again, I don't recommend you travel to Mexico in this particular region right now. And if you're there, they got to be with you. Try to evacuate.
So therefore, they're going to get the dirty side there. These communities, many of them, as you might imagine, many folks, in that area have just the very basics, nothing else but that. So it's going to be very tough. Now let's transition to Florida, because even though it is expected to weaken on approach, it is so incredibly strong right now that you're going to find it very difficult for it to be nothing less than a major hurricane when it makes landfall in Florida. And where it makes landfall is going to be crucial, because there and south of there, we're going to get a very high storm surge, which could be 12 feet deep. Now, the warnings and watches that you see on screen, there is a tropical storm watch for the Florida Keys.
Now, to be clear, storm surge, that's when you have water that rises to a certain level more than what it should, more than just more than what happened with the tide. So 12-foot storm surge in a place where the water is typically 1 Okay, so let's say you live by a river, right? And it's always pretty much along the same level. You could kind of check it. You can see the high tide, low tide. You can see where it's at, and it doesn't really veer too much.
All right. So, any thoughts? Climate
Ooh,
change.
that's a lot to take in. As far as climate change, listen. The whole Earth has always been climate changing. We went through ice ages. We went through so much. So I don't really buy into it. Now, as far as manipulating the climate to buy up land, I may not think that's that far fetched. I believe that, especially in my area, we have, I live in a historical part of Bradenton. So we're not affected by like subdivisions. All these houses are like standalone houses, you know? But if a hurricane devastated us, hopefully not, and everybody was forced to move out, I'm sure they would put up a lot of subdivisions, because it's literally like I can walk to downtown Bradenton and they have been building it up with lots of apartments, like luxury apartments, lots of subdivisions. You got subdivisions in Lakewood Ranch, which is a couple of miles from me. Everything is like so expensive, and my area is, I would say it's kind of expensive too, but not, you know, the way it is and you know, the other parts of Bradenton. So I wouldn't say it's that far-fetched. Now, as far as being scared of a storm, like I said, I'm in category A, or zone A, I should say, I'm sorry. And my area is projected to have about 5 feet of water. But I'm hearing him say it's supposed to be 8 to 12 feet. If it's 8 to 12 feet, we're done. We're done. This whole area is done, because I literally can walk out of my house and see the river.
Yeah,
So
8 feet is crazy.
But being the
8 to 12 feet is like a crazy number to think about.
It is. I mean, I'm only 5'7".
Yeah. Well, hopefully, you know, it's not, you know, that bad. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I hope it's not, because, you know, it's just predictions. You don't know what it is until it actually makes landfall. You know what I mean? So,
and the problem is that I've been through so many storms out here that everyone, it's like, oh, it's the big one. It's the big one. But, you know, looking at it, I'm like, shit, it is going to hit head on. And we haven't had, did you see where the number 3 was when it was a category 3? Did you see that when it actually touched land?
Yes.
So I'm right there.
Okay.
I'm right there. I'm below Tampa, above Sarasota. I'm literally right there. And then the problem with a storm hitting head on, you'll have the beginning of the storm, and then the eye of the storm passes through, and then you think everything's okay. And then the back end of the storm comes in.
So
and we had one hit us.
When are y'all leaving?
I want to bunker down.
Oh, so you don't want to leave?
Honestly, Yeah, I want to bunker down. If we're the captain of our ship, I want to go down with my ship. It is what it is. I'm not gonna run. Where am I gonna run to? What do you do after losing everything?
Start all over.
Nah, I'm gonna go out like a champ.
I mean, starting over. I mean, would obviously, but like going to a family friend's house, or but of course, what's best for you. And
yeah, but my dad is on the other side of the state. He's on the East Coast, still on the water, but he's on the East Coast, and he's gonna get damaged too. And then we got family down in LaBelle. They're gonna get affected too. So it's like everywhere you go, and everything is already booked up. Where do we go? I have cousins in Georgia, but I have family in New York. Do we drive to New York and just leave everything, be here? I don't know. We're trying to think about it. Hopefully we'll try to make a plan, and it's not going to hit us until it was supposed to be Tuesday night. Then they changed it to Wednesday morning, and now it's Wednesday night. It's going to hit. Hopefully the storm dies out or just veers off somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, sometimes there is no running. You just got to accept your fate.
Yeah, I hear that. Well, with that, let me see. Let me pull that up really quick. We have my oven is ready. Let's see. We have left-wing hosts slammed for using Bible to justify abortion and saying hurricane may be punishment for red states. So, what does Hurricane Helene have to do with abortion? Well, let's find out.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Absolutely nothing.
You know what?
Absolutely nothing, unless you're Young Turks founder and CEO, Cenk Uygur. While Helene should unite Americans to rise above partisanship and all of its usual squabbles, Uygur took to X on Friday to make sure everyone stays in the muck by suggesting Helene is punishment from God against states where abortion is outlawed. Cheek says, remember the Bible is pro-abortion. Numbers 5:11 through 31. Has a priest performing an abortion upon the command of God if you think your wife cheated on you. So maybe God sent the hurricane to red states because he's mad they outlawed abortion. Now, what I would like to do,
Lord have mercy.
Just because I would like to do it. Hold on, wait, let's see. Let's go ahead and pull up the Bible. And let's look at Numbers 5:11 through 31. Let's see here. 11 through 31, that's pretty long, but we can probably skip around and see. Sorry to all of you out there that aren't Bible thumpers, and I'm not saying that I am. I'm just saying, I just want to see. All right, so then the Lord said to Moses, speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, so that another man has sexual relationship with her, and this is hidden from her husband, and her impurity is undetected since there is no witness against her and she has not been caught in the act, And if feelings of jealousy come over her husband and he suspects his wife and she is impure, or if he is jealous and suspects her even though she is not impure, then he is to take his wife to the priest. He must also take an offering of a tenth of an ephah of barley flour on her behalf. He must not pour olive oil on it or put incense on it, because it is a grain offering for jealousy, a reminder offering to draw attention to wrongdoing. The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. Then he shall take some holy water in a clay jar and put some dust from the tabernacle floor into the water. After the priest has had the woman stand before the Lord, he shall loosen her hair and place her hands in the reminder offering, the grain offering for jealousy, while he himself holds the bitter water that brings a curse. Then the priest shall put the woman under oath and say to her, if no other man has had sexual relations with you, and you have not gone astray and become impure while married to your husband, may this bitter water that brings a curse not harm you. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband, and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with a man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings a curse enter your body so that your abdomen swells or your womb miscarries. Then the woman is to say, amen, so be it. This then is the law of jealousy when a woman goes astray and makes herself impure while married to her husband, or when feelings of jealousy come over a man he suspects his wife. The priest is to have her stand before the Lord and is to apply this entire law to her. The husband will be innocent of any wrongdoing, but the woman will bear the consequences of her sin. Amen. We just read a word from the Lord. So, from what I just read to you all, did y'all gather any translation from that and compare to make it comparable to what Chank said?
No, it just means that the Bible does prescribe abortion.
Virgo? Is she still here? I'm not looking at the screen. Let me see. Maybe she stepped away.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm here. I did step away for a second. What were you saying?
Oh, about the scripture that Chink referenced about abortion, about a woman stepping out on her husband. I was saying, do you feel like it bore resemblance, or if it, essentially stood in as a good placeholder to make, his point valid?
Well, what does that have to do with the hurricane? Seriously.
Nothing.
What? I mean, and you know what? If a woman steps out on you, it's awful. It's bad. Leave her.
He's making a joke though, right? Because
he was making a
Christians,
joke.
yeah, because Christians always say that the God sends hurricanes and tornadoes after them. Like maybe the people in New Orleans got flooded because they're sinful.
Oh, kind of like a Sodom and Gomorrah thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's not nice.
He doesn't actually think what he's saying. He's just making the point that abortion is prescribed in the Bible, so there's a jab, and then also mocking the idea that God punishes people for their sins with floods and things of that nature.
Sorry.
Well, you know what? I as you know, I'm pro-choice, but I don't think it should be something that you use the Bible to defend or be against. I think it's a private issue.
I don't think he is. I think
the Bible into it
he's mocking it.
Yeah, he's definitely mocking it. It also says that Uyghur's comments are pretty horrendous when we consider the death toll from Helene is over 200 and will probably be higher as emergency services continue their work in the areas affected but his mosquitoing of scripture is an issue in itself as blasphemy. Uyghur has misled and misspoken the message from Numbers 5:11 through 31. Rapper Bryson Gray responded in correcting his interpretation of the passage. And that is the word that I was looking for a few moments ago and couldn't find it, your interpretation. So Bryson Gray says, no, it isn't. The dust and water puts a curse on the woman's womb if she's committed adultery and was dishonest about it. It does nothing if she's innocent. It doesn't mention the woman being pregnant anywhere because it's about her future. It's a punishment. What do y'all think of that?
It's a punishment. Jesus.
I think I don't like Cenk. I think he's an idiot and he's an obtuse asshole. I also find him to be quite aggressive, so I don't particularly trust him either. I think he's probably a worse guy.
Didn't he want to run for president at one point?
He did. He ran and he lost miserably.
What an idiot.
He wasn't in America, so there was that.
Yeah, so I think he's actually a worse person than we see. But that's just my opinion. That being said, he's being facetious. He doesn't actually believe what he's saying. He's making a joke. Whereas the other person, I don't know if they're being serious or not, but if I had to guess, it seems like they actually think that there's some kind of a curse on a woman who cheats on her husband. And that's nutty and fruity and lunacy to me, in my opinion. It makes Cenk look like the smart one, and that's not something you want to do. Lend credibility to Cenk Uyghur.
Yeah, because
I have to disagree on that. I think if you, and it's not particularly to, if a woman cheats on her husband, something. No, I believe that if you do wrong to people, like you ever heard of the saying, "You live by the sword, you die by the sword." So if you continuously are evil to people, then you get that back. That's what I believe. I mean, be good to others. We can disagree, we can joke around, whatever. But I would never, ever, ever in my life, wish any harm on somebody just because we disagreed. Just because you make your lasagna with sour cream,
oh wow,
I don't wish for you to fall. If I saw you in the road with the sour cream lasagna, I'd still help you up, and I'd probably share a plate with you, even if I didn't like it. You understand what I'm saying?
Mighty whitey.
Well, MIT says so.
I'm teasing you, Dennison.
We are cursed for having a sneaky link. That's messed up. Witchy says Sync was being facetious. She also says read numbers in the Torah, not King James. Momo says most people are strictly unfit for any sort of textual. Sorry, clicked away too soon. Textual analysis. So we have you are evil. This is blasphemy. It was also noted how idiotic it was for Uyghur, an atheist, to tell the rest of us how to interpret God's judgment in apparently bringing on Helene. This person says, I'm not a Christian, but trust my take on the Bible. No. Let's not kid ourselves and be fooled into taking the bait from Uyghur. The Young Turks brand is not commentary or in-depth analysis. The show and its personalities build a name off of rage bait. Uyghur sat down Friday and tried to concoct an outrageous and eyebrow-raising post that would stir the pot. Should the reader ever subject themselves to a full Young Turks live stream, which I highly recommend that you don't do that. If you love yourself and you care about your life, don't do it. You will see how in sync this line from Uyghur actually is with how the show operates. This is all not to say that Uyghur isn't completely dumb for his take and in his reality very politically in the know and cunning. He's pretty much taking a page out of the Gen Z influencer playbook here and just saying whatever he feels gets him noticed. Congratulations, here's that attention that you ordered. I absolutely hate the Young Turks. I can't do it.
And you know what? The girl on the panel has turned on them, and I see that she returned back, and she does give a little pushback, but she has turned on them. Haven't you noticed that? Yeah.
Yeah, what's her name? Yeah, I know who you're talking about. She's actually, I think she's really a conservative, but she
Give
just
you the
working that
money.
job.
No, give me the money. Give me the money.
Well, you know, Jahad, she does a lot of interviews with what's that Jew's name?
Jesus. Shapiro?
Yes, Ben Shapiro. Yep.
Yeah.
She does a lot of interviews with him, and she's usually very civil with Ben, even though we know she's like, you know, pretty crazy too. But
I think they're both
They're all, she's kind of, yeah,
thought that
she's
she was
radical. She's kind of
radical.
crazy.
I thought she was radically left, but I think she's kind of like seeing the light. But Ben is radically right, and I don't like any radicals. I don't give a damn what party you fall in line with. I don't like any radicals, and I cannot stand Ben either. I cannot stand Matt Walsh, and Candace. I can.
She be
She's an
going off on
acquired
conspiracies a lot. I think she's
an
like, she
acquired
does
taste.
do good work. She'll like expose a lot that people might not be paying attention to, but I think she gets a little too caught up sometimes.
Yeah, she exposed those holes. She do, and I like her for a lot of reasons, but there's a lot of reasons where I can't stand her either. So with me and her, it's like a love-hate relationship online, you know. But definitely, I cannot stand Matt, and I cannot stand Ben. It is what it is, and I cannot stand the young Turks. And I've been turning around to the woman on the panel. I keep forgetting her name. I'm turning around to her because she's starting to see the light.
I think it's Emma. It
Emma?
might not be Emma. Yeah, I think it's Emma. It might not be.
Yeah. I don't know her name, but yeah, I'm starting to like listen to her more and understand her a little bit more. Like, I don't have a problem with being friends with a Democrat. You know, as long as you're not like a crazy Democrat or like a wacky liberal. You know,
I mean,
we
Stanley
can agree
is
to
as far as
disagree.
I go. I said Stanley is as far as I can go. Beyond that, I can't.
Yeah, because you know why, Portia? Because Stanley is not really a liberal. Stanley will not admit he's a Republican at heart.
No,
I mean,
I'm
if
not-
you really listen to Stanley and
I don't know
no,
about
if you listen to him and his values and stuff like that, he may, you know, go a little bit he may veer a little bit to the left, you know. He may need an alignment in his vehicle, but I don't think Stanley is
some conservative principles. I would say that. But as far as being a Republican, not by any stretch of the imagination, Stanley, he's a lot to take in, especially whenever he's not cognizant of the fact that there are other people on the panel and not just him. That's when it becomes difficult. But because Stanley is such a big personality and he is really well read and he does know a lot and he is he likes to have discussions and stuff. That's why I'll just hop down, especially if I'm just trying to say something and I can't like get it out. I'll just hop down because it's like just let Stanley have it.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Put me on mute.
Oh, I was about to say something, but beyond that, I do love Stanley. I think he's great. He's just the only Democrat voting person that I can tolerate. Other than that, I just have a very hard time. You know, I can tolerate people that don't vote more than people like listening around all day to the Young Turks.
All right.
Okay,
So we just had an alert. We need to evacuate.
Well, there you go. Time for y'all to go.
It's a mandatory evacuation.
Well,
I ain't fucking going nowhere. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna stay here until at least tomorrow. The storm ain't coming until Wednesday night. Why
You
do I need to
said
evacuate
5 feet of
now?
water though.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drive up because with Helen, it started flooding around the river a day before the storm hit. So if I see flooding that's more than it was at Helen on the first and second block, then yes, I will go tonight. But if not, I'm waiting till tomorrow, man. I can't. I have to. There's a lot of stuff I need to save in this house. I mean, you know, I got
This
important
always
papers. I
fascinated me.
gotta.
Like, it's kind of, I can imagine it's a headache for states to like evacuate a whole state. Like, where are they gonna go? What the hell?
Well, it happened with Katrina. You had
A lot of
people
people.
misplaced. Yeah, from New Orleans. That was, and they're saying that this is going to be the Katrina of Florida. I pray that it's not, but this is the first time I've ever gotten an emergency alert to evacuate. I've never gotten that with any other storm living here in Florida. So I don't know. This is just too much to bear. And the reason why I don't think I'd be afraid other than have a huge mango tree that if that shit falls, it is gonna break the whole house. And during the past couple of storms, the tree has been broken off a little bit, just branches. But if this storm is as strong as they say it's going to be, that whole tree could fall on top of the house. And that's not a good thing because that kind of gives me anxiety because I had a coworker die because of that. When we had Irma, a tree fell on their house and he didn't make it. And both him and his wife worked with me. Yeah, I don't like going to funerals. I really hate it. Jesus Christ. Just take the wheel, Jesus, please. Just take the wheel. Anyway. Hello? Can you guys even hear me? What the hell's going on with this phone?
Yeah, we still here.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it's that's scary. I can't imagine. I'm in Virginia, so we don't deal with any of that. I mean, we will catch like the tailwind of like a hurricane sometimes, but it doesn't create no statewide emergencies.
I don't know. Maybe as much as I hate the cold, but moving to Idaho could be an option too.
Well, I'm back. I had to step away for a moment. It's like one of those things where you really don't know what to say. So, at best, it's like
no, I get it.
You know, you'll say the
get it.
wrong thing, but you just said that you're 100. Even though they said it's mandatory that you get out, you're still gonna stay no matter what. Or are
I
you
want to.
Okay.
I want to, but if it's gonna be 8 feet, I'm only 5'7". My husband's 5'11". So if it's 8 feet of water, man, and this is not just like swimming pool water. This is water with all the shit that's in the house and debris and sewage water too. You understand? River water, sewage water.
Yeah. I could just imagine. I'm thinking about it now. All the Florida Man videos is gonna come out after this of people riding boats up and down the street.
Like Katrina.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was looking into putting the cars into a garage. There is nothing left. I think they're telling us that there's nothing left because they want us to leave. So that we can't even get our cars into a garage. So that's another thing to consider too.
I mean, if y'all don't want to leave, I mean, I know they said it's mandatory, but obviously they're not going to come and bust y'all's doors down. But I do appreciate the fact that, you know, they are telling y'all like, hey, y'all need to go ahead and get up on out of here real quick, because, you know, and then like, it might not even be that bad, Virgo. You know, it might not even be that bad, but, you know, just like being prepared for it just in case. And I know, you know, like the stress of like not knowing where to go, not knowing what you're going to do. And of course you can't pack everything up and, you know, all of that. But of course, at least they're letting y'all know. But of course you have your own agency to make your own decisions. You and your husband.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, I want you guys to be safe no matter what y'all's kids, y'all's family members, y'all's friends, everybody. I mean, the whole community. You know, with this most recent hurricane, Helene, they're still looking for people. And I made the comment in the chat yesterday, like they might as well stop cleaning up, you know, stop trying to fix stuff right now if they're gonna get rocked like 5 times harder than they did with Helene. But there's still people missing.
Exactly. That's why my in-laws, they got the demolition crew to knock down the drywall, but you know, they didn't bother calling the contractors because we heard about this storm coming. What's the sense of trying to fix it if another storm is coming that's worse, you know?
Yeah, it must be worse. And it's just like, you know, it's just it's one of those things that's, you know, it's just truly unfortunate. And natural disasters, there's not anything we can do but just sit and wait for it to happen and do its damage, you know? The only thing I don't like.
Look at all that hitting Miami too. Look at all that. I mean, granted, it's not like the big storm, but it is, you know, tropical storm hitting from the Everglades all the way down to Miami, man. Down to the Keys. Look at that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I forgot what I was about to say.
There is nowhere to go. That's the problem. There is nowhere to go.
Yeah, like the only place that you can go is like out of Florida.
That's what I'm saying. You got to evacuate an entire state.
Yeah,
like you can't. But you made a good point though, Virgo. Like, 'cause that's kind of like New Orleans, because a lot of people, like a whole city. That's not really a state, but a whole city kind of left, and that created a lot of mess in itself. So I can imagine a whole state having to relocate.
And not just New Orleans. How about it devastated Alabama as well? We're forgetting about Alabama.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people had migrated to I guess Florida, a lot of people migrated to Texas, the Carolinas.
Yeah, there was actually a lot of gang beef and territory beef because a lot of the guys and criminals that was in New Orleans, they wherever they went, they tried to set up shop there, and they just didn't get along.
Yeah, and I mean, can you imagine? You just went through a devastation, and the first thing you're thinking about is starting beef. Like, nickel, please.
Yeah, it's kind of like the migrant situation with Haitians, but instead of that, it's like other Americans that's just that diverse because America's diverse like that. It'll create problems if you put a bunch of different people in different areas. But yeah, that's America, man. I really think we are, as even though we're one country, because like we're states and like um, the states create their own legislation and just the pure size of it. We're culturally different, so it can get that different, even though we're all American though.
Mhm. And my town is weird because you'll have some areas where even though you're by the river, you won't get flooded that bad. But like I said, we never experienced a storm like this, so I don't know how this is going to go. But you'll have some storms where maybe a block or two, will have just a little bit of flooding with the house and stuff like that, depending on how low your house sits. And then you'll have areas that's so far away from the river that get flooded too. So it's like you don't know. You never know.
Yeah. Some people, I can imagine if you like really familiar with the area though, and like you said, you're in a low area or something, right away, not even to play around with it. Like you're just gonna go out. It's funny because I saw like a little meme. It was a picture, and it was just two photos. It was like a street view of or I guess somebody took it from apartment a couple floors up, but they were showing the cars. There was a couple cars parked on the street and stuff, but there was a couple cars parked like on this little mound type thing that was elevated maybe 5-6 feet above street level, and then like in the next photo, the whole block was flooded all the way up to like basically the bumpers of where the people that knew that what was going to happen flooded to. So I'm saying like that's a good example of people sometimes you just know right away, oh yeah, this shit gonna all flood. Let me just get my car out of here right away. So category 5 is the strongest storm, huh? That's interesting. I had just
Yes, so far.
a couple weeks ago, I had watched that Twister movie, and I don't know, they kind of had, I don't know, just bring me back to that because in that they were dealing with a storm that was or a tornado that was like the highest grade, and if it's at this kind of grade tornado, it's like at these speeds, and so I can imagine if they're saying this is going to be the strongest, that's going to create some damage. They got good because it kind of showed it in the movie, but I can imagine this is real stuff. They got good analytics to where they can kind of predict a good amount of stuff, damage projections, and how much billions this is going to cost. Because this is
Okay.
gonna cost some money.
Zoom in on Tampa, Portia. Is that you zooming in on stuff, or is that just a video going on by itself?
Yeah, it's a video going on by itself.
Oh, okay.
I can unmute it if you want me to.
No. It's fine. I thought it was you controlling the zooming in because I was about to tell you to zoom back into Tampa Bay, and I was gonna show you exactly where I live. Well, not exactly where I live, but the area. Yeah, and here's the thing, it's not just the storm that's scary. It's look at all these tropical storms forming ahead of it as well. And yeah, maybe one tropical storm you'll be okay. But when you have all of this and then you get hit by a hurricane, it's, yeah. This is no good. Oh, Portia, did you get my email?
Oh, let me check. Let's see.
I sent you an email earlier.
About this Tyler Johnson?
Who's Tyler Johnson? No, I gave you an email of my, I sent you an email about
Let me look a little bit.
all of my info just in case.
Let's see. Maybe you sent it. Let me check my other email.
If not, I could resend it.
I'm about to check my the other email really quick.
Yeah, because if anything goes down, I want y'all to tribute me in the biggest way possible.
October 7th.
Virgo's always gonna go out in style. Look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that. Look at that. That motherfucking storm. And it looks like those two storms are about to collide. And that's what I'm afraid of.
They ain't delivered nothing over here. Whose house did they send that to?
Huh? You want me to put it in the back chat?
Oh no. I'm sorry. I have 107. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go over there and get that. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Oh, okay, good. So you got that, Portia?
Yeah, I respond. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. If anything happens to me or my family, or even if you don't hear from me, please feel free to call those numbers and ask if they did hear from me. Because obviously I'm not gonna be able to like call everybody, and I'm definitely gonna keep in contact with my mom, my dad, and stuff like that. But if you don't hear from me in like a few days, please feel free to call those numbers and ask how I'm doing. Look at this shit. Damn, it looks like it's even gonna hit Gainesville too. Or at least but I think by the time it gets to the east, it's not really gonna be that much of a big deal. Because it's gonna hit the west hard. And by the time it gets over to the east, Is this on mute?
Yeah, I said I had it on mute. I asked you if you wanted me to unmute it, and you said,
Oh, I'm sorry, Portia. No, I said you didn't have to. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I can unmute it because you just asked, was it on mute? Let me. I'll just unmute it. Give me 1 second.
Well, no. I gotta jump off for a
Probes being
second
dropped there in
anyway.
the Gulf of Mexico. Again, this is not flying into the hurricane. Our next aircraft
Okay.
I gotta jump off for a second. My husband over here looking at me again. And I'm getting a call. All right. I'll talk to you guys a little bit later.
I don't know who's all here. Looks like we have Denizen and Jihad. I don't know. John, are you there? Just hiding in the bushes?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm taking attendance. I'm on my video game, but I guess I'm just in the background.
All right. It's just you kind of don't know kind of which direction to take it when it's something serious like that going on. I had a package delivered, but they sent it to the wrong house. And I need to go and get that. So
Yeah, it's inconvenient, but hey, what can you do?
well, I'm gonna go get it. Yeah. Shoot, I ain't gonna play shit. Like you didn't order nothing, but it's let me see where this house is at because it's showing up.
They normally, they take a picture. You can kind of figure it out from there.
Hold on, is this in my cul-de-sac? Let me see. Oh yeah, I definitely gotta go get that. Those are the Africans. Yeah, I gotta go and get that. Yeah, I gotta go get that.
Yeah, and if they playing game, just show them the photo.
Yeah, no, and they African too, and it's just like, nah, bro, I'm not, nah. So,
Yeah.
yeah, and to be funny, but they are African, and Nigerian scammers. I just want to be careful. You want to be careful. Never be too sure. Hey, Mela.
Hi, go get your stuff.
I'm about to, girl. Y'all hold it down for a few minutes. I'm about to walk up here and go get my stuff, and I'll be right back.
Okay, cool breeze. All right. Cool breeze. I was listening to, shout out to Virgo and her determination. In the event she does decide to evacuate, safe travels. I do believe Virgo is not going to stay. She did when I was listening, when I chimed in and started listening, she had mentioned that she's going to give it another day. And so I would like to believe she's going to evacuate in the interest of the safety of herself and her loved ones. So, we don't want to hear that something bad happened to you unnecessarily, Virgo. So, take the, order to evacuate seriously. It's not a suggestion, it's an order. And that's on a whole nother level. Like it'd be different if it was a suggestion.
What does that really mean, though? Can they make you do anything?
They can't make you. They're just saying if you get fucked up, don't say we didn't tell you.
That's true.
That's pretty much what it adds up to. There's going to be some difficulties in the event you are a survivor, because the order, otherwise known as a mandate, the order was to evacuate. That's the order, and as I've said before, That's a different word than suggestion. That's a different word. That's all I'm saying. You know, so best wishes, regardless of the outcome, you know. So, you cooking today, D? Hello? Okay. Well, until anybody else speaks, it's nice to be with you again. Last night was feverish. As far as meal planning for myself goes, I was going to embark upon making chicken fried ribeye. Can you believe it? And so I'm studying what it takes to actually chicken fry a ribeye. And of course, I'll have some delicious fixings, including a salad, an ample salad to go with it, because you got to have something to process all that beef. But you know, you got this grass-fed, grass-finished ribeye, and it's looking beautiful. And you know, you cook it every way you know how to cook it. But one thing I have not ever done with a ribeye is fried. And of course, I'm going to use sensible oils. I'm not going to use any seed oils like Weston, Crisco, peanut oil. I'm not, none of that. It'll be most likely high heat oil like Crisco. I'm sorry, not Crisco. It'll be high heat oil like ghee, or which is really rich, to be honest with you. So there's avocado oil, cold pressed avocado oil as an option, but a high heat oil is the call of the day if you're gonna call yourself frying something, you know. And that's for those out there who are meat eaters. There are a lot of people who aren't meat eaters anymore, due to you know, for personal reasons, be it health or otherwise. Virgo and D was arguing about they were having their ongoing argument about Italian pasta dishes, which was hilarious to me. And it's only because I try not to really engage in consuming wheat anymore. American wheat. I prefer wheat that's, you know, that's imported. You know, like if I can get, you know, some noodles that are from Germany, you know, that rests well with my digestive system. But this wheat here in America, that shit'll tear your stomach down eventually. Maybe not young people. When I say young, I mean under 18. You know, their stomach acids are still pretty ironclad. But as you get older, it's just nature for your stomach acids to not be quite as strong. So you have to know how to coat it and prepare it to receive, you know, certain proteins. But when it comes to these grains, that's a whole nother story. And I guess I said all that to say, when it comes to surviving a hurricane, right? I've never been in that situation. It's advisable by most of the, you know, prepper people out there and who have YouTube channels to prepare in advance for situations and circumstances of natural disasters. Anything from unfortunately what Virgo is being faced with, as well as just something as having to just no other exit than your damn window. If you know, say you're on the top floor someplace, you know, it's important to have one of those roll down ladders when you absolutely positively have to get the blank out immediately. Have what they call in the prepper community a bug out bag, which has at least 3 days supplies that you can carry on your back. You know, just I understand that we're all attached to our things, our lovely things, our lovely, lovely things. You know, any event that you have those individual things insured, as well as your property, and then you have, you know, preparation on your mind, preparedness, I should say, preparedness on your mind. You know, you could relocate without the stress and heartache of having to leave your things behind. You know, as long as you got your life, you can start over. This is that kind of country. I was thinking about people who are military veterans, and if stuff hits the fan, would they be able to, dare I say, evacuate to the nearest, safest military installation? You know, just flash your card and be like, hey, I'm authorized to be on this military installation. I need to shelter here for a period of time while I'm experiencing a disaster in this area. You can see the address on my driver's license. You can see all my valid documentation that authorized me to be at this military installation. I need shelter. And I think they'll take them in. I don't know that for a fact because I never tried it. But I was trying to put myself in Virgo's shoes. Of course, I can't put myself in Virgo's shoes, but I'm just trying to wonder what she can do, you know? Because when she said, you know, it saddens me, of course. But in this instance, when she said, where would I go? I almost cried. I was like, what do you mean, where will you go? You will go away from harm. You will get out of harm. Just get out of harm's way. That's where you'll go. Virgo, we don't want to hear about you having endured something unnecessarily. You know, just get out of harm's way, Virgo. This is my personal plea to you. You know, believe it or not, things can be replaced. Situations and circumstances. Life goes on. Just keep living. Get out of harm's way. You know, so that's what I came up here to say. In addition to making sure Portia, you know, makes it top priority to get the package that was that was redirected, you know. So anyway, I've had my spiel. I hope there's no hard feelings about what I said to take up a little bit of time. I think I talked for approximately 3 minutes. That's good enough for me. It's somebody else's turn. And thanks for listening. I made somebody laugh. But I'm serious about that plea to Virgo. I'm serious about that.
About her leaving?
Yeah, staying out of harm's way. Like that, you know, in order to keep living, that's what you got to do. Stay out of harm's way. And when there's an order to evacuate, that is not a suggestion.
Yeah, I just, you know, I'm one of those.
You can't tell grown people what to do. I understand that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's just like
stay out of harm's way.
You know.
That's the best way to keep living.
Okay, well, take care of yourself. I don't want nothing to happen to you, but
I really don't want nothing to happen to her. You know.
So I would say, Virgo, if you don't pack up a bag and get out of that house and just, you know, look at it, take pictures of it, cherish it, hold on to it while you can.
Yeah, take some pictures.
Yeah, that's what I say. But you know, I'm not in her situation. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you know.
And who knows? I might have the same thought if I was in her shoes. That's why I'm trying to put myself in that it's like, would I just say, you know what? I'm just gonna let God decide. I'm just gonna let fate decide. Would I do that? Because I've done some reckless things in my life, okay? And I've come out unscathed against the odds. And maybe, she's betting against the odds. And she has a right to do that. She has a right to do that. It's, and then there's this better safe than sorry thing, right? That's sensible too. So I can count it neither brave or foolish. All I'm saying is she has the right to make a decision. Everybody's got choices. So, she stated what her choice is, to wait at least another day. For all we know, she might be leaving tonight, but, or she might not. She might, hold out. Either way, it's her decision. It just made me feel some type of way when she said, "Where will I go?" I was like, damn, that's something people got to think about in the event of a disaster, natural or otherwise. Your plan B, C, D, have that communication with your loved ones. Like, okay, in the event of an emergency where you are, you come here. In the event of an emergency where I am, I'm coming to you. Or make those arrangements with, several loved ones. That's an important conversation to have, so that you don't say, "Where will I go?" I can understand not wanting to drive up to New York. I can understand not wanting to, being faced with the nearest option is also in danger. It was just really distressing. Maybe she didn't mean it the way it sounded, because I'm sure she has options. It's just about her stick-to-itiveness, more so than it's not like she's saying she doesn't have options. It's like she just values her sense of stick-to-itiveness more than exercising her options. That's what I got from it. But if it's just a voice clip of that sentence in and of itself, where would I go? That's a rough sentence to hear in and of itself without the context, Does that make sense to everybody, what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Because maybe, like you said, I'm not going to use her as an example, but anybody in Florida, right? And like, unless you have resources like your own money or family members that you can possibly go to that's out of state, I really wouldn't know what you could do. You know what I mean? You would have to probably, actually, no, I'm not even gonna say that. First thing I would do is start looking up like any FEMA resources or like any shelter stuff that they might have available while this lays over. And I'm sure they're already planning
They
for
can
stuff like
drive.
that. Say it again.
Because remember in Katrina, people just thought like, well, I can always drive out of here. Like, you can't always assume you're going to be able to drive away from a hurricane.
Well, not while
There's
it's going
flooding. I
on.
heard there's 12-foot wall or of water coming in or something.
Yeah. Like my
You can't drive away from
my
that.
family's from New Orleans, and they actually, my grandma got out. My grandparents got out before the storm hit. They were smart, but yeah, I have my aunts and my cousins. They were actually in it during the whole thing, and at the what is that, the dome or whatever, the stadium for the Saints.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were down there when all that happened and the chaos was happening, but those were the people that couldn't get out. So
You reminded me. I think when they do issue a evacuation order, they provide like school buses to transport people to the nearest location that the government has designated. So was it during Katrina? Was it where they had school buses or other modes of government sponsored transportation to bring people to the dome, the New Orleans Saints dome?
They probably eventually ended up getting that, but I think the issue was they didn't release uh
There
any
was no
money.
transportation because with an order, I think comes get on these buses over here to evac. Because when it's mandatory, when it's an order, a mandatory order to evacuate, I think they provide transportation out.
But the New Orleans, and that honestly, I might take an initiative and bring that as like a topic to talk about everything that went down in that Katrina thing, because there's documentaries and stuff on it. But I think what happened was they didn't get the resources to them fast enough, so there was a lot of people that got caught stranded. And if they would have planned,
And no one anticipated those levees to break either, right?
yeah, I
That's what
don't. And
really did
even
the
that,
job.
there's conspiracies. There's people in New Orleans that's convinced that that was all intentional. But and it could have been because they actually sometimes they will go ahead and flood a certain section of a city before they let other parts of a city flood. That's a known thing. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure on everything that went down with that, but I can imagine like some of the lower income areas, like those are always going to be the ones to flood first because they actually divert the you know what I mean, the flooding to that area to manage the rest of the areas that they want to save. So it was like a whole mess, and a lot of people, they got stranded in 6-7 feet of water. Because also another, with them levees, the reason why they got it, it's New Orleans is kind of like below sea level, so when storms hit and stuff, it'll fill up like a bowl. So that's what kind of happened after the levees broke. The whole thing just filled up like a big bowl.
Hmm. They showed the what do they call those dramatization, those oh, that's a motorcycle outside, my bad. But they did show illustrations of how it filled up like a bowl. I do recall being horrified by that. Just imagine, you know, just in a flash, you know, there's this onslaught of water.
That's a good point because once they break, I can imagine it's within hours. The city's flooded. Like imagine, and I hate to use Virgo because like it's a serious situation she's in, but kind of like the scenario she gave, because I get her logic where she said she's gonna wait till tomorrow to evacuate because they say the storm's not gonna come till Wednesday. But let's say, and I'm not going to use Virgo in this example, let's say somebody else that's kind of going off that logic, but they're like, well, instead of leaving Thursday night, I'm going to actually leave Wednesday night, the night the storm's actually going to hit. And you go to sleep thinking everything's cool, but you wake up and everything's flooded and you can't get out. So that's kind of, I think that's like a scenario that a lot of people probably can see themselves caught up in because they think they can out predict it, right? And sometimes you might get lucky with that, and sometimes you get caught with your ass out doing shit like that. So
Yeah, there are people that think that worst case scenario, the power will go out, when actually it could be a lot more dangerous than that. You know,
yeah,
I mean, an inflatable raft might not be a bad idea. You know, um, there's something about the human spirit that does practice denial at sometimes. Um, take for instance, people up north who endure snowstorms. Um, they own their property outright, or at least, the little two flat they have, they know every winter since they were a child that snow builds up and piles up, and that sidewalk has to be shoveled. That driveway has to be quote unquote shoveled. When you get to a certain stage in life when you can afford a snow blower, why don't you buy a snow blower? Do you know how many elderly people I've seen shoveling snow in the northern cities? I'm like, that woman got a Cadillac parked in her garage, and she hasn't bought. I guess a lot of them, they rely on children hustling. Like, hey, I'll shovel your snow for you for $10, $5, whatever. No, prices have gone up. Like, not only that, the generation of these young people, dare I say, they're kind of lazy. You know what I'm saying? Children, these young people are not out hustling like that anymore. If anything, they might use it as an opportunity to scope your house. Like, yeah, can I have a hot cup of tea after all this shoveling and see what you got? Case in your joint. You know what I'm saying? The young people today, and I'm not saying all young people are up to no good. I'm just saying it's best to stay out of harm's way. Figure out what it takes to compile the conveniences and logistics and the resources it will take to keep you out of harm's way. You can enjoy your cushy life, but at some point, any event, you got to leave it behind. Try not to be that attached to it, Don't do all that extra collecting of things that are hard to take with you. You know what I'm saying? And get some fireproof, waterproof, small safes for your documents and pictures, irreplaceable pictures. Like irreplaceable things, you gotta have a weatherproof safe so that when you do come back and there's devastation, God forbid, you can retrieve it. I think a lot of people in Hurricane Katrina, they've been known to talk about all the photographs that were destroyed, antique guns. That's another thing in
A
Hurricane
lot of
Katrina.
evidence was destroyed too out of
They
the
were
precinct.
confiscating guns. Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say because actually my sister was involved. My older sister was involved in like a case that assault case that happened against her, but they actually had lost the whole damn file because of that Katrina shit.
Oh man.
But I could imagine like they probably had like murderers and all kinds of stuff that basically on a technicality they lost the evidence. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say about guns?
Someone who I'm familiar with that went through Katrina, as a matter of fact, he did heroic things during Katrina. He was mentioning how as things were trying to become normalized again, there was, I think, a roundup of people's guns. Like I'm not sure if they were trying to do it during or after. Most likely it was after. I didn't get all the details, but yeah, that's definitely one man who not only lived through Katrina, but he did heroic things to get his family out. Like, how somebody is swimming with their family on their back type of thing. He's that type of guy. And he had to stay in the dome Um, yeah, I didn't really interview him, but he shared, you know, um, very traumatic stories and detail. You know, things that I would consider traumatic. He hasn't himself said it was traumatic. I mean, but the way he described the entire experience on a particular series of evenings, it was you know, dead bodies floating down. You know, you're swimming past dead bodies to try to make it. You know what I mean? And you got your child or your mother on your back. You know, I'm not saying that this is going to happen. I'm just saying when it issued, when an order to evacuate is issued, it's remnant. It reminds me of what people were informed of just before Hurricane Katrina. Of course, there have been other devastations across this country, across this world, but Katrina stands out because, you know, I know somebody that actually just gave an account of what they experienced and you know, the active times of Hurricane Katrina. As a matter of fact, I remember at the VA in Chicago, there were a lot of evacuees that were at the VA hospital. You know, you know. Oh, here we go. Okay, the volume, please. You have the volume? Well, we're looking at it, so.
I have to find another one without the volume because this is New York Times. I was just playing it in the background while y'all talk over it, but I'm looking for another one that I actually can play.
Yeah, did you see that dead body? You know?
Yeah, I heard people were seeing bodies floating in the water.
They were.
Yeah, I think with this storm, outside on top of it being just like an historically devastating storm, it also exposed how much of a logistical disaster this was, as far as like just getting help to these people. And from certain perspectives out there, they would tell you they basically was left stranded.
Yeah, like Virgo said, hopefully it won't be a category 5 by the time it hits. It likely could not be a category 5 by the time it hits her area. So we can pray for that.
You know what's funny? Like I go to New Orleans a lot to see my family. All the houses down there, like they don't put carpet in their houses. Like the whole house will just be tile, and the bedrooms everywhere. But it's just that's because where they live. Like when you deal with stuff like that, yeah, it makes sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a test. There's a major hurricane that is in the Gulf of Mexico.
The winds have really picked up here significantly over the last half hour or so.
The worst of the storm has now reached New Orleans. This is the moment we've been talking about, dreading.
And I'm wondering how long these levees are going to hold on Lake Pontchartrain.
This city absolutely devastated by Katrina.
I'm told that the New Orleans police put out a call to all its officers saying, if you have a boat, bring it here, help us. These are people who did not have the wherewithal to get out of town. They didn't have cars. There's no way they could pay
That
for
was crazy. That was prisoners on top of the roof of the prison.
and the water came up. This is life and death. This is life and death. There's just no doubt about it.
I understand the anxiety of people on the ground. I just can't imagine what it's like to be waving a sign that says, "Come and get me now." But I want people to know there's a lot of help coming.
Maybe help is on the way. The immediate situation is with each passing hour, the situation gets more dire.
The government said, you go in that Superdome and you'll get help. And they didn't get help. They got locked in there.
There was no power, air conditioning, water. Thousands were stranded in wretched conditions.
I want to thank Senator Frist and Senator Reid for their extraordinary efforts.
To listen to politicians thanking each other and complimenting each other, I got to tell you, there are a lot of people here who are very upset.
I want everyone in the world to see 6 days after Katrina swept through this city, 5 days after the levee collapsed, look in the face of the baby.
So many of these people, almost all of them that we see, are so poor and they are so black.
They're showing all these reports of people looting. But people are desperate.
Destruction of the spirit of the people of southern Louisiana and Mississippi may end up being the most tragic loss of all.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
The aftermath of Hurricane Katrina will go down as one of the worst abandonments of Americans on American soil ever in U.S. history.
You need to know that our whole nation cares about you. And in the journey ahead, you're not alone.
Any thoughts? Any comments? Do you remember where you were when Hurricane Katrina happened?
Yeah, I was in Virginia, safe from that. I was actually planning on, it's crazy because we were planning on moving down there that summer, and then that happened, so we ain't go. But yeah, it's sad, man. They kind of got abandoned, man. They didn't really get the help they needed to get to them fast enough. I don't know what games they were playing, but they were playing games. And then there was corruption all the way up the ladder. Like that black guy that was talking, I think that was the mayor. And he went to prison for stealing money and stuff. So they got a whole bunch of dirty stuff that went on with that. It didn't help the people. And a lot of people got hurt. And it hurt the city. Like, even to this day, when I go back down there, it's crazy because I think they should have a lot more money than what it is, since it's like a really popular city, and tourism and whatnot. But nah, you could tell they're just hurting for real. And I think that's crazy to me. Like, that's like a historically famous city. It's just ran really shitty though. Portia's computer just crashed out. I'm reading the chat, but yeah, tragic. And I hope the best for everybody in Florida. Hope that this blows over for real. I don't want to see nothing crazy happening. Even though, like I said, I am looking forward to those Florida Man videos that's gonna be popping up. You're gonna be seeing crazy Floridan people like right in the middle of a storm, just really happy about it, like fighting the storm, having fun. I can't wait to see that. 12th Man, you look like Forrest Gump when he was running.
Got my hand fixed up again, y'all. Look at that.
Again.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know what happened. Let's see your hand.
Oh, you got an upgrade.
Yeah, upgrade. Custom set.
Oh, look at
you. I've been praying.
Uh-oh. I guess he
So does that mean you had to take another? Sorry.
He prayed so hard, he prayed himself off the panel.
That's a powerful hand. He used the force on that.
He just held his hand up and the internet died.
Oh, it's me. I don't want it to just be me. Denizen, is that a donut in your mouth?
Mm-hmm. I eat it, you pay for it.
Well, that's nice. Is it a jelly donut?
It is a jelly donut.
Oh my goodness, so silly. So this Hurricane Katrina stuff, so like it is kind of like depressing, you know what I'm saying? Even though it's actually really happening and it happened already, but apparently, and I was trying to find where I sent myself that video, but Hurricane Katrina folks are saying that they still haven't gotten, you know, the money or whatever from you know, FEMA. They said they still haven't gotten the FEMA money that they were promised. And if you know anything about New Orleans, if you go right now today, it still stinks. And it's not been the same since. So it's on today's for ballots and mail.
Yeah, they did them dirty.
There's a lot of news about this voter fraud and stuff going on around out there. And there's also news about this DEI Navy captain that crashed a ship that I want us to talk about. And the question that I want you guys to think about before we get into that is, can women drive cars? And also, can women steer ships? Should a woman be manning a ship? A lesbian woman at that. Do you think she would steer the ship better if she was straight? Or do you think? Or do you
That's a good one.
I didn't even realize that until you did that. Or is it just because she's a woman? And although this didn't happen in America, who cares? New Zealand's lesbian Navy captain loses $100 million naval ship in peacetime disaster. Ship runs aground, catches fire, and it sinks, unleashing an oil spill off Samoa coast. Talk about climate change. Why don't you? See that? See that ship? See it? She did that. Apparently, that's what they're saying. New Zealand's Navy has suffered its first peacetime ship loss since World War II. Wow. They haven't lost a ship since World War II. And guess
Damn,
who?
she's breaking history for real.
Leave it up to a woman. Leave it
She's
up
really
to
smashing that glass ceiling, ain't she?
She sure is. Since World War II, when the $100 million multi-role support vessel HMNZS Manawanui ran aground off the southern coast of Upolu Island, Samoa, caught fire and eventually sank, triggering an environmental disaster in the process. Wouldn't you say? Hold on, wait, let me put this timestamp in. Oh, God. Oh, let me see if it'll let me restore. Please go back where I was at. Okay, let's see. I forgot what the timestamp was that fast. Let me just put 10 hours. Navy ship. Sorry. Okay, let's get back into that. Let me go back to this screen. Go back to the screen. All right. Or let's see. With all 75 passengers and crew evacuated, the vessel's loss brings fresh scrutiny to the leadership under its openly lesbian commanding officer, Commander Yvonne Gray. She's a homosexual, or sometimes they like to be called queer.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. My phone overheated. I was about to say prayers for everyone down south and back east. My heart goes out to you. I don't know what else to say.
Well, thank you. We're all sending prayers down Florida to Virgo and everybody else that's down there. God bless Governor DeSantis.
That's a lot of water portion. Maybe the seeds are right.
Yeah. And, you know, it's probably too soon, but it would be really cool to see a fight between a shark and an alligator. So if anybody out there is getting, you know, the storm footage, because I know white people like to chase storms. I have a request. Maybe Portland Andy can find someone. I know the black people won't be chasing storms, but for the white people that love to chase storms, I would just like to see what it looks like with the water coming all together and there's gators everywhere. And if, you know, we might see some sort of epic Mike Tyson, you know, type of situation between a shark, an alligator, or a dolphin. I don't know. I could be dreaming. But
got the wood stove going already. Look at that.
And above it. That is a beautiful view, 12th man.
I went
it says overheated in Alaska is crazy. Yeah, 12th man, how did your phone overheat in Alaska?
I left it in the dashboard. It was baking. It was baking, not bacon, but it was literally frying like bacon in the windshield.
You can eat some bacon with that donut.
45 degrees. It's super hot.
It's 45 degrees, y'all.
45 degrees.
Did you have to get on a helicopter or a biplane?
Yeah, you gotta get it. Only by chauffeurs. That's the only way to come to my house. Okay,
but did you get on a biplane or a helicopter?
Yeah, or a chauffeur. You could get a chauffeur or a cabbie.
So you can drive. You don't have to fly.
Yeah, you could do anything you want out here. It's crazy.
12th man said he ain't driving.
Like I thought I saw you on a plane the other time.
I was. Then my phone died on that trip. Thank you, sir. That's my chauffeur right here.
Thanks.
If you need a taxi and you're in Alaska, you come to Anchorage, this guy will pick you up.
He's in his pajamas too.
Yep.
Nice.
He's chilling.
Always a bit.
Yeah, he's a Navy veteran like Stanley. So they
well, maybe he wouldn't have crashed that ship like the Navy veteran we're talking about.
You already got a beer, 12th man?
Crashed another ship. Somebody crashed another ship. Oh no.
Oh yes, 12th man.
Right. We're gonna be outside for a minute, okay?
Okay.
I have that same shirt. It was my dad's.
Really? Well, look at that.
Oh, he's got some
Beautiful
gasoline.
Alaska, y'all should move up here, and then you don't have to worry about no goddamn hurricane.
Well, does sound like a dream.
Yeah, you just gotta worry about the grizzly bears and everything else that can kill you.
Well, if you were here earlier, we did talk about
Different
man
flavors,
versus
guys
bear.
and ladies.
Merlot.
Merlot.
What did he say?
He said that's a different flavor. Animals don't really mess with you, though.
Magic, that's why I went with Merlot.
So it's pretty rare for something like that to happen in Alaska.
Yeah, and if you got a shotgun,
What, a bear attack?
Hey, you shoot a bear in the face with a slug, it's gonna think twice.
I feel like if stuff like that, if it doesn't kill it right away, it's just gonna make it worse. It's just gonna go harder.
Thanks a lot, bro.
But you might be right, because they run away from mace though. But I also heard and seen a gruesome video of that stuff not working.
Grizzly bears run away from mace?
Yeah, like that bear mace, it's
Running
not
away?
always effective.
Not running away. I guess they have to run away in Florida, though. Damn.
Yeah, they got bears there too.
Imagine losing everything. I can't imagine that. Just
A bear
I've been
versus
there
an
more than
alligator.
once.
I don't know which one I would be more cautious of, or not want to live around. Put it like that. Bear versus alligator.
What about a bear alligator fight in Florida?
Ooh, I got my money on the bear. Alligator, he could have a chance if he gets a good enough grip on something and does his
Black
alligator.
fight back, brown lay down, white, you're done. You're cooked. If it's a white bear, you're cooked.
Oh, polar bear, yeah.
Polar bear.
Oh, so say that again. You were talking about the bears. Okay, I thought you
Yeah,
said
if it's a black
people.
bear, you fight back. If it's a brown bear, you lay down. If it's a polar bear, then you might
kiss
as
your
well
ass, you
hang it
can buy.
It's
Black
all
fight
done.
back, brown lay down, white.
Just give up. So even in the hierarchy of bears, the white bear is still supreme. Huh?
No, he's a white supremacist bear.
That's what I was thinking he was going, but now it was bears.
Those supremacist bears.
It's because a polar bear will eat dead flesh, and
Bears
it's
are
also
racist.
an
You didn't
apex
know that.
predator, so it's not afraid of anything. So if you try to fight it, you're gonna die. If you try to scare it, you're gonna die. And if you just lay there, it's gonna come up and eat you anyway.
Basically, yeah.
That's a good point, because normal bears don't want to eat something that's dead.
Nah, they just don't want you near their children. They'd rather have honey or fish anyway.
I still can't believe that the white bear is still the
Apex predator.
Yep. Those colonizer bears.
Why y'all think I don't live in the far north? I don't live up there for a reason. Like, I can deal with an occasional brown or black bear, but I can't deal with me
And that's crazy, because you, 12th man, you're actually in an area where you might see some white bears, right?
No.
You're not? Okay.
They're not here. Thank God.
That's good.
Almost came running down this hill. I was walking down my driveway one morning. This great big ass bull moose came running down the hill and came within like 3 feet of running my ass over, man.
Yeah, those moose. Those are some mean animals.
Yeah, that was a moose. And then I had them chase me and my dogs before.
Oh.
It's fucked up. Man. You gotta watch out. I'm glad I could bring a smile to some of y'all's faces today. What do you think my new get-up for? Look at that.
I like it. 12.
I don't have to wear it all the time either. I can take it off. You told me mainly just wear it at night when I'm sleeping. Look at that. They wanted me to wear a pink one because it's breast cancer month. I said, man,
I ain't got no
me
titties.
wearing a pink bandage on this mostly black channel. They're going to laugh me off out of nowhere, man.
Oh, not the black.
They ain't wearing no pink. Sorry. I give a fuck what month it is.
You should have told him, 12th man, I ain't got no titties.
Well, I do got some. You want to see them? Don't worry, I'm not going to show you. I could show you. Send me a $5 cash app. I'll show you my titties.
For 15, you get access to his OnlyFans.
Oh my goodness gracious! I don't even know what to say.
Oh shit! What the fuck is that?
Is it a polar bear?
Like an old
I
banana.
had a banana in my jacket from Anchorage. God damn!
Oh, you didn't want to eat it?
I was storing it for later.
You wasted food, 12 man.
Hell no, it's rotten now. I ain't eating that shit.
Well, think about all the hungry Haitians all across America. They would have ate that banana.
They got their own problems, don't they? All these storms and shit. God bless them too.
Oh, let's see. Thank you, MIT. Thank you, MIT. Let's get back to this article. Almost forgot.
What time is it? Oh, yeah.
Let's see. So we have the Mana Wanui, originally built in Norway and repurposed for New Zealand's Royal Navy with a substantial $103 million investment, was conducting a seabed survey mission when it hit a reef, according to the maritime news outlet. So the ship hit a reef. Another consequence of hiring...
Stanley driving it in Porsche?
No, unfortunately, fortunately, Stanley wasn't driving it, because if he was, I don't believe this would have happened. So this says another consequence of DEI hiring initiatives. New Zealand's Navy HMNZS Mana Wanui has run aground off the coast of Samoa during a reef survey. All they were doing was a reef survey. All 75 crew and passengers safely evacuated, but the vessel caught fire and has sunk. Rescue operations were conducted by, Samoan Emergency Services. So here's a video. Look at that ship. Wow. Let's see. On board were not only sailors, but also civilian scientists and foreign personnel. During a high-stakes nighttime evacuation, the crew was forced to abandon ship under perilous conditions, with life rafts tossed in violent seas and some occupants scrambling to reach shore through rough waters. 3 crew members required medical attention, with one for a dislocated shoulder and another for a back injury. Let's look and see. Everyone looks white. Yep, that looks about right for New Zealand, don't you think? I'm glad everybody is okay. Still up. Nope. I thought we had a black guy, but he just looks like a dark-skinned Samoan. All right, videos and photos published by local media showed the Manawanui listing heavily and on fire with plumes of thick gray smoke rising after it ran aground. By 9 a.m. local time, the vessel had capsized and was now submerged after sinking beneath the surface. Wow. Let's see. The New Zealand Defense Force stated that the cause of the grounding is currently unknown and will require further investigation. The ship was on its third deployment to the Southwest Pacific this year, with scheduled activities in the Kermadec Islands, Samoa, Tokelau, and Niue. It was due to return home on November 1st. Well, it won't be returning home at all now. The crew included 7 civilian scientists and 4 foreigners. The incident unfolded on Saturday evening, leading to a complete nighttime evacuation of all 75 crew members and passengers in challenging weather conditions. While New Zealand officials are praising the ship's commanding officer, Commander Yvonne Gray, for her swift action, some question whether more could have been done to save one of only 5 fully operational ships in the underfunded and overworked RNZN fleet. Just imagine being the commander of one of 5 ships and you lost one. Do you think she cares? Or do y'all think she's patting herself on the back? What do y'all think?
I think they're trying to, and she also is patting herself on the back, like, because from the article, like it said, it's praising her for her swift action, but she's the captain, so even if it's like not your fault, like directly you didn't do it, it all still falls under you. That's a failure on your behalf of your battalion or whatever. So yeah, that's a failure.
Failure. Yes, she's a failure. So here it says, evacuating a ship at night is incredibly complicated and difficult. It's an incredibly complicated and difficult task, remarked Maritime Component Commander Commodore Garen Golding. The crew began abandoning ship at 7:52 p.m., deploying into lifeboats amid the challenging sea conditions. Rescuers battled strong currents and winds that pushed life rafts towards dangerous reefs, while swells added to the peril. The first sailor was rescued at 1 a.m., with the last recovered at 5:30 a.m. Most personnel were transferred from life rafts onto ocean vessels. However, one small raft capsized on a reef, forcing its occupants to wait to land. Despite the harrowing circumstances, injuries were minimal. 2 individuals were sent to the hospital, one for a dislocated shoulder and another for a back injury, while 12 to 15 others suffered minor cuts and abrasions. There she is. There she is. She looks like she likes ladies, doesn't she? That's what we call a bull dyke. Commander Gray, formerly a teacher from Yorkshire, England, took command of the vessel just last year. She's not even been there for more than a year, and she's already crashed it. Her appointment marked another milestone in the Navy's diversity agenda, but critics argue that such priorities may have overshadowed critical operational readiness. Commodore Garen Golding praised Gray's leadership, citing the complexity of a nighttime evacuation, but the incident has sparked debates on whether this diversity-first approach compromised the Navy's standards. Harrogate-born Yvonne Gray trained as a teacher and once hoped to open her own restaurant. Instead, she says she found her perfect niche as a naval officer. That's a far cry from a teacher in a restaurant.
That's
can I
a
ask you a
crazy
question?
statement. Oh my God.
Yes, go ahead, 12 men.
How much damage was done to the ship?
Oh, it's at the bottom of the ocean now, 12 men.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
So how much did that cost?
Over $100 million.
That was a DEI hire?
Yeah, and it was a really
Yeah.
big oil spill as well.
Oh my
They
god.
admit to it too in the article. They praised it for being so, I guess, progressive. And then, yeah, this happens. That's crazy. And that's crazy. That statement is so crazy how, you know, she trained as a teacher and always imagined to be open a restaurant. But hey, instead she found herself as a captain of a naval ship. Funny how life works like that.
Yeah, you know, one day I
We
wanted to.
need Stanley up here for context.
Oh yeah, he'll probably be back up later, you know, so he can take the night shift. Because HB's not here today, and
what happened to HB?
he is busy, so he should be back tomorrow maybe. And then John, he was up here a little bit. Maybe he'll pop back in here later, but I'll be here until someone else shows up.
All right.
So she found her perfect niche as a naval officer, first in the Royal Navy and now in the Pacific with the Royal New Zealand Navy. Today, Commander Gray took the helm of the RNC's dive, hydrographic, and salvage vessel, Manawanui, based at Devonport Naval Base in Auckland. Manawanui is Maori for steadfast or big heart. Well,
so they already gave her another ship?
I don't think so. It's her first ship command in a naval career that started in the United Kingdom in 1993 as warfare officer. Her service as a warfare officer ranged from working on aircraft carriers to frigates and mine hunters. In 2012, Commander Gray and her wife, Sharon, moved to New Zealand after falling in love with the country during a camper van holiday. The obvious thing to do was to join the Royal New Zealand Navy, she said. Yes.
Oh my god. Did this person even go through boot camp or anything?
Well, it looks like she joined the Navy back in the early 90s in England.
The Royal Navy, not the U.S. Navy.
Yeah, no. But you know, that kind of still doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me now that I'm thinking about it after reading it, because why would they highlight the fact that she wanted to be a teacher in a restaurant and own her own restaurant and then turn around and tell us that she started this in 1993? You would think they would put more focus on her career in the military than they would on her former aspirations.
Yeah, Portia, why isn't she in the kitchen instead of at the wheel?
You know, that's what I want to know, 12th man. She wanted to open a restaurant, so I'm pretty sure she makes really good sandwiches. You know, I'm in the kitchen right now, so that's where she should be.
What's she cooking up today, Portia?
I'm making so we call Mexican cornbread.
My favorite. You putting any pickled or raw jalapenos and cheddar and maybe a little bit of chili up in that?
Well, the jalapenos, yes. I'm actually
pickled or fresh?
Fresh, actually. Fresh, yes. Yes, you got to cook. You got to cook.
Got to cook it.
You know, instead of trying to make a chef. Oh,
do you saute them first, Portia?
Oh no, I cook them all I cook it all together. I like all of my vegetables to, you know, come together and agree.
You gonna eat your cornbread, Portia?
I am. Yes, I am.
Can I have your cornbread?
You can have some. I don't mind sharing.
I never get past that Eddie Murphy movie. That was so funny.
Oh yeah, Life. It's a very funny movie.
That's like my favorite black actor is Eddie Murphy. He made racism funny. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, we try to do our best to do that over here.
He goes, Hey, Stanley. Get down here, Stanley. I'm going to fuck you up the ass.
Who
Remember that one? Remember Delirious? I can't remember who he was talking to now.
Yeah, I don't any support over here.
I got some ice cream and I'm gonna eat it all. Where's the ice cream? You're talking about the ice cream man would watch the kid chase him down the street before he'd stop? Yeah.
Yeah,
It'd be,
I don't remember, man.
yeah, it'd be where's my ice cream money? No, get that little motherfucker an ice cream. That was so funny. Y'all don't remember that though. Y'all too young.
Daniel, I'm about to send you. Let me see.
Eddie Murphy is so funny. It's like that's my favorite black actor. Eddie Murphy. He never really got involved in politics either. You notice that, Portia? Eddie Murphy didn't.
He did that Coming to America movie, the second one.
Yeah.
You know.
It's kind of funny.
It was pretty. Daniel, there you go. I just put my email and John's email. So if it's something very specific that you want to get to John, make sure you send it to me too, because he might not see it because he gets a lot of emails every day. And so I, have to help him out with that, just to keep him reminded of certain things. I guess, depending on how important it is. But if it's just, nothing much, go
I
ahead.
wonder how many Cubans crossing the sea in the hurricane got washed away too. You never know, I guess.
Oh, I think I already have that right here. If y'all give me a second, there is something about Kamala Harris that I wanted to bring to you all's attention.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we're gonna send you $750 when your mailboxes are washed away and you can't even call nobody. But we're gonna send you $750.
Send,
That's
honey.
gonna make it all better, even though you lost everything, right? $750 gonna make up for it. But wait a minute, we're gonna give $8 billion to Ukraine portion.
Oh, of course.
Remember that. And then we're giving $1 billion to the migrants.
Oh, Mela just said he was under a lot of pressure to film that second Coming to America. See, I didn't know that. All I knew is that I didn't like it. I knew that much.
It's just funny. He's a comedian, Portia.
Oh, yeah, I know who Eddie Murphy is. I think he's hilarious. I just didn't like that movie. So now, have you guys ever heard Denizen or Jihad? Have y'all ever heard, or even you too, 12th Man, have y'all ever heard of the Call Her Daddy podcast?
What's that?
Denizen.
Oh, I've never heard of this. She goes on these interviews with the wildest people.
Yeah, so Call Her Daddy is some podcast, and I guess it's provocative to say the least. So the title of this article is Call Her Daddy host asked Kamala Harris why she decided to do her vulgar sex podcast, but not substantive interviews. There's supposed to be a video. Maybe we can get into that video really quick and then we can read about it. Let's see. Okay, let me rewind it.
I'm curious, like, you don't do too many long form interviews. What made you want to do Call Her Daddy today?
Well, I think you and your listeners have really got this thing right, which is one of the best ways to communicate with people is to be real. you know, and to talk about the things that people really care about. I mean, what I love about what you do is that your voice in your show is really about your listener. And I think especially now, this is a moment in the country and in life where people really want to know they're seen and heard, and that they're part of a community, that they're not out there alone. And so I'm really glad to be with you.
I'm curious, like, you don't do too.
I'm gonna let that play one more time just in case y'all didn't understand anything she said, or if it didn't make sense to you, because it didn't make sense to me either. So let's give her one more chance.
She does that a lot, like a lot.
Let's try that again. Let's double back and let's just listen, everyone, and just see if we got that.
I'm curious, like, you don't do too many long form interviews. What made you want to do Call Her Daddy today?
Well, I think you and your listeners have really got this thing right, which is one of the best ways to communicate with people is to be real, you know, and to talk about the things that people really care about. I mean, what I love about what you do is that your voice in your show is really about your listeners. And I think especially now, this is a moment in the country and in life where people really want to know they're seen and heard, and that they're part of a community, that they're not out there alone. And so I'm really glad to be with you.
I'm curious, like, you don't do too many long form interviews. What made you want to do Call?
Did y'all understand that any better the second time, or?
I kind of did the second time around. I didn't make it that much better though.
So what did you gather? She said, if you could help the rest of us.
She said something that could have been said in one sentence. She just basically said, I think your podcast is about the listeners and you build a community where you focus on them. So that's why I came to you. But she does it in this way where it's like drawn out. It's almost like she is not prepared. She doesn't know what she's going to say. It almost also too, when she said like something about being authentic, it almost like she kind of sat there in shock for a second because she knows she's like probably the most unauthentic person, and then had to think about that, but kept pushing through. I saw that mentally through the whole process. I was like, yeah, you know you're a hypocrite saying all this, and I see it in your face. It's like you're not authentic at all. I mean, the biggest hoax is your identity. That's like the biggest thing about a person. So, but yeah, Kamala Harris.
It kind of seems a little irresponsible to me. Also, it's just because this podcast is like about sex, I guess, and it's just like, do we not, you know, is there something that I'm missing? Are we not, you know, making sure we know where we're going before we sit down and have conversations, or do we know and we just don't care?
It's the audience.
Yeah, she's really going out her way to like pick people that you wouldn't want anywhere close to your politics, from you know, Megan Thee Stallion twerking on stage to you talking on a sex podcast. I mean, she's really going all out doing this.
Like a new
like
a new era in politics.
Oh, that's what you're okay. Yeah, like a new era in politics. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Republicans have what's her, and also she's getting pressure. Her blackness is, and also the Democratic Party has run on black, out on it, 100%.
Yeah, they definitely.
I think, Dennis, you're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, you're going in and out.
Sentiment changing.
Yeah, I think he's coming in and out. I don't know what
But I
happened.
heard a good portion of it.
I was listening really good. I was listening really good. I was like,
Yeah, it was like every other word I was hearing. But yeah, I think they do play the identity politics really close to the Democratic Party. So that was kind of always like she might have not had a choice in that, even if she didn't want to do that. They probably told her, "Hey, you gonna be black for this," because that's like you're right. Identity politics, like especially the blackness, being able to pander to that's important. Even if it's not even a real black person, we'll still celebrate that for some reason. Like that's not a black person. Obama is a half black person. Kamala's not even half black. She's like a quarter black. But they'll still use that to like be like the first black woman president. Like what are we talking about?
if she's even that. So here it says, Kamala Harris appeared on the Call Her Daddy podcast as Americans in the Southeast drowned in Hurricane Helene floodwaters. Call Her Daddy host Alex Cooper is notorious for sexually explicit interviews with sex workers. Oh, well, this must be right up Kamala's alley.
She probably was following this before she even reached out. This might have been Kamala, not even her campaign, because Kamala's scandalous past. So this is
Yeah, this actually makes more sense now.
Yeah.
Kamala herself too was a sex worker at some point, allegedly. No wonder why Kamala Harris was drawn to the podcast. Alex Cooper asked Kamala Harris why she hasn't done many long-form interviews with news organizations.
Facts.
I'm curious, like, you don't go to many long-form interviews. What made you do Call Her Daddy today? Podcast host Alex Cooper asked Kamala Harris. And we saw how she responded, which was a word salad. And then Alex Cooper asked Kamala Harris, why should we trust you? Why should we trust you? Kamala Harris said, look at my career to know what I care about. Oh, so I guess this is another, let's get into this.
Why should we trust you?
So I'll say this. Look, you can look at my career to know what I care about.
Oh, okay. Well, that was it. That's a whole lot. She said a whole lot there. All right. Kamala Harris giggled about tampons with the Call Her Daddy host, even though Kamala has not touched a tampon in about 20 years. This woman is currently a heartbeat away from the presidency. And let's see. Oh, here's another little clip. This is what Kamala Harris is doing while bodies are being found in North Carolina, a sex podcast. Let's see what she says here.
Outrageous, I mean, daddy gang, to put it in our TikTok terms. I have seen girls on the street walk up to men and be like, do you know where a tampon goes? Do you know how many tampons we use? Do you even know do you know what a X or Y or Z is of a part of our, and they don't know the answer.
I was the first vice president or president to ever in office go to a reproductive health care clinic ever.
What?
He was the only one to go to reproductive health care ever, evidently.
I guess I don't.
Okay.
So I'm confused as to
what does reproductive mean.
She went to go
see. It involves the girl part.
Yeah, she went to the lady doctor to get her hoo-ha checked.
I thought, doesn't productive have to do anything with reproductive? Trying to figure that out. I'm trying to associate like killing off your offspring with being reproductive. How does that work?
No, she's, instead of her just saying gynecologist, I'm looking at this like she's saying she's the first person that went to the gynecologist while she was in office. I mean, I don't know why.
That makes her special for some reason.
She shouldn't be the first woman because every other president before her was a man and they all had wives. And even Obama had daughters. So I don't really know what the hell she's talking about, but that's Kamala Harris for you. That is Kamala Harris for you. Okay, let me see. Former Trump aide Stephen Miller said it best: Kamala Harris will never be taken seriously by world leaders. She will never protect you. She will never protect your family. She will never be taken seriously by world leaders. She will never be anything more than an instrument for unelected power with its own agenda. This is what Kamala Harris is still doing while bodies are being found in North Carolina. Let's see if this is a different question. Oh, shoot.
Terms. I have seen girls on the street walk up to men and be like,
okay, same thing. Let's see if we got anything else out of that. Yeah, well, that was it. So I'm actually curious to go watch that whole podcast, if I'm being honest.
Do we believe these claims that men don't know where? Anybody buy that?
No. No, not at all. Oh, wow. This is interesting news. Who would have thought? I believe that men know where the stuff, they know where it goes. And Universal says, Portia, Kamala can't get her freak on. Of course she can. Of course. It's just gross because she's like in her 60s, I mean, but I understand, old people, yeah, old people, it's just gross. So I'm not in my 60s, so I can't comment on that in that way right now. But yeah, that's pretty disgusting to me. So do y'all think that by her doing this podcast is going to reach a broader audience for young girls who like to abort babies?
Yes and no. The yes is like maybe it might. Well, I'll start with the no. The no is because I think a lot of these girls are probably already going to vote for her. Like, the question would be, I guess, the undecided. And yeah, I guess maybe, but I don't know. I haven't seen the podcast, but just from what I've seen of the clips, like it's real. It's a pattern that I've seen with her when she goes and talks to these people. She doesn't seem authentic at all. It seems so fake. Seems like she's just forcing this like persona, because she'll switch between personas and stuff. And like when especially when, because she did the Up in Smoke podcast. That's a basketball podcast, right? And it was ironic because I didn't watch the full clip of that either, but the full podcast of that, but I saw clips, and I think I want to go back and watch that one. But it's funny because I think she thought she was just gonna go there and be able to just talk shit and not actually be able to talk about any policy. But those Negroes came, actually trying to talk about real topics. And just from the clips I saw that, yeah, she wasn't serious about it. She was just talking about like trying to be culturally black and like relate in ways that doesn't seem realistic. I don't believe you. And yeah, just being cringy, just cringy Kamala. Like I think when she's trying to cosplay as black, that's the cringiest I see her as. But other than that, I see the same thing everywhere. It's like she's just not authentic. Just a cringy lady that just yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Virgo, welcome back. How's it going?
Well, I've been popping in and out, trying to handle 50 billion things at once, because you know how us women do.
Yeah. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
Everything's going. Actually, I have a friend of mine And oh God, I don't even want to discuss this, but I have a friend of mine. She lives in a non-flood zone area in my town, and she invited us to stay. But now it's trying to convince this nickel. He wants to still go up to the East Coast. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at traffic is bad right now. Traffic is bad. Like, can you imagine everybody trying to evacuate at once? So if we would have had to evacuate out of the city, we would have to do it yesterday morning. And, I'm trying to convince him. Pray for me, child. Pray for me. Sometimes men could be so what can I say? Hard-headed.
Yeah, stubborn.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not saying I don't listen to him, but goddamn, sometimes I make more sense. We got someplace to stay here. Why travel all the way up? And then the garages are all closed, so we can't put our cars up. Man, that's the last thing I want to do. I mean, fuck everything in the house, but, shit, losing a car, I might as well give up. And I'm taking my Yingling. Shoot. This is crazy. This is really crazy. But we'll see. I've been having family members.
I thought I was off mute. I wouldn't say with your car, give up. I mean, but I can understand, the desire to want to protect that and keep that safe for sure. But I mean,
yeah, girl, it's a 2024. I can't afford to lose my car, and yes, insurance may pay you something, but insurance, anybody who's ever had insurance, damn well.
Yep.
They don't give you. It's like pulling teeth to try to get something from them,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just so much to think about.
Mm-hmm.
With not a lot of time.
Yeah, my girlfriend, she lives in a part of our town that is a non-flood. It's like very high and dry.
Mm-hmm.
So why not? Let's just do that, But he wants to go to his brother's, and because he was considering my cousin's house, but my cousin, her area doesn't flood as much as mine's, but because the storm is so big, I'm sure she's gonna flood as well. So she's evacuating to her mother-in-law's house, which lives in a higher part of Bradenton, and she also has a mango tree too. Us Caribbeans love mangoes. And if that mango tree fall, that's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about anything. I'm just worried about that tree falling. I'm just getting texts and stuff. Let me put my alerts on mute. Okay. So now, I don't have to hear my phone going off every 5 seconds.
So are the roots to a mango tree super deep, or are they easy to?
Mine's is a pretty big tree. If I would be surprised if it falls, I honestly would. But hers is a younger tree.
Mm-hmm.
And then I do have a smaller mango tree. It's still in in a huge pot. So we haven't like taken it out and planted it into the ground yet. It's still like in a huge pot. But if that falls, that wouldn't do any damage. But the big one, yeah, if that one falls, I would be surprised if it fell. That's number one. But if it did fall, yeah, that one could destroy the whole house.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, because the way it's sitting at the side of the house in the yard, and if it falls if it falls away from the house, then shit, it's gonna destroy the neighbors. I'm sure, and the neighbors are quite a few feet away. It's a huge tree.
Yeah,
it'll maybe destroy their driveway. Maybe not the house. But if it falls towards our house, definitely. It is gonna fall on the whole house.
Hmm.
I already gave up on my little plants. I had my little basil plant.
Well, you know,
basil. Yeah, I could always buy another basil plant. That's not bad.
You can
I had my little herbs.
Grow your herbs all over again. I think
my tomatoes, my cucumbers. But
Witchy has a comment for you on the screen.
Do I have a what?
I said Witchy has a comment for you on the screen.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. Hold on. Let me look. Hold on. Oh, I don't have my glasses on. Put my glasses on. I can't see. I don't have my contacts on, so I got to put my reading glasses to see the phone. All right. If you survive the surge, you still have to survive the aftermath. Yes, absolutely. Yep, Witchy. You got that right. If nothing else, start finding everything you can with water to seal for later. Yeah, we already started doing that. Actually, I took all my important papers, and that's in a box. We're gonna put it in my in-laws' apartment, because they just got approved for the apartment. They're getting out the hotel, but with everything that's happening, they're still in the hotel. I guess after the storm they'll be able to move into the hotel, but they do have the keys, and they started moving stuff in. So we're gonna put that in bins and put it in the hotel. They're on the 3rd floor, so they shouldn't be affected. So yeah, all the important papers, all the pictures, just the important memorabilias. Everything else can be replaced, but it would be unfortunate to lose everything. But what would really devastate me is like pictures of my kids when they were babies, pictures of me and my husband when we were married, pictures of me and him when we were dating. Anything that has to do with kids and family would be devastating to lose. So gotta make sure I put all of those stuff up. And I'm still freaking healing from a surgery. Jesus Christ. It's not like I could lift anything or do anything grand, but
they say when it rains, it pours.
Yes, ma'am. You're right about that. You are right about that. When it rains, it pours. And I've been through some shit in my life. And 2020 was devastating. We lost a lot during 2020, but it wasn't because of like floods or anything. It was just because us losing jobs and, trying to figure out what to do, and, having to work 2 jobs each of us, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I worked 3 jobs, you know. So, and then missed like my boys' graduation because they weren't able to walk because of COVID. Not only that, but it was just everything with me working so much and my husband working so much. We weren't there for the kids, and basically I was just bringing food home from Applebee's when I had to waitress over there, bringing food home, and that's what we ate for dinner because we had to keep them bills paid, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And this was before we bought our house, so we was renting at the time. And we were one of those people that, you know, they said you didn't have to pay your rent, right?
Right.
And we were like, well, we're going to pay, you know, we're going to pay. If I knew what I knew now, girl,
yeah,
I would have been F that rent.
Yeah, no,
because my landlord did us dirty. He did it. And that's what made us say, you know what? We're just gonna, and at the time, our houses weren't selling. It was just, and we had rented it out for, you know, granted, we rented them out, but still the bills were just piling up. You know, it was, at the time, it was like 5 kids.
Yeah. And this doesn't, you know, or stuff.
You know, a lot of people think that because you make this amount or that amount, or you have this or you have that, that everything is easy. It's not. Everything is a struggle. Everything is a struggle. I've never had anything easy. Unless my last name is Trump, I've never had anything easy.
Well, I always look at it like, you know, people that have things, they obviously had to pay for those things. And whenever you see people that have things, if they keep those things, that means that they're paying to keep those things. So, you know, people who, you know, you don't want to get caught up in what somebody else got, of course. But at the same time, it's just like whenever you see people and it seems like they have a lot, just, you know, it's always that mindset of, well, they had to pay something to have what they have. And to maintain what they have, they're still having to pay for it. And so people, they might, you know, be thinking that you think you this and think you that, think you all of this, all of that in the bag of chips. And it's like, no, I paid for all of this over here. That's what I go to work for every day.
And my husband made me really like calm down with, like, before I met him, I'm not gonna lie, I used to shop every weekend. You know, I always had to have the latest shoes, always had to have, you know, bags. I love purses, I love shoes, clothes. And when I met him, my husband is really like a minimalist. And he really is not into all that kind of stuff. And once he showed me the way of being a minimalist, now, I'm not gonna lie, do I have my little indulging? Yes, I still go to the hair salon. I still go get my nails done, you know, toes and stuff like that. But I'm not as crazy as I used to be before I met him. With, like, you know, I have to have all these shoes that sometimes I had clothes in my closet still with tags on it. I had a whole room when I had the 5-bedroom house. I had a whole one. The 5th bedroom was nothing but my clothes, shoes, and bags. And when my husband met me, he was like, "Girl, you need to stop. I ain't gonna be with you if you like this." So I had to choose.
I have a lot of clothes and shoes too, but you know, women, why do we have so much?
I know. They're so cute though. We like looking cute.
It's like, why do we have it? We don't need it. We just want it.
We don't. Especially if you have like a whole section of your closet with like tags still on the shit. You know, you don't need it.
Yeah, that's true. I don't really, I used to be like into getting clothes and stuff like that all the time and shopping, but It's been a while since I've had the urge or the desire, so I just wear it
But
when
Portia, I give you grace. You know why I give you grace? Because I was your age at one time too, and that was like at the height of my, like, you know, looking great and being cute and, you know, just
I
being
don't go
just
anywhere or do anything.
fashion.
You know what I mean? Like I
But you
don't
like to go to work looking nice. Don't lie.
to be real with you, it's however I get up and go is how that's how I'm gonna be when I get there. Yeah, I don't have
And even with my hair too, it's like I stopped getting perms even before I met him. I stopped getting perms a long time ago and started being natural. But even with being natural, when you have long hair, my God, the products are so expensive to keep it, nice and moisturized. So I was like, F it. I decided to just chop it all off and just have a shortcut.
So I make my own stuff for the most part.
It's still grabbable though. And he's not into all that. He hates when I get braids, but I love to get braids. When I do want to grow out my hair and stuff like that, I'll get braids. And when I want to give my hair a break and not spend so much money on product, and he doesn't understand that. I'm like, okay, the reason why I'm getting braids is because
I'm trying to
have to get all this product, to moisturize.
Yeah, no, I wanted to braid my hair, but I'm not. So, I need to step away for 1 second. Hey, 12th man, welcome back. Virgo here.
I had to bounce. I had a phone call and then, so thought I'd bounce back on. Hey, Virgo, praying for you, sissy.
Thank you. I think we might escape. I think we might escape to Alaska. I think that's the only place we're gonna be safe.
I told y'all what many.
I hope you got room for all of us.
Well, y'all could stay in my trailer, maybe. Y'all might be able to clean that up. At least it ain't gonna be flooded or something.
You can make us some deer jerky.
Yeah, you might hunt a moose with you. You could help me skin it, Virgo.
Yes, sir, and we could definitely help you hunt it.
Yeah, I'll have the license, and then the whole crew, they wouldn't know what to do with me if I had a bunch of black people up here. They'd be like, oh yeah, oh my God, that white boy moving the whole ghetto up here. It's like, oh well. You never come to see me. Well, now you got something to say? Nah, you ain't got nothing to say. Get off my land. That'd be so funny. Can't wait for Portia and HB and maybe Stanley come up here.
Why you said you're not a woman? Witchy, why you said you're not a woman?
He ain't.
You are a woman.
Thought that was a he.
What?
Never know on this channel anymore, I guess.
Oh, come on, 12th man. You know what chaps my ass? When you're rude. That's what chaps my ass.
Me?
Yes. You're being rude. Witchy's been on this panel before. She's definitely a woman.
Oh, I thought there was another one. Maybe that was a fake account.
Oh no, you're thinking about Melanie.
Or that wishy-washy.
You're thinking about that
wishy-bishy. Oh, I think it was the wishy-bishy. That was the other one.
Melanie the Firefox or whatever its name is.
Yeah, whatever it is. Think she needs a psychologist.
Squishy Fishy is.
Oh, Witchy said she don't own makeup. Girl,
Good.
if you come hang out with me, I'm one of those friends that I'm an enabler. I'll have you spending so much money. We'll go to Sephora's and we'll get all the makeup you want. and it's funny because I don't even wear a lot of makeup. But I love
What's wrong with my
I
audio?
love doing my cat eye.
Denizen, you always sound like you're stoned.
I am always stoned.
Who is this, Dennison? Is this
call me Poppy.
lasagna man? Is this the
He said,
lasagna man?
Virgo, he said call him Poppy. Gotta call him Poppy from now on.
I don't even call my husband Poppy. There's no way I'm gonna call Dennison Poppy.
Oh well, I tried, 12th man. You know, I tried.
He's just praying for her right now. I mean, where's she gonna go? Drive north, I guess. Go to higher ground. Virgo, God damn it, get the fuck out of there. You stay there, you know you're gonna drown, right? 12-foot surge, that ain't nothing to play with.
I could swim, but nobody
go
wants
to
to swim.
Ocala. At least go to Ocala. At least that's higher ground. Okay, I'm worried about
Ocala's gonna be affected too as well. It's gonna rip right through the middle.
Jeez.
Ocala's probably a little bit up north.
Back-to-back hurricanes are like Category 5 now. FEMA said, I ain't got no money for you. I got $750 while we in a hotel far away with 3 meals a day. But I ain't seen one FEMA jacket in my neighborhood. None. So what they getting paid for, Virgo?
Yeah.
I'm afraid the Florida National Guard might just run them out of town if they did show up. I mean, they're the one, and the police and the sheriffs and the neighbors, they're the ones been doing all the work because I've been following it very closely. And not one FEMA jacket in the whole state of Florida. But I'm sending you $750, even though your mailbox got washed away. You have no communication, but we're gonna send you $750, all right, Virgo? Gonna make you more comfortable.
$350.
Half now, half later. That's right.
That's what the Lockless monster charged. $350.
Don't worry, my government's gonna come save you, Virgo.
Who you talking about? FEMA? They ain't gonna save shit. They haven't even saved people from Katrina yet. Stop playing.
I know. Well, I haven't heard of much looting and stuff, at least. That's not going on this time. Because everyone in Florida's got a gun, that's why. It will shoot your ass for stealing their shit in Florida. And you'll be buried in the swamp. The alligator's gonna get you. You're never gonna hear from you again, right? Ain't that right, Virgo?
What you said? I'm gonna be in a swamp with gators.
No, that's what the looters will be doing. They'll be like out
I'll
there.
wrestle. I'll wrestle them gators. Trust me, I'll wrestle them gators. Well, okay. Here's the plan. I just got news. All right, so we're gonna go to my friend's house. She's in a no flood zone here in Bradenton.
All right.
And we're just gonna put up all the electronics. I'm gonna grab all my important papers and pictures and stuff like that. Anything that could fall off. And
12-foot
we're just gonna store
surge
them
might
in the
not be a
hotel.
house flood. That's a lot of water.
I don't know what to do. So we're just gonna do that. I'm more afraid of that tree falling on my house than flood, to be honest with you.
If I was there, I'd cut it down for you, Virgo.
Cause flood, you can always, rip out the drywall and renovate and stuff like that. But with a tree falling through the roof, yeah, that's gonna be a lot of money.
Don't you have a chainsaw living in the woods?
I don't live in the woods.
Well, somebody's got a
I live on the
chainsaw around
outskirts.
there,
I live
don't
on the
they?
outskirts of the city, but
And they
I
cut
don't
it
live in the
down
woods.
before you go?
Well, with Helen, we had somebody scheduled to come out and cut some stuff, but it was so bad that around here that nobody could come out, and at least in this storm coming, now they can't come out at all. But the tree wasn't damaged that much. I had a few branches fall off and splinter off and stuff like that. But I think within a storm or 2 or 3 at the most, that whole tree is gonna fall. It may not fall now during Milton, but that tree's gonna fall. So yeah, maybe, like I said, I have a little mango tree growing. So maybe we should just plant that and forget about the big one.
You should, can't go to Home Depot and get a saw and cut it down before you leave or something?
No, it is a huge tree. It is, you need like industrial strength stuff.
I got a
like
Farm Boss
professionals.
20-inch. That'd get it done.
Jesus.
That Farm Boss is a screamer. 12 years and that saw never failed.
Let me see really quick.
And you can get on Marketplace or Craigslist if you can find somebody to cut that damn tree down before you leave.
Everybody's kind of like booked up, and I mean, let's face it, nobody really wants to come out and work during a storm, or they're trying to prep their house and stuff.
Right. Well, I guess it is what it is. At least you got some high dry house to go to. Say that was your cousin or somebody?
No, this is one of my my good friends. She's one of my she's a good friend of mine. We worked together when we were working at GM, so I've known her for a long time. Worked in the car business together.
God almighty.
And actually her and her husband went off and now they own their own used car lot. So
12-foot surge, that's a lot of water, Virgo.
yeah, dirty, nasty water. Yeah.
From the Gulf.
From the river and from sewage, to be honest.
You know where most of the species from the Mississippi River goes to, right?
Ugh.
Right in the Gulf. That
That's
means
nasty.
you're being rained on by that.
Shit rain.
It's not funny, really, but
It's not funny, but shit. Nobody wants shit rain.
Is that your dog?
yeah.
Mine's?
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that was Sam Fisher right there.
Fisher. Oh, I thought you heard Jake, because Jake is over here.
Pretty soon, all this will be buried in snow. I kind of look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm excited because we get to see it.
Yeah.
Snow is beautiful.
You know,
but
I can't wait to take you guys to Hotel Captain Cook in a couple of months. That's going to be fun.
Coming from New York, I don't.
Ain't going to be no immigrants in there. I promise.
Oh, shit. Coming from New York, I don't miss the snow at all. Like, I don't miss digging my car out of snow. I don't miss having to dig a parking space and coming home and somebody steals it because they're just a jerk. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I don't miss that at all.
It's a lot different
but
from
I guess you don't have to
Alaska.
deal with that, right, 12th man? You don't have to deal with that.
No.
Nobody's going to steal your... Yeah, because you're on your own property.
Yeah, and plus they don't like the way I pop off 308 rounds every now and then, so everybody stays away from here.
Like,
they don't
like
that.
HB says,
ooh, chow. I'm glad you got a safe place to go, Virgo. That makes me feel a lot better.
T. That's Miss T with the ooh child.
I think Portia
I swear,
says it
Portia
the
gotta
best.
make a commercial. She gotta make a commercial with all of our sayings. Just make a song out of it. The ooh child. Ooh, round.
Yeah. Whenever because I don't know. We have maybe I'll give or take about 30 minutes left before we start the next one.
Uh-oh.
So, I mean, no, we're good.
Draws.
We're good for now. It's just,
gasoline draws.
Somebody else can come up here.
Portia on the clock. Don't forget to Cash App Portia. And I hope Virgo's Cash App is down there because she might not have a home to come back to after a 12-foot surge, so let's
pray it doesn't come down to that, but
share the love.
Let's pray that it doesn't come down to that, but if it does, 12th man, thank you for thinking of me. I'm honestly, I'm a humble person, and I've never asked anybody for anything in my life. You know, I've always worked hard for what I have, but you know what? Sometimes you have to take the help if you need it, but it's the last thing I want to do.
From
Because I know everybody is not.
Sanibel Island, and so on.
Can y'all
just across the bridge to the first available shipper that had capacity, they'd still be alive today.
They're talking about getting out.
Please remember that counties will call for these evacuation orders, and we will likely be seeing those today, as I've already mentioned. If you need to evacuate, we want you to evacuate out, not up. After I made the comment last night, my brother-in-law called me and said, in fact, for Hurricane Helene, we have 380 elevators that are not working in the greater Tampa Bay area. Elevators are going to go down. You're not going to be able to get down the elevators. If you are dependent on elevator usage versus stairs, you need to make that a part of your evacuation plan. If you cannot get down those stairs, you need to evacuate. Evacuate out, not up. You can visit floridadisaster.org/no to determine if you live in an evacuation zone. Your gas tank and electric vehicle only need to be halfway full. Get the gas, get as much as you need to get to where you're going. If you're in an evacuation zone, you need evacuation assistance, please call this number, 1-800-729-3413. That's 1-800-729-3413. That's for all residents. We have people there to answer your questions, and we can help you get out of your evacuation zone if you need additional assistance. The state has activated the state assistance information line, also known as the cell line. If you need information, again, information only on resources. They cannot get you people, but if you need to ask a question, that is what the cell line is for. 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole waiting to help you out. Additional preparedness resources can be found at floridadisaster.org/update. Make sure you follow us on X, Instagram at FLSERT, and on Facebook at FDEM, as we are sharing updates in real time. Please make sure that you have a way to receive alerts. Make sure that you see all the additional information at your county emergency management agency at floridadisaster.org/counties. Again, thank you, Governor, for your continued support and partnership.
Jared. All right. Thank you, Governor, and good morning. We have continued to respond to Hurricane Helene and also ramp up our efforts to prepare for Hurricane Milton. To date, FDOT has removed nearly 180,000 cubic yards of debris statewide. And as you heard from Governor DeSantis, we've taken the mission of removing as much as debris as possible before Milton makes landfall very serious. We've mobilized every available state asset and resource to do just this. It's been a partnership between FDOT, DEM, Florida Department of Agriculture, the National Guard, and the State Guard. We have a lot of people on the ground. We have a lot of equipment on the ground. We have continued to remove debris. It is really important that everybody understand we're in this thing together. As you heard from the governor, we saw a lot of private property owners bringing debris to landfills throughout the night last night. We highly encourage that. Every little bit of debris that gets removed counts and gets us to our goal and helps us fulfill that mission. We are calling on all of our local governments, local municipalities, and debris vendors and contractors. If you have available resources and available assets, please deploy those. Join us, join state employees and our asset deployment of all of our equipment to remove debris in Pinellas, Manatee specifically, where they were hit hard by Helene. This is a very important mission. We're all in this together. We need everybody to mobilize their resources and assets. As you've heard from the governor throughout the day yesterday, we moved a lot of debris. We're going to continue working until it's no longer safe to do so. And our goal, again, is to remove as much debris as we can possibly remove before Hurricane Milton makes landfall. As you heard from the governor, we are preparing to suspend tolls effective at 10:30 a.m. this morning for West Florida, Central Florida, and Alligator Alley to help facilitate those evacuations. We have seen people begin to leave already, which is a good thing.
Alligator Alley.
You need to leave early. If you're within those low-lying areas where storm surge could impact you, the earlier you leave, the better. It's going to help with traffic. It's going to help with evacuation.
Gotta get out of there, Virgo, right now.
A lot easier. We've seen increased volumes on I-75 and I-4. We're continuing to watch traffic live with our 10 regional traffic management centers across the state. They operate 24/7. We've increased the number and frequency of our Road Ranger Service Patrol and motorist aid to facilitate those evacuations. They do have the ability to aid motorists with fuel, water, and also remove stranded or idle vehicles out of the travelway. We've also prepared our shoulders for what we call emergency shoulder use. As volumes pick up and speeds lower for the interstate facilities, we then begin to implement what's known as emergency shoulder use, and we open up the shoulders of our interstates for live traffic. We do that when the speeds get down to around 40 miles per hour. We have a partnership with Florida Highway Patrol, and they go out there, the troopers go out there live real time and assist people in getting on the shoulder to help relieve congestion. We've used this in multiple storms. We used it for Hurricane Irma. We used it for Hurricane Ian. It was very successful. And so we're prepared and ready to do that as volumes continue to pick up. A lot of rain has already fallen across the state of Florida. The ground is saturated. More rain is anticipated to fall before Hurricane Milton makes landfall. So in terms of transportation, we are anticipating a vegetative debris event. We're ramping up our resources for cut and toss and clearing roads. We're preparing all of our drainage structures and drainage systems, cleaning those out. We encourage all of our local governments, our counties, local municipalities to do the same thing so that we can get roads back open as quickly as possible. We're watching very closely our bridges and low-lying roads in coastal areas, and also our bridges and low-lying roads around rivers, creeks, and streams inland with the amount of rainfall that's coming in. We're going to be prepared to deploy damage assessment teams and effect emergency temporary repairs immediately after the storm passes through based on what we see and find. We're staging generators for traffic signal power. We're staging pumps for potential flooding, and we're going to be ready to roll and ready to respond as soon as Hurricane Milton passes through. We're committing every possible and available resource to respond to this storm. We've had over 2,000 FDOT employees actively responding to Hurricane Helene. They're going to continue working through Hurricane Milton. We are committed to getting the job done, and we're going to make sure it happens. If you need information on traffic, fl511.com is the place to get traffic information. It is updated live, real time by our traffic management centers. A lot of times during emergency preparedness and response, the third-party navigation apps sometimes don't have all of the accurate information. fl511.com is the place to get traffic information. Thank you, Governor.
Okay, so we're ramping up, but we've been ramping up all weekend. We've got a massive amount of resources that are have been mobilized, that are continue to be mobilized, including this debris mission, which we think is critical. But also just say this is a storm. When these hurricanes make landfall, they obviously will weaken some, but it's projected to leave the Florida Peninsula on the east coast of Florida still as a hurricane. So it isn't like this is going to be something where it hits as a hurricane and ends up more of just a tropical system by the time it leaves the state. It's going to remain a hurricane at some level all the way through exiting on the east coast of Florida. And again, we don't have a guaranteed track in terms of where this thing's going to make landfall. You're talking about 50 miles north, 50 miles south. That'll make a huge difference in terms of where you have the most significant impacts. And there's just no way to know right now where exactly that's going to be. And so that's why anybody on the west coast of, and then if you are in the path of this on the interior part of Florida, you're going to get some strong winds. It isn't like it's just going to be a rainstorm. I mean, all the way until it exits the state, it's going to be powerful. So please take the appropriate precautions, listen to your local officials, and we'll get through this. We'll respond very quickly, but this does have the potential to have a lot of damage. Okay.
Anticipating this to be the largest evacuation since around like 2017?
It's hard to know exactly. I mean, I think Irma, there was a lot of people that got on the road and then they had to go back and this. And so it was a little bit different, I think, situation here. Here we know that if you are in an area on the Florida Peninsula on the west coast of the state that is vulnerable to storm surge, you're likely going to be under some type of an evacuation order. Certainly anywhere in that center part of the state, west central Florida, as you get down to Bradenton, Sarasota, Charlotte, Pasco, all those areas are going to have evacuation orders for sure. So it is going to be a significant number of people. We'll see exactly how that shakes out, but it's a major issue because of we have a storm that could hit in different spots. I mean, that's just the reality that we're dealing with. I mean, if we knew exactly where it was going to hit, you probably would evacuate fewer people, but we don't know that. And as we saw with Hurricane Ian, there was a thought a couple days before it was going to hit one place. It ended up hitting much further south. So in this storm, even though a lot of the models track it somewhere in that Sarasota, Bradenton, Tampa Bay area right now. And maybe that's what ends up happening. You know, it potentially could hit further north. It potentially could hit further south. So just knowing that and knowing the range of storm surge that you're dealing with, you're going to see a lot of evacuation orders.
Taylor County with Helene, the sheriff says it was because everyone evacuated, those communities were leveled. Talk about the importance of people listening to those evacuation orders.
Well, Taylor County had more storm surge than even is being predicted for this storm at this point. I mean, you know, you had 15, maybe even 20 feet in some of those areas. So you had homes that withstood Hurricane Idalia, which was hit as a category 3. It was a 4 in the water, and then it hit as a 3 and survived it fine. And then on Helene, they were totally wiped off the map. And that's all because of the storm surge. It is the winds were more with Helene than with Idalia, but not so much more that a house could go fine and then get obliterated. It was the storm surge. And when you get away from the storm surge, then you're going to be able to most likely ride out the storm and be safe. You hide from the wind and you run from the water. You can find structures in Florida that can withstand, even if you're in the path of the storm, that can withstand the wind. There's a lot of things in Florida that are built to be able to withstand major hurricane force winds, but you just can't contend with storm surge that is 10, 15 feet of storm
12 feet
surge. I mean,
deep.
Kevin showed, I mean, this is a little bit over 10 feet. This this room. So that's a significant thing. And you're just not going to be able to beat Mother Nature. So I think the reason why they had no fatalities is because the people that were in those areas that got whacked by the storm surge did get out. Now we always have, and in Helene, we had storm.
God bless Governor Ron DeSantis.
Attributed to the storm from, you know, a tree can fall somewhere. You can have a traffic accident. You can have all that. That's just more likely to happen in more populated areas, and it's very unfortunate. And so some of those things can kind of just be freak occurrences with that. But the one thing that people can control is if you are in an area that is vulnerable to this surge, if you get out of there, the chance of you being able to ride this out and returning home safely is very, very high. If you stay in there and you got 10 feet, you know, you're really taking a risk with your life and your safety.
A risk? Yeah, that's suicide.
Of, you know, whole field of bucket trucks and line crews ready to go to put power up. We don't have that right now. It sounds like you said that private.
No, they're being mobilized now. I mean, you know, you think.
How many do we have pulled together so far?
Well, they're working with the companies. We've been talking with them over the weekend. They understand, and so if you look at the path of the storm, you know, Tampa Bay, you got Tico, you got a lot of Duke, and then to the extent it goes south of Tampa Bay across, you pretty much have FPL. And so, you know, these are major engines. We do have some municipals, we do have some co-ops as well, but you know, they did a lot with this. So that is happening. They are actively working to bring as many people in as possible. You're looking at probably not going to be able to do any restoration until Thursday morning would likely be as early as you're going to be able to do it, depending on, and it may even be later if the storm continues to move slower than anticipated. But they are all actively bringing people in, and I think you're going to continue to see more and more people brought into the state over the next few days.
Bring line workers in from the western United States because there's so much committed to the Carolinas after Helene. Is there a problem with just finding enough line workers now to come in and do that work?
Well, they are bringing people from further away from Florida than traditionally, because we still have hundreds of thousands of people without power in other parts of the country, other parts of the Southeast. So you do have a lot of people that are working in those areas. That's just the reality. I mean, they're not going to likely bring in take someone off a job that's there and bring them back until that job is finished. But I do know, and I spoke with FPL personally, you know, they're committed to bringing people in from where they need to be able to get the job done. But obviously it's more challenging to do that when you just had a hurricane that knocked out power for I mean, you still have hundreds of thousands of folks in, I think, the Carolinas and Georgia, but certainly North Carolina, that don't have power. Florida, we had a very rapid restoration, but that was not, I think, replicated in those states, and so you got a lot of people there. But you got to bring them in from Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, all those places. They're going to do it. Obviously, we support the mutual aid from the emergency management perspective, and we'll continue to provide support for mutual aid. Pretty much all of our outfits at this point welcome the mutual aid. That wasn't true a few years ago. Now I think it is, and I think that there's a better posture overall for that. But you had a lot of power outages throughout the southeastern United States. That wasn't even 2 weeks ago. I mean, this hit Thursday 2 weeks ago. I mean, so this is that is ongoing. And honestly, I think people, been through these storms recently in Florida. The norm is that people are without power for 3 weeks, a month, 5 weeks. I mean, that's the norm in these hurricanes. I think our effort to really front load this and go quickly and working with the utilities that's not the norm in terms of how these things are going. So the fact that you still have people there is not surprising to me at all. But I'm glad that the mission here was completed in record time. I know that's going to be helpful for those. And if we hadn't have pre-staged before Helene, you could be in a situation where you're having, massive restoration efforts still ongoing in the state of Florida just for Helene. So fortunately, that is 99.9% of that was complete, and we're ready for the next one.
Flags you're anticipating on elections, given that today's the last day to register to vote or anything like that?
Not in terms of voter registration. I mean, people can register today, and then that's that. There's nothing inhibiting you registering today. The storm has not hit yet. Now, after the storm, we will see what damage is there. And if I have to do a similar executive order that I did in Ian and that I did for Helene, we're happy to do it, but we're not going to change any registration deadline. You can register today, and there's no reason to open that up.
The things that happened in Hurricane Irma was
Good morning. We're here at the State Emergency Operations Center. I'm joined by Kevin Guthrie, Florida Division of Emergency Management, Secretary Jared Perdue, Florida Department of Transportation, Major General John Haas from the Florida National Guard. Hurricane Milton, when we were here yesterday morning, said this is a tropical storm. Might become a hurricane yesterday, but probably by today, and it became a hurricane very quickly. And so not only is it a hurricane, it's already a major hurricane, and it's now a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds at 150 miles per hour. It is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida sometime between Wednesday evening or perhaps even very early on Thursday. This has gone slower than the projections were in terms of the how it's moving towards Florida. And if that continues, it's going to push back when landfall will happen. Of course, you can see impacts prior to the eye wall making landfall. We have made a pre-landfall declaration request to FEMA for support, and Kevin has been working with the administrator, and we anticipate positive approval on that. We have 51 counties in Florida currently under a state of emergency. The executive order that I signed over the weekend
Not like basically the whole state
management sites and landfills to be open 24/7 in the lead up to Hurricane Milton. We had a lot of debris left from Hurricane Helene on Florida's Gulf Coast. That creates a huge hazard if you have a major hurricane hit in that area this week. So we've marshaled state assets to be able to help with that mission, and we're going to continue to do that until it's safe, until it's no longer safe to do so. So we do have a Category 4 hurricane. It is currently located 745 miles southwest of Tampa. It has not moved terribly quickly, but that obviously could change going forward. Storm surge watch has been issued for the Florida Gulf Coast from mainland Monroe County northward to the Suwannee River, the Dixie-Levy County line. 8 to 12 feet peak storm surge is potential for northern Pinellas all the way down to Charlotte, including in Tampa Bay. 5 to 10 feet peak storm surge is possible from Yankeetown southward to the Pasco-Pinellas County line and from Inglewood southward to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor. Hurricane watches have been issued for portions of west central Florida and Florida's Nature Coast. Tropical storm watches extend further south and north through southwest Florida and the Keys and along portions of the Florida Panhandle. Division of Emergency Management is busy facilitating hundreds of resource requests from communities as we prepare for the impacts. We've already sent major truckloads of food and water to Central Florida in preparation for points of distribution sites after the storm. We're also coordinating the deployment of more than 2,000 feet of flood protection systems and prioritizing critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electrical infrastructure. We've deployed a flood barrier around a water pumping station in Bradenton, a fire station in Hillsborough, and more en route to the courthouse in Charlotte County, hospital in Kissimmee, master pump station in St. Pete, and a community resource center in Hernando County. We've also deployed generators to support special needs sheltering operations. And of course, Starlink internet, all counties have access to that, and we're deploying more as needed. More than 200 ambulances and more than 30 paratransits are in Central Florida footprint, ready to support first responder operations. And as I previously noted, we've ramped up our support of debris removal. That's a 24/7 round-the-clock mission. The state of Florida is amassing significant amount of fuel reserves ahead of Milton, and we're staging it to be utilized as needed. These quantities include 415,000 gallons of diesel, 389,000 gallons of gasoline, and an additional 1.5 million gallons of both diesel and gasoline are currently en route. I know there's different things that are being said, but all fuel continues to arrive at Florida ports. There has not been an interruption of that. I know people are going to fill up their gas tanks, which is a good thing. There's more lines than maybe that we're used to on some of these, but there has not been an interruption in fuel deliveries, and all the ports are checked in on that. Local officials and their vendors must continue debris removal efforts for those areas that are in the potential path of this storm. My executive order requires debris landfill and dump sites to remain open 24/7 to accept debris from Hurricane Helene. We need as much of this debris picked up as possible. This creates a safety hazard, and it also will increase the damage that Milton could do with flying debris. All local entities should comply with this order and work around the clock to accomplish this mission. We have deployed major assets to help, but yet, last night in Pinellas County, there were 300 vehicles. Some of them were state vehicles, but also a lot of private pickup trucks and vehicles who were bringing debris that's helpful. They should be doing that. And yet one of the gates was locked. There was no one manning it. And so we had this massive line of cars waiting to drop off debris, which is a good thing. And so Florida Highway Patrol basically took matters into their own hands, fastened some rope to a couple pickup trucks to the gate and busted the gate open. And then those trucks were able to go in and unload the debris. We don't have time for bureaucracy and red tape. We have to get the job done. And the effort that Jared Perdue and Kevin's team have made in helping get the debris off and supplementing the local efforts has been incredible. We have noticed since the weekend in the order, you have seen some more vendors out there. I know City of St. Petersburg has been working hard to get the debris out, and that's a great thing. And they're working, I think, well. But these debris sites need to be open, and we're going to ensure that to be able to do. So just in the last 24 hours, the state has done almost 500 truckloads of debris, totaling 9,000 cubic yards. So that's just from the barrier islands in Pinellas County, bringing to the debris landfills. We have over 200 state assets, dump trucks, other types of trucks and vehicles to be able to do. But keeping it 24/7 is important. We absolutely encourage private citizens to have the debris and bring it in. That's helping the mission. Can't get bogged down in bureaucracy on this. The debris mission is going to continue until it's no longer safe to do so. Clearly, we're going to be able to work all the way through today and probably all the way through tomorrow, given that the storm's likely not to make landfall till later on Wednesday, and that could even get pushed back even further. So we've made a big dent in this. I know folks on the ground locally in those barrier islands and places like Manatee and Pinellas have been working very hard. But let's get this done. Let's get as much of that debris removed as humanly possible, and let's work 24/7 to be able to do it. So we have right now, just in the debris mission, we have 800 National Guardsmen that are also deployed helping our state agencies. We currently have 5,000 guardsmen that are mobilized for the response to this storm, and we have more than 3,000 additional guardsmen who will be mobilized prior to landfall. The National Guard's also deploying heavy equipment to assist with debris removal, including Army and Air Force horizontal construction units, tactical high water vehicles, dump trucks, and front-end loaders. Linemen and power restoration resources are being marshaled in advance of the storm. This is a storm, the path of this storm that would hit the western part of the Florida Peninsula, then go all the way across the peninsula and exit in the Atlantic Ocean. That's going to impact a lot of different utilities. We've spoken to most of them, and they're working to get people here. You know, if you look, we had Helene, and there were 2.4 million restorations, but 99.9% were back within a few days. Yeah, there's still hundreds of thousands of people without power in some of these other states that got hit by Helene. So there are crews working there, but they're bringing people in from far and wide to be able to respond accordingly. This path of this storm, you know, we don't know exactly how it's going to go. I know they say the eye is going to go here or here. That can move when you're talking about 30, 40, 50 miles north or south. Will make a huge difference in terms of who gets the worst surge, how much power is ended up taken out. And so we have no way of knowing how that's going to shake out. So the resources are being brought in, and the power restoration effort will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. Again, I made this point yesterday, but all of our assets that we had lent to assist in North Carolina are here in the state of Florida. We have a temporary base camp at Tropicana Field to support not just the debris operations, but any post-landfall first responding operations. So we have landfall. It's going to happen probably sometime later Wednesday, maybe early Thursday, and it could potentially speed up. And so maybe it'll be a little earlier than that. It could continue slowing. Maybe it'll be a little less, but there is going to be a landfall in the middle of this week. Monday morning, where we are today, you have time to execute your plan, but you got to do it now. There have been some evacuations that have been issued. There's going to be a flurry of them today. I know the counties are working on opening shelters. They typically will open the shelters after they have the evacuation go out, not before. So make sure that you're following the news coming out of your local county. But all these barrier islands, all these areas that would be susceptible to the storm surge that's up and down the west coast of Florida, you should assume that there's going to be some form of evacuations that are going to be issued by your local county officials. That is going to happen when you have the potential for storm surge of this magnitude. We also have a storm that's already very powerful. Now, the forecasts are that it's going to peak before it reaches landfall, and then weekend it's still going to be a strong storm. But, we don't know that that's necessarily going to happen. And so this is something that's going to be really, really significant one way or another. But you have time to be able to do this today. And again, you don't have to evacuate hundreds of miles. If you're in those barrier islands, if you're in areas that are susceptible to storm surge, you go to